Chapter 461 Suchan. I have a plan. Whatever. Means concealment. Suchan interpreted the operation mode of the chess club by herself, and then determined that the reason why the chess club has been able to hide until now is precisely because of this dispatch when needed operation mode. When the president is not needed, the chess pieces will behave themselves and play a normal role wholeheartedly. This president of the chess club is something. What Suchan is more concerned about now is what level Zhu Shurjiu is in the chess club. The Black Soldier organization is divided into ordinary black soldiers and elite black soldiers. Is there a level system in the chess club? This question stumped Zhu Shurjiu, because the chess club only had him as the commander. And recently an elite black soldier thorn was added. Now there is one more Suchan. What system is needed for 3 people? But since Suchan asked, he could not answer it. Zhu Shurjiu pondered for a moment. Originally, I should have told you this after you passed the assessment of our club. But I believe you will definitely pass the assessment. So it doesn't hurt to reveal it to you in advance. An assessment is needed? Is it a token of allegiance? Before Suchan could say anything, Zhu Shurjiu said, in the chess club, the lowest level is the red soldier, followed by the red cannon, then the red chariot, red horse, red minister, and finally the president of the chess club, the red commander. Chess? Are these titles divided by department or? There are also various departments in the Black Soldier organization. After graduation, different positions are assigned according to their background. Suchan wants to know what job responsibilities these titles represent. But Zhu Shurjiu shook his head and said, it depends on personal ability. As long as you have the ability, you can become a red soldier at the highest level. Of course, it was mainly because he hadn't thought it through. What level are you now? I am now a red cannon now. Suchan and Jingji have 2 different styles. Suchan likes to ask questions. Zhu Shurjiu didn't intend to let Suchan continue to ask. If he continued to ask, he would be asked stupidly. So he hurriedly said, you shouldn't know too much now, because you haven't passed the assessment yet. Knowing too much is not good for you. Suchan looked like I understand and said, I understand. What does the assessment mean? Can I pass it with my current ability? How many assessment opportunities can I have in total? Don't worry. The assessment has nothing to do with ability. As long as you cooperate enough and obey the orders. Even if you are just an ordinary person, you can pass the assessment. Sure enough. Suchan nodded. It seems that this assessment does not focus on personal ability, but is similar to a loyalty test. As long as you can show your loyalty, you can pass the assessment. In other words, the assessment is like a token of surrender. Ah. Right. Right. Zhu Shurjiu nodded quickly. This is a good idea. I'll steal it. In fact, I have a task right now. If I can complete this task, I can upgrade from a red cannon to a red car. You can also become a red soldier, which means you have joined the chess club. Zhu Shurjiu made up a story. Does the president or our direct superior agree? Don't worry. I asked the leader before recruiting you. As long as you can complete the task with me, you will pass the assessment. The specific mission is as follows. Next, Zhu Shurjiu described to Suchan his experience of being sent to Papua New Guinea by the organization after he became a black soldier. The Papua New Guinea incident was an X-level mission that no one except the participants was allowed to know. That is, a confidential mission. It should be kept confidential and should not be told to other irrelevant personnel. But Zhu Shurjiu still told Suchan casually. However, in the process of describing the trip to Papua New Guinea, Zhu Shurjiu deliberately concealed the fact that he was an elite black soldier prophet, and distorted some of the plot, telling Suchan that on the surface the organization promoted him to a black soldier to participate in the mission. But in fact the chess club sent him to Papua New Guinea to transport a secret weapon of the chess club's humanoid creature back to Yilminison. In Zhu Shurjiu's description, the chess club has been researching for many years. After researching, they finally developed a way to transform the human body and developed a successful experimental subject, the insect girl Misha. However, since the base of the chess club in Papua New Guinea was destroyed by the organization, they could only secretly transfer the insect girl, and their mission was to secretly send the insect girl to Yilminison Island. Suchan was a little dazed after hearing this. There are too many alien insects underground. So the organization activated the Continental Annihilation Weapon and simply destroyed the entire continent. How many alien insects would there be? Suchan felt that her imagination was quite lacking at this moment. If she had not seen it with her own eyes, she would not be able to understand the overwhelming shock of alien insects. She also recalled the process of constantly clearing the alien insect forest in the command class during the time when Zhu Shizhou was away. She only felt that compared with Zhu Shizhou's experience, she was just playing house now. This also strengthened Su Chan's determination to survive. If you want to survive, you have to cling to someone. The chess club is a big thigh. Where is the insect girl now? Su Chan asked. At the beach. Su Chan was stunned. So the transportation work has reached the last step. Now we just need to take the insect girl to the island? It's not that simple. Zhu Shizhou also told Su Chan about his concerns, and even explained to Su Chan directly that the organization is now strictly investigating the rebel faction. So all kinds of inspections are quite strict. If you don't use some tricks, you can't take Misha to the island. Zhu Shizhou even told Su Chan a bad news that he is likely to have been targeted by the organization. Su Chan did not complain after hearing this, but said in a nonchalant manner, I think the key point is still the Armed Defense Department. According to what you said, the Armed Defense Department is guarding the seaside. So the insect girl can only hide in the sea temporarily and cannot show up. In other words, as long as the attention of the Armed Defense Department can be successfully attracted and the defense is negligent, the insect girl will have an opportunity to take advantage of it. Seeing that Su Chan talked about the point, Zhu Shizhou did not hesitate to ask. That's right. But how to do it? If you ask me, the safest way is to let the chess club send out the death squad to stir up unrest within the organization. And then we will take the opportunity to pick up the insect girl to the island. It's a very reasonable idea. After all, Su Chan thought that the chess club was powerful and could easily mobilize a group of death squads. However, Zhu Shizhou's face was serious. You are wrong, Su Chan. The president will never give up the life of any chess piece easily. The death squad you mentioned does not exist in the chess club at all. Su Chan immediately admitted her mistake calmly. Okay, I was mistaken. In fact, although Su Chan has joined the chess club now, how can she not worry after hearing about the operation mode of the chess club? She is worried that one day she will be killed. If the president of the chess club wants her to die, will she die? So now she made this suggestion, just to test it. If there are really dead men in the chess club, then the chess club is probably unreliable and has to find another way out. Now she has received a negative answer, although there is no evidence to prove Zhu Shizhou's words. Su Chan is also relieved. If this way doesn't work, then we can only try another plan. You said that you have been targeted by the organization before? If so, I have a plan. Chapter 462 The Suspicion of the Head of the Command. After discussing the plan with Su Chan said, I just gave a suggestion, for reference only. But Zhu Shizhou told Su Chan that no matter how rough the plan was, the chess club would back it up. So just go for it. In fact, the backing was Zhu Shizhou's ability to recover. With the recovery, no matter how fantastic Su Chan's idea was, Zhu Shizhou could save it. And it would also help stimulate Su Chan's imagination. The final result was that Su Chan only had an idea, and Zhu Shizhou decided to execute it after a little supplement. Is this really okay? Su Chan felt that Zhu Shizhou was too bold, and he decided to make such a rash decision about the life and death of the two. It's okay. Believe me. Helplessly, Su Chan could only agree. So, when night fell, Zhu Shizhou decided to sneak out of the Black Soldier training base. Checking the time on his phone, it was 8 p.m. in the capital, and Zhu Shizhou had reserved a full 4 hours for himself. But this was just his first attempt, so Zhu Shizhou couldn't estimate how long it would take. If the time was not enough, he could only try again next time. However, in Zhu Shizhou's opinion, the biggest problem should not be time, but how to conceal the truth during the action. The plan proposed by Su Chan coincided with Zhu Shizhou's, and the basic principle followed was luring the tiger away from the mountain. Under the strict inspection of the organization, it is difficult to quietly conceal the attention of those who are interested, such as the Armed Defense Department and the head of the command. So since he couldn't hide it, he would make good use of this advantage. When Zhu Shizhou took action, those who had been paying attention to him would focus on him. So how could Zhu Shizhou sneak out of the Black Soldier training base? Just wear a black soldier suit and pass through openly. He registered openly at the gate of the training base, and the reason for registering to go out was to go out to buy supplies. The lead black soldier. Profit? The guard at the gate was a member of the Armed Defense Department. He saw Zhu Sergio fill in various information on the registration form with his own eyes. After Zhu Sergio left, he muttered something, then turned around and notified his superiors. As for the identity of the elite black soldier prophet, it was only exposed in some elite black soldier circles. Ordinary black soldiers didn't know that the prophet was Zhu Sergio. Logically speaking, the guards should ignore it now. But the problem is that the superiors of the Armed Defense Department ordered them not to neglect the matter of the elite black soldier prophet. So he chose to report. What? The prophet went out to purchase supplies late at night? Such a ridiculous reason was actually recorded by Zhu Sergio on the outing registration form. The Minister of Armed Defense felt that his intelligence was insulted. At the same time, he also felt a little strange, due to the constant targeting by the head of the command department. He was also a little concerned about the problem of the prophet. Now that the prophet went out late at night, it really looked suspicious. Could it be that guy was right? Thinking of this, although the Minister of Armed Defense was still half believing and half doubting, he finally gave his men an order. Follow him and see what he is going to do. On the other side, the guy mentioned by the Minister of Armed Defense. The Minister of Command also received the news at this moment. He went out? He was so impatient to show his hand. Send someone to follow him. Compared to the decision of the Minister of Armed Defense, the decision of the Minister of Command was much simpler. After Zhu Sergio entered the black soldier training base, she did not give up, but sent people to squat outside the black soldier training base. She firmly believed that Zhu Sergio was going to do something. And now it seems that she really squatted. So, two groups of people from two different forces followed Zhu Sergio at the same time. But because their tracking skills were too superb, Zhu Sergio did not find their traces. However, although these two groups of people came from different forces, many of their tracking skills were inherited from the same source. While tracking Zhu Sergio outside the black soldier training base, the tracking team of the command first discovered something unusual. We are being followed. In an alley, the captain of the A1 tracking team suddenly waved his hand to signal everyone to stop. And he squatted down and slightly checked the traces on the ground, in order to prevent being tracked or leaving traces when tracking the target. The tracking team usually chooses to simply return to the previous route to check briefly during the tracking process. Now the captain of the A1 tracking team has discovered that the traces on the ground have changed. The method of cleaning the traces is different from ours. The captain quickly determined this. This means that there is another group of people following them. This discovery immediately made him feel like he was facing a great enemy. But what he didn't know was that this was just a coincidence. Coincidence. When tracking a target, from many perspectives, professional trackers can always determine the most concealed and efficient tracking route. Their A1 unit chose such an optimal tracking route. However, little did they know that the Armed Defense Department also chose such a tracking route. They all stared at the target prophet in front of them, but did not notice the existence of another group of trackers before that. After the A1 tracking unit of the command center passed a certain place and did a simple cleanup work, the tracking unit of the Armed Defense Department also passed this place without any defense and did the same cleanup work. Then when the A1 unit returned to check, they found that the traces here had been moved. So the A1 unit naturally thought that someone was following them. The captain stood up and waved his hand without changing his face. Keep going. The captain of the A1 unit was still confused, because he was also worried that he had made a mistake in judgment. After all, the traces were covered up quite beautifully, and it might be his own illusion. But this idea was soon broken. Report. A 2 unit is suspected to be followed. A 3 unit has also found something. The head of the headquarters sent out 3 tracking teams, named A1, A2, A3. Now all 3 units have found traces of another group of trackers. It can be basically concluded that there is another group of trackers. This is a serious matter. Report to the head immediately. The tracking started not long ago, but something went wrong. This really surprised the head of the headquarters. When the head of the headquarters received the report from the tracking troops, the face of the head of the Armed Defense Department immediately appeared in the head of the headquarters. The reason why she thought it was the head of the Armed Defense Department was very simple. Because he was too efficient. Zhu Sergio had just come out of the black soldier training base, and she sent someone to follow him. And there was almost another group of trackers at the same time. In her speculation, the head of the Armed Defense Department was the most suspicious. Because Zhu Sergio wanted to leave the training base, he had to register with the guard at the door. and the guard at the door was naturally a member of the Armed Defense Department. So the news of Zhu Shizhou's departure would be heard by the head of the Armed Defense Department at the first time. This also explains why someone can track at a speed almost as fast as her. However, in name, it is tracking. But in reality, I'm afraid it's not to protect Zhu Shizhou's safety. The head of the headquarters narrowed his eyes. Don't alert the snake first. Let's see what they are going to do. The suspicion of the Armed Defense Department is really getting bigger and bigger. Chapter 463, Support. Coincidentally, not long after the tracking troops of the headquarters discovered the tracking troops of the Armed Defense Department, the tracking troops of the Armed Defense Department also discovered the tracking troops of the headquarters. This is not because the other party is too careless, but because the strength of both sides is similar, and the anti-reconnaissance skills are also similar. In addition, there are many people. Just like the headquarters discovered the Armed Defense Department, the tracking troops of the Armed Defense Department also discovered the tracking troops of the headquarters. In addition, there are surveillance cameras all over the road. Even if the tracking troops of the headquarters disguised as passers-by, they can still find something wrong if they pay attention. However, after hearing the news, the head of the Armed Defense Department squinted his eyes and said the same line as the head of the headquarters. Don't alert the snake first. It's better to lure the snake out of the hole. Compared to his belief in Zhu Shizhou's identity during the day, the scale of doubt in his heart has now gone in another direction. The prophet sneaked out at night, and the command center followed him quietly. Recently, the rebel faction has been spreading in the organization. What is the connection between these three? The situation has become more and more confusing. At this moment, Zhu Shizhou, who was being followed by two groups of people at the same time, walked in the city at night, turning around in the alleys. With a solemn expression, Zhu Shizhou whispered. No follower was found. His anti-reconnaissance skills were not enough to break the tracking of the tracking team. That's a bit difficult. We can't tell whether you have caught the person you want to catch. If they don't take the bait, then our plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain cannot be implemented. Su Chan's calm voice came from the headset. She was clearly doing something that was close to betraying the organization. But Su Chan's voice sounded calm. Zhu Shizhou thought for a moment and said, It doesn't matter. Just assume that they have taken the bait and do it. So careless? Su Chan obviously disagreed with Zhu Shizhou's suggestion. Zhu Shizhou was helpless and coughed twice. Cough. Although I can't detect them with simple skills, I can sense their existence through my sixth sense. The sixth sense is so mysterious? Su Chan didn't expect it. Zhu Shizhou was helpless. He didn't want to show off. But now only showing off could make Su Chan believe him. Anyway, I can sense their presence, so just assume they've taken the bait. Okay. Su Chan quickly accepted this setting. Then it's my turn to go out. When will the contact person you mentioned come? Zhu Shizhou flashed into an alley. I'll ask her. When he discussed the plan to contact Misha with Su Chan, he didn't let Su Chan play 100%. He also supplemented and improved part of the plan based on his own situation. The reason why luring the tiger away from the mountain was successful was that he would not be the only one to act in the whole operation. How is it? Where are you? I feel like I'm really crazy. I actually participated in your plan so blatantly. I won't be exposed. Right? Don't worry. I won't be exposed. Zhu Shizhou's calm tone calmed the woman on the other end of the communication. The person who communicated with Zhu Shizhou was naturally one of the few cards who had joined the chess club. Thorn. Thorn felt that she was simply crazy. And the chess club was probably crazy too. She was obviously still in the key suspicion stage of the organization. But Zhu Shizhou gave her an order on behalf of the chess club. The order was very simple. That is, go to the Black Soldier training base and bring a woman out. She didn't know the purpose of the chess club doing this. But it was clear that the things that the chess club was going to do must be hidden from the organization. And once this behavior was exposed, she would definitely be sentenced to death. However, Jingji felt that no matter how unreliable she was now a grasshopper on the same rope with the chess club. She thought that the chess club should not be so reckless and so easily exposed. So she hypnotized herself to accept the order and successfully arrived at the door of the training base. I'm already at the door of the training base. Where is the person you said? Zhu Shizhou said. She will be here soon. Wait a little longer. Jingji appeared at the door of the training base openly, which naturally attracted the attention of many people. You know, although Jingji was forcibly released by Su Feng, There were also countless eyes staring at Jingji. Some people who were determined that Jingji had problems were still looking forward to Jingji showing his feet. Now, what does it mean that Jingji appeared at the training base? Of course, the first to notice Jingji was the Armed Defense Department, the guard room of the Black Soldier training base. Master Thorn, what are you doing here so late at night? The guard of the Armed Defense Department asked with a fake smile. Nothing. Just the actions of the elite black soldiers. Don't ask too much. The guard laughed and said, what a coincidence. Just now, the Prophet just went out of the training base. Did you know about this? Thorn's breath stagnated slightly. What does his going out have to do with me? What she was thinking in her heart was, Zhu Shizhou went out? What did he go out for? What role did she play in Zhu Shizhou's arrangement now? Zhu Shizhou didn't tell Thorn anything about what he was going to do. The only thing he told Thorn was that after picking someone up from the training base, she could go back to sleep. And the next thing had nothing to do with her. So now Thorn didn't know that Zhu Shizhou had left the training base. He was a little confused when he heard the news suddenly. The guard didn't see anything from Thorn's reaction, and said, if you don't mind, can I report the situation to my superiors? Thorn stared at the guard dimly, and the guard put his hand on the handle of the gun at his waist fearlessly. Thorn wanted to stop it, but Zhu Shizhou didn't mention keeping it secret at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't let her come to the Black Soldier training base to pick someone up openly. So he just looked at the guard. The guard was like a big enemy. After all, his ability was not as good as the elite black soldier. But even if the gap between the two was huge, he wouldn't have no chance to ask for help when fighting. Since Lord Thorn doesn't say anything, I'll take it as your consent. Thorn remained silent, thinking in his heart. I tried my best, closed his eyes, and didn't stop the guard. The guard took 2 steps back, connected the communication of the Minister of Armed Defense, and reported Thorn's arrival to the minister. The Minister of the Armed Defense Department was shocked. How could Thorn suddenly appear? Is there anything wrong with this guy? What did this rebel faction's key suspect want to do by coming to the training base at night? For a moment, he thought a lot. Who released Thorn? Su Feng. What was Su Feng's background? The command? The possibility of such a terrifying thought made the Minister of the Armed Defense Department instinctively reluctant to think about it. But regardless of the facts, he could almost conclude that the person standing behind Thorn was the command. However, what he didn't expect was that when the Minister of the Command received the news that Thorn appeared at the training base, he also suspected the Minister of the Armed Defense Department. The command had been keeping an eye on Thorn since she was released, and any movement of Thorn was followed by tracking troops. After the news came, the Minister of the Command was awed. Why did this guy Jingji show up at the training base without any hesitation? Didn't she know that everything she did would be reported to the Armed Defense Department by the guards immediately? She was still the key suspect of the organization. But she was so bold. Who gave her the courage? Wasn't she worried about attracting the attention of the Armed Defense Department? Unless Jingji and the Armed Defense Department were in the same group, in the eyes of people with different thoughts. Jingji finally waited for the person she wanted to wait for. Chapter 464. What is in the suitcase? No one expected Su Chan to appear at the gate of the Black Soldier training base. Not only did Jingji not expect it, but the Armed Defense Department and the command headquarters did not expect it either. Who is she? Everyone was confused for a moment. Jingji appeared at the Black Soldier training base late at night. He wanted to pick up this person? A student? But no matter how confused others were, Jingji just wanted to complete the task. Are you here? I'll take you to register. Su Chan was very calm. She dragged a suitcase in her hand and came to Jingji. Wait. Suitcase? The guard immediately stopped Su Chan. Wait. What's in your suitcase? Jingji also looked over, thinking that the chess club should not be so stupid. If there was something wrong with the suitcase, wouldn't it be equivalent to sending herself to the organization to be arrested? Sure enough, Su Chan calmly opened the suitcase, and there was nothing in it. This suitcase was exactly what Zhu Shizhou had brought back from the training base. Zhu Shizhou went out in a black soldier suit, leaving the empty suitcase for Su Chan to use. There's nothing in it, Su Chan said. The guard didn't believe it, so he went forward to check it out. As Su Chan said, there was nothing in it. What do you want to do with this suitcase? The guard asked. Su Chan replied by supplies. The guard's breathing stagnated slightly, because this was also the reason why Zhu Shizhou left the training base. Buying supplies? You want to plot a conspiracy. Why don't you change your reason? The guard looked at Su-chan for a long time, and then looked at Jing-ji. Master Jing-ji, are you here because you want to take her out to buy supplies? Jing-ji, yes. After reporting to the minister, the order was to stay put. The guards could not say anything for a while. They watched Jing-ji fill in the relevant information on the registration form, and then watched Jing-ji take Su-chan away. Su-chan was still dragging the suitcase in her hand. Jing-ji knew that her every move was being secretly watched. So after taking Su-chan away, she did not separate from Su-chan for a while, but lowered her voice and asked Su-chan, "What did Yu Shurjo tell you? What does he want to do?" Su-chan looked at Jing-ji and said, "You don't know?" Yu Shurjo did not tell her much when participating in the planned discussion, but just said that someone would come to pick her up and leave the black soldier training base later, and it was an elite black soldier. But Yu Shurjo said nothing about the information of this elite black soldier. She only knew that Jing-ji was also a member of the chess club. Jing-ji was guessing Su-chan's identity, and Su-chan was actually judging Jing-ji's identity. Jing-ji had a blank expression on his face. "I just joined you. I don't know anything. I don't know what your status is in the chess club, but I hope you can be a little more restrained and not make such a big fuss at this critical moment." She also regarded Su-chan as the secret weapon cultivated by the chess club. Under the preconceived notion, she didn't expect that Su-chan was just testing her. After the test, Su-chan understood. Jing-ji's status in the chess club is probably only the red soldier level, one level lower than Yu Shurjo's red cannon, which is the lowest level. An elite black soldier is actually just a red soldier. It is obvious that the promotion channel in the chess club does not focus on personal combat effectiveness like the black soldier organization. If she can cooperate with Yu Shurjo to complete this mission, she can also be promoted to the lowest level red soldier. Su-chan pondered. That is to say, now the chess club can only give me an elite black soldier. Thorns twitched his eyebrows on the side. What are you talking about? I said in advance that Yu Shurjo's task for me is to take you out of the training base. Su-chan said lightly. Then I now announce that you have a new task. Thorns. Su-chan said. Now follow me. Your first task is very simple. That is to help me get rid of the stalker. For Yu Shurjo, the biggest problem of this operation is not on his side, but on Su-chan's side. The first is how Su-chan can leave the black soldier training base. This is a very realistic problem. Ordinary students cannot leave the training base during training unless they are secretly selected as black soldiers or taken out by other black soldiers. And the only black soldier that Yu Shurjo can use is Thorns. Although this is easy to be followed by the organization, Yu Shurjo also believes in Thorns' ability. Thorns are elite black soldiers, while the tracking troops are ordinary black soldiers. It is a piece of cake for Thorns to get rid of the ordinary black soldier surveillance, and they can even create confusion to confuse the tracking troops. So he simply threw Thorns to Su-chan. So the second problem on Su-chan's side, that is, how to get rid of the tracker, can be solved. And who is the one who is tracking Thorns? The answer is the headquarters. From the beginning to the end, only the headquarters was most suspicious of Thorns. After Su-feng released Thorns, they still chose to follow Thorns. So he gave Thorns to Su-chan to use, and also wanted to use Thorns' ability to take Su-chan to get rid of the tracker. What would the stalkers who were thrown away think when they saw that Jing-ji and Su-chan did not avoid the Armed Defense Department at all, but avoided their headquarters? Yu Shurjo still used a trick to sow discord here, and at the same time, he was testing the relationship between the headquarters and the Armed Defense Department. Yes, although Yu Shurjo thought that the drama between the two during the day was a double act, Su-chan raised a question after listening to it. What if the headquarters and the Armed Defense Department really had a grudge against each other? After discussing it, the two decided to use this trick as a test. If the head of the headquarters and the head of the Armed Defense Department were not playing a double act, then after being thrown away, they would naturally take the bait and suspect the Armed Defense Department. What's going on? The head of the Armed Defense Department first confirmed that Yu Shurjo was still being followed well and nothing had happened, and then looked at the surveillance on the city road. In the surveillance video, Jing-ji suddenly ran away with Su-chan in a suitcase. This sudden behavior was quite strange, but the minister of the Armed Defense Department soon understood what they were doing. Someone was following them. Jing-ji and his men were trying to get rid of the tracker. Who was the tracker? The minister of the Armed Defense Department had a headache for a while, but he soon knew the answer. A call came directly to him. When he saw the contact person, the Minister of the Armed Defense Department became more alert, because the contact person was the head of the command. He answered the call with caution, and before he opened his mouth, he heard the cold voice of the head of the command. "Tell me where Jingji is. I know you can see it in the surveillance now." The Minister of Armed Defense Department understood immediately. "My goodness, you are the one who followed Thorn?" He was confused. "It was your headquarters that released Thorn. And it was also your headquarters that followed Thorn. Are you creating internal division or something?" However, he did not immediately agree to the Minister of Command, but asked, "I would like to ask, why are you following Thorn?" The Minister of Command said lightly, "Because she is suspected." "Is this reason enough?" "The reason why she called here is because her reason is justified. A minister suspected that an elite black soldier was suspected, so he sent someone to follow her. Is there a problem with this reason? This makes sense at any time. But it happened to be tonight. This night, when the contradiction was revealed." The Minister of Armed Defense Department laughed and said, "The reason is very sufficient. But I refuse." After saying that, he ended the call without waiting for the head of the headquarters to reply. He no longer trusted the headquarters, and no one could help him now. The figures of Thorn Suchan and Zhu Shizhou were still clear in the surveillance, and he gave his men another order: send someone to follow Thorn. On the other hand, the head of the headquarters had lost track of the object of suspicion, which made her completely conclude that there was indeed something wrong with the Armed Defense Department. Su Feng knew that if he wanted to cause trouble in Elimination, the Armed Defense Department would be watching, so he directly dealt with the Armed Defense Department. If it was anyone else, she would still think it was impossible. But if it was Su Feng, it would not be surprising the guy could do anything. The most disturbing question for her was, what was in that suitcase? Chapter 465, Empty Hands. What exactly is in the suitcase? The Minister of the Armed Defense Department naturally knows that there is nothing in the suitcase. At least, that was the case when Jingji took Suchan out of the training base. But it was not the case after Jingji got rid of Suchan. Under the surveillance of the Armed Defense Department, Jingji took Suchan to a training equipment store, and then bought a bunch of barbells and put them directly into the suitcase. This operation confused the Minister of the Armed Defense Department. What are they doing? Why do we buy barbells? Jingji had the same doubts and asked directly. Suchan and Jingji walked out of the training equipment store, and she was still pulling the suitcase in her hands. But this time, it was a little more difficult. "I want to ask, are you sure you got rid of the tracker?" "Sure. After all, the headquarters has been following me for a day, and I have already figured out their tracking techniques. I know better than them whether I have gotten rid of them." Jingji pretended to be cool. However, Suchan could not understand the difficulty of this at all, and was just pretending to be blind. After Suchan got a positive answer from Jingji, she explained that the purpose of buying barbells is to intensify the conflict between the command and the Armed Defense Department. Jingji admitted for the first time that he could not understand human language with his IQ. Suchan said, "No. To be more precise, it doesn't matter what we bought. What matters is that the command believes that we have something shameful in our boxes. However, we bought this shameful thing under the surveillance of the Armed Defense Department. So we bought it openly. So, what will the headquarters think of our relationship with the Armed Defense Department?" Jingji said. "Will they suspect that we are in the same group with the Armed Defense Department? Is it so easy to fall into the trap?" Suchan thought to herself. You don't know what Zhu Shizhou encountered during the day. Faced with similar incidents, Zhu Shizhou was forced to check his suitcase twice by the head of the headquarters during the day. So Zhu Shizhou also speculated that if something similar happened, the suitcase would still be checked. They are just taking advantage of the conflict during the day. However, unlike the situation during the day, Zhu Shizhou was under guard and could only be forced to accept the inspection during the day, while Jingji and Suchan now have room to escape. Let's not stand still. Escape to a hidden place first. Are you still going to run away? Jingji didn't understand why, but he still ran with Suchan. But she wasn't worried about her situation, because she saw the purchase of the barbells and knew it was nothing. Even if she was caught, she couldn't be convicted. So even if she was running away, she didn't worry about what would happen if she was caught. We run away to intensify the conflict. What do you think the headquarters will do after losing our trace and suspecting the Armed Defense Department? Jingji answered while running. Of course they will send people to hunt us down. That's right. So how will the Armed Defense Department respond? Without waiting for Jingji to answer, Su-chan said to herself, "They know that we bought normal items, so they will think that the headquarters' actions are unreasonable. Even if the headquarters finds us and asks us to open the boxes for inspection, we can completely avoid inspection." Jingji had grasped something, but still didn't quite understand. Evading inspection, what's the point? Of course it's to intensify the conflict. As long as we keep running away and disappear from the headquarters site, the longer this vacuum period lasts, the more suspicious the headquarters will be of us. What do you think the headquarters will think when they find a bunch of barbells in our suitcases? Suspecting that the Armed Defense Department cooperated with us to move the things we really wanted to move? Jingji pulled the corner of his mouth. If the headquarters really suspected the Armed Defense Department, then this situation seemed to be really possible. But soon she thought of another question. So provoking a dispute is what you want? This is just one aspect. Su-chan looked at the starry sky in the distance. Another aspect is to cooperate with Zhu Shizhou. Jingji was confused about what the two planned, but Su-chan did not give Jingji time to think, and asked, "How long can you hold out without being discovered by the headquarters tracking troops?" Jingji estimated, if the headquarters does not send more people, it can last for an hour. But if the headquarters sends more people, it is conservatively estimated to be half an hour. Su-chan nodded. That's good. When you can't hold out and are about to be discovered by the tracking troops. We, on the other side, Zhu Shizhou also bought a suitcase. The tracking troops of the Armed Defense Department and the headquarters tracking troops, who were following him, were a little speechless. Suitcase? Another suitcase? Do you have a special fetish for suitcases? How many suitcases have you bought? They don't understand Zhu Shizhou's idea. They only knew that Zhu Shizhou's behavior was becoming more suspicious. But the strange thing was that Zhu Shizhou was still dragging his suitcase and wandering around the city at night. He was obviously doing suspicious things, but he actually acted quite innocent. Under the dim moonlight, the two tracking teams walked around like dogs, but still didn't figure out the situation on Zhu Shizhou's side. Could it be that the prophet wanted to contact someone? What was he waiting for? This question was difficult to answer. What they didn't know was that Zhu Shizhou was not wandering around aimlessly. He was using this opportunity to wander around the city to get familiar with the layout of the city. Only after getting familiar with the layout of the city can you get rid of the tracker behind you with the least number of rewinds. That's right. Zhu Shizhou didn't prepare any means to get rid of the tracker. Although he and Su-chan had prepared means to destroy surveillance, they had no way to deal with an unknown number of trackers. Su-chan had Thorn to help him, but there was only one Thorn. He couldn't let Thorn help him get rid of the tracker. So he chose to rewind. No matter what he wants to do, he must get rid of the stalker. And one of the conditions for getting rid of the stalker is to be familiar with the architectural layout of the city. So Zhu Shizhou seemed to be strolling around, but in fact, he was memorizing and simulating in his mind over and over again. If the stalker paid attention, he would find that Zhu Shizhou had never been to the same place more than twice, and had been exploring unknown areas for him. The Minister of the Armed Defense Department was very confident, because he believed that as long as there was surveillance, anyone's treacherous methods would be exposed. After paying attention to Zhu Shizhou, he still did not find any other situation. And the Minister of the Armed Defense Department also turned his attention to Jingji and Su-chan. Half an hour after the two of them escaped, a new accident finally happened. Jingji and Su-chan dragged their suitcases into the public toilet and came out empty-handed. Chapter 466. You have no chance. Report. The suitcase in the target's hand is missing. The head of the Armed Defense Department first received such a report. What's going on? The head of the Armed Defense Department immediately called up the surveillance next to the public toilet. We rewinded the surveillance video slightly and found that Jingji and Su-chan hurriedly dragged the suitcase into the toilet after running around a corner. At the same time, about 2 minutes later, Jingji and Su-chan appeared at the door of the toilet again. But at the same time, the suitcase that should have been in their hands disappeared. All the members of the Armed Defense Department who watched the whole process looked at each other, and there were more and more things they didn't understand. They were sure that the suitcase was not filled with strange things, but barbells. But what was going on? Using the public toilet to make the suitcase disappear from their sight. What did the rebel faction want to do with this box of barbells? The head of the Armed Defense Department couldn't figure it out. But soon, they saw the appearance of the commander's tracker. When Jingji and Su-chan ran into the toilet, The surveillance video showed that dark figures emerged from all directions and quickly surrounded the entire public toilet. They ensured that no fly could fly out at this moment. The Minister of the Armed Defense Department did not give an order, so the troops that appeared now were naturally the tracking troops of the headquarters that Jing Ji and Su Chan had gotten rid of at the beginning. This group of trackers has now caught up with them again. The reason why they jumped out at this moment was because of the decision of the Minister of the Command. After being thrown off at first, the trackers spent about half an hour to find Jingji. And Jingji and Su Chan were still dragging suitcases in their hands. And they soon discovered that their movements of dragging the suitcases were completely different from half an hour ago. It was obvious that something had been put into them, so that the suitcases looked heavy. So what was in the suitcases? They didn't know. The only thing that was certain was that they sneaked out late at night and threw off their tracking troops. It was definitely not simple. This half-hour vacuum period was quite suspicious. This suitcase might contain something that the rebels wanted to transport secretly. The head of the headquarters was originally thinking about whether to continue waiting to see if they could catch a bigger fish. But Jingji and Su Chan ran into the toilet while she was hesitating. And when they came out, they were empty-handed. The head of the headquarters was naturally shocked when he received the report. Then he realized that if he didn't do anything, there might be a problem with the suitcase. So she made a prompt decision and ordered the tracking team to stop hiding and surround the entire public toilet, blocking Jing Ji and Su Chan at the toilet door. At the toilet door, the captain of the tracking team stepped forward and said, "Jing Ji, Su Chan, we are the secret reconnaissance team of the headquarters. Please surrender immediately and accept inspection. Otherwise, we will take strong measures." I didn't expect that the secret reconnaissance team of the headquarters is used to do this. Spying on women in the toilet? Jingji raised his hands to surrender and said sarcastically. The captain did not change his face in the face of the sarcasm and was about to lead people to arrest Jingji. But at this moment, attention, everyone in front. You have been surrounded by the patrol brigade of the Armed Defense Department. Please stop any action immediately and disarm your equipment for inspection. Strong white high beams shone from all directions, illuminating the originally dim public toilet. Everyone present found that they were surrounded at the toilet door. The mantis stalks the cicada, but the oriole is behind. When the tracking team of the headquarters was about to check on Jingji and the others, the head of the Armed Defense Department seemed to have figured something out and immediately stopped hiding. He asked their tracking team to surround the toilet, and at the same time, they set up high beams on all sides, illuminating every corner of the scene as if it were daytime. The confrontation began. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became anxious. Armed Defense Department. What are you doing? Are you going to cover up the rebel faction? After a while of confrontation, it was the people of the headquarters who spoke first. I would like to ask, what is the purpose of your appearance here in the middle of the night? The captain of the patrol brigade of the Armed Defense Department stepped forward, looked at Jingji, and then looked at the people of the headquarters, sneering. Of course, it is to capture the rebels. The captain of the secret investigation team of the headquarters said lightly. Catch the rebels? I think you are the rebels. The patrol captain continued to sneer and waved his hand. All the members behind him raised their guns. The captain of the secret reconnaissance unit narrowed his eyes. Are you sure you want to fight with us here? Just shoot and see. Do you think we dare not? The patrol captain knew that the longer he delayed, the greater the variables would be. He immediately pulled the trigger decisively. He decided to use his first shot to blow the horn to eliminate the rebels. However, nothing happened. The captain of the secret reconnaissance unit raised his gun. Do you think our minister is defenseless against you? When you confronted us, our minister had already used his authority to ban your right to use firearms. The guns in your hands are now model toys. As he said this, he also pulled the trigger in his hand. However, nothing happened. It seems that our minister also has foresight. The atmosphere between the two groups of people became tense again. Unbeknownst to them, the head of the command and the head of the Armed Defense Department finally connected the communication. Do you think I don't know what you are doing? The head of the Armed Defense Department sat on the chair and said with confidence, I have understood that this is a play you played from beginning to end. If I am not mistaken. In fact, thorns are your people. You are playing a double act. The voice of the head of the command department sounded quite cold. Is this your explanation? Pretending to be a loyalist trying to expose the conspiracy. You have actually connected with the rebel faction. But now you are turning the tables and think that I have a problem? If she had to say it, She would think that Thorns is actually a member of the Armed Defense Department. And then he is playing a double act with the Armed Defense Department. Why does she think so? Doesn't the Armed Defense Department have any idea? Thorns did not avoid you throughout the operation, but shook off my tracking troops while throwing dirty water on me. I suggest you explain this point first. What did you do in this half hour? Only you know. The head of the Armed Defense Department laughed. Everyone knows that we are the most loyal in the Armed Defense Department. We did nothing in this half hour. If you don't believe it, you can check the surveillance yourself later. But I don't have time to play detective games with you now. Detective game? I don't have time. From the beginning, Jing was a member of your headquarters. Su Feng personally ordered the release of Jing when Jing was under suspicion, which reduced everyone's suspicion of Jing. At the same time, you also did something that seemed right. But in fact, it was untenable when you thought about it carefully. You sent someone to follow Jing. The sudden words of the head of the Armed Defense Department made the head of the headquarters frown. What do you want to say? I sent someone to follow her because I suspected her. Don't be ridiculous. Your headquarters released Jing yourself. But you still suspected Jing? The head of the Armed Defense Department sneered. In my opinion, there is a more reasonable explanation. As long as your headquarters sent someone to follow Jing, no one else would waste resources following her, because everyone else believes you. Then you will be the one to say whatever you want. On the surface, you are following Jing. But in fact, you are protecting Jing and keeping her from being exposed to the organization and the drama tonight. Although I don't know what you want to do, you and Jing are undoubtedly playing a double act. On the surface, you are tracking the suitcase, and then deliberately let me think that everything is normal in the suitcase. But in fact, you have taken the opportunity to delay time and have people prepared to transfer the really important materials in that toilet. Right? Confess and be treated leniently. Resist and be treated severely. As the head of the command headquarters, you don't want to end up in an embarrassing ending. Right? Surrender? You have no chance. Chapter 467 Frame Up. The Minister of the Armed Defense Department felt that he had grasped the truth, and he thought he had seen through all the plans of the command headquarters. As he said, although Jingji and Su Chan's purchase of barbells happened under his nose, he also felt that this was just a trick to confuse the eyes. In fact, after the suitcase was put into the public toilet, a replacement suitcase must have been prepared in the public toilet. Why did the command headquarters come here? On the surface, it was to take away the suitcase, but in fact it was to cooperate with Jingji to transfer the materials that he really wanted to transfer. If I didn't figure it out, I might think that the command headquarters was just joking and let them take away the suitcase, thinking that there were still barbells in it. The Minister of the Armed Defense Department thought he saw through everything. If he guessed correctly, there should be 2 suitcases in the public toilet at this moment. This is the confidence that he dared to surround the secret reconnaissance team of the command headquarters now. After listening to the confident guess of the Minister of the Armed Defense Department, the mood of the command headquarters suddenly became bad. She realized that she had been fooled. Armed Defense Department. What is the Armed Defense Department? A major difference between them and other departments is that the Armed Defense Department can forcibly investigate or arrest people they think are suspicious without evidence. And if they have evidence, they can forcibly kill suspicious people. This is the special authority of the Armed Defense Department. At this time, the head of the command headquarters felt cold in his heart. I see. So that's what you were thinking. She also thought she had seen through everything. The Minister of the Armed Defense Department seemed to be suspicious of her. But in fact, he cooperated with Thorns to frame her. He was a member of the rebel faction. After hearing that he had sent people to follow Thorns, he knew that the matter could not be resolved peacefully. He wanted to solve the trouble of the headquarters. So he set up a trap to lure her into the trap. Thorns came out to buy supplies tonight, got rid of the tracking troops of the headquarters, and then made secret preparations with the Armed Defense Department within half an hour. The suitcase should be filled with evidence carefully prepared by the rebel faction for her. Then when Thorns appeared again dragging the suitcase, she took the bait and sent people to block Thorns. Unexpectedly, this was also her way to death. The Armed Defense Department also blocked her hand from behind. If at this time, Jingji bites back and says that she is from her headquarters, and now she is secretly transporting criminal materials with the headquarters, then the headquarters will be in a mess. And it will be shit. The Armed Defense Department needs evidence to nail her. Now the evidence must be in this toilet. The suitcase contains a trap that can put her to death. The whole process depends on the careful thinking of the Minister of the Armed Defense Department and his control of people's hearts. He knows that she will definitely take the bait. If she doesn't take the bait, there may be other means waiting for her. After knowing this guy for so long, this is the first time she has faced up to his conspiracy. All these links made the head of the headquarters sigh. I didn't expect that you, who seem to be loyal, have such a deep scheming. Are you going to use this method to forcefully frame me? The Minister of the Armed Defense Department almost didn't react after hearing this. And then he thought about it. Haha. You are worthy of being the Minister of the Command Department. You are smart. Are you still planning to turn the tables and resist stubbornly? I suggest you surrender immediately. If you are really fine, you should be willing to accept the inspection. Right? Let your people open it quickly. Cooperate with us in the investigation. The Minister of the Armed Defense Department was determined to search the public toilet. He couldn't wait to expose the hypocritical mask of this woman. She was right about at least one thing. He really wanted to kill her. But from beginning to end, the Minister of the Armed Defense Department believed that he represented loyalty and justice. The Minister of the Command Department regarded the smart said by the Minister of the Armed Defense Department as a sarcasm against her, and was a little upset for a while. But at this time, she also had a way to deal with it. Haha. After all, if you want to frame me, there will inevitably be a fatal flaw. The Minister of the Command Department said lightly. Are you going to continue chatting with me? The head of the Armed Defense Department was already a little impatient. The head of the Command Department said coldly. You want to nail me here, relying on the things in the suitcase. In other words, as long as I don't open the suitcase, who will know what's inside? As long as the suitcase is not opened, the evidence you carefully fabricated will not work. The head of the Armed Defense Department has understood what she meant. In other words, you refuse to cooperate with the inspection? He narrowed his eyes slightly. He stared at the screen and saw that the secret investigation team of the command department, which was blocked at the door, had stood beside the important witness Jing Jing. And Jing Jing did not move at all, allowing the command department to protect her. He got up. He also said that Thorn is not one of yours. The Minister of the Armed Defense Department was annoyed. He did it so obviously. But he was still so confident. This is too insulting. Little did he know that the Minister of the Command Department was preventing Thorn from talking nonsense. Because once Thorn started to frame the Command Department, the matter would basically be determined. And the Armed Defense Department would have a legitimate reason to attack them. Even if they accidentally overdid it during the battle, they would have an excuse to explain. So the top priority is to prevent Thorn from talking nonsense. Thorn, I suggest you don't talk nonsense. If you dare to throw dirty water on us now, we will kill you immediately. The captain of the secret reconnaissance team said to Thorn, who was surrounded by them. Thorn pulled the corner of her mouth. She felt a little incredible. When she heard about Su Chan and Zhu Shizhou's calculations against the Minister of Command and the Minister of Armed Defense, she still thought it was nonsense, and thought it was a whimsical operation. How could these two ministers oppose each other as expected? But when they opened the suitcases, they found that they were filled with a bunch of barbells. Why could they be provoked to fight? Now it seems that there is no need to open the suitcases at all. And the two ministers have already begun to draw their swords. What happened behind the scenes that she couldn't understand? Jing Ji felt that her IQ was a little insufficient. At this time, Su Chan on the side touched Jing Ji, meaning that it was your turn to appear. Jing Ji also remembered his mission at this time. Su Chan had already explained everything to her in this half hour and assigned her a task, which was to sow discord. She was the trigger for the fight between the two. From the threat of the secret reconnaissance unit to her, it can be seen that as long as she has abnormal behavior or actions now, the secret reconnaissance unit will definitely kill her on the spot even if it risks being suspected, to prevent her from talking nonsense. But Thorn's eyes became sharp. You ordinary black soldiers. If the guns in your hands can work, it's fine. She might really die because of this. But at this moment, whether it is the Armed Defense Department or the Command Center, the two have used their authority to ban guns in order to check and balance each other. What right do you have to control me? Thorn's muscles tensed up instantly. The captain of the secret reconnaissance unit, who had been watching Thorn all the time, also reacted very quickly. He immediately noticed Thorn's breath and shouted, "Be careful!" at the moment when Thorn's figure bounced. Chapter 468, Calculation of the Blind Spot of Surveillance. Jingji is an elite black soldier. She can perfectly control her body muscles, as long as she wants. She can instantly tighten her muscles or relax them. In other words, she can pretend to attack and seduce anyone who is already wary of her to attack, so as to achieve the appearance of legitimate defense. When her muscles were tensed to the limit, the captain of the secret reconnaissance unit yelled, "Be careful." Then, before she made a move, the captain of the secret reconnaissance unit had already punched her. "What? Why?" Jingji pretended to be confused and shouted, and at the same time took a step back, slightly deflected her body, and let this punch, like a cannonball, hit her shoulder at this critical moment. At the same time, she used her perfect control of her body to remove the punch on her shoulder with extremely strong force. This seemingly heavy punch only caused her flesh and blood injuries. Only the captain of the secret reconnaissance unit, who fought with thorns, understood this detail. And then he instantly realized that he had been fooled, because he was the first to attack, and Thorns had a reason to defend himself. He was unintentional, and he couldn't defend against this calculation in a hurry. His punch was equivalent to giving Thorns a reason to attack, and at the same time, it was seen by the Armed Defense Department. Then the Armed Defense Department would naturally take this opportunity to attack them. Fortunately, the head of the command center ordered them not to negotiate, and their task was to take the suitcase out of the toilet. The Armed Defense Department must not see what was in the suitcase. When the conflict occurred, the captain of the patrol brigade of the Armed Defense Department could not see clearly, but only knew that the captain of the secret reconnaissance unit suddenly attacked Thorns. "No. They want to silence me." The patrol captain made the first judgment. The head of the Armed Defense Department naturally saw everything in the monitoring room and had the same idea. The command center was going to silence him. So he no longer cared about anything and directly ordered the patrol team. "Everyone, go! Pay attention to the suitcases. No matter how many suitcases there are, find them out. As long as they can be hammered on the spot, these rebels will be dead." The war was about to break out. After being hit hard, Jingji took advantage of the momentum of retreating to break out of the blockade of other black soldiers. But the black soldiers who surrounded her were fully focused. So how could they make way for Jingji? As Jingji retreated backwards, the sound of breaking wind sounded, and Jingji's sixth sense was fully activated, and a faint sense of death surged. It was the first time that her sixth sense worked on her companions. She knew everything and knew that all this was the result of Zhu Shurjiu and Su Chan's calculations, forcing them to fight each other. And she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. However, she sighed, but she didn't stop. The punches and kicks of ordinary black soldiers are as fast as lightning for ordinary people, but they are not good enough for elite black soldiers. Jingji twisted her waist, and her arm was like a whip. She used the power of the rotation to throw a punch faster than the black soldier, who attacked her, back to the black soldier behind her. The black soldier raised his hand to block in a hurry, but was forcibly smashed away by a burst of force from his arm, and his body staggered. Jingji rushed up like a tiger or a wolf, stepped on the ground, causing the floor tiles under his feet to crack faintly, and a backhand straight punch was thrown at the black soldier by his tense upper body with a huge momentum. The black soldier knew that he could not block this punch, and his indifferent eyes did not change at all, and he kicked at Jingji's fist. If Jingji's punch hit the ground, then his leg would be determined. However, he also used this opportunity to make Thorn's moves old and create opportunities for his companions. However, he saw Thorn sneer, and he changed his fist to palm, stretched out his hand to hold his kicking leg, and then moved his body. While rushing forward, his arm drove his leg, and forced him to throw him up, and threw him hard behind him. The black soldier who had been close to Thorn was immediately swept away by Thorn's human stick, and when the black soldier, who was caught in Thorn's thorns, was thrown in the air, another whip kick was thrown hard on Thorn's chest. Thorn groaned and threw the black soldier out. Fortunately, the two pieces of fat on her chest cushioned the impact, but she still felt a chest tightness. The black soldier was quickly thrown to the outer wall of the toilet by her, but he twisted his body in the air, like a cat with his legs facing the wall. With a bang, the wall was crushed by him, but he was not hurt. When the wall collapsed, he adjusted his posture with the help of the reaction force and landed safely. Jingji witnessed everything and knew that although these black soldiers were ordinary black soldiers, their skills were no less than those of some elite black soldiers. If she continued to entangle with them, she might really be captured by these black soldiers. However, from the beginning, her purpose was not to entangle with these guys. She had already created an opportunity to escape. Jingji picked up Su-chan, who was lying on the ground, and broke through to the periphery as fast as lightning. Su-chan was very smart. From the beginning, she knew that she would only be a burden with her mediocre skills. So she immediately lay on the ground and curled up when the battle broke out. Now Thorn lifted her up like a very light object. She only felt the strong wind hitting her face. And her internal organs were churning. Just like riding a roller coaster. From extremely quiet to extremely dynamic. Most people can't stand it. When they saw Thorn break through, other black soldiers also tried to stop him. But they still couldn't stop Thorn's momentum. They tried to move forward, but were kicked away or punched away by Thorn. Thorn didn't use any evasive skills at all, and was purely exchanging injuries. With the body of a human of the same level, it was not enough to cause fatal injuries to her. At most, she only moved 2 steps when other black soldiers attacked her vitals. So her speed was not affected at all. And she broke out of the encirclement directly. Behind her, the Armed Defense Department wanted to get the suitcase in the toilet more. And did not even stop Thorn. What a joke. Thorn has been suspected to the greatest extent since returning from Papua New Guinea. But was not saved by Su Feng? It is conceivable that if Thorn is caught again, they really have no way. In addition, Thorn is a trivial matter compared to the suitcase hidden in the toilet now. What they want most is to take the suitcase out of the toilet, and then hammer the identity of the commander's traitor on the spot. At the same time, the black soldiers of the commander thought so too. Seeing that they could not stop Thorn at all, they stopped wasting their energy. Their purpose was to take the suitcase away from the toilet, and resolutely not give the Armed Defense Department a chance to throw dirty water. The 2 of them let Thorn go tacitly. And then a group fight between the black soldiers and the black soldiers began after Thorn left. Who will win? Jingji put Su-chan down in an alley and rubbed the part of his body that was hit by the black soldiers. Su-chan said, "I don't know, but I hope the headquarters can win. Because if the headquarters wins, they will run away with the suitcase. And then they will be blamed. But if the Armed Defense Department wins, they will open the box for inspection. If they find that there are still barbells in the suitcase, then there will be no chance. So what do you want to do by provoking a dispute between the headquarters and the Armed Defense Department?" Su-chan said indifferently, "To destroy the surveillance, so that Zhu Shizhou can avoid the surveillance." Destroy surveillance? What do you think the headquarters will do if they grab the suitcase and avoid the pursuit of the Armed Defense Department? Jingji was dumbfounded. Chapter 469. The command center starts to escape. Zhu Shizhou and Su-chan set up such a high-profile plan just to destroy the surveillance in the city. Although it was just to destroy the surveillance. After Zhu Shizhou's observation, there was basically no blind spot in the surveillance in the city. That is to say, if Zhu Shizhou wanted to destroy the surveillance by the simplest means, his behavior of destroying the surveillance would definitely be captured by the surveillance. And he was just an elite black soldier. If his behavior of destroying the surveillance for no reason was discovered, he would naturally be arrested by the organization. Especially at the moment when rebel factions are surging in secret. Doing so would only bring trouble. So Zhu Shizhou and Su-chan made a plan to drag the command center into the water. If the plan succeeded, the command center would naturally destroy the surveillance in the city for them. Of course, this is only a theoretical possibility, provided that the command center really escapes with the suitcase. And the head of the command center needs to be decisive enough. After Su-chan finished talking to Jingji, Jingji was completely dumbfounded. And then she felt that the chess club was worthy of being the chess club, and could always do things that she didn't expect. This was the case in the Papua New Guinea incident, and it is still the case now. However, in order to accomplish this, in addition to the command center really destroying the surveillance as expected, another condition needs to be met. Su-chan said, while Jingji was still immersed in thought. What? I wish Shizhou had to take advantage of the surveillance being destroyed to get rid of the tracking troops following him. Otherwise, even if more surveillance is destroyed, there is no way to do subsequent operations. Jingji said. That's very simple. Right? I don't believe that the chess society has not made any moves. It's impossible that only the 2 of you are involved in this operation. Su-chan was also thinking in her heart. She remembered that when she mentioned this problem to Zhu Shizhou, Zhu Shizhou just smiled at her mysteriously. They can't keep up with me. Su-chan didn't ask in detail. It seems that Zhu Shizhou must have a reason to be so confident. Whether Zhu Shizhou is prepared to rely on his own ability to get rid of the tracker, or the chess society has mysterious power to help. The plan should go smoothly, Jingji said. Then is our part completed? Su-chan glanced at Jingji and felt that Jingji wanted to get out of this vortex as soon as possible. She shook her head and said, "It's not that we will do nothing next. If the command center gets the suitcase, they will definitely only destroy the surveillance on the road they pass by, or deliberately destroy other surveillance sporadically. But the number will definitely not be too many." Jingji had a bad premonition. Sure enough, Su-chan then said calmly, "It would be best if we could destroy some surveillance cameras at the headquarters, enter the blind spot of surveillance, and then destroy other surveillance cameras, keep moving, and eventually cause large-scale surveillance paralysis. Thorns. If we are discovered, the consequences are self-evident. However, Su-chan is very confident about this. Don't worry. As long as it is not captured by surveillance cameras, the organization will only think that all this is the headquarters' fault, and they caused the large-scale surveillance paralysis. And we, from beginning to end, are just innocent people who came out at night to buy exercise equipment, went to the toilet but were blocked, and were attacked by the rebel faction headquarters. We had to launch a self-defense counterattack and escaped. After that, Su-chan took out the communicator. Jingji noticed that the communicator was actually working. That's right. In order to ensure that Zhu Shizhou could grasp the progress of their side, this communicator was always working, including when the command center and the armed defense department were in opposition. The communicator also transmitted the entire sound to Zhu Shizhou's ears. Su-chan said, "Did you hear it? We will cooperate with you. And it's up to you next." On the other side, Zhu Shizhou knew very well that Su-chan and the others were finished. He was in control of the whole situation. Su-chan thought that this was the chess club to assess her execution of the plan. But Zhu Shizhou did this in order to clearly understand what happened on Su-chan's side. If there was any accident, he would also know what went wrong in the specific link. Then, he could inform Su-chan of the risks in advance by replaying the file, and then make continuous adjustments to finally achieve a satisfactory result. However, what Zhu Shizhou didn't expect was that Su-chan's side went quite smoothly, without any mistakes, and perfectly executed. His plan. Very good. You continue to follow the headquarters and execute according to the plan. Got it. Zhu Shizhou dragged his suitcase and walked further and further away, and the followers didn't know where he was going. What they didn't notice was that although Zhu Shizhou was making detours the whole time, he was getting closer and closer to the edge of the city. To be precise, he was moving towards the entrance and exit of the city. The two groups of people who were following him also received the news from their ministers at the first time. The headquarters rebelled? This was the reaction of the tracking troops of the Armed Defense Department. The Armed Defense Department rebelled? This was the reaction of the tracking troops of the headquarters. Then they received another message at the same time. Find a way to capture the opponent's tracking troops alive. Their reasons could also be justified. They sensed the danger of the rebel faction, and they secretly followed in order to protect Zhu Shizhou. They also sensed the existence of another group of tracking troops, so they attacked the other group of tracking troops. Obviously, the Minister of the Armed Defense Department and the Minister of the Command had the same concerns. They were worried that they would be splashed with dirty water, so they prepared reasons in advance, and this reason sounded justified. However, at the same time, they were also given another order. Don't lose the target. Pay attention to the target's suitcase. While the two ministers were fighting, they all cast their eyes on Zhu Shizhou. They thought that there must be something wrong with Zhu Shizhou. The reason was needless to say. He came out to buy supplies late at night, and then Thorn brought Su-chan, who had close contact with Zhu Shizhou, out of the training base. They also had a suitcase in their hands. Anyway, no matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem like they have nothing to do with each other. Although Zhu Shizhou hasn't done anything yet, they believe that Zhu Shizhou will definitely do something. The conflict broke out silently behind Zhu Shizhou. However, Zhu Shizhou still didn't notice it. This is normal. The people in the tracking team have all their skills in tracking techniques. It is normal to be able to hide from Zhu Shizhou, who has not yet acquired the sixth sense. So even if they have a conflict, it will break out secretly, and Zhu Shizhou will not notice it at all. And soon, Zhu Shizhou received news from Su-chan again. The conflict between the headquarters and the Armed Defense Department that they have been paying attention to as a result. Most of the people in the headquarters were captured by the Armed Defense Department, but the suitcase was taken away by 2 or 3 black soldiers of the secret reconnaissance team of the headquarters. The headquarters began to flee with the suitcase. Chapter 470 Is it Zhu Shizhou? The Minister of Armed Defense is in a very bad mood now. The reason is very simple. The mantis stalks the cicada. But the oriole is behind. They are not the mantis, but the oriole. However, the oriole failed to catch the mantis, but only let the mantis pay the price of serious injury and escape. Everyone knows the combat effectiveness of the command center. Their biggest feature lies in their brains, not their combat effectiveness in direct confrontation. They can arrange tactics, but if they are asked to face a powerful opponent one-on-one in a hurry, they will be helpless. However, even so, they still escaped with their suitcases, although they captured most of the black soldiers. What's the use if they don't get the key evidence? There is no way. Their cooperation is too tacit. At this moment, the Minister of Armed Defense is listening to the explanation of the captain of the patrol brigade. That's enough. He lowered his voice and said, no matter what the reason is, nothing can be undone. The most important thing now is to catch them. The suitcase must contain evidence of their crimes. Have you searched the toilet? The patrol captain replied. We checked the toilets, but we didn't find the second suitcase. This is strange. The Minister of Armed Defense Department was secretly puzzled, because in his speculation, Thorne and the command headquarters met in the toilet to replace the suitcase, which must be because there was a second suitcase in the toilet. Otherwise, how could they replace the original with the new one? However, the fact is that everything is normal in the toilet. After a thorough investigation, no mechanism or secret passage was found. I always feel that the box of barbells that the headquarters took away seems to be? No, I can't think so. All this should be the headquarters calculation. They must have used a method that he couldn't see any flaws in. It's worthy of the headquarters. The Minister of the Armed Defense Department was a little emotional for a while. This feeling of not being able to see through the tricks used by the headquarters even though it has come to the last step is very annoying. Fortunately, as long as he can get the suitcase, everything will be revealed, and he can properly take ruthless action against the headquarters and exercise his authority to guard elimination. While thinking, the Minister of the Armed Defense Department looked at the surveillance. As long as there is surveillance. Huh? Wait, Minister. Part of the surveillance is damaged. They destroyed the surveillance. In the huge surveillance hall, the Minister of the Armed Defense Department stood with his hands behind his back. But other staff suddenly heard a voice that made him feel uneasy. The head of the Armed Defense Department turned his head and saw that the surveillance screens in an area suddenly turned black. This situation occurred because someone destroyed the surveillance. So who destroyed the surveillance? The culprit who destroyed the surveillance was obviously the headquarters. Not only was the surveillance used to monitor the movements of the escaped headquarters damaged, but the surveillance in other areas was also damaged on a large scale. And in the last picture of the surveillance video, it can be seen that the person who destroyed the surveillance did not even pretend, but appeared under the surveillance openly, and then destroyed the surveillance with his bare hands. Now the headquarters was on the way to escape with the suitcase, so they naturally noticed the surveillance. They knew that if there was a surveillance, the Armed Defense Department could even predict their escape route and surround them in advance, leaving them with no way to escape. So in order to escape the attack of the Armed Defense Department, the headquarters simply destroyed the surveillance openly. They were not worried about being suspected afterwards, because after all, it involved a struggle between ministers. As long as there was no solid evidence, any suspicious action could be explained. When tonight was over, the head of the command would naturally bring charges against the head of the Armed Defense Department. The most important thing for them now was to avoid being caught. The fleeing members of the command dragged their heavy suitcases and kept running, while Zhu Shizhou also started his own anti-tracking operation. Su Chan and Jing Ji helped the command to destroy the surveillance, while constantly informing Zhu Shizhou of the damaged surveillance area. And Zhu Shizhou was able to successfully enter the damaged surveillance area. In the surveillance hall, the head of the Armed Defense Department looked at the screen that was blacked out continuously like a domino falling down with a gloomy face, and remained silent. Too crazy, too crazy. How could the command do this? The staff who were checking the operation of the surveillance kept trying to enable the backup program. But the destroyer of the surveillance was very professional, and did not leave them any room to restore the surveillance operation. Every surveillance was 100% perfectly destroyed. It's just, there are too many surveillance cameras that have been destroyed. It's almost too much to tolerate. A large area of continuous surveillance is paralyzed, which is beyond the normal limit. Even if the command center wants to escape with the suitcase, There is no need to be so crazy. Right? What they don't know is that most of the surveillance cameras that have been destroyed are basically caused by Jingji. At Su Chan's request, Jingji didn't hold back at all, and wholeheartedly destroyed other surveillance cameras in the blind spots of surveillance, creating new blind spots of surveillance. The troops who fled with the suitcases from the headquarters were also quite puzzled. Every time they walked to a new escape route and were about to destroy the surveillance, they looked up and found that the surveillance was already damaged. When they asked the head of the headquarters, the reply they got was that they didn't know who did it. The scene looked quite weird for a while. She didn't think of Jingji and Su Chan, because in her opinion, Jingji and Su Chan were originally from the Armed Defense Department and couldn't help her destroy the surveillance. Although she didn't figure out who destroyed the surveillance with them. This crazy act of destroying the surveillance on a large scale made the head of the headquarters feel like she had fallen into a trap. This was purely based on the worst result, because this crazy act of destroying the surveillance was obviously not done by her. But now the head of the Armed Defense Department would definitely think that she sent someone to do it. In other words, she was forced to take the blame. Damn. Why is it so weird? The head of the headquarters closed her eyes and thought carefully. She connected the clues bit by bit and went over everything that had happened so far in her mind. Zhu Shurjiu. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something and suddenly opened her eyes. Because she focused too much on Jingji and Su Chan, she ignored Zhu Shurjiu, who had been keeping a low profile and didn't know what he wanted to do. Now she remembered Zhu Shurjiu. She turned on the communicator and contacted the tracking team. What is the situation with the Prophet now? The sound of fighting came faintly from the other end of the communicator. After a while of wrestling, the head of the headquarters received a reply. The Prophet seems to have noticed our presence and tried to get rid of us, but failed. The head of the headquarters frowned, and then asked again. Monitoring. Is there any normal monitoring at his current location? No. All the monitoring has been destroyed. The head of the headquarters seemed to have grasped something in an instant. So that's it. So that's it. It's you? Zhu Shurjiu. Her heart skipped a beat. All the clues were connected in her mind, and all the weird feelings that had been lingering in her heart were explained. If it was really as she thought. I'm afraid everything tonight happened under the guidance of Zhu Shurjiu. Chapter 471 Siege and Sneak Attack. Zhu Shurjiu failed to shake off the tracking troops. This was understandable. With his current ability, he was not able to shake off the tracking troops with strong tracking skills. Even if the battle between the Armed Defense Department and the command center behind him intensified, he could not shake them off. Even, it was difficult for him to find the existence of the tracking troops. Su Chan and Jingji were still working tirelessly to destroy the city surveillance. Zhu Shurjiu didn't know how far they could go. But about 2.5 hours after the plan started, Su Chan's work was declared complete. We have destroyed the surveillance that extends from the center of the city to the southeast edge of the city. It's up to you now. Zhu Shurjiu breathed a sigh of relief. Got it. You should find a chance to reappear in the surveillance field of view. Remember, based on the existing evidence, you have no guilt at all. If you really want to say that it is related to guilt, it is at most self-defense. This was also discussed long ago. In fact, what Su Chan and Jingji did was nothing more than dragging a suitcase out at night to buy a box of barbells. Neither the Armed Defense Department nor the command center could find any fault. And what he was going to do was the real danger. If he was caught, he would be executed immediately. Zhu Shurjiu wandered around in the blind spot of the surveillance and waiting for the headquarters to come. In his calculation, the head of the headquarters grabbed the suitcase. And after the suitcase was transported to a safe place, he would naturally open it for inspection. The result of the inspection was naturally very clear. There was a box of barbells in the suitcase. It was neither evidence of a crime nor important supplies. It was just a box of ordinary barbells. By that time, no matter how slow the head of the command was, he would have reacted. This was a trap set against the command. If the head of the command was calm enough, he would have turned his attention to him again. But in the final analysis, the head of the command had never given up his suspicion and surveillance of him. It was just that he did nothing when Su Chan and Jingji were in action. Zhu Shurjiu's prediction soon came true. Prophet, where are you going? Looking at the group of black soldiers who suddenly came out from the corner in front of him, Zhu Shurjiu stopped. Did the minister send you? Zhu Shurjiu was not panicked at all. He knew that the head of the command could no longer bear it. Or in other words, after realizing that she was framed, she had no time to hesitate. It seems that you know very well. The minister asked me to tell you a message. If your purpose today is just to throw dirty water on the headquarters, you will not succeed. Zhu Shizhou looked calm. I don't know what you are talking about. It seems that you have misunderstood me. I would like to ask a question on behalf of the rebel faction. What if their purpose is not limited to this? The leading black soldier also said lightly. Then we can only capture you and interrogate you carefully. The blind spot of surveillance that you painstakingly created is the way to your own death. As long as we capture you secretly and interrogate you, no one will know that you are in our hands. We don't believe that the rebel faction will remain indifferent after you are caught by us. As he said, the leading black soldier waved his hand, and several other black soldiers surrounded Zhu Shizhou from the side. Zhu Shizhou thought that he was worthy of being the head of the command. He had thought of a countermeasure so quickly, and even set up a trap for the rebel faction. However, she didn't expect one thing after all. We are of the same roots. Why are we so anxious to fight each other? Zhu Shizhou sighed. Quickly retreat. If you want to do this, then I can only launch a self-defense counterattack. You can't defeat me. Before he finished speaking, all the black soldiers immediately set off. Zhu Shizhou didn't know if these black soldiers were elite black soldiers. Even if they were not, their abilities were probably outstanding among ordinary black soldiers. Could ordinary black soldiers be able to surround him at this time? He was not wrong. These black soldiers were the elites under the head of the command, although they did not pass the elite black soldier rating. In terms of combat effectiveness, each of them was only slightly inferior to the elite black soldiers. ABCD. 5 black soldiers. The moment the black soldiers rushed towards Zhu Shizhou instantly marked these black soldiers with alphabetical numbers in his mind. This was his experience of countless times of replay. As long as these people were marked with numbers, it would be convenient to remember many things, including their action attack methods and coordination skills. Come on, rebel faction. Today I will enforce justice for the organization. Zhu Shizhou did not retreat but advanced, exerting force on his feet, and the whole person rushed out like a cannonball, while the suitcase was thrown hard by Zhu Shizhou, and was directly thrown out of the encirclement from the left. Seeing this, the black soldier C on the left immediately wanted to grab the suitcase. But Zhu Shizhou's forward posture suddenly changed direction and broke through to the left. Don't worry about the suitcase. His purpose is to create a gap in the encirclement. Let's take him down first. The leading black soldier has shouted. At this time, Zhu Shizhou had already rushed to the front of the black soldier C who had just turned around, and punched the black soldier C in the face. The black soldier C's reaction was also very fast. He slightly tilted his head, and a powerful whip kick came towards Zhu Shizhou's body quickly. The sound of breaking through the air was heard. Zhu Shizhou judged that if this kick hit his waist, his lumbar spine would probably be broken alive. However, Zhu Shizhou never thought of fighting, and retreated after failing to hit. His first punch was just a feint. When he punched, he used force on his legs and retreated backwards, just avoiding the swift attack of the black soldier C. Where is the armed defense department? Zhu Shizhou shouted. Stop shouting. The people in the armed defense department have long been held back by the minister. No one will come to save you even if you shout your throat out. Black soldier A sneered, rushed to Zhu Shizhou from the side, and said something that sounded like a villain. At the same time, his body turned around, blowing a strong wind and attacking Zhu Shizhou's lower body. Black soldier C also cooperated very well, blocking Zhu Shizhou's retreat in a short time, and also punched Zhu Shizhou in the face. Zhu Shizhou slightly turned his body, and it was basically impossible to completely avoid it. But he was able to relieve their strength by taking punches and kicks. He raised his arm to block black soldier C's fist, fell to the side, and his body jumped up lightly. His leg bent like a tightened spring and quickly bounced off, colliding with black soldier A's calf. Humph! Zhu Shizhou groaned, and both his arms and legs felt severe pain. But it was okay, compared with the pain of other bodies being torn apart that Zhu Shizhou had felt before. It was just a piece of cake. He could tell from the pain that his injury was not so serious as to cause a fracture. At most, the place where he was hit was a little bruised, following the power of black soldier A's kick. Zhu Shizhou's upper body slightly rotated, and his elbow turned into a sharp blade to stab black soldier C's chest. However, just after it touched, black soldier C dodged and slashed Zhu Shizhou's chest with one hand. Caught off guard, Zhu Shizhou was hit by a palm. With a puff, His chest was stuffy, and a mouthful of blood spurted out instantly, spraying towards Black Soldier C's eyes. And the blood directly covered Black Soldier C's eyes. Taking this opportunity, Zhu Shizhou knocked Black Soldier C away and broke through the coordinated blockade of the two. Black Soldier C was only slightly slow for 0.1 seconds, and Zhu Shizhou seized the opportunity. But this situation was somewhat unexpected by the other Black Soldiers. You are weaker than I thought. Prophet. Black Soldier A was in no hurry to pursue, while Black Soldier BDE had just been roaming around and was now in front of Zhu Shizhou. Zhu Shizhou half knelt on the ground, holding his chest, with blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Looking up, he saw Black Soldiers everywhere, blocking the moonlight and casting a shadow on Zhu Shizhou. The Prophet, an elite Black Soldier. This was the information known to these Black Soldiers. And it was precisely because he was an elite Black Soldier that they surrounded the Prophet in a state of alert, and then prepared to capture the Prophet with the most perfect cooperation. They were even prepared to be killed by the Prophet in the form of 1 or 2 people. However, they came here with the awareness of death. But they did not expect that the Prophet was much weaker than they thought. Not only was his speed slow, but his physical fitness was also quite poor. He vomited blood just from a hasty palm strike, which seemed incredible to them. You know, in their impression, those who could become elite Black Soldiers should have physical fitness that beats them. So how could they be so weak? Obviously, even the head of the command warned them not to take it lightly before mobilizing them. Because judging from the Prophet's performance in Papua New Guinea, the Prophet's combat effectiveness was also top-notch among the elite Black Soldiers. But what is going on now? The leading Black Soldier even suspected that they had been tricked by a Khafra Prince scheme. Was the one fighting them now the Prophet himself? Prophet, you are too weak. If you are only this weak, I suggest you don't resist. You will die. Although the leading Black Soldier had no mercy in his heart, he still tried to persuade Zhu Shizhou in the end. Ahem, will I die? Zhu Shizhou raised his head. Do you think that I am still afraid of death now? So you don't want to surrender? Obviously the gap in combat power is so huge, huh? What are you doing? The Black Soldiers all tensed up, ready to take down the exhausted Zhu Shizhou in one fell swoop. But they saw Zhu Shizhou grabbing their throats. I don't want to waste my time talking to you. Pieces of flesh flew. Blood gushed. According to the report, the Prophet is in front. It is said that the Prophet has a very strong sixth sense. So when fighting, we must try our best to restrain the pheromones on our bodies, to avoid the Prophet predicting our actions from the pheromones. The leading Black Soldier looked at the handover in front, and said to the other Black Soldiers. The tracking troops of the command center held the tracking troops of the Armed Defense Department while going to them, reporting the point. According to their judgment, they can meet the Prophet when they pass the corner in front. He had even thought about how to use his power to put psychological pressure on the Prophet, and then take the opportunity to attack. He led the team forward and stepped out of the corner. However, what was waiting for him was not the defenseless Prophet, but a punch that flew towards him just as he stepped out of the corner and had not yet landed. This punch was so fast and fierce that he had almost no time to react. His face had just emerged from the corner, and he could not even see the scene behind the corner with his peripheral vision. The punch hit him in the face seamlessly, and his nose was crooked a little. His left eye was even hit by this punch, and stars appeared in his eyes. The unprepared Black Soldier lost his advantage in the face of a powerful and well-prepared punch. Attack! Just as he said 2 words, a black shadow came out from behind the corner, while his left eye vision had not yet recovered. His fists attacked him to the left like a violent storm. In a flash, he had been hit several times. Neck, left shoulder, chest, ribs, waist. Half of his body was beaten by the crazy attack and instantly numb. Prophet. Before the mission was unsuccessful, he, the leader, was the first to lose most of his combat power, facing the fierce pursuit of the Prophet. Black Soldier A was extremely vigilant, and now he immediately judged that the Prophet's combat power was higher than his. He wanted to suppress others with his strength, but he didn't expect that he was suppressed by the Prophet in the first meeting. Just as the other Black Soldiers were about to step forward to support, the black shadow that had just jumped out quickly rushed back. The whole person disappeared at the corner. The Black Soldiers stopped immediately. They didn't forget that their captain was attacked fiercely the moment he took a step around the corner. Don't just stand there. Chase! At this time, the captain was the first to react and rush forward without fear. Sure enough, When he turned the corner, a figure dragging a suitcase in the distance was getting farther and farther away. Now all the black soldiers were alert. The Prophet's 6th sense is indeed well deserved. Chapter 472 Temporary Plan. Damn. My hand hurts so much. Zhu Shizhou was running away frantically, shaking his hands and cursing. In this week, before the black soldiers appeared, he had already put his suitcase aside in advance, and went forward alone to ambush, and also seized the opportunity when the black soldiers appeared, and used all his fighting skills in a short period of time on the black soldiers who led the team. This was not the first time he had fought with the black soldiers. On the surface, he was just a newcomer who had just joined the organization, although he performed well when facing alien insects. His apparent strength was all in gunmanship, but in fact, he had experienced the baptism of the elite black soldier Thorns in Papua New Guinea, and conquered Thorns with force in a frontal battle. If he was allowed to fight Thorns with his bare hands, he would not be at a disadvantage in a short period of time. Although this relied on his understanding of Thorns himself, his fighting skills had indeed been improved beyond the imagination of ordinary people, in addition to his physical fitness being indeed inferior to that of the black soldiers. His fighting skills were actually not inferior to those of other black soldiers. Therefore, the result of an unprepared black soldier facing the well-prepared Zhu Shizhou can be imagined. The fight lasted only half a second, and the leader was completely suppressed in close combat. This concern made the black soldiers not choose to split up and chase Zhu Shizhou when chasing him. This is also the result Zhu Shizhou wanted. As long as his close combat strength looks strong enough, it can basically determine the tactics adopted by the command center against him. In addition, he wanted to figure out one thing. That is, how much power the command center can put on him now. In the previous week, he learned that there was indeed a conflict between the Armed Defense Department and the command. The Armed Defense Department and the command that were following him were restraining each other. In the previous week, he tried to call the Armed Defense Department to save him, but it was ineffective. It can be seen that the Armed Defense Department really has no spare power. What about the command? The command only sent 5 black soldiers to block him, which means that either the command has not much power left, or it does not want to attract the attention of the Armed Defense Department. Either way, it is good news for Zhu Shizhou. How is the situation on your side? Do you need help? Su Chan's voice sounded in the headset. The situation is not optimistic, Zhu Shizhou answered while running, and then said, the situation is not right. They came too fast. Su Chan did a good job, but he did not expect the command to come so quickly. Wouldn't that be very troublesome? Although he said so, Su Chan's tone was not panicked at all. The original plan needs to be temporarily revised, Zhu Shizhou replied. Their original plan was that after creating a blind spot, Zhu Shizhou would spend a certain amount of time in the blind spot to get rid of all the trackers. At that time, Zhu Shizhou would not be discovered no matter what he wanted to do. But how long is this time? Zhu Shizhou didn't know, so he needed to test it. Even Su Chan didn't know that Zhu Shizhou had guessed that the headquarters would come to his door, and he was even prepared to use his life to test how long it would take for the headquarters to come to his door to block him. In his calculations, the time he tested was the time he would use in the next few rounds to get rid of the trackers. But the only thing he miscalculated was that the head of the headquarters did not wait until he opened the suitcase to confirm what was inside, and saw through his calculations directly. In other words, he had just created a large-scale blind spot for surveillance, and the head of the headquarters sent people to arrest him. The test results showed that the time he could get rid of the tracker in the blind spot was almost 0. The headquarters did not give him a chance to get rid of the tracker at all. You know, he originally thought he had an hour. The failure of this link directly led to Zhu Shizhou's inability to use the containment of the Armed Defense Department to get rid of everyone's surveillance. The plan failed, Zhu Shizhou said while running away. I plan to temporarily modify the plan and divert the trouble to others. It's not that he didn't prepare a backup plan, but this plan was too rough and might arouse suspicion afterwards. So he didn't discuss it with Su Chan. And Su Chan didn't know. Can I temporarily modify the plan? Zhu Shizhou replied. The conflict between the headquarters and the Armed Defense Department has already occurred. But now only the people from the headquarters are following me. As long as I can find the people from the Armed Defense Department, they will naturally help us deal with the headquarters. Su Chan immediately understood Zhu Shizhou's current situation. Only when Zhu Shizhou thinks that the original plan has no possibility of being realized will he need to consider a backup plan. This means that the situation on Zhu Shizhou's side has reached the point where he has to change the plan. It is extremely dangerous. Su Chan didn't care about much and didn't stop Zhu Shizhou. Instead, she immediately thought about it with Zhu Shizhou and raised a key point. But how are you going to find you? The Armed Defense Department is being held back by the people in the command center. Without surveillance, they can't find you at all. I even suspect that the patrol team in the area around you has been led away by the people arranged by the minister. Are you ready to try your luck? No. There is a place where the black soldiers of the Armed Defense Department will never be led away. That is the black soldiers stationed on the edge of the city. Zhu Shizhou originally wanted to find a way out by constantly backtracking after getting rid of the pursuer. Even if he broke through by force, he could forcibly put the blame on the headquarters. But now it seems that all actions can only be carried out under the close attention of the headquarters. Zhu Shizhou can only change his mind and use the conflict between the headquarters and the Armed Defense Department to solve the crisis for himself. Thinking of this, he changed his route of action. His brain worked rapidly and constantly improved and supplemented the newly formulated plan. Zhu Shizhou changed his route of action, which naturally could not be hidden from the black soldiers who were chasing Zhu Shizhou. The team leader also communicated with his superiors while chasing. The intelligence analysts discovered something based on Zhu Shizhou's escape route. He is getting closer to the sentry post. Sentry post? Doesn't that mean we will be blocked by the Armed Defense Department soon? The black soldiers chasing Zhu Shizhou were in a bad mood because they found that Zhu Shizhou was constantly forcing them into a dilemma. They didn't want to run into the black soldiers of the Armed Defense Department. And they didn't want the hunting down of the prophet to be exposed. Because if that happened, they would basically be blamed for being rebels. The leader of the black soldiers snorted coldly. Don't worry. We won't be noticed. The distance is getting closer and closer. He can't escape the sentry post. His confidence came from Zhu Shizhou's physical fitness, which was far inferior to theirs. Zhu Shizhou was dragging a suitcase in his hand, and his escape speed was not as fast as theirs. So the leader estimated that they would soon catch up with the other party. But the elite black soldiers are just like this? The leader recalled that the damage to his body after being hit by a random attack was minimal. The attack was weak, and the body recovered after a little movement. This didn't feel like being attacked by an elite black soldier. And the prophet's escape speed now also confirmed this. Although the leader raised doubts, his superiors replied, don't think too much. Catch the person first. So he didn't investigate further. Although Zhu Shizhou said that he was diverting the trouble, he also knew that once he was caught by the people of the headquarters, this plan would naturally fall apart. The black soldiers chasing him behind him were less than 50 meters away from him. But he was still 2 or 3 kilometers away from the sentry station. No matter how he looked at it, he couldn't make it to the sentry station. So Zhu Shizhou made a decision. He called the head of the headquarters. This decision is probably unexpected to everyone. Even the head of the headquarters was stunned when he received Zhu Shizhou's call. What? You are about to be caught. Are you here to beg for mercy? Chapter 473 Longline Fishing for Big Fish. Zhu Shizhou is not begging for mercy. He suddenly came up with a solution that might be useful. The head of the command center is far away, but she keeps receiving reports confirming that Zhu Shizhou is about to be caught. She narrowed her eyes, hesitated for a moment, and finally chose to answer Zhu Shizhou's call. Hoo-hoo. Minister, do you really want to do this? Zhu Shizhou asked while panting. Uh-huh. He really came to beg for mercy. The head of the command center was fooled for a whole night, and she had seen through Zhu Shizhou's trick of framing her. She is not in a good mood now. Hearing Zhu Shizhou's voice, she didn't mind chatting with Zhu Shizhou. You didn't expect it? I actually discovered your conspiracy so quickly. I really didn't expect it. Zhu Shizhou knew that he underestimated the minister. The head of the command said calmly, I did 3 things after I realized that everything was your plan. First, I personally directed my people to divert the patrol members around you. Without surveillance, they lost your trace. Second, I set people to arrest you directly without giving you any time to act. Everything you planned was meaningless. The third thing. She didn't say the third thing, and Zhu Shizhou couldn't guess it for the time being. At this time, he had to admire the head of the command. Not because he admired how clever her plan was. In fact, she couldn't be called clever after being fooled around by him all night. But because he admired her for decisively doing something that was not good for her at all. Since she said I didn't give you any time to act, that means she knows he hasn't done anything yet. and there is still no evidence on hand. So, even if he is caught, he can't be convicted. And it's even more impossible for the headquarters to clear the suspicion of working against the Armed Defense Department tonight. But she still chose to have someone catch him, which shows the determination of the head of the headquarters. She would rather let the headquarters take the blame than stop him from taking the next step. This really surprised Ju Sergio. Ju Sergio sighed and said, "It's meaningless for you to catch me. I know you are doubting me. But I can tell you directly that my suitcase is empty." Just like during the day. He didn't say much because he was worried that the head of the headquarters was recording. And just hinted that you can't convict me at all. The head of the headquarters said, "Really? Do you really think I have no way?" Ju Sergio's heart jumped, and he had a bad premonition. After a moment's thought, he understood the third thing the command headquarters chief secretly did. She prepared evidence for him. The suitcase at his hand was empty. But that didn't mean the command headquarters chief wouldn't put something in it after catching him. He spent the whole night making the command headquarters chief mistakenly believe that Thorns and the Armed Defense Department had framed the command headquarters, forcing the command headquarters to snatch a box of barbells and hide in the blind spot of the surveillance, making the command headquarters bear the blame. But now the head of the headquarters has realized that the Armed Defense Department is innocent. And the real problem from beginning to end is him and Jingji. After figuring this out, the head of the headquarters is ready to put evidence of Ju Sergio's crime in his suitcase after catching him. Her purpose is not to clear suspicion. This is not a complicated operation. He can also argue that this is the evidence of crime fabricated for him by the headquarters. In the absence of surveillance, it is really hard to judge who is right and who is wrong. But the key is that this operation can drag him, who has stayed out of the matter from beginning to end. At that time, he, Jingji Suchin's headquarters, will also be suspected, and the organization will verify it. Is the headquarters afraid of being investigated? The head of the headquarters knows that she is innocent, so she is not afraid at all. She just wants to take advantage of tonight's opportunity to make things bigger. Let him bear suspicion, and let the organization use him as a breakthrough to investigate the rebel faction behind him. She believes that if the organization really looks at him with suspicion, then it will definitely find out the existence of the rebel faction and distinguish right from wrong. She thinks that Ju Sergio's weakness is here. But it is a lucky coincidence. The rebel faction does not exist at all. So Ju Sergio is not afraid of being investigated. Ju Sergio is worried that if he is really targeted by the organization, even if he is not convicted for a while, he will still be controlled and restricted. The reason why he went to great lengths tonight is because he wants to create a situation where neither he Jingji nor Su Chan are suspected of anything. Although he came out to buy supplies late at night, he misunderstood them without authorization. They are the headquarters and the Armed Defense Department, and they have nothing to do with them. During the whole process, the most important thing is that there will be no real evidence. This is the premise for the whole thing to be settled peacefully. The organization is likely to let it go in the end. But if the head of the command department creates real evidence, then the organization will have to investigate it thoroughly. The purpose of the head of the command department is naturally not to clear the suspicion and settle the matter peacefully. Minister, are you trying to fabricate false evidence for me? Ju Sergio simply pointed this out and pressed the recording button at the same time. The head of the command department would naturally not be stupid enough to reveal her purpose during the call. She was still ambiguous and riddle-like. Just as you think I misunderstood you, you also misunderstood me. If you still want to talk nonsense to me, it's a waste of energy. Ju Sergio calmed down this time. The purpose of his call was not to beg for mercy, nor to test the purpose of the head of the command. He said directly, "Head, if you plot against me, then the only person you can plot against is me." The head of the command said calmly, "What do you mean?" "Nothing. I just want to say that the rebel faction has its own big shots. You don't doubt them. But you doubt me. It's really wrong." Ju Sergio naturally would not admit his identity as a rebel on the phone, and he continued to hint in riddles. He knew that the head of the headquarters could think of Su Feng. Ju Sergio said, "On the one hand, you want to find out the rebel faction. But on the other hand, you are unwilling to play the long game. But instead, you are obsessed with some small soldiers and generals. Do you think you can figure out the big figures of the rebel faction?" The head of the headquarters immediately weighed the pros and cons when he heard this. Yes, if he took action now, at most, he could only make Ju Sergio fall into the quagmire. But if he played the long game, no. If he really thought so, He might really fall into his trap. You want to lie to me? This is not a lie. This is an open conspiracy. If the head of the headquarters wanted to find out what they were going to do tonight, and what Su Feng was planning, he must not be caught here, but should try to cooperate with him. Zhu Shizhou was telling her clearly that he was about to do something. If you want to catch a bigger fish, you have to wait. Otherwise catching him now would be just a small fight. This is also the purpose of Zhu Shizhou calling the head of the headquarters directly. He used Su Feng as bait from the beginning. And the reason why the head of the headquarters targeted him from the beginning was not anything else but Su Feng. As long as the head of the headquarters firmly believes that all this is Su Feng's doing and wants to catch Su Feng's handle, there will be a flaw. This trick is not the first time he has used it. The last person who was fooled was Jing Ji. After Jing Ji was conquered by him by force, he pretended to join him. But in fact, he wanted to collect evidence in the long run and report to the organization after learning more intelligence. In the end, he became his man. Zhu Shizhou did not think that he could easily turn a minister against him. But human nature is common in many cases. After a long time, Zhu Shizhou stopped running, because the black soldiers had caught up with him and surrounded him. But he stood there leisurely and said calmly, "How are you thinking about it? If you refuse, I will go back to the game. Don't waste my time." Zhu Shizhou thought. Soon, the head of the command center took a deep breath and said, "Can a long line really catch a big fish?" Zhu Shizhou smiled and said meaningfully, "That depends on the skill of the fisherman, doesn't it?" Chapter 474, Temporary Cooperation. The commander knew that Zhu Shizhou was using her. And Zhu Shizhou also knew that the commander knew that he was using her. But this did not hinder the effectiveness of the conspiracy. Indeed, after a whole night, the commander only knew what Zhu Shizhou and his men were doing in secret. But she had no idea what they were doing. If Zhu Shizhou was the only one caught, then what Zhu Shizhou wanted to do would probably be left to the organization to investigate. But can the organization really find out anything? According to the intelligence from Papua New Guinea, the rebel faction has existed for a long time. But there was no news about it before. The rebel faction seemed to appear overnight, which shows how deep it is hidden. Although she is now confident that she can get the organization to investigate after forging evidence, she is not sure that she can really find out anything. In addition, even if Zhu Shizhou is captured by the rebel faction, there are probably other rebels in the organization who are always trying to rescue him. If she is caught, who will come to help her? Maybe the rebel faction will hammer her and make her a rebel. Then she may be isolated and helpless. If she can fabricate false evidence, can't the rebel faction do the same? The innocent may not be innocent. Loyalty and betrayal all depend on the means. If Zhu Shizhou knew what the head of the command headquarters was thinking, she would probably laugh out loud. She imagined the rebel faction to be a powerful faction. However, in fact, the rebel faction had no people and no money. If Zhu Shizhou was really caught, she would probably be finished. Based on this misunderstanding, the commander's inner balance has already leaned towards Zhu Shizhou's suggestion. The second point is about Su Feng. She thinks that Su Feng is behind all this. He wants Zhu Shizhou to do something secret. Perhaps to secretly subvert the entire organization. Or perhaps something else. No one knows Su Feng's determination to save the world better than her. But what if this way of saving the world needs to be achieved by subverting the organization? She wants to find out more than anyone else why Su Feng sent Zhu Shizhou to the organization for a secret operation. From the moment she decided to arrest Zhu Shizhou, she has been standing on the opposite side of Su Feng. This time Su Feng failed, and it will probably be difficult for her to get more secret inside information next time. So it is best to get as much information as possible this time. As Zhu Shizhou said, let the long line go and catch the big fish. And the third point is about the innocence of the command. To be honest, if you don't want others to know, you must not do it yourself. If you forge evidence yourself, there is still a risk of being discovered by the organization. If the organization really found out that she had forged evidence, the yellow mud in her crotch would not only look like shit, but would be real shit. What if Zhu Shizhou followed his idea? If she played the long game, Zhu Shizhou would certainly have the possibility of success. But as long as she made full preparations for the end, she could also prove that Zhu Shizhou was a traitor. In addition, she had not forgotten that the person who destroyed the surveillance on a large scale was not the black soldier of her command. She was still carrying a black pot on her back. As long as she could get the real evidence, she would naturally be cleared of suspicion tonight. In summary, Although the head of the headquarters knew that this was a trap, he still couldn't help but jump into it. Sentry Station. Each sentry station is equipped with at least 4 black soldiers, 2 of whom are responsible for guarding the entrance and exit of the sentry station, and 2 of whom are responsible for daily monitoring of the sentry station. On weekdays, the sentry station has no effect at all. Every black soldier of the Armed Defense Department is wasting his life at the sentry station. But the boring and monotonous guard duty day after day has not worn away their will. The more idle they are, the more they represent safety without special circumstances. However, tonight seems to be different. When the headquarters snatched the suitcase and had a violent conflict with the Armed Defense Department, the black soldiers at the sentry station received an order from the minister. The minister told them that the black soldiers of the headquarters were suspected of rebellion. This is a rather incredible news. If it were other black soldiers, they might have to ask what was going on. But they would not. At most, they would pay more attention to the movements around them at the sentry station. As long as someone approaches the sentry post, no matter if they are from the headquarters or not, they will be strictly checked. Zhu Shizhou asked. In other words, we have almost no chance to deceive the sentry post? No one can deceive the black soldiers at the sentry post. If you want to get out of the sentry post, you have to break through by force, the team leader said to Zhu Shizhou meaningfully. At this moment, after Zhu Shizhou reached a consensus with the head of the headquarters, the team leader and Zhu Shizhou changed from hostile to temporary cooperative relationship, and the two were negotiating how to get out through the sentry post. The leader also clearly told Zhu Shizhou that each sentry post is connected to another sentry post, which is equivalent to a relationship of different bodies and the same heart. If someone wants to break through from one sentry post, other sentry posts will also receive the news in the first time, and our forced breakthrough will inevitably be exposed. What will happen after being exposed? The result can be imagined. The Armed Defense Department does not know that they are here yet. But once the news of their forced breakthrough of the sentry post spreads, the Armed Defense Department will definitely come after hearing the news. At that time, it will not be a small fight. With so few people now, it is estimated that they will be caught soon, Zhu Shizhou said. Then we can only force a breakthrough. But when we force a breakthrough, our identity cannot be the black soldiers of the command. The leader smiled and said, Of course, we are rebels now, just like you. Aren't we? Zhu Shizhou did not argue. He has already thought of the subsequent arrangements to clear his suspicion. No matter how they think, they will not think of how he will clear his suspicion in the end. But everything must be done quickly. Otherwise, when the Armed Defense Department sends more people, no matter what kind of ingenious backup plan he has, it will be useless. The black soldiers at the sentry station saw a group of people rushing towards them not far from the city. The leader was a black soldier dragging a suitcase, followed by several black soldiers. The speed of the few people running was not fast or slow, but it can be seen that their target was the sentry station, and they rushed straight towards them without avoiding it. Due to the reminder of the Minister of the Armed Defense Department, the black soldiers at the sentry station also knew that a rebellion had occurred in the city, so they were quite wary of the people coming. The radio played to the group of people rushing over. Who are you? Stop immediately. Otherwise we will take compulsory measures depending on the situation. The leader in the back immediately shouted help. He is a rebel. We are chasing the rebel. Help catch him. The two black soldiers at the gate of the sentry station looked at the group of people rushing over and stared at each other for a moment. The leader retreated and said, just help us stop his footsteps for a moment. The two black soldiers looked at each other for a moment, then nodded. One of the black soldiers did not move, and the other black soldier stepped forward and went straight to Zhu Shizhou. The leader did not explain his identity, but only shouted to the two black soldiers that the person in front was a rebel. So the black soldiers at the two sentry stations chose to cooperate. It's not that they didn't think of the possibility that the leader and his men might be the black soldiers of the command. What they wanted was to catch the rebel in front first, and then carefully inquire about the identities of the pursuers behind. However, when one of the black soldiers rushed towards Zhu Shizhou suddenly shouted, They are from the headquarters. The black soldier paused, and in a moment of hesitation, Zhu Shizhou had already passed by the black soldier. Zhu Shizhou also shouted to the black soldier in a serious manner, They are more than us. Hurry up and ask for help. This shout made the black soldier who originally wanted to capture Zhu Shizhou hesitate again, and completely missed the opportunity to attack him. More importantly, in the face of Zhu Shizhou shouting, The pursuers behind did not refute. In other words, they are indeed the black soldiers of the headquarters. And before that, the Minister of the Armed Defense Department told them that there were suspected traitors in the headquarters. The situation seems to be very clear. The black soldier at the sentry station who rushed forward immediately changed his target, quickly pressed the communicator in his hand, and raised his gun. Report. Someone rushed to the station. Someone rushed to the station. Request support immediately. He did not blindly say that it was the black soldier of the command center, because everything was not yet determined. If it was a report, it would still take solid evidence before reporting. Otherwise, it would be easy to pass on wrong information. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled the trigger. However, the gun was ineffective. The head of the command center had already used his authority to disable their guns. Otherwise, the team leader and Zhu Shizhou would not be so stupid as to prepare to face the black soldiers with guns with bare hands to force a breakthrough. The black soldier at the sentry station realized that the situation was more serious than he thought, and reacted quickly. He immediately turned his gun into a stick and swept towards the leader and his group, who were rushing towards him. The leader and his group were well prepared. 2 black soldiers made detours from the left and right respectively, and the leader himself went straight to the face of the black soldier at the sentry station. The gun turned into a stick and swung in the air with great force. Just by listening to the fierce sound of breaking through the air, you can tell how powerful this force is. But he was facing the siege of 3 black soldiers. The leader took a step forward at the risk of injury, and his shoulder was hit hard. When the gun hit his shoulder, he directly reached out and grabbed the black soldier's wrist. And then the attack came from the left and right like a storm. Almost at the first encounter, in less than a second, the black soldier at the sentry station was captured. With a few clicks, the 3 besieging black soldiers disassembled his limbs and threw them aside. Fast. Too fast. No one could have imagined that their siege would be so fast. At this time, Zhu Shizhou had already rushed to the gate of the sentry post and said to another black soldier, "I have obtained their evidence. The evidence in this suitcase is..." "No time to explain. Take it away quickly. Don't let the rebel faction get it." As he said that, Zhu Shizhou threw the suitcase to the other party and turned back to stop the aggressive pursuer. The situation was critical, and the black soldier at the sentry station made a decision in almost an instant. He looked at Zhu Shizhou, who was fighting with the pursuer, and actually opened the door of the sentry station and flashed in. The next moment, the electronic door of the sentry station was closed again. For the black soldier at the sentry station, the worst case scenario is that the suitcase contains dangerous items, such as explosives. And the worst result of him bringing the suitcase in without authorization is this. But if the things in the suitcase are indeed evidence of the rebel faction, then the matter is quite serious. So he chose to bring the suitcase into the sentry station first, inform the other 2 black soldiers at the sentry station of the situation, and then open the suitcase by himself. If the suitcase contains dangerous explosives, then the only person who will be in danger after opening the suitcase will be him, and it will have no effect on the sentry station and other black soldiers. In his opinion, this was the most correct, reasonable and normal operation he could think of in an instant. If it were another person with a quicker mind, he would probably make the same decision. He slowly unzipped the suitcase. But the problem was, he guessed wrong about what was in the suitcase. The suitcase contained no explosives, no clever mechanisms, and no evidence of the so-called rebel faction, but a person. To be precise, a black soldier. The specifications of Zhu Shizhou's suitcase were originally required to be able to accommodate an adult, so it was no problem to accommodate a black soldier. The biggest difficulty in breaking through the sentry station was not that they requested support, but how to open the electronic door of the sentry station. If this problem was not solved, it would be a fantasy to break through the sentry station. Therefore, Zhu Shizhou, who was originally going to use the suitcase to transport Misha, almost immediately thought of a way, which was to let one of the black soldiers enter the suitcase, and then use the dangerous situation to guide the black soldier of the sentry station into the sentry station with the suitcase. In any case, as long as there is a chance to enter the sentry station, the black soldier in the suitcase only needs to take the opportunity to sneak attack when the black soldier at the sentry station opens the suitcase to check the contents. It doesn't matter if the sneak attack fails, as long as he can find a chance to open the electronic door of the sentry station. Chapter 475. You can't keep me here. The electronic door of the sentry post was reopened. Everyone looked inside and saw the suitcase was wide open. A black soldier was slumped beside the suitcase, and another black soldier was standing beside it safely. Success? The door of the sentry station was opened, which meant that this method was effective. The leader was concerned about the safety of the black soldiers at the sentry station, and immediately stepped forward. You didn't do anything to him? Don't worry. I just dislocated his limbs and injected him with Alpha 7. Zhu Shizhou also stepped forward, packed his suitcase and said, That's good. After all, we are not real rebels. It's better not to go too far. Everyone thought that it was not your turn to say this. Right? They and Zhu Shizhou were only in a temporary cooperative relationship. According to the instructions of the head of the command, they would follow Zhu Shizhou throughout the whole process, whether it was open surveillance or secret tracking, to ensure that they could catch solid evidence of the crime. As long as there was evidence of the crime, they would immediately take action to capture Zhu Shizhou. But of course, there was also the possibility of failure to capture him. But tonight Zhu Shizhou and them broke through the sentry station together. The whole process was recorded by them. At worst, they would throw the video out in the end. I believe the organization will not sit idly by. This is the follow-up arrangement that the head of the command had in mind. No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't imagine how Zhu Shizhou would protect himself tonight. In her opinion, Zhu Shizhou had already run out of tricks when he asked them for cooperation. Let's hurry up. They may have asked for help from others. Zhu Shizhou packed up his suitcase in a hurry and reminded the others. He could already sense that the others began to focus their attention on him. In order to avoid a conflict too early, he pretended not to know and continued to attack the sentry station with the others. What? A rebel broke through the sentry station? The Minister of the Armed Defense Department naturally received the news first. The news came from one of the sentry stations. According to them, a group of people took a suitcase and used a trick to open the door of the sentry station. All of this was recorded by the surveillance of the sentry station. The rebels were all black soldiers. Their identities were unknown, and there were 6 of them. The 2 black soldiers stationed in the sentry tower naturally saw the whole process through the surveillance, but they did not go down to support. From the conflict between the black soldier guarding the gate and the rebel at the door, to the other black soldier carrying the suitcase into the sentry station, and then being attacked by someone who suddenly appeared in the suitcase when checking the suitcase. They just watched and had no intention of leaving the sentry tower. This does not mean that they are helping the evil. They applied for support and reported everything, but they did not leave the sentry tower, because it was their duty to stay on the sentry tower, and going down to support was just sending their heads. The Minister of Armed Defense asked, Can you tell me where they are going? Southeast. They are rushing towards the periphery. According to the judgment of the sentry black soldiers from the heights, they can naturally see that they are preparing to break out in the direction of the sea. But it is not clear whether their specific target location is the seaside. The sentry black soldiers also reported the movement trajectory of this group of rebel factions to the minister. There is a vast forest between the city sentry station and the sea. The good vision determines that the movement of the rebel faction can be clearly seen from the sentry tower. During the period when most of the surveillance in the city was abandoned, the Armed Defense Department did not do nothing. They had already urgently activated a large number of drones during this period and respread drones throughout the city. Now that they learned that a group of rebels were attacking the seaside, they directly called a batch of drones to chase in the direction of the rebel faction. However, drones are still being destroyed quickly and in large quantities. The reports from various patrol teams made the Minister of the Armed Defense Department very upset. He did try to contact the Minister of the Command and persuade him to surrender and stop resisting. However, for some reason, the Minister of the Command suddenly became much tougher and said bluntly that it was not her who destroyed the drones now, but the real rebel faction. He just listened to this and did not believe it. He was still more concerned about the suitcase. The suitcase taken away by the command finally disappeared. Now the news from the sentry station told him that another suitcase appeared. Are these 2 suitcases the same? Or is this just a trick to distract his attention? He did not forget that there was a prophet. The prophet also came out with a suitcase tonight. And after the surveillance was destroyed, the drone was urgently sent out, and the search did not find the prophet. However, since the drone was still being destroyed by the rebels, he could not be completely sure whether the prophet was still in the city, and he did not know whether there was a prophet among the rebels who appeared at the sentry station. Don't be fooled. The head of the Armed Defense Department told himself so, forcing himself to calm down his anxious mood. Whether the sentry post is a trick or not, There will be no problem as long as we keep a close eye on it. After a while, the drone set a picture. And in the picture, the black soldiers who broke out of the sentry post were now close to the edge of the forest and were about to reach the seaside. I want to see what tricks you are playing, the head of the Armed Defense Department murmured, staring at the picture. Concentrating. Do you want to destroy the drone? The leader asked Zhu Shizhou. It doesn't matter if you keep it, Zhu Shizhou replied. After all, your real purpose is to prove my treason. Right? Although the Armed Defense Department still suspects you now. With the drone records and your surveillance, all my subsequent actions are under your control. The leader frowned. That's why he was weird. Not only was he weird, but the head of the command headquarters was even weirder. At this point, they don't know what other ways Zhu Shizhou can turn the tables and clear his suspicion after doing everything under their surveillance. This kind of confusion really makes people unable to think of a conclusion. Even if they look back, they can't find any tricks done by this prophet. The leader spoke again. I think there is only one possibility that fits the current situation. You are the abandoned child of the rebel faction. I don't understand what you are saying. I am not a rebel. Zhu Shizhou started to play dumb again. At this time, everyone had rushed out of the forest. The drones overhead were buzzing. The sea breeze was blowing wantonly, and the moonlight was casting a starry white light on the sea in the black. Behind Zhu Shizhou were 5 black soldiers from the command center. The black soldiers in the sentry tower in the distance could also see everything that happened here, and the drones above were silently recording. In the eyes of the team leader, Zhu Shizhou would never stop doing what he had to do even if he cooperated with them, because they were watching him. So the team leader did not give Zhu Shizhou any chance to act alone. Want to cooperate? Sure. But they must follow him. This was decided from the beginning. Okay. What are you going to do? The team leader stopped. Zhu Shizhou turned around. First looked at the drones overhead. Then looked at the team leader and the others. And sighed in his heart. You have a fatal problem. What problem? The team leader asked. Alert in his heart. And his sixth sense was fully open to perceive everything around him. Your guns are banned tonight. Zhu Shizhou glanced at everyone and said faintly. I don't mean that I can defeat you here. But without guns, you can't stop me. Before he finished speaking, Zhu Shizhou suddenly rushed towards the sea with his suitcase. He knew that Misha had been waiting for him in the sea, and Misha could identify his pheromones. Chapter 476 Escape. Before being rescued by Su Feng's rescue team, Zhu Shizhou had agreed with Misha to let Misha pay attention to his pheromone activities and track his pheromones to lock his location. And then, he would find an opportunity to pick her up. Because of this, Misha was able to follow the rescue team all the way to the vicinity of Illuminiscent by tracking his pheromones. The rescue team never knew about Misha's existence. Only Zhu Shizhou knew that Misha was always there. He dared to jump into the sea in front of everyone because he believed that Misha could sense his pheromones in advance and had come nearby. The team leader and his team did not know Zhu Shizhou's purpose, and could only analyze Zhu Shizhou's purpose in advance based on the existing intelligence. They followed the prophet to the beach all the way. The prophet knew that they would stare at him, but he never gave up the action. This shows that their act of staring at him itself could not affect the prophet's actions. So the prophet's purpose could not be to directly connect with the rebel faction. He came to the beach with a suitcase. The biggest possibility is that the rebel faction had prepared some supplies at the beach and prepared to let Zhu Shizhou take the suitcase to pick it up. So their goal was to expose Zhu Shizhou's tricks. As long as Zhu Shizhou wanted to secretly transport something from somewhere, even if it was just a handful of sand or a pile of gravel, they would check it carefully on the spot. And if Zhu Shizhou regretted it halfway, or did not find the opportunity at all, and finally gave up his goal, it didn't matter. They would pay attention to the places where Zhu Shizhou lingered and stayed. And they would dig 3 feet deep to check carefully afterwards. They didn't believe that they couldn't find anything. They thought very beautifully, and thought that their ideas were probably foolproof. But the reality was beyond everyone's expectations. Zhu Shizhou jumped into the sea directly. His judgment was correct. If the guns in the hands of these black soldiers were still useful, then no matter how fast he was, he would not be faster than the laser, and he would be disabled by them the moment he wanted to jump into the sea. However, the guns of these black soldiers had long been disabled due to the fight between the Armed Defense Department and the command headquarters. Therefore, although they reacted immediately, they still failed to stop Zhu Shizhou's short-distance sprint. Zhu Shizhou's figure was drowned in the sea with the sound of waves hitting the reef. Don't let him escape. the leader shouted immediately, and with a wave of his hand, several black soldiers, who rushed to the sea with him, jumped. Several figures also disappeared in the sea. Their idea was also very simple. Their battle with the Prophet on land had already shown that the Prophet was not their opponent. Even if the battlefield was moved to the sea, the result would be the same. Facing their pursuit and interception, the Prophet could not escape. To be honest, anyone would think so. But what they didn't expect was Misha's speed in the sea. The moment Zhu Shizhou jumped into the sea, Misha, who had been waiting for a day, happily caught him. But she felt the pheromone of anxiety from him. Zhu Shizhou just patted Misha's arm lightly, and then pointed in a direction casually. Misha nodded knowingly, and took Zhu Shizhou away quickly in the sea like a torpedo. After they left, the leader and his team had already jumped into the sea with the black soldiers. But naturally they didn't find Zhu Shizhou. They turned on the large-scale lighting and looked around but couldn't find Zhu Shizhou. They jumped down right after Zhu Shizhou, and it took no more than 5 seconds. How could a living person disappear like a ghost? The team leader was stunned. He walked around and asked other black soldiers to search separately. But there was still no result. The Prophet disappeared strangely. What? You lost him? When the team leader came out of the sea and returned to the land, he naturally reported the situation to the head of the headquarters. After hearing the report, the head of the headquarters felt very incredible. When she heard her subordinates say that Zhu Shizhou suddenly disappeared after jumping into the sea, she felt it was nonsense. She believed that it was better to believe that her people also betrayed. How could he disappear suddenly? He couldn't have dissolved alive in the sea. What about the submarine? Is there a submarine or other marine transportation tool to pick him up in the sea? Since he dared to jump into the sea, it means that the rebel faction had been prepared. The head of the headquarters believed that the rebel faction took Zhu Shizhou away. However, the team leader denied it, saying, "The time between us and the Prophet jumping into the sea was very short. Even if there was a submarine, and the submarine successfully picked up the Prophet, it would not disappear from our sight." The head of the command suppressed his anxiety and said to himself, "That's strange. What method did this guy use to suddenly disappear?" The team leader said, "Minister, don't worry about this for now. We were tricked by the Prophet, and the people from the Armed Defense Department are here." The head of the command stopped breathing. The last picture sent back by the team leader was a group of black soldiers, who far outnumbered them, and came from a distance to surround them. The leader took the initiative to turn off the communicator, and the head of the headquarters knew that they were doing this to protect her. If something really went wrong afterwards, she could just abandon them. No one said this, but everyone realized it. So now she has the video of tonight's action in her hands. As long as she doesn't take it out, the Armed Defense Department has no evidence to prove that the leader and his team took Zhu Shizhou to attack the sentry station. How to make decisions later depends on the follow-up situation. However, no matter how bizarre the development of things is, it is very clear from the perspective of the Armed Defense Department. The headquarters led people to attack the sentry station, broke through the defense line, and then 6 people jumped into the sea. But only 5 people landed. The drone saw it clearly. Did the headquarters treat them as fools who couldn't count? The head of the Armed Defense Department believed that all this was the headquarters means. A living person disappeared in the sea, and they wanted them to be careless and ignore this. This is simply too insulting. The support troops of the Armed Defense Department came and directly arrested several criminal suspects. Apart from anything else, the fact that they broke through the sentry station by force was enough to make the command center suffer. The team leader and his men did not resist at all and were arrested obediently. After putting on special shackles, the team leader kindly reminded them, "It is recommended to search the sea carefully." The black soldier who put the shackles on him said lightly, "We know it without you saying it. You are criminals now. If you have anything to say, you should wait until you get to the interrogation room." No one expected this result. No one expected that about 10 minutes later, Zhu Shizhou had already ridden the wind and waves and made a big circle and landed from another direction. The place where Zhu Shizhou landed was 5 kilometers away from the place where he jumped into the sea. In the deep night, Zhu Shizhou and others were dressed in black, and even the black soldiers on the sentry tower in the distance did not notice the situation here. As soon as he got ashore, Zhu Shizhou called Jingji and the others directly. "Do me a favor. Find a chance to attack the sentry post." Jingji on the other end of the communication. Seeing that Jingji was silent, Zhu Shizhou asked in confusion, Is the signal not very good? Can you hear me? Jingji's voice came. Wait a minute. I can't figure out what happened. Are you serious? If you want to know the situation, you can talk about it later. But cooperate with me first now. I need you to attack the sentry post in the northeast on a large scale. It is best to leave immediately after creating chaos without leaving any traces. Elite black soldiers? Can you do it? Jingji took a deep breath and was about to say something when he heard Su Chan's voice beside him. Yes. We will find a way. And you do your thing. How long will it take to finish? Zhu Shurjiu looked at the time and estimated. Half an hour. That's enough. In fact, it may take less than half an hour. Because he now has Misha. And his movement speed is off the charts. Okay. Be careful over there too. Su Chan said to Zhu Shurjiu. Zhu Shurjiu knew that Su Chan was more concerned about herself than him. The three of them would prosper together, and suffer together if Zhu Shurjiu was caught. Then Su Chan and the others would also be caught and interrogated. And vice versa. Zhu Shurjiu didn't know how Su Chan and Thorns would create chaos. But he knew exactly what he was going to do. He touched Misha's head. Misha, let's dig a tunnel. The alien insects have an innate ability, which is to build nests underground. Their legs can crush any hard rock and quickly dig an underground space for them to live in. The same is true for the modified insects. This does not mean that the insects like to live underground, but that they are as fast and efficient as the alien insects in digging holes underground. No artificial machine in the world can compare to the efficiency of insects in digging holes. Although Misha is hungry now, she is no less efficient than a normal alien insect in digging tunnels. It took too long tonight. It is impossible for Jingji and Su Chan to move for a long time. Once they move for a long time, they will definitely be caught. Because of this, there is not much time for Misha to dig a long tunnel. Only half an hour is enough for Misha to dig the tunnel back to the forest where he escaped. Yes, Zhu Shurjiu went back again, because he did not choose to break through from other places, but chose to return by the original route. Only the original route has a large range of monitoring blind spots. After successfully receiving Misha, Zhu Shurjiu is considering how to clear his suspicion next. The act of letting Jingji and Su Chan create a large-scale attack on the sentry station was a diversion. If there were large-scale attacks on the sentry station, then he and Misha's attack on the sentry station was just one of them. Even if the Armed Defense Department urgently called in black soldiers to guard the station, they would not focus on him. This greatly increased his chances of escaping after attacking the sentry station. As for how to break through the sentry station, when he left the sentry station, he was unarmed and could only rely on deception. But now he is Misha. Because the alien insects can fly. The walls of the sentry station are not built for the purpose of blocking alien insects. The walls can't stop the alien insects. So naturally they can't stop Misha. Half an hour later, in the forest, Zhu Shurjiu, covered in mud, and Misha, who was also covered in mud, crawled out of the ground. Before taking action, Zhu Shurjiu naturally had to explain to Misha the specific arrangements for the next action. Misha, next I will tell you how to do it specifically. And you must not make any mistakes. Chapter 477, Harassment Call to the Head of the Command. The sentry station was attacked again. This time, it was a problem with the sentry stations everywhere. There were news from the sentry black soldiers one after another, saying that two mysterious people were roaming around and attacking the sentry stations with unknown intentions. The news reached the ears of the head of the Armed Defense Department. And the head of the Armed Defense Department was a little concerned about the situation of the attack sentry station. As a result, only the guards below were knocked unconscious. Although there was no big problem. Someone attacked the sentry station. This is the big problem. Who is committing the crime? Because the surveillance and drones are still largely destroyed. The head of the Armed Defense Department does not know who attacked the sentry station. The only thing that is certain is that it must be the rebels again. The rebel faction. What are they trying to do again? As long as the sentry post is breached, there will be no problem. Let them do whatever they want. Now we have captured many people from the headquarters. Maybe they want to create unrest to make us lose our composure in order to rescue their companions. The head of the Armed Defense Department also came up with a reason that sounded very reasonable. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. The confrontation between the Armed Defense Department and the headquarters gradually subsided. It should be said that it was the head of the headquarters who took the initiative to choose a ceasefire, after giving orders to the black soldiers under his command. When they met the black soldiers of the Armed Defense Department again, they did not try to resist, but surrendered obediently. The premise for them to surrender was that the head of the headquarters had figured out most of the joints, recognized the innocence of the head of the Armed Defense Department, and also turned their attention to Zhu Shizhou, thinking that as long as they could hammer Zhu Shizhou, then their suspicion could be cleared. However, Zhu Shizhou escaped, so their headquarters was not innocent anyway. The one who was worried now was the head of the headquarters, who was thinking about how to explain everything to the head of the Armed Defense Department. While she was struggling, a communication request came in from an unfamiliar number. The head of the command center is very sensitive to any communication requests now. He frowned for a moment and answered the phone. Who? The voice on the other end of the phone was obviously much lower, but it was still a woman's voice. Hee. How does it feel to be imprisoned now? The head of the command center suddenly felt depressed. Her eyes became sharp. Rebel. No. 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 You are the rebel tonight. At least the other head of the command center thinks so. Tonight, you sneakily followed other black soldiers without reporting. Tonight, the black soldiers of your command center refused the inspection of the patrol team and robbed the suitcases suspected of containing suspicious items. Tonight, you had people wantonly destroy the surveillance in the city. Not to mention the attack on the sentry station later. The head of the command center was shocked when she heard it. She had no room to refute the mysterious man's statement. At this time, she realized what she had done tonight that seemed to be highly suspicious. In other words, if there is no follow-up operation, then she will definitely bear the blame. You are really good at tricks. You hooked me with just a box of barbells. The head of the command center narrowed his eyes. Shortly after, she had someone snatch the suitcases of Jingji and his friends. She moved the suitcases to a safe place, opened the suitcases and checked them, and even cut the barbells one by one, but still found no problems. In other words, both the armed forces and she were fooled by a box of barbells. We have hooked you, but we want to know what you are going to do next. There is also a risk that the fish will be unhooked, so we must be prepared. Fuck. This BYD actually came to her to ask her what she was going to do next. The head of the command department felt insulted and angry at first, but then she calmly thought about it. She instinctively realized that although these rebel factions were hiding their heads and showing their tails, when had they ever done anything meaningless? This call must be a problem. The head of the command department simply pointed out this point directly. What is the purpose of your call? I suggest not to waste time. If you have any purpose, just say it directly. But if you just want to come and mock me, then I will hang up directly. Don't be impatient. The mysterious man laughed. We have always cherished talents. If you, a dignified head of the command department, are executed by the organization because of our calculations, it would be a pity. It just so happens that we are in need of capable people like you who are in a high position. Why not join us? The head of the command department was stunned and felt extremely absurd. You want me? You want me? The commander? To join your rebel faction? Yes. Are you fucking out of your mind? The commander almost laughed out loud. They accused her of creating such a big mess the whole night. And then they wanted to recruit her. She didn't know what this rebel faction was thinking. But the next moment, a thought flashed through her mind. If she pretended to join the rebel faction, would she be able to obtain more intelligence and help the organization fight against the rebel faction? This thought flashed through her mind. Just like the thorns at the beginning. The head of the command also faced two similar choices after this incident. But the moment this thought came up, she immediately denied it. What a joke. Now she is being blamed. If she really chooses to join the rebel faction, even if it is just flattery, it is equivalent to taking the blame on herself. If you just want to say this, then forget it. I don't think there is any need for us to continue talking. Really? Forget it. Then, what shocked the head of the headquarters again was that the other party ended the call directly and neatly. Are these rebels just trying to recruit her with the idea that it is worth a try? After she refused, they realized that it was impossible to succeed. So they gave up decisively? The head of the headquarters found a reason in his heart, but he felt that it seemed not that simple. And the other end of this call was naturally Jing Ji and Su Chan. It was Su Chan's idea to call, and the person who called was Jing Ji. As an elite black soldier, Jing Ji has strong control over the muscles of her whole body. She can control the muscles of her throat to change her voice and make it impossible to hear the original voice. and their phone call came from the communicator on the black soldier at the sentry station they attacked. Will this work? Jingji threw the phone away and asked. I don't know. I'll see if it works or not. Continue to call. Or should I contact the head of the headquarters? Yes. Change the voice this time. At Su Chan's request, Jingji took out another communicator, which was naturally obtained from the black soldier at the sentry station. Hello? Minister. Chapter 478. You can stop now. No one asked Su Chan to call the head of the headquarters. Jingji thought it was arranged by the chess club. But in fact, it was Su Chan's own decision. Her purpose was also very simple. That is, to increase the suspicion of the head of the headquarters. She noticed that the battle between the headquarters and the black soldiers of the Armed Defense Department was gradually calming down. And she knew what this meant. This means that the head of the headquarters has reacted and knows the innocence of the Armed Defense Department. So he gave up the resistance directly. In other words, after both sides calm down the struggle, they can sit down and talk calmly. Perhaps the chess club has other arrangements for the follow-up. But Su Chan still knows that the whole plan tonight has put a black pot on the headquarters. After Zhu Shizhou ordered her to attack the sentry post with Jingji, Su Chan suddenly realized that her mission seemed to be over. After Zhu Shizhou's arrangement last night, the plan had nothing to do with her in the end. That is to say, if it ended like this, her contribution tonight would also stop here. After realizing this, Su Chan thought about it for a while, and finally decided to add icing on the cake. Didn't the chess club want to put the blame on the headquarters? Then she simply went a step further. So she asked Jingji to plunder the communicators on the black soldiers at the sentry station after attacking them, and then use the communicators to make harassing calls to the head of the headquarters. There are two purposes for doing this. One is to delay the Armed Defense Department's request for peace talks with the headquarters. As long as the head of the headquarters keeps talking to them, the Armed Defense Department will not be able to contact the head of the headquarters, and the final negotiation and communication stage will not come. If something happens to Zhu Shizhou, and they need to delay for a longer time, this move may help Zhu Shizhou. Second, it is to further deepen the suspicion of the head of the headquarters. Now, they are using the communicator of the black soldier of the Armed Defense Department's outpost to talk to the head of the headquarters. And it's not one or two calls, but a large number of continuous calls. In other words, if the Armed Defense Department notices that the communicators of the black soldiers at the outpost have been taken away, they will naturally investigate. The result after the investigation is that the call record with the head of the headquarters is retained on the communicator. Su Chan did not record it, but just let Jingji make a call, and then switch to another communicator. In this way, even if the head of the headquarters wants to argue that she has no relationship with the rebel faction, it is useless. With these call records, the head of the headquarters can no longer pretend to be innocent. And even without guidance, the Armed Defense Department will naturally suspect that the attackers who continue to attack the outpost after the fighting between the two sides has subsided are also the headquarters. The Armed Defense Department naturally could not obtain conclusive evidence. But suspicion does not need evidence. With these call records, the spearhead will continue to point to the point that the command is a rebel faction. More importantly, the head of the command had no idea that a large number of sentinel stations were attacked. Just like the surveillance, the command was just a start. But most of the surveillance was destroyed by Jingji and Su Chan. And the attack on the sentinel station was similar. In the absence of intelligence, the head of the command was destined to be unprepared for their call request. Since Su Chan chose to join the chess club, she would not be satisfied with being an insignificant person who would only follow and execute the plan. She wanted to do more. As long as she participated enough, the chess club would value her more and strictly protect her. Even if she joined a rebel faction, Su Chan's primary goal was to survive, which remained unchanged. On the other hand, Zhu Shizhou had successfully broken through the sentry station without using any fancy conspiracy or tricks, but just forced a breakthrough. The black soldiers at the sentry station, whose guns were disabled, could not stop Zhu Shizhou's strong attack at all. At the same time, because Zhu Shizhou also asked Misha to restrain her pheromones and prohibited Misha from targeting the black soldiers, the black soldiers at the sentry station did not notice Misha's arrival at all. The sixth sense has always been developed to protect one's own life safety. In other words, if it does not threaten one's own life safety, the sixth sense will not work. The wall of the sentry station was broken open with a bang, as if it was forcibly broken by a hard weapon. In the dark night, No one could see what kind of weapon it was. Even when the black soldiers at the sentry station noticed that the wall was damaged, they didn't even see a human figure. This strange phenomenon is hard not to associate with alien insects, because it is too similar. The ability to come without a trace, and the sudden damage to the wall. No matter how you look at it, it seems that the alien insects forcibly destroyed the wall of the sentry station and broke through into the city. The black soldiers at the sentry station reported this information directly as if they were facing a great enemy. What they didn't notice was that Misha, carrying Zhu Shurjiu on her back, had entered the blind spot of the surveillance. It seems that Su Chan and Jing Ji have done a very successful job, leading away most of the black soldiers of the Armed Defense Department. But it is still too conspicuous that only the sentry station here has problems. We must take advantage of the fact that the surveillance has not been repaired yet, and immediately destroy the other walls with fewer defenses. Zhu Shurjiu was on Misha's back, enduring the strong acceleration brought by high-speed movement, his internal organs rolling, and he felt dizzy. If his body had not been strengthened several times, he might not be able to withstand such a huge acceleration. After another 10 minutes, Zhu Shurjiu and Misha destroyed the walls of at least 20 sentry stations. And because all the black soldiers at the gates of the sentry stations were dealt with by Jing Ji and Su Chan, no one found out what attacked the sentry stations. The theory of alien insects is not very tenable, because if it was alien insects that attacked the wall, there would have been a commotion in the city by now. Wherever there are many people, alien insects will appear and kill, and they will create a bloody hell in the city. However, the fact is that the city is calm, as if nothing has happened. Zhu Shurjiu tried his best to direct the organization's attention to the rebel faction. The organization would naturally come up with a reasonable explanation, such as the rebel faction developed a new weapon. Zhu Shurjiu thought of one at random. Let the organization guess the real reason. Now he has asked Misha to take him to a place far away from the sentry post at high speed. He found a toilet to wash off the mud on his body and changed his black soldier suit. Then Zhu Shurjiu coaxed Misha into the suitcase, and he dragged the suitcase with Misha back to the surveillance field of view. At the same time, the Armed Defense Support Force escorting the command center has just returned to the city. This is exactly the escape plan that Zhu Shurjiu came up with. No matter how the command center guessed, they could not guess the existence of the insect girl Misha, let alone guess that he could move at high speed with Misha. What? You think the person who attacked the sentry post with you before was a prophet? No. The real prophet has never left the city, let alone attack the sentry post with your command center. The attack on the sentry post was simply directed and performed by the command center. If you want to deny this, you must first figure out how Zhu Shurjiu reappeared in the city from the seaside faster than them. The command center recorded the action, but Zhu Shurjiu in the video was wearing a black soldier suit. And now Zhu Shurjiu, who reappeared under the surveillance, showed his true face. On the other side, Su Chan and Jing Ji received a message from Zhu Shurjiu. You can stop now. Chapter 479 Interrogation of the Command Headquarters. Zhu Shurjiu reappeared under surveillance, which really surprised the Minister of the Armed Defense Department. Why? Because when they caught the group of black soldiers from the command headquarters at the seaside, those black soldiers kept saying that the person who broke through the sentry post with them was the prophet. And they broke through the sentry post with him in order to catch the real evidence of the prophet's crime, and wanted to see what he was going to do. Ordinary black soldiers don't know who the prophet is, but as a minister, he naturally knows that the prophet is Zhu Shurjiu. And now the Zhu Shurjiu mentioned by the command headquarters disappeared in the sea, but Zhu Shurjiu in the surveillance appeared in the city. Could it be that Zhu Shurjiu has the ability to teleport? Otherwise, how could it be so fast? In other words, the black soldier who appeared on the seaside was not Zhu Shurjiu at all. The Minister of the Armed Defense Department murmured softly. Too many things happened tonight. Illuminescence hasn't been so lively for many years. All kinds of dazzling things are mixed together. The Minister of Armed Defense can't connect everything that happened into a clue. He can only infer a conclusion based on the existing evidence. Sure enough, the headquarters is more suspicious. But what did the headquarters do behind the storm? It's a headache. The problem is here. He can't see the purpose of the rebel faction at all. Fortunately, the chaos was calmed down little by little. After fully controlling the headquarters, he finally had the opportunity to negotiate with the head of the headquarters. This time it was the head of the headquarters who sat on the table in the interrogation room. After confirming that the headquarters had forcibly broken through the sentry post, The Minister of Armed Defense finally had a reason to forcibly arrest the head of the headquarters. The head of the headquarters, who had already compromised at that time, did not resist, but was arrested honestly. The head of the Armed Defense Department entered the interrogation room at this time. The head of the command department, who was sitting on the chair opposite, was not panicked. Instead, he calmly held a cup of hot water and drank tea. Although his hands were still in shackles, he looked like he had the initiative. You are really good at pretending. Is this the confidence of a minister? This is because I already know the real culprit of the riot tonight. The head of the command department slowly sipped the tea. The electronic strong magnetic shackles on her hands made her a little uncomfortable. But her tone was as if she was sure of victory. Is it the same rhetoric? Do you still insist that the prophet, Zhu Shizhou, is the culprit? Yes. The head of the Armed Defense Department just sneered. What are you laughing at? The head of the command department was a little puzzled and confused. She saw the sarcasm revealed by the head of the Armed Defense Department. The head of the Armed Defense Department sat down opposite this woman. I laughed at you for not knowing that Zhu Shizhou had appeared in the city. Do you want to show you the surveillance video? As he said that, he put a tablet on the table and pushed it over. How is this possible? The commander was really shocked. How is this impossible? In my opinion, you just wanted to frame someone, but failed. Frame. The commander felt extremely aggrieved. Who was the person who had been framed all night? The commander was about to say something, but the Armed Defense Department waved at the surveillance camera on the ceiling of the interrogation room and said, "The interrogation will begin now." Hearing this, the commander swallowed his words. Name. And these should all be in my information. Right? Please omit this information and get to the point. You should know that psychological pressure doesn't work on me. Who said it was psychological pressure? We want to analyze your tone, expression, body movements, and muscle activity to determine whether your identity is true through your words when you state your identity information. And we never thought that she had just used this method to return to Zhu Shizhou of Illuminiscen. But the same method was now used on herself. Helplessly, she could only answer honestly. Answer to the last item. Position? Head of the command. What is the purpose of the rebellion tonight? Tonight. And Huey's face darkened. If you always think that everything tonight was done by me, then you will never get the truth. Oh! The Minister of the Armed Defense Department put down the information in his hand and responded lightly. Then I will ask a question that has nothing to do with tonight's rebellion. He looked at the woman in front of him calmly. Commander Su Feng, have you ever had a relationship? And Huey's eyes became dangerous. She never thought that the Minister of the Armed Defense Department would choose to use Su Feng as a breakthrough to affect her psychological fluctuations. This seems to have nothing to do with what happened tonight. Who said it has nothing to do with it? The Minister of the Armed Defense Department reviewed the source of the rebellion tonight and found that it could be traced back to the beginning of Su Feng's interrogation of Jing Ji. After the Papua New Guinea incident ended, Thorne was arrested as a member of the rebel faction. Commander Su's announcement of Thorne's release should have proved Thorne's innocence. But the problem is that tonight's rebellion is actually related to Thorne. This is very intriguing. According to our investigation, when Jing Ji was interrogated by Commander Su, he strongly advocated rescuing Zhu Shizhou. And then Commander Su really sent a rescue team to rescue Zhu Shizhou. And from that time on, you took action. And Hui was silent. She was also thinking about how the rebel faction would interfere and do something to prove her guilt. Seeing Hui was silent, the Armed Defense Department directly pointed out what she did at that time. You sent someone to follow Jing Ji. Yes. Because I think Jing Ji's suspicion has not been cleared. If he is released rashly, there is a high possibility of problems. So in order to find out whether Jing Ji is innocent, I sent someone to follow Jing Ji. The head of the Armed Defense Department was surprised that this woman suddenly began to cooperate, and nodded. It seems that there is no problem. But as I said just now, Su Feng seems to have had a relationship with you. Don't be angry first. But what I want to say is, did Commander Su really release Jing Ji based on his own judgment? What do you mean? And Hui was very annoyed and spoke in a cold tone. Jing Ji is your man. The head of the Armed Defense Department expressed his guess. You used your past relationship with Su Feng to convey the message to Su Feng through Jing Ji. And then let Su Feng release Jing Ji without knowing the inside story. And the reason why you sent someone to follow Jing Ji was actually to cover up the fact that you colluded with Jing Ji. The reason why I made this inference is that I can't figure out how Commander Su at that time could agree to Jingxi's request to rescue an insignificant elite black soldier whose life and death is unknown. Hearing this, and Hui was stunned. That's right. This is the key to the Minister of Armed Defense's suspicion. Su Feng sending people to rescue Zhu Shizhou at that time was undoubtedly irrational. Unusual behavior requires unusual reasons to answer. He naturally noticed the connection between the head of the command and Su Feng, and thought that all this was done by the head of the command behind Su Feng's back. Otherwise, with that man's temperament, everything else would probably not be able to shake that man's rational decision. Why should I do this? And Hui asked word by word, her voice trembling with anger. I guess, because Zhu Shizhou has something you want. The Minister of Armed Defense said lightly, flipping through the investigation materials on the side and looking at one of them. Before Zhu Shizhou was selected as an elite black soldier and went to Papua New Guinea, you gave Zhu Shizhou an order that you asked Zhu Shizhou to go to a designated location. Sperm cells. Chapter 480. Escape and Self-Defense. Sometimes, people really can't imagine that a random thought of theirs will bring great disaster to themselves in the future. Now the head of the command center, and Hui felt that she had dug a hole for herself. At that time, Zhu Shizhou showed a super talent, the best in the history of the entire organization's black soldiers. And Hui had just set her sights on Zhu Shizhou at that time. Not only because Zhu Shizhou was recommended by Su Feng, but also because Zhu Shizhou broke all the course records. So she arranged for sperm collection. Due to Zhu Shizhou's special nature, the organization quickly approved her application. At this moment, the head of the Armed Defense Department, who was sitting opposite her, flipped through the information at hand, with a sneer on his face. According to the normal process, sperm extraction should be carried out within 1 month after the newcomer joins the organization. But it is obvious that you did not arrange it according to this time. And this should be the work of the logistics department. But you intervened without authorization. Yes, at that time, she was just based on her inner curiosity. She casually arranged Zhu Shizhou's sperm extraction task. And in order to prevent Su Feng from noticing that she was paying attention to Zhu Shizhou as much as possible, she also specifically told Zhu Shizhou that this was the intention of the organization's logistics department. In fact, this was her behind the scenes. And Hui had never thought that the head of the Armed Defense Department would actually bring up this matter. Looking at you, you probably didn't expect that I would trace it back so early. Right? And Hui gritted her teeth at this time. Are you trying to say I am coveting his sperm cells? Ridiculous. If she is really convicted for this reason, she might as well die. Although it's outrageous, it's not impossible. The Minister of Armed Defense laughed. But looking at an Hui who couldn't laugh, he seemed to think that this reason was nonsense. So he changed the subject. Of course, there may be other reasons. In short, I can be sure that you started to pay attention to Zhu Shizhou after he joined the organization. Even if you don't want sperm cells, you must have something else. And Hui didn't say anything at this time, because the man in front of her was right. Zhu Shizhou did have what she wanted, such as Su Feng's plan. Su Feng suddenly recommended someone to join the organization, and she wanted to find out Su Feng's purpose. That's all. If you still don't want to admit it, then there is another more interesting thing. Zhu Shizhou's becoming an elite black soldier was also approved by you. The normal approval process is 1 week. But you almost passed the approval in the first time, which is abnormally fast. This guy investigated very carefully, and Hui was a little tired. Should she tell him that it was because Su Feng was the one who pushed Zhu Shizhou to become an elite black soldier? So she approved the application in the first time? Or the same reason? She wanted to find out Su Feng's purpose. Now it seems that perhaps all this is a trap set by Su Feng, and she has already lost when she tried to explore it from the beginning. She can't identify Su Feng without any evidence. It will look like she is making random accusations, and it will be more difficult to identify Su Feng later. It's not possible now. She must wait until there is real evidence, and then give a fatal blow to completely break Su Feng's calculations. You targeted Zhu Shizhou. Perhaps your rebel faction realized his value and wanted to use him for your own purposes to achieve your unspeakable secrets. Or perhaps it was for other reasons. In short, you pushed Zhu Shizhou to become an elite black soldier and let him participate in the Papua New Guinea mission. When you heard that the prophet's life and death were unknown, you contacted Su Feng at the risk of being exposed and successfully rescued Zhu Shizhou. According to my investigation, You even took Thorns to personally accept the inspection of Zhu Shizhou as soon as he came back. Haha. Isn't this too obvious? You still say Thorns is not your man? And Hui was powerless to refute. If all this was not due to her suspicion of Zhu Shizhou, the cause and effect of this suspicion would not fall on her now. Stop talking nonsense. You know that I can't be convicted based on these alone. And Hui was too lazy to listen to the reasoning of the Minister of Armed Defense, which was 3 parts of facts and 7 parts of imagination. The premise of fabricating a crime is to have evidence. Now, the words she heard were all full of strong subjective malice. If someone else were to interrogate her, it is estimated that she would not be able to see any rebellious intentions. The Minister of Armed Defense shook his head. It is true that these alone cannot prove your identity as a rebel. But how do you explain your attack on the sentry post tonight? In any case, the fact that the command center attacked the sentry post was clearly recorded. However, and Hui's reaction was also very fast. She laughed. You said before, Zhu Shizhou appeared in the city? Judging from the time, he didn't go out at all. And the person who attacked the sentry post with my people was not him at all? That's right. That's it? Actually, I've noticed something is wrong. Someone is pretending to be a prophet. He must be a rebel. So in order to find out his purpose and true identity, I risked being mistaken for a rebel and attacked the sentry post with him. And Hui came up with a reason without thinking. And she even looked at the man opposite with regret. It's a pity, the drone said by your armed defense department finally alarmed him, causing the guy pretending to be a prophet to escape into the sea and disappear. It's all your fault. I could have caught the tail of the rebel faction. Alas, you really made things worse. The Minister of the Armed Defense Department didn't expect that they were defeated. He stared at Hui with wide eyes. I've already said that there is no way to convict me based on your untenable statement. The Minister of the Armed Defense Department gritted his teeth. Then how do you explain that you were the first to destroy the surveillance? Let's talk about the suitcase first. And Hui said calmly, you should know better than me what is in the suitcase. After all, when my people lost Jingjing, you should have kept a close eye on Jingjing throughout the whole process, and know what is in her suitcase. Humph! The Minister of the Armed Defense Department certainly knew that it was a box of barbells. That's why he was puzzled. In other words, I have no idea what Thorn did during the time I lost him. And Hui said, when Jingji appeared in front of us again with a suitcase. She went into the bathroom. I thought Jingji was still suspicious, so I wanted to check what was in the suitcase. Is that not too much? Jingji went into the bathroom and came out empty-handed. My people just wanted to go up to check, but they were surrounded by a group of people who claimed to be the patrol team of the Armed Defense Department. What do you think I thought at the time? Because I was not sure whether they were real patrols or rebels who lied about patrols. I had to let my people resist. When resisting, I considered the possibility that your Armed Defense Department was infiltrated by rebels. So I had to destroy the surveillance. How about this explanation? Are you satisfied with it? This logic of escaping guilt makes perfect sense. Because she basically thought so at the time. The key now is how the Minister of the Armed Defense Department views her explanation. The Minister of the Armed Defense Department frowned. He had to admit that he really couldn't hammer this woman's guilt based on the current facts. Is there a possibility that the truth you think is not necessarily the truth? And Hui said. The head of the Armed Defense Department relaxed his frown. Then tell me what the truth is. I'd like to hear your opinion. Jing Ji and Zhu Shizhou are in the same group. They are both rebels. When Zhu Shizhou was taking action tonight, Jing Ji deliberately attracted our attention and set up a trap for us to destroy the surveillance first, shifting the conflict to the two of us. Most of the surveillance that was damaged in the city tonight was destroyed by her. After creating the surveillance blind spot, Zhu Shizhou, no. It should be said that another person pretending to be Zhu Shizhou disguised himself as him and tricked us into breaking through the sentry post with him. Then Zhu Shizhou appeared in the surveillance at the right time to clear his guilt. In fact, he had already completed his work in the surveillance blind spot. And Hui had figured out everything that happened tonight. And had sorted out everything that happened tonight with the Minister of Armed Defense. But there was one thing that she said that was different from what she thought. She believed that there was no so-called person pretending to be Zhu Shizhou from beginning to end. She was sure that the person who talked to her at that time was definitely Zhu Shizhou. But she didn't understand the principle of Zhu Shizhou's rapid transfer method. From Zhu Shizhou jumping into the sea to Zhu Shizhou reappearing in the city, there was a gap of 40 minutes. Under normal circumstances, Such a short time was not enough for Zhu Shizhou to return to the city. But if it was so easy to see through the rebel's method, the rebel would not be able to hide until now. But this is ultimately speculation. And to put it more seriously, it is slander. So she simply adopted a statement and logic that the Minister of Armed Defense could accept. The Minister of Armed Defense looked at the calm and composed Minister of Command, and then sneered. You seem to be making sense. But you overlooked one thing. In your statement, you did not explain why the rebels broke through the sentry post on a large scale, and their purpose for doing so. Hearing this, and Hui was stunned. Break through the sentry post on a large scale? What is going on? Chapter 481 The End of the Night of Rebellion. She knew whether she had allowed the command to breach the sentry post on a large scale. And the answer was no. That was the problem. According to our investigation, after we arrested the headquarters black soldiers at the seaside, more than 20 sentry posts were breached within half an hour. This large-scale operation must be supported by sufficient manpower. After the monitoring drone was destroyed, our Armed Defense Department sent a large number of patrol members to patrol the streets, but did not find any abnormalities. And Huey's expression became serious. So, the rebel faction hid this secret operation without leaving any clues? The head of the Armed Defense Department sneered. Isn't there another possibility? We did not find any situation except the riot of the headquarters black soldiers. But, what if the rebel faction is the headquarters itself? You probably realized that your operation tonight failed. So you asked the black soldiers, who encountered the patrol team, to surrender while attacking the sentry posts, creating the appearance that there were other rebels acting. In fact, the rebels all night tonight. He slapped his palm on the table and said viciously, only your headquarters. The evidence is a large number of call records. The head of the Armed Defense Department threw the printed paper materials in front of Hui, who was in a daze at the moment. What large-scale attack on the sentry post? She had never even heard of this. How come she suddenly had a big pot on her shoulders? This is too unfair. When she looked at the call records, she suddenly came to her senses. That was the time. And Huey's eyes widened. She remembered the countless harassing calls. The rebel faction called her from different numbers. And she answered the phone again and again in order to find out their purpose. Now it is regarded as evidence of contact with the rebels? No. This pot cannot be taken. Once this pot is taken, she will be finished. Wait. I have evidence. And Hui also slapped her hands on the table. You can check my call recordings. I have no extra conversations with the rebel faction. Every call can be verified. However, the Minister of Armed Defense did not buy it. He was also fully prepared. Do you think I haven't verified it? He sneered. I have seen through your thoughts. On the surface, you seem to be in opposition to the rebels in the call. But if you think about it carefully, it is not the case at all. The rebel faction did not talk to you about anything meaningful. I listened to the recording of the call, and it was all meaningless nonsense. I want to ask, are the rebel faction really so idle that they waste time talking to you about some useless nonsense at the critical moment when our Armed Defense Department is fully arresting the rebels? This is fucking. I didn't know the rebels were so bored. And Hui was in a bad mood. Then what do you think is the point of me arranging this plot? Is the point to throw dirty water on yourself? On the contrary. This is your backup plan for yourself. In case you are caught and are about to be convicted, you can take out this recording of the call to prove that you are in opposition to the rebel faction. Hey, there are actually quite a few seemingly meaningless conversations. And the results sound similar. Are you going to carefully select one for them to deal with us later? And Hui was stunned by the thought process of the Minister of Armed Defense at this moment. You don't even think about it. If I want to do something, it will be so crude? Haha. Isn't this your purpose? You want to use this crude method to mislead me, thinking that this is not your method, so as to prove your innocence. It's useless. Don't struggle. I see through it. Have you ever thought that this is the rebel faction deliberately throwing dirty water on me to make me convicted? Convict? The Minister of Armed Defense suddenly became a little bored and leaned back on the chair behind him. You and I know that these alone cannot convict you. You are the head of the command department. If you are to be convicted, the organization must have sufficient evidence to prove your guilt 100%. Otherwise everything is nonsense. And Hui certainly knew that everything tonight was confusing and chaotic. Only the man in front of her was extremely convinced that she was a rebel. But what happened tonight lacked key evidence and was not enough to completely convict her. But even so, she could imagine the organization's arrangement for her. I have already reported tonight's events to the organization. In order to avoid you misunderstanding that I was deliberately targeting you, I reported everything tonight from an objective perspective without any subjective factors. Then, are you willing to listen to the punishment the organization will give you? And Hui gritted her teeth. What punishment? Stop probation for half a year. And Hui's anger was about to overflow. Su Feng. Zhu Shizhou. Now she completely understood. What these two guys did tonight was not to transport any secret materials. Instead, they wanted to drag her down and accuse her of a crime. She even suspected that Zhu Shizhou did nothing tonight. If he really did do something, it was to mislead her and trick her into being hostile to the Armed Defense Department. She lost. Once the punishment came down, she was arranged clearly. It was reasonable to think about it carefully. Su Feng said Zhu Shizhou to the organization and also became her disciple. If Su Feng wanted Zhu Shizhou to do something and didn't want people to find out, the premise was to remove her as an obstacle. Su Feng's intervention in rescuing Zhu Shizhou was a means to make himself take the bait. After Zhu Shizhou returned from Papua New Guinea, she took the initiative to declare that she would keep an eye on Zhu Shizhou, which had violated the bottom line of Su Feng and Zhu Shizhou. So they chose to take action against her. After she was punished, Zhu Shizhou was like a fish leaping in the sea and a bird flying in the sky. There was no obstacle to what she wanted to do. When Hui thought of this, she knew in her heart that she had no way to turn the tables today. Zhu Shizhou is also suspected. She suddenly calmed down and said coldly to the Minister of Armed Defense, since there is no way to catch Zhu Shizhou's crime, then the next best thing is to let the Armed Defense Department keep an eye on Zhu Shizhou and pay as much attention to Zhu Shizhou's every move as possible. As long as there is a little suspicion, the Armed Defense Department will not let him go. In this way, even if it is Zhu Shizhou, just as she was imagining. Suddenly, the door of the interrogation room was knocked open. A black soldier pushed open the door and reported. Report to the minister. Emergency. Zhu Shizhou, a regular student at the black soldier training base, was attacked. The attacker is an elite black soldier, whose identity is unknown. The atmosphere in the interrogation room suddenly became silent. The minister of the Armed Defense Department looked at Hui dimly. Your people? And Hui opened her mouth. I said it's not. Do you believe it? Yesterday, student Zhu Shizhou went out to buy supplies. The rebel faction took this opportunity to rebel, but was discovered by the Armed Defense Department, and the riot was quelled in time. The command and the Armed Defense Department clashed due to misunderstandings during this process, and the head of the command was punished by the organization to stop observation. During this period, student Zhu Shizhou returned to the black soldier training base after realizing the turmoil, but was attacked by the rebels at the door. The guard rescued him, but was knocked unconscious. Zhu Shizhou himself was seriously injured and escaped by luck. He was found at the door of his dormitory the next morning, but his life was in danger. He was unconscious due to excessive blood loss, and was transferred to the logistics department for treatment. The above is the news Su Chan received after returning to the black soldier training base. In the ward of the logistics department, Fu Sidu, wearing a white coat, pushed the reflective glasses on his nose, and looked at the pale man who smiled at him on the bed. I didn't expect that we would meet again in this way. Zhu Shizhou. Chapter 482. I owe you a favor. Fu Sidu's answer. When Fu Sidu heard that Zhu Shizhou was seriously injured, he was studying human body repair surgery. Human body repair surgery is already the second stage of the logistics department's development towards medicine. Although he is not as good as Zhu Shizhou's abnormal genius, his learning speed is also very fast. As a result, before the class was halfway through, he received a secret summons, and the person who summoned him was the head of the logistics department. The head of the logistics department told him two things seriously. The first thing is that Zhu Shizhou was attacked by the rebel faction and was seriously injured. Fortunately, he received timely treatment from the logistics department and was fine. The second thing is that after Zhu Shizhou woke up, he said that he did not trust other white-clothed people. He stubbornly believed that there might be rebels who wanted to harm him in other logistics departments, and refused to receive follow-up treatment under the care of other white-clothed people. He also said that if treatment is necessary, let his only trusted good brother Fu Sida come. The head of the logistics department could not be sure that there were no rebels among his subordinates. If Zhu Shizhou finally survived, but was attacked and killed by rebels again, he would be held responsible. So he let Fu Sida go. After secretly summoning Fu Sidu, He briefly told him about these two things. Fu Sidu was worthy of being Zhu Shurjio's good brother, and agreed immediately. I heard that you wanted me to be responsible for your follow-up management. So I came. Zhu Shurjio, whose face was still a little pale, forced a smile and said, Thank you. I really don't trust anyone else except you. I didn't expect the rebels to be so rampant now. They attacked me without any reason and injured me severely. According to the attending doctor in white, it will take at least a week to fully recover. Fu Sidu looked at Zhu Shurjio for a while and said, Is that so? Then, what do you want to do with me? Zhu Shurjio showed a slightly puzzled expression. Didn't I say that? I want you to be responsible for my follow-up treatment. I don't trust anyone else except you. Fu Sidu shook his head. This is not a reason. In fact, if I were a rebel, I would attack you through a simple newcomer with no background. Why? Zhu Shurjio asked. There are two reasons. The first point is that you were attacked, and the organization will definitely increase its protection and carefully select the white-clothed people who are responsible for your follow-up treatment. It is difficult for rebels to mix into this group of elites, so they can only choose indirect contact. As for a new student like me, I have no background and my identity is just a student. I am not protected more than other white-clothed students, and my thoughts are not firm. It is easier for the rebels to contact me than other white-clothed students. You let me take charge of your follow-up treatment, which is equivalent to handing a knife to the rebel faction. I believe you will not fail to think of this. The second point is that I am a person who has a friendship with you. Although I can't be called a good brother, I am not a stranger. The rebel faction will not be unaware of this. Even if they can't turn me against you, they will find ways to make me find a reason to visit you, and then learn about your recovery from me, so as to arrange a second assassination. Don't blame me for having persecution paranoia. You should know that there is this possibility. Fu Sidu pushed his glasses. If you really treat me as a good brother, you shouldn't involve me. This was a bit too ruthless. Zhu Shurjio rolled his eyes speechlessly. You said so much? Actually just to express your dissatisfaction with being involved by me? Fu Sidu denied. After the injection of the drug, my emotions were blocked, and I didn't have any so-called dissatisfaction. I just analyzed rationally from an objective perspective and came to this conclusion. It is indeed not safe for me to be involved by you. I hope you can understand this. Then I understand. Zhu Shurjio shook his head in disappointment. For your own safety, your idea is understandable. After all, your emotions have not recovered yet, and I can't deal with you on an emotional level. If you think so, then you can go back. I will let other white clothes treat me. However, Fu Sidu shook his head again. No, it's more dangerous to leave now. He analyzed from a rational perspective. The rebels attacked you. They must want to know your current situation at all times. All your treatment information is protected by the organization. Maybe they don't know whether you are alive or dead, so it is even more difficult for them to know. And I was secretly summoned. It seems safe now. But in fact, if I leave this ward later, they will shift their attention to me. I don't need to say more. Right? Fu Sidu didn't need to say Zhu Shurjio to know what happened next. It was nothing more than that since he had been involved, his safety was tied to Zhu Shurjio. If he stayed with Zhu Shurjio, he could still be closely protected by the organization. But if he left, it would be no different from taking off his bulletproof vest and running naked on a battlefield full of bullets. So what do you mean now? Again, I don't believe you can't think of these. And assuming that you have thought of these, but still involve me, you must have something to tell me. Now I want to hear what you want to tell me. I have to say, these guys' brains are better than each other. Zhu Shurjio sighed in his heart. He had found Su-chan before, and he was more powerful when arranging plans and actions. Su-chan even met his requirements perfectly the first time she cooperated with him. Now he found Fu Sidu, and this guy judged his purpose with a few words. Fu Sidu was right. The reason why he specifically asked Fu Sidu to be responsible for his follow-up treatment was because he wanted to contact Fu Sidu. And then, depending on the situation, he would also recruit Fu Sidu to become a member of the chess club. Although Fu Sidu did not see through the truth due to insufficient information, he was also extremely close to the truth. Zhu Shurjio felt that Fu Sidu was more difficult to deal with than Su-chan, so he was hesitating whether to speak now. Fu Sidu saw through Zhu Shurjio's hesitation and asked, "Is it difficult to say it? It seems that the matter is indeed serious." He even wondered whether Zhu Shurjio was going to tell him some secrets about what happened last night, and his expression became serious. After thinking for a while, Zhu Sergio said. If I tell you something and ask you to keep it confidential no matter what, how will you decide? Fu Sidu said without hesitation. Generally, I will decide based on the severity of the matter. If it is very serious and I cannot make a decision with my personal ability, I will choose to report it to the organization. Zhu Sergio noticed Fu Sidu's word general situation. That is to say, there is also non-general situation. Fu Sidu pushed his reflective glasses. But after all, I owe you a favor. So let's talk about it separately now. No matter what you want to tell me, whether I agree or not, I will keep it confidential. Chapter 483 Goodbye Luo Sui. This guy knows how to repay a favor. Zhu Sergio thinks that the more difficult thing about Fu Sidu is that he has almost no weaknesses compared to Su Chan. The fundamental reason why he controlled Su Chan before was that he controlled Su Chan's desire to survive by any means. Su Chan probably understood that she had been targeted by the chess club. If she did not cooperate or showed any intention of not cooperating, the rebel faction would attack her. Out of self-protection psychology and other analysis and judgment, Su Chan chose to join the chess club without hesitation. But Fu Sidu is different. His purpose of joining the Black Soldier organization was to treat ALS. And now the Black Soldier organization has cured his ALS. The only weakness he can use has disappeared. If Fu Sidu did not really owe him a favor, then after talking with Fu Sidu, he might not even hesitate and give up trying to win over Fu Sidu. Fu Sidu's statement is also very interesting. This guy said that he owed him a favor, not a life. And he measured the importance of this favor. Fu Sidu did join the organization with his help and cured his terminal illness. But in fact Zhu Sergio also knew that with Fu Sidu's ability, he could probably pass the assessment and join the organization even without his help. So, did Fu Sidu's meaning now imply that you can tell me things, but forget about things that are too important? Zhu Sergio was a little confused for a while. But since Fu Sidu was called here, he didn't want to give up easily, and had to try it anyway. However, he did not ask rashly, because the most urgent task now was to fix the retracement point. That is, even if he wanted to say it, he had to wait until the time on the phone was past midnight. I can't say it now, but I would like to ask you to call Luo Sui for me. I want to tell her something. This shouldn't consume favors. Right? You are so secretive. I don't know what you want to say. Fu Sidu sighed. But it was okay to call Luo Sui. Of course. All this had to be done under the condition of ensuring his own safety. Fu Sidu chose to contact the head of the logistics department, and then notified Luo Sui to come through the head of the logistics department. This ward should be visited as little as possible. He didn't want to be attacked by rebels as soon as he walked out of the ward. The head of the logistics department was also quite surprised after hearing Zhu Sergio's request. It was understandable to contact Fu Sidu to come. After all, Fu Sidu was from the logistics department, and he had a strong learning ability in medicine. And he could already handle some minor surgeries that seemed extremely complicated to the outside world. But Luo Sui, if I remember correctly, is from the reconnaissance department. Why did Zhu Sergio look for her? When he asked Zhu Sergio for his answer, he got a reply that made him feel sad. One day without seeing her feels like 3 years. I miss her. This simple answer made the logistics director, who is still a single dog, feel sour as if he had eaten a lemon. He did not ask for the specific details. However, what he did not know was that Zhu Sergio was telling the truth. One day without seeing her feels like 3 years. This sentence is an exaggeration for others, but it is a real reality for Zhu Sergio. How long did he spend in Papua New Guinea? He couldn't calculate it. But when he saw Luo Sui in the ward again, the dusty memories in his mind gradually woke up. He realized that Luo Sui was more like a friend with whom he had a thin relationship many years ago. And he was even more familiar with Jing Ji than Luo Sui. However, for Luo Sui, the two had not met for less than a month. When Zhu Sergio saw Luo Sui again, he was filled with emotion and said, "Long time no see." Luo Sui blushed slightly. "Are you okay?" "I am fine." Zhu Sergio looked at this familiar yet unfamiliar face, and was immersed in the emotion of the years for a while. Fu Sidu looked at Zhu Sergio, then at Luo Sui, pushed his glasses and said in this slightly awkward atmosphere, "Should I leave for a while?" Luo Sui only noticed Fu Sidu at the side at this time. "Why are you here too, huh? He saw you first, and then called me over?" Fu Sidu. Ahem. Zhu Sergio coughed twice. "I was seriously injured when I was treated by the logistics department." "This is true." But Luo Suyi mistakenly thought that Fu Sidu was also a member of the treatment, and then let go of a little embarrassment. Walked up and sat on the chair next to Zhu Shizhou's bed. How did it get like this? I heard that you were attacked by rebels. Are they strong? What do rebels look like? Fortunately, their physical fitness is far superior to mine. Zhu Shizhou felt a little uncomfortable. Although he was the one who wanted to see Luo Suyi, he was not used to Luo Suyi's concern as a familiar person because of the constant replay. Zhu Shizhou briefly talked about the experience of being attacked yesterday. In fact, he just arranged for Thorn to attack him and the guards when he dragged his suitcase back to the Black Soldier training base, avoiding an inspection of the suitcase, and let Thorn take the suitcase away. And Thorn placed Misha in a safe place. But in his mouth, it became that he was suddenly attacked by the rebels in the Black Soldier training base, and was seriously injured after a fight. If the Armed Defense Department had not arrived in time to scare away the rebels, I am afraid he would have died at the hands of the rebels. The details are not important. Zhu Shizhou vaguely perfunctorily passed it over, and then changed the subject. Have you recovered emotionally? Zhu Shizhou stared at Luo Suyi for a while and asked. Since she entered the room, Luo Suyi's face has been flushed, and she looked at him evasively. She looked at him for a moment, and then looked away in panic. She looked like a young girl in love, and people could see at a glance that she had recovered her emotions. Yes. Do you remember when I had the operation before? At that time, because I cured the hyperthymesia that had troubled me for a long time, my brain accidentally broke through the emotional blockade. From that time on, my emotional blockade was gradually ineffective, and now it has been lifted long before other people. As Luo Suyi narrated, Zhu Shizhou recalled that yes, it was true. Luo Suyi's expressionless tears reappeared in his mind. Along with it came another memory. Luo Suyi stared at him. Zhu Shizhou. What you said to me before. Is it still the same now? That was the admiration disguised in order to bind Luo Suyi to this humanoid hard drive, which successfully deceived Luo Suyi, who was still in an emotionally closed state and could not understand emotions, making her mistakenly believe that he fell in love with him at first sight. In fact, this was a means for him to control Luo Suyi's emotions, in order to make Luo Suyi fall in love with him during the emotional recovery period, so that she could still be used by him after the emotional erasure. Zhu Shizhou looked at Luo Suyi eagerly, and said sincerely yes, it's still the same now. He still chose to deceive now. The reason why he asked Luo Suyi to come now was not because he really wanted to see her, but because he still had the information about the Underground Insect Research Institute of the Papua New Guinea military in his mind. After Thorn translated it in one round, he barely memorized it. Since it was all experimental data, it was not easy to memorize. If it took a while longer, he would probably forget it. Now he urgently needs a way to store the data without being discovered by the organization. The first method he thought of was Luo Suyi, who had hypermnesia. Chapter 484. Fu Sidu's theory of pursuing the opposite sex. Luo Suyi was still rational after all, although Zhu Shizhou helped her pass the assessment and showed a kind, resolute and wise image during the assessment. And although Zhu Shizhou was an unprecedented super genius in the history of the Black Soldiers, who broke the record of all courses as a rookie, love is not something that can make people fall in love with someone just because he is good enough. Now Luo Suyi admits that she has a little affection for Zhu Shizhou, but this affection is more based on gratitude and a special feeling of adding points to excellent people. Facing Zhu Shizhou's passionate pursuit, Luo Suyi was a little at a loss. This is not good. Luo Suyi turned away from the gaze with Zhu Shizhou. I don't know you well now. After all, we are both Black Soldiers. That is in danger every day. Well, if we get along for a longer time. Although Luo Suyi's words were inconsistent. As expected, Luo Suyi temporarily refused. Zhu Shizhou, who has always been a straight man and has never been tempted to pursue a girl in his life, can only look at it from an objective perspective. It is true that the two of them spent too little time together. To be honest, because of too many flashbacks, he almost forgot Luo Suyi's face when he saw her. Is that so? That's a pity. Zhu Shizhou shook his head regretfully. In fact, her rejection slightly reduced the slight sense of guilt in his heart, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Luo Suyi stood up a little at a loss. I'll go and scout around to see if there is any suspicious situation. Oh, go ahead. The three people present knew that this was Luo Suyi's excuse to leave the awkward atmosphere, but they all tacitly did not speak out. Fu Sidu, who was standing by, kindly reminded him. Remember to have less contact with other white-clothed people when you are scouting, because there may be traitors among them. Luo Sui fled in panic. The door was slammed shut. Fu Sidu then looked at Zhu Shizhou. I hope you won't talk about your feelings in front of me next time. This makes me feel a little redundant. Just now, he stood by like a light bulb and was ignored throughout the whole process. He also reflected on himself. Next time when Zhu Shizhou and Luo Sui were present, he would find an excuse to leave. It was not because he was afraid of embarrassment, but because he was worried that if he was present, Luo Sui would not be able to express her feelings in front of others, so as not to delay Zhu Shizhou's pursuit of Luo Sui. Zhu Shizhou smiled and said, Brother, I really like this. Do you have any good ideas? Fu Sidu talked freely. There are only two criteria for a person to choose a spouse. It can be divided into external objective factors and internal subjective factors. The objective factor is mainly that the object must be good enough and have the value of being a couple. The subjective factor refers to whether the other party can feel your sincerity. Sincerity is the ultimate skill, even for more emotional women. The latter is more important than the former. Rational people are just the opposite. Their pursuit of love mostly focuses on the value of the object. If the object loses its value, it is easy for them to lose interest. Hearing Fu Sidu's professional attitude, Zhu Shizhou couldn't help but curiously ask, Do you think Luo Sui is a rational person or an emotional person? Fu Sidu shook his head. I can't judge now. Because he has closed his emotions. It is difficult to analyze a person's psychological state from an emotional perspective. If he was able to judge a relationship objectively and emotionally before he closed his emotions, then now he is only objective. Just like measuring a target requires two rulers. But now he has lost one of the two rulers. And the remaining ruler cannot measure accurately no matter what. Zhu Shizhou thought of Su Chan at this time. Su Chan before she closed her emotions was hard to judge. But Su Chan after she closed her emotions was undoubtedly the former. Actually, you don't have to think too much. Fu Sidu pushed his glasses. For ordinary people, you may only be able to choose one. But you just need to do both. Make yourself better and give your heart. Then no matter what kind of person you want to pursue, you can get it easily. I thought you had to use various means to pursue girls. Zhu Shizhou recalled the TV series he had watched and the fact that his college classmates often gave flowers and gifts when pursuing others. Wondering if he had made a mistake, Fu Sidu said expressionlessly, The means should be used according to the actual situation. Because the means are just a tool to speed up the other person to fall in love with you. If you get the attributes of the object wrong, it is easy to have problems. For example, if you give a flower to the object, the girl who loves based on value will first think about the value of the flower. But the girl who loves based on emotion will first think about whether the environment and atmosphere when you give her the flower is romantic enough, and what the flower language of the flower means. It's hard to say which one is right or wrong. The former may not be materialistic, and the latter may not be all love-brained. But a woman will definitely have her own focus. Can you tell which one Luo Sui is? Zhu Shizhou shook his head honestly. No. If you can't, then don't act rashly. Analyze Luo Sui's attributes first, and then decide what method to use. Can't both methods be used at the same time? Isn't that safer? Zhu Shizhou asked. Of course. But you have to figure out whether you just want to pursue her, or want to stay with her forever. Fu Sidu pushed his glasses. Based on my research, I found that the reason why men and women cheat after marriage is mostly because of the huge gap between before and after marriage, which leads to the cooling of emotions. If you use too much means before marriage, there are two results. One is that you continue to use these means after pursuing Luo Sui, and the other will get tired of it after a long time. The other is that you stop using these means, or even just use these means occasionally, which will easily lead to a psychological gap in the other party after you are together. Fu Sidu talked freely, looking like a professional. No matter which one, it is easy to go to extremes, which is all caused by too much means. On the contrary, those couples whose relationship is always stable, their love has always lacked sentiment and is as plain as water. So, wait a minute. After listening to a lot, Zhu Shizhou felt that he was about to be convinced by Fu Sidu, but suddenly noticed a very serious problem. What's wrong? Fu Sidu was puzzled and pushed his reflective glasses. Fu Sidu, have you ever been in love? Zhu Shizhou asked. The reason for asking this question was that when Fu Sidu expounded these theories, he used the words based on research. This gave him a bad feeling. As if, when Fusidu expounded these theories, he was expounding on some kind of paper. Sure enough, Fusidu answered no. Zhu Shurjiu. Before Zhu Shurjiu could complain, Fusidu said again, but, as a psychologist, I have published a paper on love. How did this guy become a psychologist again? It seems that this guy had several titles before joining the organization. Oh, that's fine. A theory that has not been put into practice. Is it reliable? Fusidu raised his lips with a fake smile. Who said I haven't been put into practice? Huh? Didn't you say? Although I haven't tried it myself. In order to make my research credible and have a theoretical basis, I have tried to make more than one pair of single men and women who have never met each other successfully become lovers. After all, research without experimental data is always just empty talk. Master, this is it. Zhu Shurjiu finally put aside his doubts. Master Fu, please teach me. Fusidu nodded. Okay, but this is considered as repaying a favor, right? Fusidu was thinking about repaying a favor, so that he would not owe Zhu Shurjiu anything. Zhu Shurjiu shook his head. No. In fact, I am paving the way for your subsequent development within the organization. Fusidu asked. What do you mean? The natural fertility rate of black soldiers is low, mostly because their emotions are erased, and it is difficult for them to have sexual desires, which leads to the fact that they usually do not take the initiative to ask for childbirth. Even if they want to have children, they will be arranged by the organization. But if you apply your research results to black soldiers and develop a love theory suitable for black soldiers, the natural fertility rate of black soldiers will be greatly improved. You will also have a way to be promoted in the logistics department. Right? Indeed. Fusidu really thought about it seriously. So in order to improve your research, I have a proposal that I want to discuss with you. Zhu Shurjiu pulled Fusidu over and whispered to Fusidu. Can you get the medicine to remove the emotional blockage in the logistics department? Can you prepare a few for me? At this time, Fusidu suddenly looked at Zhu Shurjiu. Is this your purpose? Did you call me here just for this? Zhu Shurjiu patted Fusidu's shoulder. Don't make such a fuss. The reason why I want to remove the emotional blockage medicine. Well, you know it. When my body recovers, everyone will have to inject the medicine again. If I can't remove the emotional blockage, how can I pursue Luo Sui? Fusidu frowned. You think so only because your emotional blockage is now lifted. But when you are emotionally closed again, you will naturally not have such thoughts, let alone waste time pursuing Luo Sui. Zhu Shurjiu sighed lightly. But now I really like her. Fusidu was deceived by Zhu Shurjiu. He thought for a long time and felt that Zhu Shurjiu's proposal to give him a way out in the logistics department was not entirely unreasonable. So after careful consideration, he said okay. Zhu Shurjiu was surprised and said, really? Thank you so much. This is not a favor I have to repay you. After all, the two are not equivalent. Moreover, this can indeed give me a development direction in the logistics department. So this can only be regarded as a transaction. You have to let me participate in the research process of your love with Luo Sui. Fusidu also has ideas. Zhu Shurjiu immediately replied yes. Of course. I'm not afraid of you discovering the truth. I'm just afraid that you won't join the game. In this way, as long as Fusidu participates in the secret cooperation with him, he can always find a way to make Fusidu his man. On the other hand, Luo Sui, who left the ward, received the concern from the head of the reconnaissance department. Xiao Luo, how is your relationship with Xiao Zhu going? Luo Sui answered awkwardly to the communicator. It's okay. She didn't tell the director what happened in the ward just now. After a few more words, Luo Sui hung up the call. Yes, the director of the reconnaissance department had known that Zhu Shurjiu was interested in her. This was not something Luo Sui spread casually. But the conversation between Zhu Shurjiu and Luo Sui after the operation was actually under the surveillance in the ward. Therefore, after Zhu Shurjiu showed his power later, the director of the reconnaissance department went back to check the surveillance and guessed that Zhu Shurjiu was interested in Luo Sui. Because of this, the director of the reconnaissance department kept an eye on Luo Sui's visit to Zhu Shurjiu today. The head of the reconnaissance department had a simple idea. Zhu Shurjiu was always a member of the command center. But he had also heard about what happened last night. He knew that there was a rift between Zhu Shurjiu and the command center. So, was there any way to win Zhu Shurjiu over to the reconnaissance department? The head of the reconnaissance department did not tell anyone else about his ambition. But Luo Suyi gave him an opportunity. If possible, he hoped that Luo Suyi could pursue Zhu Shizhou in return. Luo Suyi was confused when she was talking to Zhu Shizhou in the ward just now. She kept thinking about this matter and felt guilty. Chapter 485 Fu Sidu and Luo Suyi's thoughts. Sometimes, prey can also transform into hunters. At night, when Luo Suyi returned to the ward, Zhu Shizhou had already fallen asleep. Fu Sidu was holding a computer and typing away on the keyboard with a serious look on his face. When Luo Suyi approached to see what he was doing, he suddenly closed the computer. Luo Suyi didn't want to ask more. She turned around and saw Zhu Shizhou lying on the bed with his eyes closed. She breathed a sigh of relief. He fell asleep? He had a minor operation this afternoon. Although it was a minor operation, it could still threaten his life if he was not careful. You didn't go to class. What were you doing just now? Writing a paper. It's about experimental research on my future development direction in the logistics department. I have mastered the current courses. Even if I miss classes and my grades are deducted to the bottom line, I can guarantee that I will not fail. Luo Suyi was not surprised by this, because she was the same. She mastered the courses of the reconnaissance department easily. It should be said that for her with a super memory, no matter what course she takes, she can perform like a genius. When everyone's eyes were focused on Zhu Shizhou, and they were looking forward to his performance, Fu Sidu and Luo Suyi were also growing at a speed far exceeding other students. Zhu Shizhou is not the only one who is called a genius. It's just that the genius of others is mediocre compared to Zhu Shizhou. Fu Sidu was unwilling to leave, and Luo Suyi couldn't chase him away, so she could only wait for Zhu Shizhou to wake up on a seat nearby. She is not an indecisive person, whether dealing with emotional issues or other things. She is used to making decisive decisions. This time is the same. She has decided to talk to Zhu Shizhou after he wakes up. The air fell silent. Fu Sidu pushed his glasses, turned on the computer again, and started typing on the keyboard. Alas! Zhu Shizhou, why do you like me? Luo Suyi sighed in a low voice, talking to herself, and didn't want to get anyone's answer. But Fu Sidu said, love makes people blind. This is not without reason. Once you fall in love, even a wise man will do stupid things. Luo Suyi said expressionlessly, are you saying that it is stupid for Zhu Shizhou to like me? Isn't it? In my opinion, with his conditions, he can definitely find a better partner than you with a broader prospect as his spouse. Now you and I are not on the same level as him. Do you think you are worthy of Zhu Shizhou? If you are with Zhu Shizhou, you will only hinder Zhu Shizhou's steps. Luo Suyi opened her mouth, but could not say anything to refute, because it was true. She had obviously realized this when she was talking to herself just now. But Fu Sidu was so straightforward and mean that it was a bit hard to accept. Fu Sidu added, but this is just stupid in my opinion. Everything has different values for different people, so I can't easily judge from his perspective. But if you choose to be with Zhu Shizhou, then you are destined to bear the incomprehensible gazes and various criticisms of others, which will become your psychological burden. If you are hesitant just because of my doubts, then I don't recommend you to get involved with Zhu Shizhou anymore. Luo Suyi fell into deep thought. Fortunately, she was not in love. She used to suffer from uncontrollable hyperthymesia and always watched other people's love with a cold eye. She could make judgments from the most objective perspective like Fu Sidu. Now that she was stimulated by this, she started to think calmly again. Am I an obstacle? Luo Suyi murmured. Zhu Shizhou is already a black soldier, Fu Sidu suddenly said. Luo Suyi looked at Fu Sidu in surprise. What did you say? As far as I know, Zhu Shizhou disappeared for more than half a month. And during this more than half a month of absence, his various courses were very abnormally not deducted. I originally thought that Zhu Shizhou had found a way to keep credits even if he was absent from class. So I learned about it privately. But I learned from my senior that a secret organization that was not a secret would select a group of students from the Black Soldier training base to become Black Soldiers every once in a while. This Black Soldier's identity is not an official one. The students are still students on the surface, but they will go out with a team to perform tasks secretly. So I guess Zhu Shizhou was selected as an informal Black Soldier, and during the time he disappeared, he was sent out by the organization to perform tasks with the team. Luo Suyi was in a trance. She was still a student, and Zhu Shizhou was already a Black Soldier. The organization found Zhu Shizhou, but did not come to her, which can only mean that her ability is insufficient. Seeing Luo Suyi's unwilling look, Fu Sidu said, Don't belittle yourself. It's not that we are too weak, but that Zhu Shizhou is too strong. Generally speaking, the organization secretly selects students half a year after the new students enter the school. Perhaps after half a year, we will also be selected by the organization as informal black soldiers. Half a year? Too long. Luo Suyi shook her head. Half a year is indeed too long. If half a year passes, Zhu Shizhou will probably grow to a level that we can't even dream of. Fusidu was not completely without ideas. Unlike others thought about how to survive after joining the Black Soldier organization. But after he was treated by the organization and got rid of the curse of death, he thought about making a contribution to the cause of saving the world. His primary goal has been consistent with the organization, and Zhu Shizhou is a thigh that he can connect with. He is thinking about how to keep up with Zhu Shizhou as much as possible. After being secretly selected as a black soldier, he fights with Zhu Shizhou. The stronger the teammates, the more room for development he has. Why did he agree to Zhu Shizhou's request to lift the emotional blockage? It is precisely for this consideration. He is trying to deepen the relationship between Zhu Shizhou and him as much as possible. Luo Suyi is obviously much simpler. As long as she agrees to Zhu Shizhou's pursuit, she can easily connect with Zhu Shizhou. It's so easy to get to the top. But she is still hesitating here. Fusidu, who was emotionally closed, did not understand Luo Suyi's hesitation. Just as the two were discussing how to keep up with the genius Zhu Shizhou, who was lying on the bed pretending to be asleep, finally couldn't stand the embarrassment and moved his body. Luo Suyi and Fusidu shut up at the same time. So noisy. Zhu Shizhou rubbed his eyes pretending to be sleepy. But in fact, he had not slept at all since the operation. Luo Suyi asked with concern. Did I disturb you? How about you sleep a little longer? And Fusidu and I will go out? Fusidu pushed his glasses. The ward was obviously the safest. But who could guarantee that he would not be attacked by rebels in the middle of the night outside the ward? Anyway, he had never left Zhu Shizhou since he was summoned by him. Zhu Shizhou looked at the time. It was past midnight, and the rewind point had been updated. In this case, he could be bolder and say some treasonous words to the two of them. No need to go out. Since I'm awake, I just have something to say to you. Chapter 486 Escape. Pursuing Luo Suyi and letting Fusidu participate in the research were just a means for Zhu Shizhou to connect with the two of them, and also a way to cover up the organization's site. There were also surveillance cameras in the ward, so Zhu Shizhou couldn't talk nonsense, and could only use a cover that could be put on the surface to avoid the organization's site. And the reason why he had to wait for a day to update the replay point was because he was waiting for the organization's investigation results. At the end of the night of unrest, he, together with Jingji and Suchan, hid Misha in a place they felt safe. But they were not sure whether it was really safe, since the organization gave the head of the command center a disciplinary action, but did not kill him with one stick, and firmly believed that the head was a rebel. It meant that the organization was still half believing and half doubting. So Zhu Shizhou let Jingji attack him, and dispel the organization's suspicion of him with a state of serious injury and dying. But it was not so easy for Jingji and Suchan to get rid of the organization's suspicion. So Zhu Shizhou gave the organization a day. If the organization finds Misha, then they will naturally figure out how he managed to move in such a short time, and they will naturally come to arrest him. But if the organization fails to find Misha within a day, then there is room for maneuver. Zhu Shizhou waited all day, and the result of the wait made Zhu Shizhou feel relieved. Now, it is past midnight. Zhu Shizhou can finally consider winning over Fusidu and Luo Suyi. Seeing what Zhu Shizhou was about to say, Fusidu thought of how he was like a light bulb when Luo Suyi talked to Zhu Shizhou before. He immediately closed his laptop and said, I'm going to the bathroom. You two can talk if you have anything to say. After that, he took the laptop into the toilet. Zhu Shizhou Luo Suyi. He took the laptop into the toilet. This guy is really unique. Luo Suyi glanced at the toilet awkwardly. Obviously, she also thought that Zhu Shizhou wanted to continue discussing emotional issues with her. Luo Suyi. My chest hurts now, so I can't speak too loudly. Please come closer. Zhu Shizhou made up an excuse and covered his chest with a painful expression. With this excuse, he could avoid surveillance openly. Luo Suyi blushed and lowered her head and said, It's okay. I can hear you even if you whisper. Because of the course requirements of the reconnaissance department, my hearing has been greatly enhanced. Zhu Shizhou smiled bitterly. Are you so unwilling to get close to me? I won't be so aggressive. If you want to consider your relationship with me, I will give you time. But I don't want others to hear what I have in my heart. Luo Sui's face turned even redder. Sincerely? What did he want to tell me? Luo Sui looked at the surveillance camera with a red face. And after hesitating for a long time, she still approached Zhu Shizhou and put her ear close to him. Zhu Shizhou also approached, covered his mouth with his hand, and breathed a breath of hot air on Luo Sui's ears, making her ears, which were already red, even redder. Zhu Shizhou covered his mouth with one hand, and suddenly pressed Luo Sui's shoulder with the other hand, and stopped Luo Sui from leaving with a strong force. Insect Man Research Plan Chapter 1 Section 1. Qualification Standards and Screening of Experimental Subjects. The unexpected words made Luo Sui's shyness disappear, and surprise and confusion appeared in her eyes. Wait. Luo Sui wanted to ask in doubt, but Zhu Shizhou's other hand pressing her shoulder suddenly exerted force, and her shoulder felt a pain, interrupting her question. Zhu Shizhou did not explain anything else to Luo Sui. As soon as he opened his mouth, he talked about the core of the main event, the insect research plan, which was the information that Max hid in the office, and the insect research plan that he brought from the United States at the risk of his life. In countless replays, he relied on his memory to memorize every word of the insect research plan. And now he was repeating this part to Luo Sui. Luo Sui didn't know about insects at all, let alone the insect research plan. So she naturally didn't understand everything about the insect research plan. But it didn't matter. She had super memory. After the treatment organized by the organization, she can retrieve any memory in her brain anytime and anywhere. At this moment, every word he told her will not be missed because of her distraction. Even if Luo Sui does not understand the insect research plan, she can remember it. Luo Sui did not know how long the insect research plan and the various data on insect research by the Papua New Guinea military had been in his mind. These dry experimental data almost tortured Zhu Shizhou crazy. It was not pleasant to force himself to memorize them and review them every day. As time went by, Luo Sui stopped struggling. Her face was no longer red, but she looked dazed and absent-minded. She was not listening to what Zhu Shizhou said at all, even though every word of Zhu Shizhou was clearly engraved in her mind. She was not thinking about the text content of Zhu Shizhou at all. 10 minutes passed. Luo Sui clenched her fists and listened to Zhu Shizhou's words expressionlessly. 20 minutes passed. Luo Sui's eyes were slightly moist, and her vision was blurred. Although she tried hard to raise her head, a bean-sized tear still seeped out from the corner of her eyes, slid across her cheek, and hit the back of her hand that was tightly clenched into a fist. The temperature of Zhu Shizhou's breathing in her ears was all cold in her feelings, and even her heart was silently twisting. When Zhu Shizhou saw Luo Sui crying, a trace of struggle appeared in his eyes, but he gritted his teeth and repeated the memory in his mind. 30 minutes passed, and Zhu Shizhou stopped. At this time, Luo Sui had already burst into tears. Zhu Shizhou loosened the hand that was holding Luo Sui. You are using me, right? Luo Sui stared at Zhu Shizhou with tears in her eyes. She had completely understood that Zhu Shizhou did not like her at all, but wanted to use her. Her hyperthymesia was a nightmare that had tortured her for many years. But Zhu Shizhou regarded it as a tool that could be used. All the other values in her were not as important as hyperthymesia. In Zhu Shizhou's eyes, she was just an accessory to hyperthymesia. Facing Luo Sui's questioning, Zhu Shizhou remained silent. Luo Sui wiped her tears, stood up, and sobbed. I'll go back first. Wait. Are you okay? Zhu Shizhou got out of bed and chased after her. He admitted that he was a little regretful now. Luo Sui wiped her tears with one hand and waved her hand with the other hand randomly, blocking Zhu Shizhou's progress. It's okay. I'm fine. You should take good care of yourself. I have something else to do. Bye. See you tomorrow. I will come to see you again. It's just that I'm in a mess now. Sorry. The door of the ward was pushed open by Luo Sui, and she ran out like she was escaping. Zhu Shizhou reached out his hand, but only caught a tear that fell in the air. Just when Zhu Shizhou was at a loss, the door of the toilet was opened. Zhu Shizhou looked around absent-mindedly and saw Fu Sidu holding a notebook in front of him. Fu Sidu pushed his glasses and looked at the door of the ward. Although I don't know what happened, my suggestion is, chase after him. Chapter 487 Moonlight Corridor. Confession. Ju Shurjo had no idea why Luo Sui was crying. He really didn't understand. Before he decided to tell the story of the Insect Man research plan, he had imagined many possible outcomes, such as Luo Sui guessing his identity as a rebel, Luo Sui realizing that he was just using his feelings as a cover and punching him in anger, or looking confused and not understanding anything. Obviously, the last point was the best for Ju Shurjo. Ju Shurjo said it because he wanted to gamble on the last possibility. In his opinion, this possibility was still relatively large, because Luo Sui didn't know anything now, and ignorance was Luo Sui's biggest advantage now. However, he never expected that Luo Sui would cry, and it was obvious that she wasn't crying because she was angry, but she was crying with tears in her eyes, and looked sad. After Fu Sidu appeared, he just said chase after him, and Ju Shurjo no longer hesitated and pushed open the door of the ward and chased after him. Luo Sui did not leave very fast. She was just trying to leave the ward and get out of Ju Shurjo's sight. So she was in a mess. So she just ran past a corner and stopped, when Ju Shurjo dragged his sick body to catch up with her. Luo Sui was squatting behind the corner crying with her face covered. In the dark corridor, you can still hear low sobbing. Luo Sui. Ju Shurjo stood in front of Luo Sui. Luo Sui raised her head. Her eyes were red, and her face was covered with tears because she wiped it twice. She looked up at Ju Shurjo, then turned her head to the other side, trying not to let Ju Shurjo see her ugly appearance, sniffing and saying, why are you chasing me? I'm fine. Your body is important. Go back and rest. He was sobbing as he spoke. Ju Shurjo touched his body and began to regret not putting tissues in his hospital gown. I came to see you. I didn't expect you to cry. He was a little embarrassed and at a loss. I didn't expect it either. Luo Sui tried to calm her voice. I'm sorry to make you laugh. I'm crying like this now. Ju Shurjo saw that Luo Sui didn't run away again, so he sat down next to her and leaned against the wall at the corner of the corridor with Luo Sui. The moonlight quietly shone in front of him from the window of the corridor. I'm sorry. Ju Shurjo knew to apologize even if he was stupid at this time. Whether it was because he deceived Luo Sui's feelings, or because he forced Luo Sui into the water. Speaking of which, he has always been messy. When he dragged others into the water, he never considered other people's feelings. He should feel guilty. But he has never been soft-hearted. He should have understood it long ago. Luo Sui was able to break through her physical limitations and shed tears despite being emotionally closed because of the successful cure of hyperthymesia, which shows that she is an emotional person. What he did to Luo Sui may have touched Luo Sui's most vulnerable part, which made this emotional person cry. No need to apologize. It's my problem. Luo Sui sniffed, lowered her head, sat on the ground, hugged her knees with her hands, hid her whole face in her arms, and her voice sounded muffled. No. It's my problem. Ju Shurjo organized his words in his mind, and thought of what Fu Sidu said about rational love and emotional love. On the subject, I also thought of what Fu Sidu said. Sincerity is the ultimate skill. It should be right. Luo Sui belongs to the latter. She is in a sentimental relationship. If you give her a flower, she will give priority to romance. No. Is it time to think about this now? Even Ju Shurjo couldn't help but hold his forehead and wanted to punch himself. I'm sorry. I didn't consider your feelings. I used you as a tool. Only cared about completing my goals, and forced you to remember things that you shouldn't have remembered. I'm sorry. Luo Sui's body trembled slightly. Ju Shurjo's voice sounded too straightforward and stiff, without reflecting much emotion. But he finally realized the problem, and apologized immediately. Actually, I don't understand why I'm crying. Luo Sui was silent for a while, and then spoke. I don't know what you said to me, but because of my illness, I haven't had many friends since I was a child. I really want to make friends with you and Fu Sidu. Otherwise, she wouldn't have rushed over to visit Ju Shurjo after hearing that he was seriously injured. In addition, after her emotions recovered, she recalled Ju Shurjo's concern for her, and her own minister instigated her to pursue Ju Shurjo. She felt so complicated that she couldn't even figure out her feelings. But at least she was serious about her friends. Originally, because her hyperthymesia was cured, she was happy and thought that she could finally make friends. She also looked forward to being able to communicate with others like normal people in the future. But then she was hit by Ju Shurjo, and this hit made her cry. I underestimated your hyperthymesia. from childhood to adulthood. As long as I communicate with people, even if I just say a word or meet them once, everything about them will take root in my memory, and I can't get rid of it. In order to prevent these people from affecting my own personality, the doctor suggested that I reduce interpersonal communication. This idea of wanting friends has become Luo Suyi's obsession. But Zhu Shizhou just cruelly broke this obsession. Next, Luo Suyi whispered about her previous experiences, and her emotions gradually eased. But every time she mentioned what happened tonight, her voice trembled a little. Zhu Shizhou saw Luo Suyi's fragility, so he kept listening to the girl's story, and occasionally interjected a word or two. A man and a woman sat in the corner of the hospital corridor and chatted late at night. An hour later, Luo Suyi was finally able to raise her face from the embrace of her arms. Zhu Shizhou looked over and saw that she had indeed stopped crying, but her eyes were a little red, and there was a red mark on her forehead due to long-term pressure. Luo Suyi spoke for a whole hour, and her voice was a little hoarse. But for some reason, although it was a confession after a heartbreak, it unexpectedly threw off the heavy burden in her heart. And even Zhu Shizhou, who seemed cold and ruthless, became much more pleasing to the eye. Zhu Shizhou did not realize Luo Suyi's transformation. After Luo Suyi finished her story, he finally let go of his hesitation and said, "You don't know what I'm telling you yet, right?" Luo Suyi hesitated. "Is it an important secret?" She is not a fool. Zhu Shizhou wanted to tell her secretly, and he also used the guise of love to cover it up. He must not leak it to other people casually, let alone expose it under the surveillance of the ward. So he whispered to her. So now Luo Suyi is thinking whether she can continue to listen. Zhu Shizhou smiled naturally. "It's very important. But for now, it's not important to save you." Luo Suyi's ears turned red. But thinking of the scene in the ward, she forced herself to calm down and turned her face away. "It's better for you not to say it." "No. I want to say it. I want to tell you everything." Zhu Shizhou once again said something that made Luo Suyi's heart beat. He moved closer. But this time, he didn't hold her shoulders to prevent Luo Suyi from leaving halfway like in the ward. Luo Suyi was free. As long as she wanted, she could leave at any time and interrupt Zhu Shizhou's confession. But she didn't move. The hot air from Zhu Shizhou's mouth hit her ears. And at this moment, her heart was filled with completely different emotions from before. Luo Suyi's heartbeat accelerated, and her face was red all the way to her ears. Chapter 488 Luo Suyi's Surrender. Ah! It turned out to be like this. Really? Wow. What? How could it be? In the corridor of the hospital at night, Luo Suyi was shouting and screaming while listening to Zhu Shizhou's story. She covered her mouth and looked at Zhu Shizhou in shock. Zhu Shizhou didn't care about Luo Suyi's reaction and never stopped. Instead, he told her everything. It can be said that in addition to being able to go back to the game, Zhu Shizhou basically told Luo Suyi everything that happened from the mission to Papua New Guinea to the return to Papua New Guinea. Of course, this also includes the fact that he is a rebel. This is why Luo Suyi looked at Zhu Shizhou in shock. She hated rebels before, but she didn't expect Zhu Shizhou to be a rebel. His physical injury was originally planned by him to confuse the organization. After Zhu Shizhou finished speaking, the whole corridor fell into silence for a while. Zhu Shizhou waited for a while, and when Luo Suyi had digested it, he said, "How is it? I told you everything." Luo Suyi smiled bitterly. "Is this what you want to tell me without telling the organization? The matter is so serious. No wonder you want to use the guise of love." Zhu Shizhou interrupted without hesitation. "Who said love is just a guise?" These words with a hint of meaning made Luo Suyi blush slightly. Just when Luo Suyi was a little flustered, Zhu Shizhou moved towards her and said seriously and softly, "Luo Suyi, help me." Although this was a means to ensure that Luo Suyi would not betray him, he was extremely sincere and told everything without reservation. He did not prepare any backup plan for Luo Suyi's betrayal. If Luo Suyi chose to report him, he would have no choice but to start over. Luo Suyi did not speak, and Zhu Shizhou did not urge her. After a long while, Luo Suyi asked softly, "That is to say, the research data you instilled in me in the ward before?" "Yes. It is the insect man in Papua New Guinea that I mentioned. Why not report it to the organization, but study it privately?" Because the Papua New Guinea military's insect man research process has reached the point where a test subject has been produced. I just told you that the insect girl is named Misha. before being transformed into an insect girl. She was just a little girl. I am worried that the organization will restart the abandoned Insect Man research after obtaining the information. Don't you rebels need a large number of test subjects for your research? Yes. The reason why Luo Sui is still hesitating is because she is afraid that the rebel faction is not a good bird. If the rebel faction is just deceiving and using her, and actually still needs to do a lot of human experiments, or even secretly capture children for experiments, then she will not become an accomplice anyway. This is a matter of principle. If this issue is not understood, Luo Sui will not easily agree to Zhu Shurjiu. Zhu Shurjiu lied without batting an eyelid. You don't have to worry about that, because those bastards in Papua New Guinea have basically reached the last step, and they are just one step away from developing real insect people, although it is inevitable to go to this point. This Bugman research plan is the product of sin. But it is also thanks to this that we can avoid the step of human experimentation. In fact, Zhu Shurjiu is still lying. It is said that human experiments are exempted, but in fact human experiments still need to be done. But this time he is the only experimental subject participating in the experiment. Only he can bear the consequences of a large number of failures, and use trial and error to develop a real drug that strengthens the human body without side effects. If he reports it to the organization, on the one hand, the organization will think he is a traitor and target him. And on the other hand, it will definitely not let him, a genius, become an experimental subject. So no matter what, the organization must not know all this. Luo Sui thought about it and said, I basically understand, but I need time to think about it. Can't make a decision now? He was referring to letting Luo Sui join the chess club. Luo Sui blushed and looked away. Are you so anxious? She was talking about becoming a superficial couple with Zhu Shurjiu. Although the two were not on the same channel, they also succeeded in communicating strangely. Because I really need you. Zhu Shurjiu was sincere in what he said. Because God knows how many times he had to go back to the Underground Insect Research Institute in Papua New Guinea before he could remember the experimental data. It was equivalent to Zhu Shurjiu giving up several worlds in order to memorize the experimental data. But if there was Luo Sui by his side at that time, he would only need to do it once. No matter whether the data is important or not. No matter what the data says. Luo Sui can scan it all in one look. And there is no need to worry about the organization arranging hackers to make him leak electronic information. Luo Sui is a humanoid computer that can store a large amount of data. In the Black Soldier organization, no electronic files are safe. And the safest thing is human memory. In order to use Luo Sui multiple times, Luo Sui will inevitably learn some information that other people in the chess club don't know as the number of times she uses it increases. This also leads to Luo Sui having to be 100% loyal to keep secrets. Otherwise Zhu Shurjiu will not be willing to let someone who can't keep secrets serve as his memory bank. Zhu Shurjiu wants to make Luo Sui his person through emotional means. And this is largely because of this. Luo Sui listened to Zhu Shurjiu's unromantic love words. And she probably knew in her heart that Zhu Shurjiu was using her. But she bit her lips lightly, and then spit out a word from her red lips. Okay. Really? Zhu Shurjiu looked at Luo Sui with surprise, and the joy from the bottom of his heart made him want to grin. Luo Sui's expression became firm. Since I have made up my mind, I will not regret it. Besides, you are the one who brought me into the organization. You helped me throughout the whole process, and let the organization cure my hyperthymesia. Now it's my turn to help you. Zhu Shurjiu nodded with emotion. Luo Sui asked again, Is Fu Sidu one of yours? Not yet. But soon. Luo Sui smiled helplessly. She knew that the rebel faction must use some means to incite Fu Sidu to rebel. However, since she chose to join the rebels, she would not stop it. Instead, she said, If there is anything I can help you with, just tell me. Seeing that Luo Sui really wanted to help, Zhu Shurjiu smiled. In addition, that Su-chan try to have less contact with her. I always feel that she is not trustworthy. Zhu Shurjiu looked over, and Luo Sui looked away with a guilty look. Okay. Zhu Shurjiu had long understood that if he could seduce Su-chan today, someone could seduce her in the same way tomorrow. Even if Luo Sui didn't say anything, he would be wary of that woman Su-chan. Chapter 489 I used to be Su Feng's girlfriend. When Fu Sidu saw Zhu Shurjiu and Luo Sui coming back, he was relieved. He pushed his glasses and said, I thought you had encountered a rebel outside. It took you so long to come back. Hearing this, Zhu Shurjiu and Luo Sui blushed at the same time. To be honest, the two of them had just had a good chat in the corridor. The two heartless guys had forgotten the existence of Fu Sidu. Don't worry. There was no rebel. Otherwise, how could the hospital be so quiet? Haha. I was just joking. Fu Sidu looked at Luo Sui, whose eyes were still red. And after a few glances, he turned his attention back to Zhu Shurjiu. Zhu Shurjiu didn't want to talk more about the conversation with Luo Sui just now. So he climbed back onto the bed and said, "By the way, don't forget what we said during the day." Zhu Shurjiu was talking about removing the emotional blockade potion. At that time, Fu Sidu agreed very readily. But Zhu Shurjiu didn't know how Fu Sidu would deal with the medicine. However, even if the matter was exposed in the end, the organization would at most know that he was thinking about lifting the emotional blockade in order to pursue Luo Sui, and would not think of other reasons. Fu Sidu nodded. "Don't worry. I won't forget it. The advanced courses of the logistics department include medicine, which requires the research of various medicines. It is not too difficult to use the laboratory to prepare medicines." "That's good. Different methods should be used to win over different people. If you want to use the method of sincerity for sincerity to deal with Fu Sidu, then you have a problem with your brain. To deal with Fu Sidu, it is better to slowly lure him into the trap." Zhu Shurjiu had no other thoughts tonight. It was time to go to bed. There was only one bed in the ward. Zhu Shurjiu looked at Luo Sui and said, "Do you want to sleep on the bed with me? My bed is quite big. You can sleep directly when you are tired." Luo Sui blushed and shook her head. "Forget it. I'd better go back and see you tomorrow." "Well, okay. Then say good night in advance. Don't think too much about what happened tonight." Luo Sui ran away again, but this time she fled the ward shyly. Fu Sidu watched Luo Sui leave and asked, "Can I squeeze in with you on the bed?" "Get lost." No words were spoken all night. If possible, Fu Sidu really didn't want to leave Zhu Shurjiu for a moment in order to avoid being targeted by the rebels. So even when he went to bed at night, he didn't go back to the training base dormitory, but slept on the floor in a corner of the ward. But the next morning, Fu Sidu still separated from Zhu Shurjiu, because Zhu Shurjiu, who was wearing a hospital gown, was taken to a comprehensive examination by Bai Yi again. In the office, Bai Yi, who was wearing a white coat, held the examination report in his hand, touched his chin and said in amazement, "It's incredible. What's wrong? Is there anything wrong with my body?" "No. Not only is there no problem, but I recovered faster than ordinary black soldiers, which is much faster than I expected." Hearing the examination results, Zhu Shurjiu also breathed a sigh of relief, because he was really worried that the Gai Jingji didn't hit him hard enough and beat him with sequelae. "You don't understand what I mean?" Bai Yi turned the page of the report in his hand. "My estimate of your body's recovery speed is based on theoretical data, showing the most perfect treatment effect on you. But your body's recovery speed is far beyond the theoretical peak speed." Zhu Shurjiu's heart skipped a beat. Of course, he knew what was going on. He had injected compound 199 before. The effect of that compound was originally studied from insect people. And insect people, such as Misha, have the ability to regenerate broken limbs at a perverted level. Although compound 199 is not that perverted. As a black soldier, he injected 2 tubes of compound 199. And his body may have inadvertently absorbed that hidden recovery ability, causing some abnormalities in his body's recovery speed. In the submarine, he experienced a rapid recovery to a perfect state after a fracture, and he had a guess from that time. "Maybe you underestimated my body?" Zhu Shurjiu tried to find an excuse at this time. "Maybe." Bai Yi didn't hesitate too much and put down the examination report in his hand. "If you look at your current recovery speed, you can be discharged in 2 more days if you rearrange the treatment schedule." "Okay." Zhu Shurjiu quietly breathed a sigh of relief and was about to get up and leave. At this time, Bai Yi said, "Oh, by the way, yesterday I found out that our logistics department had applied for sperm extraction from you. When do you think it would be convenient for you to come?" Zhu Shurjiu was embarrassed. My body hasn't recovered yet." "Well, let's wait until your body recovers. It's best to take some rest, because this involves the subsequent arrangements for the fire of human civilization. I hope you won't shirk it. If you have psychological problems, you can re-inject the drug before extracting sperm." Zhu Shurjiu was speechless and complained, "Did you say the same thing to other black soldiers?" "No. I only say this to you. After the Papua New Guinea incident, the organization found that it had underestimated your talent before. So if your talent can be inherited, the organization is also preparing to breed a large number of your sperm cells, and even plans to arrange a grand artificial genius plan for you alone. But this plan is still in its infancy, and it is unknown what will happen in the end. Zhu Shurjiu was shocked and his scalp numbed. Looking at this, would he become a father without knowing it? What about human rights? Does the Black Soldier organization still have human rights? He cursed in his heart. But he had long been accustomed to the perversion of the Black Soldier organization. Zhu Shurjiu finally shook his head and left the office. However, before he could calm down, Zhu Shurjiu stopped after returning to the ward, because he saw a woman sitting next to his bed. The woman was wearing casual clothes, and behind her stood two black soldiers with bodies as straight as statues. You can tell without looking closely that these two black soldiers must be elite black soldiers. Zhu Shurjiu walked into the ward, closed the door, returned to the bedside with a normal look, and then climbed onto the bed with a normal look. "Minister, what are you doing here to visit me?" Zhu Shurjiu said calmly. "I admit that I lost this time." An Hui, the head of the command center, did not look annoyed, but rather quite calm. Zhu Shurjiu said, "Minister, I don't understand what you mean. You don't have to call me minister, because I have been suspended from my post, and a new head of the command center has taken over my position temporarily. If I'm not mistaken, the new minister must be Su Feng's man." Hearing Su Feng's name, Zhu Shurjiu's heart tightened, but he said, "That's a pity, because I believe you are innocent. Minister, others suspect you are a rebel, but I think you were just seduced by the rebels. So you mistakenly think I am a rebel, and did a series of unreasonable things. Don't worry, Minister. I don't blame you at all." And Hui was immediately choked with anger. Zhu Shurjiu's words were too arrogant, and she almost vomited the overnight meal. Hee. And Hui smiled twice with a forced smile. She did not come here today to listen to Zhu Shurjiu's ridicule. The punishment has been handed down. The organization is still investigating the truth of the night of rebellion, but the matter has been determined on the surface. She knows that it is a done deal. So, she came here today for another purpose. That is to sow discord between Zhu Shurjiu and Su Feng. Under the supervision of two elite black soldiers, she applied to visit Zhu Shurjiu. After a day of approval, it was barely approved. The organization allowed her to visit for half an hour. Of course, this needs to be approved by Zhu Shurjiu. If Zhu Shurjiu asked her to leave now, the two elite black soldiers beside her would immediately carry her out of the ward. But fortunately, Zhu Shurjiu did not resist. And Hui sneered and said, "I really have no evidence that everything is Su Feng's fault. But I want to kindly remind you that Su Feng is not a good destination at all. You may be abandoned by him at any time." Zhu Shurjiu shook his head. He thought the minister was here to say something. It turned out that he was here to persuade him to change his mind. But what she didn't know was that he was not Su Feng's man. Just when Zhu Shurjiu felt that it was a waste of time and was about to send him away, and Hui's words made Zhu Shurjiu pause. "I used to be Su Feng's girlfriend." Zhu Shurjiu's open mouth turned into an O shape. What the hell? Chapter 490. Don't be the next Su Feng. Zhu Shurjiu thought that he had seen the scene of the destruction of the world, the scene of alien insects covering the sky and the sun, and experienced the demise of an entire continent. There would be nothing in this world that could shock him. However, the words just said by the head of the headquarters really shocked him. That cold man with a mind full of calculations actually had a love affair. To be honest, Zhu Shurjiu couldn't imagine that guy in love at all. At this moment, Zhu Shurjiu even suspected that the head of the headquarters had gone crazy because of his calculations and was talking nonsense. "You, Minister, I didn't expect that the incident the night before yesterday would hit you so hard." Zhu Shurjiu was a little embarrassed, looking at Zhu Shurjiu's pity expression on his face. "Are you crazy?" And Hui clenched his fist and really wanted to punch this guy in the face. But she finally held back and said expressionlessly, "Although I had a relationship with him, we didn't have a heart-wrenching love. I met him during the assessment to join the organization. He was a cold-blooded bastard at that time. But unfortunately, I didn't discover his true nature at all, and fell in love with him without hesitation." Zhu Shurjiu looked like you continue. "I'm listening," and didn't say anything honestly, letting the woman tell the story between her and Su Feng. And Hui knew that Zhu Shurjiu didn't believe it yet, but she didn't care, and continued. "At that time, He passed the assessment with the first place. And I was the second place at that time. At that time, I wanted to be the first in everything. So I naturally had the idea of competing with him. He joined the headquarters. And I joined the headquarters. Whatever courses he chose, I chose the same courses. But the result was that he surpassed me in every course. Soon, he became a household name genius. Just like you now. Zhu Shizhou said and didn't say anything, but frowned slightly. How can he be compared with Su Feng? Then, I fell in love with him. When I asked him to date, he agreed without much consideration. Don't look unbelieving. In short, although I was not as good as Su Feng at that time, I became a genius second only to him. In the eyes of everyone, he and I are a perfect match. And we recalled with emotion. But, what you don't know is that I didn't see through it at all at that time. He just agreed to date me to use me. Zhu Shizhou couldn't help asking. Use you? What do you have to use? Hui sneered, staring into Zhu Shizhou's eyes and said, Why? Didn't Su Feng tell you? It seems that he really hid the things between me and him very well. Or, you are not Su Feng's confidant at all? Zhu Shizhou sighed. How could Commander Su be involved with a small person like me? Minister, don't say such things. Hui sneered, and did not question Zhu Shizhou anymore, but told the truth that Su Feng used her. The commander at that time was my father. Zhu Shizhou was slightly startled. Good guy. You are also a second-generation official? This time he believed in Huey's words a little bit. With Su Feng's unscrupulous character, it is indeed possible that he would use all means to get to the top as soon as possible. Hui said, the fundamental purpose of his approaching me and interacting with me was to create a path for him to be promoted quickly. He did everything he could to coax me and make me willingly do anything for him. And I worked with my father as he wished, allowing him to sit on the commander's throne in the popular support. At this point, Hui seemed to recall some hateful scenes, and hatred flashed in his eyes. The fists on his legs were clenched tightly, and he gritted his teeth. Then, my father died the day after Su Feng took office. Zhu Shizhou didn't expect there would be such a sudden turn. This news caused a sensation at the time, but it also consolidated the position of Su Feng, who had just taken office. Because my father's death means that Su Feng's orders to the subordinates will no longer be hindered. And he does not need to go through the approval of more experienced former commanders. He can unscrupulously demonstrate his ability to reform and develop the organization. At this time, Zhu Shizhou, who was listening to these secrets, interrupted. Wait a minute. I think you mean that your father's death was caused by Su Feng? Why? Do you have evidence? Hui looked at Zhu Shizhou, but her eyes were extremely empty. He felt that the minister was looking through him to Su Feng, who was deeper and farther away. On the day Su Feng took office, my father decided to let Su Feng and I hold a wedding and officially become husband and wife. That night, my father and I invited Su Feng to our home. My father and I got drunk. Before I went to bed that night, I saw Su Feng enter my father's study room with my own eyes. But when that bastard came out, he told me that my father had fallen asleep in the study room and asked us not to disturb him. But the next day, I saw a suicide note on my father's desk. The handwriting was indeed my father's, but the content was about how he couldn't bear the pressure of saving the world in the past few years in office, and finally decided to commit suicide after abdicating. Hearing this, Zhu Shizhou was silent. I don't know what Su Feng said to my father, but he left my house after coming out of my father's study that night. And the autopsy results showed that my father died the next morning. I don't believe it. I don't believe my father's suicide note. And I don't believe that my father would commit suicide. But after that, when I came to ask for clarification, Su Feng proposed to break up with me. You can imagine how big a blow this was to a woman who had just lost her father the night before, and who was still immersed in sweet love, fantasizing about her happy life after marrying Su Feng, looking forward to the wonderful picture of the two working together to save the world and a harmonious and happy family. But the next day, her father died, and her fiancé, who was a suspect, also broke up with her. When Zhu Shizhou also tried to comfort the minister out of empathy, he realized that this was not over yet. Hui said, after Su Feng dumped me, my mother also left a suicide note, saying that she was committing suicide for love. She also committed suicide. It's miserable. This is really miserable. Zhu Shizhou really has nothing to say this time. Su Feng didn't give any explanation for my father's death. Since then, he seemed to have never had any contact with me, ignoring my existence. He didn't even come to my father and mother's funerals. She still remembers the scene when Su Feng broke up with her expressionless and cold face. The pain in her heart shattered into glass that could never be repaired, leaving a scar of hatred in her heart. From that day on, she climbed up desperately, and finally climbed to the same level as Su Feng and became the head of the command. She failed to ask the truth of that day. She had been waiting for Su Feng to give her an explanation. But nothing came. And Hui finished the story between her and Su Feng, and then stared at Zhu Shizhou. Zhu Shizhou, aren't you very smart? Are you the strongest genius in history? Then can you deduce what Su Feng said to my father that night? Zhu Shizhou kept silent, and Hui shook her head and laughed. That's right. You don't know anything. Of course you can't say anything. She looked at Zhu Shizhou with a soft look. I'm not telling you this to make you feel bad, but to use my personal experience to show you how cold-blooded Su Feng is. As long as he achieves his goal, he can ruthlessly abandon everything worthless. Following Su Feng is no less than trying to get the skin of a tiger, and you will most likely get nothing in the end. After saying this, and Hui stood up. Finally, I'll give you another piece of advice. No matter what you want to do, don't take advantage of girls' feelings. Don't become the next Su Feng. Chapter 491 Suchan. Restore your emotions. Zhu Shizhou saw through the purpose of the head of the command center at a glance, because it was too obvious. The provocation was almost undisguised. But this also shows that this matter is very likely to be true. Su Feng and the minister had a relationship, and the minister's parents died and had 1,000 connections with Su Feng. Since the minister chose to say so, it means that the minister is not afraid of Zhu Shizhou's investigation. If Su Feng is really behind him, then the minister's move can be called a trick, as long as he is curious and bold enough to investigate. And the result is the same as what the minister said. Then he will doubt Su Feng, and this doubt will become a crack. As long as this crack exists, others can take advantage of it. But unfortunately, he is not Su Feng's man. After listening to the story between the minister and Su Feng, the only feeling he had with Su Feng is really a piece of shit. Let's not talk about whether Su Feng was the real murderer who caused the minister's father's death. Even if he wasn't, he probably had something to do with it. The most important thing was that after the minister's father died, he was able to break up without mercy. Is this what a human would do? Even the most ruthless people should have some moral bottom line, right? It seems that Su Feng really doesn't have it. However, after listening to Su Feng's past, Zhu Shizhou was more inclined to believe that Su Feng was innocent, because if he wanted to cause death, the method was too crude, and it didn't look like Su Feng's handwriting at all. Was it because Su Feng was too immature back then? In short, Zhu Shizhou didn't believe that this was done by Su Feng, but he believed that there might be some hidden reason behind the former commander's suicide. And Su Feng must know this hidden reason. A commander would commit suicide after leaving office because of the pressure in his heart. It's no wonder that the minister doesn't believe it, even if there is a suicide note. However, since the minister's father didn't commit suicide for this reason, why did he commit suicide? And also left a suicide note that was equivalent to smearing his head? What is this suicide note trying to cover up? Why did Su Feng keep silent about it? What did the two men talk about in the study that night? The lack of information is too serious. It's really hard to guess. Really, and asked me not to become the next Su Feng. Zhu Shizhou thought of Luo Sui at this time. To be honest, he did feel guilty. He naturally didn't want to be a person like Su Feng. He was examining the relationship between himself and Luo Sui. It was true that he was using Luo Sui, but he also confessed to Luo Sui. So, there should be a fundamental difference between him and Su Feng. Right? Zhu Shizhou forced himself to convince himself. 3 days later, Zhu Shizhou recovered. His body recovered perfectly. Judging from the examination report, his body did not look like he had just recovered. There was no sign of injury at all. The man in white who was in charge of the examination was also amazed and said, "He is worthy of being the strongest genius in history." Finally, he gave him some instructions and asked him to find a time to cooperate with the sperm collection. To be honest, Zhu Shizhou had thought about how to avoid the sperm collection task during these 3 days, but he couldn't think of a way. Don't forget to collect sperm. Our logistics department is still waiting for you to breed. Got it. Do you want us to send someone to escort you? No need. It's daytime now. No matter how arrogant the rebels are, they won't act in the daytime. It's hard to say. Let's do this. Our logistics department will send someone to secretly escort you back to the training base. Okay. When he left the hospital, his heart was heavy. He planned to find Suchan first and ask the guy if he had any good way to solve the sperm collection issue. He took out his mobile phone and tried to contact her first. But the phone rang for a long time, but no one answered. When he sent a message, it only showed the words read, but not replied. It's strange. Why is this guy so honest these days, and hasn't come to see me once? Zhu Shizhou frowned slightly. The first thing he thought of was that Suchan was targeted by Qi and was under investigation. This is an imaginable situation, because in his arrangement, Suchan and Jingji were the baits he threw out, and they were related to the head of the command center, and the suspicion was bound to each other. In other words, once the organization suspects the head of the headquarters, it is easy to suspect that Suchan and Jingji are the head of the headquarters men. For example, the Armed Defense Department can easily be misled and make similar misjudgments. However, due to the special status of the head of the headquarters and the lack of solid evidence to prove the head, the final result in his imagination should not be too serious. And at most it will end after an investigation. Suchan and Jingji should not be subjected to excessive interrogation. Could it be that the reason why they cannot contact each other now is because Suchan is still in custody? Zhu Shizhou thought for a while, and made a bolder decision to try to contact Jingji. Jingji answered the phone easily. Compared with Suchan, Jingji's situation was really bad. She was suspicious. But she was still there on the night of the riot. The organization really targeted her this time. And this chess piece should not be moved rashly recently, because they were worried about being investigated by the organization. The two did not talk too much about substantive content. Zhu Shizhou asked about her situation indirectly, and learned that Suchan was not detained with her. It didn't make sense that Jingji could move freely. But Suchan was detained and interrogated. After chatting with Jingji for a while, Zhu Shizhou ended the call and returned to the bus stop. We are all elite black soldiers. Why do we still have to take the bus? Maybe I am the only elite black soldier who is so miserable. Zhu Shizhou suddenly had this thought while waiting for the bus. Speaking of which, elite black soldiers have many privileges, such as building their own safe houses, buying daily supplies for free, and selecting team members to form a black soldier team. But he is still essentially a trainee now, so it is hard to say how many of these privileges can be realized. Let's ask other elite black soldiers in the elite black soldier team. If there is a safe house, many researches will be much more convenient. While waiting for the bus to come, Zhu Shizhou saw a familiar figure again. Several children hid behind the bus stop and looked at him curiously. 2 boys and 1 girl. All of them looked childish. But this scene seemed a little familiar. Hey, kids over there. What are you looking at? Zhu Shizhou greeted them. And the 3 children timidly walked out from behind the bus stop. Hey, you 3 again? Zhu Shizhou was happy. Aren't these 3 kids the little fans whose dreams were crushed by him? When he came back from Papua New Guinea, he told the 3 excited kids that they were not qualified enough to become black soldiers. And then he took the bus and left. He didn't expect to meet them again. Are you Zhu Shizhou? The girl shouted boldly, with a serious expression. Zhu Shizhou was wearing casual clothes and a mask on his face, so it was not surprising that he was recognized by these 3 little fans. It's me. Zhu Shizhou nodded. We will definitely become black soldiers. The girl shouted seriously, although the other 2 boys looked timid. They also ran up and said we too. This was obviously a counterattack against him saying that day that they could not become black soldiers. Zhu Shizhou smiled and said, Okay, then you should work hard in this direction. But I think you probably won't be able to wait until the day you become a black soldier. The children's eyes were filled with mist again, and they were about to cry. The bus came. Zhu Shizhou got on the bus, turned around and pulled the door and added, Because I will personally end the oppression of the Zerg on humans, and I will not give you the opportunity to become a black soldier. To be honest, Zhu Shizhou is in a grand mood now. He is full of ambitions to achieve great things. However, when he returned to the black soldier training base and returned to the dormitory, he was dumbfounded. Suchan was not targeted by the organization, nor was he interrogated. However, according to inquiries from many sources, he learned that Suchan skipped classes the day after returning to the training base, and then locked himself in the room alone, without coming out. What's going on? Zhu Shurjiu was puzzled. Did he deliberately reduce his activities because he was worried about being suspected? With doubts, Zhu Shurjiu knocked on Su Chan's door. Su Chan, open the door. There was no movement in Su Chan's room. He called Su Chan several times, but no one answered. Zhu Shurjiu suddenly had an ominous premonition. He thought of the suicide of Luo Sui that he had experienced before. Could it be that Su Chan? Although Su Chan had no reason to commit suicide. What if something really went wrong? Zhu Shurjiu's heart sank, and he hurried downstairs to find the dormitory manager, asking the dormitory manager to open Su Chan's door immediately so that he could confirm Su Chan's safety. The dormitory manager was speechless after hearing Zhu Shurjiu's request. Are you two mistaken? She asked me to open your door to check your safety before. And now it's your turn? The dormitory manager was talking about Zhu Shurjiu, who had been shut up in his room for a day after he suddenly received the sperm collection mission. At that time, Su Chan strongly asked to open his door to check. But Zhu Shurjiu was fine. The dormitory manager was now wondering if these two young people were playing some new "you ignore me, and I ignore you" ambiguous game. Thinking of this, the dormitory manager went to get the spare key and said earnestly, "Young people, if you want to fall in love, do it properly. You still have a period of emotional recovery now. Don't wait until you become black soldiers and your emotions are wiped out before you want to fall in love. At that time, you will never have the chance to find the original feeling again." Zhu Shurjiu just shook his head and didn't answer. The dormitory manager shook his head and went upstairs with Zhu Shurjiu to Su Chan's door. Before the dormitory manager opened the door, Zhu Shurjiu shouted, "We are going to open the door. You be careful." With a click, the dormitory manager opened the door with a spare access card. Zhu Shurjiu walked in. The layout of Su Chan's room was similar to his room. He saw the bulging quilt on the bed at a glance. There was no smell of blood, and the room was also very clean and tidy. When the door was opened, Zhu Shurjiu and the dormitory manager saw the bulging quilt tremble, which proved that the person inside was still alive. The dormitory manager patted Zhu Shurjiu's shoulder earnestly and returned the access card to Zhu Shurjiu. "If you quarrel, make up quickly. Remember to return the access card later. I won't stay any longer." After that, the dormitory manager, who didn't want to be a light bulb, left and kindly helped the two close the door. "Hey, you, don't come over here." Just as Zhu Shurjiu was about to step forward, a familiar yet strange trembling voice suddenly came from the quilt on the bed. The voice was muffled, which made Zhu Shurjiu startled. The reason why it was familiar was because it was indeed Su Chan's voice. But it felt strange because the tone of this voice was a million miles away from the tone of Su Chan he knew when she spoke. It was no longer a tone without ups and downs, but a timid, trembling, fearful, and shameful tone. In short, it was quite emotional. You have recovered your emotions?" Zhu Shurjiu understood in an instant. Something bad happened. He was a little bit stuck for a while. The air in the room fell into a strange silence. Chapter 492, Socially Anxious Su Chan. Despicable Su Chan. Not good. This was Zhu Shurjiu's first reaction when he saw Su Chan cowering in bed. The reason why he was able to get Su Chan to cooperate with him to complete Misha's smuggling plan was because Su Chan was rational enough and could analyze and judge the situation after she refused. So she agreed to assist him after careful consideration. But what if Su Chan recovered her emotions? When driven by emotions, fear, worry and confusion will make people make irrational judgments. After Su Chan recovered her emotions, would she report him to the organization? Would she still be able to think rationally and continue to be used by him? Zhu Shurjiu really didn't know what would happen. He had heard Su Chan say that she was completely different before, and after her emotions were wiped out. He had also taken the initiative to approach Su Chan during the assessment in order to see her before her emotions were wiped out. He remembered that Su Chan at that time was cowardly in his impression, and was a complete social phobia. But in fact, he still didn't know Su Chan's true nature well enough. Would the real Su Chan hinder his use? Zhu Shurjiu still had to confirm this. Su Chan. Don't talk to me. I want to die. Sorry. Su Chan had already started to talk nonsense, and her voice from under the quilt was trembling and distorted. If Zhu Shurjiu didn't have good hearing, he probably wouldn't understand what Su Chan was saying. Zhu Shurjiu was somewhat surprised by Su Chan's apology, because he was the one who should apologize more now. After all, he was the one who dragged Su-chan into the water. Zhu Shurjo ignored Su-chan's refusal, strode forward, and lifted the quilt that was tightly wrapped around Su-chan. Ah! Don't! Zhu Shurjo's physical fitness was much better than Su-chan's. So even though Su-chan held the quilt tightly, she still couldn't stop Zhu Shurjo from lifting the quilt in the air. Fuck. Why don't you put on your clothes? Su-chan was only wearing underwear under the quilt. And Zhu Shurjo turned around quickly. Woo-woo. I'm sorry. Su-chan's face was flushed, and she hugged her body and apologized in a mosquito-like voice. No. It's my fault. After all, you are in your room. You can wear whatever you want. And I entered your room without permission. Anyway, put on your clothes first. Zhu Shurjo still reflected on it, and said with his eyes closed behind Su-chan. Su-chan, clothes on the sofa, woo. Her voice was full of grievance and crying, which made Zhu Shurjo's inner guilt burst out uncontrollably. Zhu Shurjo sighed. For some reason, he still felt that Su-chan was easier to approach after her emotions were wiped out. At least, he would not feel guilty no matter how he treated that perverted woman. He shook his head, walked straight to the sofa, and found a student uniform. He carefully retreated to the bed, and threw the uniform on the bed. Put it on quickly. I have something to tell you later. Okay. There was a rustling sound. It was the first time that Zhu Shurjo heard the sound of a girl putting on clothes. He felt a little uncomfortable. After standing stiffly for a long time, he finally heard Su-chan's voice, which was as low as it could be. Put it on, Zhu Shurjo said stiffly. Then I'll turn around. Well, fine. Zhu Shurjo turned around and saw a woman with a red face, tired expression, curled up with legs hugged and curled up in the corner of the bed against the wall. Is this woman really Su-chan? The moment he saw Su-chan, Zhu Shurjo actually doubted his eyes. This weak look was far from the Su-chan he knew. If you have to describe it, it's like a heroic female general suddenly turned into a delicate and boneless Lin Dayu. This style is obviously wrong. Su-chan looked up and glanced at Zhu Shurjo quickly. Her body suddenly stiffened, and her red lips slightly opened. Zhu Shurjo was startled. What happened? The robot is stuck? Zhu Shurjo helped Su-chan finish what she wanted to say. Su-chan's face became even redder, and her whole face was almost red enough to bleed. Immediately, she seemed to be ashamed of her stuttering again. She wanted to curl up into a ball and bury her head between her arms. I want to die. This is the only feeling Su-chan has now. Zhu Shurjo was a little helpless. In Su-chan's current state, she obviously couldn't say a few words to ordinary people, let alone communicate with him normally. He thought for a while and said, I know you are socially anxious, but I didn't expect your social anxiety to be so serious. Should I find a psychologist to help you with treatment? Or should I apply for a re-injection of the drug for you? No. Su-chan's reaction suddenly became violent, and her head suddenly raised. But the moment she saw Zhu Shurjo, she buried her head again with lightning speed. Then can I communicate with you normally now? Kikik. Su-chan was stuck like a robot again. Zhu Shurjo had a blank expression on his face. Is it possible? But obviously not. Back off. Back off. Back off. Back off? Zhu Shurjo was now guessing what Su-chan was saying. It was really hard to communicate with the socially anxious Su-chan. Zhu Shurjo took a big step back. Is this okay? Su-chan quietly released her eyes from between her arms, looked at Zhu Shurjo through the only gap, and then stuttered sullenly. Back off. Back off. Back off. Like this? Back off. Back off. Is this okay? Back off a little more. Okay. How about this? This, almost. Su-chan finally dared to look up at Zhu Shurjo, but she still didn't have the courage to look him in the eye. Her face flushed. Zhu Shurjo was speechless, looking at the door beside him. He had already retreated to the door, but Su-chan was still curled up in the corner on the bed. He even suspected that if the room was bigger, Su-chan would let him retreat further. At this distance, if it were ordinary people, they would have to shout to each other to hear each other. But fortunately, Zhu Shurjo's enhanced hearing surpassed that of ordinary people. What I want to tell you is to take. No. The matter of taking semen has to be put aside. Zhu Shurjo stopped talking abruptly as soon as he spoke. Although this was the purpose of his coming here today, it was obvious that Su-chan couldn't think of any effective plan in his current state. And when it came to this aspect, He was worried that Su-chan would be so ashamed that she would die on the spot after hearing it. So Zhu Shurjiu changed the subject. I want to confirm your thoughts now that you have recovered your emotions. Our chess club requires absolute loyalty. If you regret joining the chess club now, I will give you a chance to quit. Su-chan, curled up on the bed, froze. Rebel. Yes, I am a rebel now. Zhu Shurjiu's breathing stagnated. You didn't even realize your current identity after you recovered your emotions. But you realized it now? Then what were you thinking about before? Zhu Shurjiu obviously didn't understand what Su-chan was thinking about after she recovered her emotions. Because people are different. If two things are placed in front of different people at the same time, the decision of each person to think about and deal with it first will be different because of each person's characteristics. Socially phobic Su-chan and rational Su-chan are two different people. So the way they choose to think about problems and the priority level are naturally opposite. Rational Su-chan is always thinking about how to survive. After joining the chess club, she thinks about how to get promoted and get the help of the chess club. The first and only thing that Su-chan, a socially anxious woman, thought about after she recovered her emotions was the bold courtship behaviors that made her want to die immediately during her emotional closure. After she recovered her emotions, she was almost drowned by the shame that gushed out of her heart. Unfortunately, her memory was still very good. She recalled everything she had communicated with Zhu Shurjiu over and over again, and her whole brain was about to burn out. Perverted, shameless, crazy, and slutty. A series of derogatory words seemed to be applicable to her. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that she was pure garbage, and it would be better for her to die on the spot. She had no time to care about the trivial matter of being a rebel. Yes, in the eyes of Su-chan, who was socially anxious, this was a trivial matter. So Su-chan was just frozen for a moment. She lowered her head and shed tears silently, surrounded by her dark history. That kind of thing doesn't matter now. Zhu Shurjiu really didn't expect Su-chan to answer like this. He rubbed his eyebrows. You mean? You still don't resist joining the chess club now, right? Su-chan leaned against the wall with a pale face. Kill me. I don't deserve to live. I think it's better to find a psychologist for you. Your current state is really... Alas. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I shouldn't have said so much nonsense to you. Please forget all the things I did after I was emotionally closed. Why is she still using honorifics? Although Zhu Shurjiu wanted to complain, he also understood what Su-chan cared about now. It was nothing more than being dissatisfied with the rational Su-chan's behavior. The key point was that she was the one who did those crazy courting behaviors. She tortured herself repeatedly in shame. Don't worry. I don't care that much. I have also injected drugs. So I know that the emotions before and after the erasure are completely different. Zhu Shurjiu comforted. That's not your true heart. I know. Really? Su-chan looked at Zhu Shurjiu like a poor stray puppy covered with scars. Really? And what's yours? It's just using reasonable means in a rational state to ensure the possibility of survival. I also heard that a scumbag deceived a woman's feelings in order to get promoted, and immediately kicked the woman out after getting promoted. You haven't been so unscrupulous before, have you? Su-chan froze her body. I'm sorry. I have had more unscrupulous ideas. Zhu Shurjiu was embarrassed. Have you really thought about it? I have thought that even if I get pregnant, I may not have more perfect follow-up protection measures. What if the organization continues to let me be a black soldier after I successfully give birth to your child? So the best solution is to find an opportunity to kill you after I get pregnant with your child. Zhu Shurjiu almost choked on his own saliva, gritted his teeth, and said, what did you say? This is the only solution that makes me feel more appropriate. Because after I get pregnant with your seed, the organization can still arrange for you to be sown to other women. So my existence is not irreplaceable. But what if you die? As long as I get pregnant with your child before the organization arranges your sperm cells and kills you quietly, the organization will definitely choose to protect me with the most stringent protection measures in order to reproduce your talent. And because I am the biological mother of your only offspring, I will declare to the organization that no one knows you better than me. I will apply to the organization to train the child to be the next you. Even if I can't be the child's trainer, I can also train the plan behind the scenes. Zhu Shurjiu was numb. If Su-chan hadn't recovered her emotions and confessed to him, he wouldn't have known that Su-chan decided to kill him after she succeeded. Zhu Shurjiu looked at Su-chan expressionlessly until Su-chan trembled all over. She cried out, you better kill me. Chapter 493 Misha's Hiding Place. Su-chan is really too difficult now. This woman is so timid. But she is quite frank. She even speaks out her dark thoughts when she is emotionally closed, which makes Yu Sergio speechless. But after being speechless, he should find a way to deal with Su-chan. The biggest problem of Su-chan now is not her social phobia, but her inability to hide her thoughts. When Yu Sergio confessed the existence of the chess club to Su-chan, he did not expect that Su-chan's problem would be so serious. She can even betray herself. So betraying him is not a problem. After a long silence, Su-chan on the bed sobbed silently because she was too scared. Su-chan, I came here today to commend you on behalf of the chess club. But seeing you like this, it seems that you can't bear this commendation. I suggest that you still consider whether to continue to be a rebel. Su-chan wiped her tears and said, Actually, I have always known that it is easy to be exposed in my current state. So I deliberately chose to stay in the dormitory and didn't even go to class. To be honest, she is still under a lot of pressure in her heart. The identity of a rebel is really a bit of pressure for her now. Su-chan looked up and glanced at Yu Sergio, who was silent, and then pursed her lips. You? Why did you choose me? Because you have such value. Yu Sergio said this truth almost without hesitation. Su-chan's eyes dimmed. Yes. After emotional closure, I am thousands of times better than I am now. Now I don't even dare to say a word when I get close to people. The real me is a complete waste. After emotional closure, I am useful. No. I think you made a mistake. Yu Sergio shook his head and looked at Su-chan seriously. Do you think you are worthless now? In fact, you are easier to approach for me now. Because you are emotionally closed, and you will do anything to achieve your goals. I will not trust someone who may betray me at any time. But now you give me hope to trust you. Trust? Su-chan, you are worthy of my trust, which is a great value in my opinion. Also, although you are completely different from before, your brain will not lose its function because of your emotional state. Don't doubt yourself. Since you can cooperate with me to complete my plan in an emotionally closed state, it means that you are capable. This has nothing to do with your emotional state. It is an objective fact of your own existence. Really? In order to prevent the existence of the chess club from being exposed, Yu Sergio can only persuade Su-chan now. If he fails to persuade her now, and one day she suddenly can't bear the pressure in her heart and surrenders to the organization, then he will be finished. Su-chan is like a time bomb that could explode at any time. Seeing that Su-chan was still doubting herself, Yu Sergio suddenly had an idea. The Black Soldier organization has good eyesight. Think about it carefully. Think about the other people who were eliminated during the assessment. They can communicate normally with others. And there are also some smart people among them. But why did you pass the assessment? When you passed the assessment, were you emotionally closed? No. That's it. I think the organization and I have the same view. You have a certain value as an emotional person. The organization thinks you are valuable. And I think you are valuable too. Do you still doubt yourself? Why did I choose you as my partner? I have given you the answer. Su-chan's body stopped shaking. Although she was still a little unconfident, Yu Sergio's words did calm her down a lot. I won't betray you, Su-chan whispered. Yu Sergio smiled and said, Don't worry. Even if you betray me, I have other ways to deal with it. So don't put too much pressure on yourself. Don't make a decision so quickly. You can think about the pros and cons carefully. I will give you time. This is a lie. He did not prepare other ways to deal with the follow-up problems of Su-chan's betrayal. The confidence he pretended to be at ease at this time was just a display of the skills of the chess club. As for giving Su-chan time to think, it was a means of delaying time. He deliberately set a time for Su-chan to consider. Once Su-chan started to weigh the pros and cons, she would fall into a trap of delaying time. During this period of weighing, Su-chan might not have time to betray him. And the second wave of drug injections would probably come. To be honest, Su-chan is indeed more useful when she is emotionally closed. But she is a little bit perverted. But everything else is fine. Yu Sergio didn't say much, for fear that he would step on Su-chan's minefield if he continued to talk. After all, he didn't know Su-chan very well now. Yu Sergio left in Su-chan's confused eyes. Huh? This is more tiring than fighting with alien insects. Yu Sergio shook his head. And after leaving Su-chan's dormitory, he also left the dormitory building. All the miscellaneous things were almost dealt with. And now he was going to a place where Misha was hiding. It's time to meet Misha. After so many days of no action, he was really worried that something might happen to Misha. Command Class Classroom. Instructor Mo and a group of students looked at the screen in front of the classroom. The whole classroom was still as noisy as a vegetable market. Students in the seats in the classroom could be heard giving orders to their mobile phones. But their eyes never left the screen. Turn left 100 meters ahead, and the team will make a large detour from the side. Are you stupid pigs? I told you to let the assault team act as bait in front. Don't you understand? Retreat. Retreat quickly. Alien insects are infested? Damn. Why are we encountering alien insects so frequently these days? You two support teams. Amid the noise, Zhu Shurjiu suddenly appeared at the door of the classroom. Instructor Mo didn't realize it at first. But when the students in the classroom suddenly became strangely quiet, he followed the students' gaze and looked towards the classroom door. The classroom was as noisy as a vegetable market a second ago. But now it was suddenly so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Some students' mobile phones also heard the confused voice of the experimental subjects. What's wrong? What happened? Is the signal cut off? Zhu Shurjiu glanced at the students in the classroom. Why are you standing there? Are you waiting to be deducted points? The students then began to command the experimental subjects to venture into the alien insect forest one after another. Zhu Shurjiu smiled at Instructor Mo. Report. Student Zhu Shurjiu is back. Have all my scores been deducted? What are you doing here? Instructor Mo rolled his eyes. Others may not know what's going on. But don't I? Don't worry. Your scores won't be deducted while you're out on a mission. And you've already cleared the Zerg forest and have reached a level where you can pass the actual combat course perfectly. Do you still need to take this course? I might as well just announce that you graduated from the course. Instructor Mo didn't know about Zhu Shurjiu's situation in Papua New Guinea. But he knew that Zhu Shurjiu was secretly selected as a black soldier. This speed has surpassed 9,999 students. He really doesn't know why Zhu Shurjiu hasn't applied for graduation yet and came to him. Yes, I need it. Zhu Shurjiu pretended to sigh. I went out and realized that there are always people who are better than you. With my level, I am still at the bottom among my teammates. So I must seize the opportunity that I am still a student and hone myself well. Instructor Mo was dumbfounded. Your level is at the bottom? Have I fallen behind because I haven't been on a mission for many years? Are the black soldiers so strong now? Little did he know that Zhu Shurjiu was talking about his teammates, who were elite black soldiers. And Instructor Mo mistakenly thought that Zhu Shurjiu was still an ordinary black soldier. Zhu Shurjiu knew that although his performance was excellent, it was the result of the accumulation of back files. If he didn't take the back files, he would really be nothing, apart from anything else. If his ability was stronger, he wouldn't have driven himself crazy in Papua New Guinea. And at least he would have died less times. So he still had to exercise. But this was not the reason why he came to the command class. The real reason was, Misha was hiding in the Zerg forest. Chapter 494, Old Wolf's Fantasy. Zhu Shurjiu had thought of many hiding places. Originally, in his imagination, if Misha could be transported into Ilminison without alerting anyone, then the safe house owned by Thorn should be a good hiding place. However, it was not so ideal in the end. After the conflict between the command center and the armed defense department, the incident tonight would be reported to the organization. And then the organization would definitely investigate the people involved. Su Chan and Thorn's performance on the night of turmoil was very eye-catching. If Misha was really placed in Thorn's hiding place, it would definitely be found out. So, where is safe? This matter quickly thought of the Zerg forest. The biggest advantage of the Zerg forest is that the forest is full of Zerg. The habit of Zerg is to build nests underground. And the Black Soldier organization has always only used the vast Zerg forest as a training ground. They only care about whether the number of Zerg exceeds the standard, and whether the signs of Zerg activity meet safety standards. So even if Misha created an underground space under the Zerg forest, it would be difficult for the organization to find it. Therefore, on the night of the riot, Zhu Shurjiu deliberately created the illusion that the suitcase was robbed at the door. In fact, after robbing the suitcase, Jingji released Misha into the Zerg forest and told Misha what Zhu Shurjiu meant, so that Misha could wait for Zhu Shurjiu in the forest with peace of mind. After doing all this, Jingji fled out of the training base with an empty suitcase. Of course, in order to avoid being found, Jingji destroyed most of the surveillance of the training base. The organization did not doubt that the rebel hid the things in the suitcase in the training base. But there is another possibility that the rebel deliberately destroyed all the surveillance in the training base in order to confuse the organization's sight. Therefore, after the organization conducted a large-scale inspection of the training base, it was fruitless, and finally set its sights on the outside of the training base. If Misha did not run around, then according to reason, Misha should be hiding in the alien insect forest now, in order to avoid unexpected situations, such as Misha going crazy because she has not seen him for a long time. He must see Misha as soon as possible. Are you sure you want to go? Yes. Zhu Shizhou's face did not change. You are the only one who messed up like this in this period. Instructor Mo did not refuse. Zhu Shizhou had already demonstrated his ability, which was enough to blow up the entire alien insect forest. Among all the students, only Zhu Shizhou entered the alien insect forest alone. And he was not worried. Zhu Shizhou once again put on the black soldier suit and appeared at the entrance of the alien insect forest, under the gaze of several black soldiers. He received a gun? Perhaps because he saw Zhu Shizhou checking the guns too skillfully. The black soldier who was in charge of the equipment looked at Zhu Shizhou twice more. Zhu Shizhou smiled and said, "My shooting skills are not very good, so I should check more." The black soldier said nothing, watching Zhu Shizhou walk towards the 30 people standing not far away with one shot each. Are these 30 people the 30 experimental subjects I originally selected? Zhu Shizhou asked the black soldier beside him. As expected, the black soldier did not say a word, but just led him to the front of the experimental subjects. Zhu Shizhou shook his head and looked at the 30 people. No, because from their eyes, it can be seen that when they saw him, their eyes were indifferent. If they were the 30 experimental subjects he initially selected, then when these experimental subjects saw him, they should have at least reacted a little, if not eagerly. No. Wait. There seems to be one who reacted a little. Zhu Shizhou looked at one of the experimental subjects in black soldier uniforms. Who are you? Lao Lang thought that he would be transferred to do other experiments like other experimental subjects in a while, and eventually never come back. But he didn't expect that today there would be a sudden turn of events. The man who once led him and other experimental subjects to kill through the entire Zerg forest is back. Zhu Shizhou didn't recognize him because Zhu Shizhou went back too many times in Papua New Guinea and spent too much time. So his memory of the experimental subjects, who had not been with him for a long time, was blurred. But for Lao Lang, less than a month had passed. After Zhu Shizhou left, Lao Lang often recalled the commander's voice, eyes and tone, which had been deeply imprinted in his mind. When he heard Zhu Shizhou's question, he immediately stood up. I am Lao Lang. He didn't say anything extra, because Zhu Shizhou also remembered it. At the beginning, there seemed to be an experienced experimental subject, who seemed to be called this name. So Zhu Shizhou nodded and said, I remember you. Where are the others? Of course, he was asking about the other experimental subjects, who killed through the alien insect forest together. Lao Lang's face suddenly dimmed. Except for me, everyone else was captured for experiments and never came back. Zhu Shizhou understood. During the period after he left, these experimental subjects could not have been vacant all the time. They would inevitably be constantly transferred due to the needs of other experiments. After being transferred, if the experiment was safe, the experimental subjects would come back and wait for Zhu Shizhou's next visit. But if they died in other experiments, the organization would find another experimental subject to replace the original experimental subject. Lao Lang saw with his own eyes that some experimental subjects returned after completing other experiments, while some did not. In this way, he experienced 2 or 3 rounds of transfers within a month, and he was the only experimental subject who survived until now, while most of the other experimental subjects died in the 2nd or 3rd transfers. Our Lao Lang was also quite confused when he said this, because in this frequent transfer, he felt that his life was like an ant, and the courage that he had accumulated with Zhu Shizhou when he killed through the alien insect forest was also worn out. I originally planned to wait for death, but I didn't expect to have the honor of waiting for you. Lao Lang smiled bitterly. Behind Lao Lang, the other 29 experimental subjects began to whisper, because they were a little confused by the reaction of Lao Lang, the most senior member of the team. What's wrong with Lao Lang? Isn't he the most harsh and private against the Black Soldier organization? Why is he so compromising now? TSK. What do you know? You haven't heard the story Lao Lang made up. Are you kidding me? You can believe that outrageous story? Is there really someone who can lead a team to kill through the alien insect forest? Those who believe this are really crazy. It is obvious that Lao Lang often tells others about the story of Zhu Shizhou leading them to kill through the alien insect forest. But everyone thinks that Lao Lang has collapsed mentally under the torture of countless experiments and started to talk nonsense. So no matter what Lao Lang says, they just listen to it as a story. After hearing the story, some people would question whether Lao Lang had compromised with the Black Soldier organization. Lao Lang would then join them in cursing the Black Soldier organization. And then add, Lao Lang, do not obey the Black Soldier organization. The only person who can obey me is the commander student. After a while, the other experimental subjects also knew about Lao Lang's fantasy, that there was a student who could take him through the Zerd forest safely. In short, they originally thought it was a false fantasy story. But today, a black soldier appeared in front of Lao Lang, and he looked like he knew Lao Lang. And they were all shocked. Could it be that what Lao Lang had said was true? Chapter 495, The Rebel Team. The experimental subjects were looking at Zhu Shizhou, and Zhu Shizhou was also looking at the experimental subjects. How many of these experimental subjects have already compromised with the Black Soldier organization? How many of them have flames in their hearts that may erupt at any time? How many lives will it take to understand the hearts of these experimental subjects? This situation of looking at each other did not last long, because Zhu Shizhou was about to set off. Zhu Shizhou stood in front of everyone and said, "Everyone, line up." No matter what the experimental subjects were thinking, they did not dare to act rashly under the watchful eyes of the black soldiers around them. They lined up obediently and waited for Zhu Shizhou to speak. Zhu Shizhou said lightly, "I am the commander and captain of your crossing of the alien insect forest this time. I won't say anything else. Now I will start to number all the team members. You can just call me captain. Old Wolf, you are number 1. He numbered all 30 experimental subjects. The test subjects did not speak. Most of them looked at Zhu Shizhou with questioning eyes. Even if Lao Lang told them more in private, they did not think that this black soldier was much different from other black soldiers in the Black Soldier organization. Under the gaze of the drone and the surrounding black soldiers, Zhu Shizhou led a group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals into the alien insect forest. "Captain, do you need to make some arrangements for the formation?" After walking for about 10 minutes, Lao Lang saw that the leader Zhu Shizhou in front did not move, and the team began to stir. So he hurriedly stepped forward and asked Zhu Shizhou. Zhu Shizhou glanced at Lao Lang. Not for the time being. Lao Lang was a little puzzled by Zhu Shizhou's reaction. When he was about to open his mouth to suggest adjusting the formation, he was suddenly interrupted by Zhu Shizhou's words. "Lao Lang, I seem to have heard you say last time that you once encountered a black soldier rebel who was captured as an experimental subject?" Lao Lang's breathing suddenly stagnated. Is that true?" It was true. There was indeed a black soldier test subject who was captured because of his rebellion and participated in several experiments with him. But Lao Lang carefully recalled the experience of crossing the alien insect forest with Zhu Shizhou at that time. But he could not remember that he had ever told Zhu Shizhou about this. His impression was only Zhu Shizhou's god-level performance of killing through the alien insect forest like a cheat. What he didn't know was that Zhu Shizhou had more or less communication with each test subject in order to fully understand the status of each test subject in the last replay experience. The Black Soldier Rebel test subject that Lao Lang talked about did not exist in the current timeline. Lao Lang shook his head and asked cautiously, "Captain, what do you mean?" Zhu Shizhou looked at Lao Lang dimly. "Black soldiers can also become rebels, right?" Lao Lang was shocked. His heart started beating wildly at this moment. "Lao Lang, I know you have always been unwilling and want to resist. But I don't know if you are now content with the status quo and have been worn down by experiments again and again. If the opportunity comes to you, do you still have the courage to resist?" Lao Lang took a deep breath. "Captain, are you kidding me? Who knows whether it is a joke or not?" Zhu Shizhou neither confirmed nor denied it, but smiled and perfunctorily passed it over. Lao Lang was sweating coldly. Could it be that the Black Soldier organization saw that he could survive after participating in so many experiments? So they wanted to find an excuse to kill him? Or did this captain have a rebellious intention? For a moment, Lao Lang was suddenly confused, sometimes excited and sometimes calm, his face changing. And he didn't even care about the dangers hidden in the surrounding environment. Zhu Shizhou whispered, "Find a chance to destroy the drone. I know you can do it with your ability." Lao Lang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, "Got it." The captain wanted to destroy the drone. So he must want to say something that is not convenient for the Black Soldier organization to hear. And do something that is not convenient for them to see. This is almost enough to point out the meaning behind it. In addition, are you familiar with the other experimental subjects in the team? Familiar? I basically know the situation of everyone. Lao Lang is the most experienced experimental subject in the team. So in order to ensure their own safety, other experimental subjects either come to learn how to live so long or come to hug thighs. In short, Lao Lang has intersections with them. And many of them are clearly understood. Okay. Then I need a list. A list of loyalists. Loyalists list? Loyal to whom? Zhu Shurjiu smiled and asked meaningfully. What do you think? Lao Lang looked at Zhu Shurjiu with gritted teeth. Then lowered his head. Captain, just say whatever you want to say. It's too torturous to be in a state of ambiguity. Anyway, it's not the Black Soldier organization. This is basically a confession. Lao Lang's hanging heart finally let go. And followed by a burst of excitement from the heart. If not loyal to the Black Soldier organization, who else can he be loyal to? Rebel. The captain is a rebel. He felt that this captain was different from other black soldiers in the last experiment. And now there is indeed a problem. Lao Lang was so excited that he almost jumped up. But he also knew how to hide his emotions, and kept telling himself to stay calm. The list that Zhu Shurjiu wanted was the list of rebels. In other words, he had to choose some trustworthy and useful members from these experimental subjects. Old Wolf didn't know what would happen to the others who were not selected. But Old Wolf had already automatically come up with some dark ideas. If you want to accomplish great things, you should cut off the problem. Now that there is finally a black soldier rebel who wants to lead them to cause trouble, all risks must be eliminated. Every experimental subject present said that they hated the Black Soldier organization. But Old Wolf actually had no idea what they thought. Some experimental subjects might have been domesticated like a dog in their hearts. If they really took these experimental subjects, they might betray at any time. Give me some time. I don't have much time. I'll only give you 1 hour. Just choose roughly based on your own feelings. If there are really betrayers later, I have my own way to identify them. The method, he said, of course, was to wait for the betrayers to betray. The list selected under such simple conditions cannot be comprehensive. Maybe some weak-minded people will be selected, which will cause endless troubles. However, as long as the betrayers do not betray, Zhu Shurjiu can always treat them as good comrades. If they really betray, he can also prepare in advance by rewinding. Lao Lang glanced at the experimental subjects behind him and nodded. Okay. Guaranteed to complete the task. After that, Lao Lang quietly retreated to the team. As soon as Lao Lang retreated, the other experimental subjects surrounded him. Lao Lang, what did you say to the captain? Why did you return empty-handed? That is to say, if we continue like this, we can't even arrange the formation. If we encounter alien insects, the formation will definitely be a mess. Stop talking. The captain has his own arrangements. Old Wolf scolded in a low voice. As a senior experimental subject, he had a lot of prestige, which immediately intimidated the other experimental subjects. However, there were also experimental subjects who were always cold and sneered at Old Wolf. You are a lackey. Old Wolf looked at the experimental subject who scolded him sinisterly. Old Huang. What did you say? Old Huang said disgustedly. Why? Didn't you hear it clearly? A lackey. I see that you have been praising the so-called captain all day long. And you have lost your mind. You are just a lackey. Old Wolf rushed forward angrily and grabbed Old Huang. Let's go! If you have the guts, challenge me. Don't whine. Old Huang was stunned. But then, he was also furious. Who is afraid of who? Damn it. I will beat you up today. You little thief Karami. The two of them pulled and tugged and left the team on their own. Hey. Wait. You too. Captain. Take care of it. Captain? The experimental subjects did not act rashly. They were all dumbfounded. And some even called Zhu Shurjiu. Zhu Shurjiu looked at Lao Lang and Lao Huang who were fighting not far away, and said to the others, Don't worry. Everyone stay where you are. What's going on? The other experimental subjects also frowned and looked at Lao Lang and Lao Huang. Speechless, Lao Lang punched Lao Huang in the face, and then threw Lao Huang to the ground, and then whispered with a vicious expression, Lao Huang, don't stop. Listen to me. 5 minutes later, Lao Lang returned to the team with Lao Huang. who was bruised and swollen. Lao Huang still looked cold. But the look he gave Zhu Shizhou had a hint of inexplicable meaning. Chapter 496, Old Wolf's Little Thoughts. Team Division. What are you looking at? After returning to the team, Old Huang immediately stared at a teammate who was smiling strangely at him. It was called a strange smile. But in fact this teammate just wanted to ease the atmosphere. He was originally going to joke with Old Huang. But when he heard Old Huang's question, he subconsciously replied, "What's wrong with looking at you?" So, Old Huang started fighting with his teammate. Just after entering the alien insect forest, before seeing a single alien insect, two conflicts occurred in the team. Everyone wanted to dissuade them. But Zhu Shizhou, as the team leader, remained indifferent. They couldn't interfere, so they could only watch them fight from the side. Zhu Shizhou looked at Old Wolf calmly. This Old Wolf is really an old wolf. He gave Old Wolf two tasks. One was to destroy the drone, and the other was to select a trustworthy person. Old Wolf immediately assigned the second task. It was obvious that Old Wolf had informed Old Huang during the fight. And then Old Huang selected another trustworthy person. In this way, Lao Lang transferred the risk. If Zhu Shizhou asked Lao Lang would tell him that this was the survival wisdom of a senior experimental subject. Alas, what is going on? If the alien insects come out from somewhere now, we will definitely not be able to stop them. Right? What kind of paratrooper captain is this? Just watching. Is it so good? I'm afraid he treats us as monkeys in the zoo. Don't say it. In fact, it's Lao Lang and Lao Huang's fault. If it weren't for them, this fight wouldn't have happened. Fuck. You guys can fight. But don't pull out your guns. Everyone was in an uproar. Zhu Shizhou had been watching Lao Huang's movements. When other teammates exclaimed, he had already tensed up because Lao Huang pulled out his gun. At this moment, Zhu Shizhou couldn't tell whether Lao Huang was really excited or just pretending, and was ready to stop him. But the next moment, Zhu Shizhou glanced at the drone with his peripheral vision. He stopped his action abruptly. So you are going to use this method. Lao Lang. You are really good. Zhu Shizhou didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He gave Lao Lang two tasks. And Lao Lang handed both tasks to Lao Huang without missing a single one. I don't know what Lao Lang said to Lao Huang. But Lao Huang didn't mean to shirk his responsibility. And he didn't play the same trick as Lao Lang. He took the opportunity to fight with others and took out his gun. Lao Huang. Put down the gun. Don't be excited. We are still good brothers if you don't shoot. Don't be impulsive. Calm down. Are you going to point the gun at your partner? The other experimental subjects shouted at once. And Zhu Shizhou wanted to give Lao Huang the opportunity to shoot. So he said to everyone, "You can't just watch anymore. Go and stop number 2 together. Number 2 is Lao Huang's number." The test subjects cursed inwardly. What were they doing earlier? Old Huang roared, "I'll kill anyone who comes forward. Don't come over." After that, Old Huang fired a shot into the sky. White lasers burst out from Old Huang's gun muzzle like a beam of light standing in the sky. Zhu Shizhou looked over along the laser and didn't see the drone exploding. That's right. If the drone was killed so casually, it would be too deliberate. Fortunately, Old Huang didn't make a fool of himself. The other test subjects didn't know the inside story, and they were all numb. They all thought that Old Huang was looking for death. It's okay for you to fight. And the captain didn't dissuade you. Which means that fighting doesn't violate the captain's bottom line. But now you shoot? What made everyone feel bad was that Zhu Shizhou snorted coldly. Attention everyone. Number 2 fired without permission. I give you the authority to kill number 2. Shoot. Old Huang. Put your gun down. It's not too late. One of the test subjects gritted his teeth and fired a shot at Old Huang's feet. The white laser burned the ground with a charred mark. But Old Huang was unharmed. The reaction to this shot was also very fast. He fired, but he didn't aim, so it didn't count as violating the captain's order. The other test subjects followed suit and fired their guns into the air. But suddenly, Old Wolf shouted among the test subjects, "Don't shoot. Let's subdue him with our bare hands." After that, Old Wolf immediately took the lead and rushed up. Some test subjects still stood there and fired, while others followed Old Wolf and rushed to Old Huang's side at risk. Old Wolf. I've been annoyed with you for a long time. Die! Old Huang stared at Old Wolf with his eyes wide open, and rushed towards him, raising the gun in his hand. Lao Lang snorted coldly, raised his leg, and kicked the barrel of the gun in Lao Huang's hand accurately. The white laser brushed Lao Lang's cheek and pierced into the sky diagonally. At this moment, everyone heard an explosion in the sky. The drone was blown up in the air by Lao Huang's shot. The shattered fragments flew everywhere and fell to the ground with sparks. After firing the gun, Lao Huang was knocked to the ground by Lao Lang, and the gun in his hand was taken away. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Lao Huang, calm down first. The experimental subject said so. Lao Huang struggled symbolically for 2 times, but failed to break free. He lowered his voice and said to Lao Lang, "Are you fucking gay? It's over. Stop acting. It's always good to act more realistically. Next, we will split up and select from both sides. I want to find a way to keep everyone alive." Lao Huang stopped struggling after hearing this. He really wanted to fight against the Black Soldier organization. But at the same time, he didn't want his uncooperative companions to die. After Zhu Shizhou selected the list, he would definitely find a way to exclude those who were not on the list. But everyone was a victim, and they couldn't say that they deserved to die if they didn't dare to resist the Black Soldier organization. The reason why Lao Huang tried hard to act cooperative was because he wanted to try his best to cooperate and then plead with Zhu Shizhou. And Lao Lang was ready to find other ways out. After Lao Huang surrendered, he was taken to Zhu Shizhou by Lao Lang. Lao Lang lowered his eyebrows and said, "Captain, please make a decision. If we let such a person stay in the team, if the alien insects appear, he will definitely become a disaster." Zhu Shizhou didn't know what Lao Lang talked about with Lao Huang, so he couldn't make a decision at will to avoid destroying Lao Lang's plan. So he handed over the initiative. "I want to hear your opinion. What are you going to do?" Old Wolf said, "I heard that the experimental subject is related to your credits, so it is best to keep Old Huang alive. But at the same time, although Old Huang is now subdued by me, it is undeniable that keeping him in the team will cause great hidden dangers. So my suggestion is that we split into 2 teams and act separately in the forest." At this time, Zhu Shizhou also understood what Old Wolf meant. This is to separate the trustworthy and the untrustworthy. This is the way out that Old Wolf prepared for other companions who are unwilling to cooperate. At the same time, he also brought up the argument of credits, asking Zhu Shizhou to give priority to keeping other experimental subjects alive. Of course, this is just that Old Wolf thinks that credits are very important to Zhu Shizhou. In fact, Zhu Shizhou doesn't care about credits at all. That makes sense. Then you can handle it yourself. By the way, in order to avoid similar situations, those who support number 2 can also go with number 2. There will be no trouble in my team. This is equivalent to giving other experimental subjects an excuse to leave his control. After hearing Zhu Shizhou's words, most of the experimental subjects became agitated. They may not support Lao Huang, but they really think that this captain is unreliable. Lao Lang and Lao Huang looked at each other and said, "Lao Huang, did you hear that? Choose someone to lead by yourself." Lao Lang selects the list of trustworthy people, and Lao Huang selects the list of untrustworthy people. If a person is selected by Lao Lang and Lao Huang, he will automatically enter the list of untrustworthy people and leave with Lao Huang. Most experimental subjects want to leave with Lao Huang, but the choice is not in their hands, but in the hands of Lao Lang and Lao Huang. Chapter 497, Hearing about the National Conservation Bureau. 5 minutes later, the team had split into 2 groups. When the drone finally arrived, only the 10-member team led by Lao Huang could be seen. In the classroom, Instructor Mo looked at the picture in the drone and immediately chose to contact Zhu Shizhou. The moment the communication was connected, Instructor Mo asked, "Where are you?" Zhu Shizhou's answer was quite cold. "I left behind the unstable factors and left with the team members who obeyed me." Instructor Mo was speechless. How to calm down the conflicts below is also the basic quality that the commander should have. "You?" Zhu Shizhou said bluntly. "No need. They are not worth it." The other students in the classroom heard Zhu Shizhou's cold words and shuddered for a while. A student lowered his voice and said, "I absolutely don't want to be Zhu Shizhou's subordinate after graduation. This guy's thoughts are too scary." For a while, there was a lot of discussion in the classroom. Instructor Mo scolded with a cold face, and then continued to say to Zhu Shizhou, "I won't stop your choice. But where are you? Report your location. It's convenient." Zhu Shizhou sneered. "Haha. It's convenient for the rebels to find me and then kill me." Instructor Mo was stunned and was about to deny it. But then he thought of the incident in which the rebels blatantly attacked Zhu Shurjiu at the training base, causing Zhu Shurjiu to be seriously injured. Zhu Shurjiu's consideration is not unreasonable. If there are rebels' ears and eyes among the students present or the experimental subjects, Zhu Shurjiu's safety cannot be guaranteed. Instructor Mo shook his head. Well, it's up to you. After finishing the communication with Instructor Mo, Zhu Shurjiu led Laolang and his group to sneak in the forest. After a while, he stopped after confirming that there were no drones monitoring them. Zhu Shurjiu turned around and looked at everyone. Laolang should have told you all. Right? No one spoke. Laolang did tell them. But he only said one sentence. That the captain was a rebel. He said nothing else. It was because of this sentence that they chose to follow Laolang and Zhu Shurjiu. But in fact, they were not sure whether Laolang was deceived. And they were even more unsure of Zhu Shurjiu's position. When Zhu Shurjiu spoke, everyone was silent and watched the changes. I know you don't believe me now. I just want you to know that what I'm going to do next is against the organization's philosophy. If you really want to resist the Black Soldier organization, please keep it secret. Once someone leaks the secret here, others will be implicated. I don't need to say more about the outcome. Right? After hearing this, everyone's hearts were filled with turmoil. At this moment, they finally confirmed that this guy did have the idea of resisting. So someone asked, "What do you want us to do?" It's not convenient to tell you more now. You just need to act with me. I will tell you the real plan only when I really confirm that you are trustworthy. It means that they don't know anything. But they don't care about being kept in the dark at this time. Because their thoughts are actually more fragile than Zhu Shurjiu thought. After experiencing experiments again and again, their bodies and spirits have been doubly destroyed countless times. Their hearts are full of hatred for the Black Soldier organization. Now someone has risen up, giving them hope. And they easily choose to follow. An experimental subject took off his clothes on the upper body, revealing a body full of scars and some deformities. He said to Zhu Shurjiu, "My body has been transformed countless times. The Black Soldier organization implanted cancer cells in me, trying to make my body have unlimited recovery ability, but unfortunately failed. I am now in the late stage of cancer. The Black Soldier organization obviously has the ability to treat me, but it did not treat me. Instead, it transferred me here at will, trying to make me use my last bit of residual heat and then die in the mouth of alien insects." The experimental subject smiled miserably. "I am not afraid of death. But it does not mean that I don't want to live. I want to know. Can you keep me alive?" The other experimental subjects looked at this experimental subject in surprise. "You are in the late stage of cancer? Why didn't you tell us?" What's the use of telling us? Anyway, you can't cure me." The experimental subject looked at Zhu Shurjiu. "So, can you cure me?" Zhu Shurjiu smiled. "It's just cancer. I have a friend who can cure it at will. Fu Sidu. I leave it to you." The test subject stared at Zhu Shurjiu for a long time, then put on his clothes and nodded. "I believe it for now." Another test subject stood up. "What about me?" He also undressed, revealing a mechanical arm. "During an experiment, the Black Soldier organization amputated my arm and replaced it with a biological mechanical arm made of a laser-processed alien insect shell. Although I can now control my arm with my thoughts, my arm cannot feel anything. Unfortunately, this feeling started from my arm and gradually spread to other parts of my body. Now I have no feeling in half of my body. The Black Soldier organization can also treat me, but they gave up on treatment and left me here to fend for myself." The experimental subject also stared at Zhu Shurjiu and asked, "Can you treat me?" Zhu Shurjiu smiled without any pressure and said, "I have a friend who can treat me. Fu Sidu. I'll leave this to you." "What about me?" Another test subject couldn't help but stand up. "I was injected with biological toxins by the Black Soldier organization, causing me to be paralyzed for 2 hours every day. I have a friend. Fu Sidu. I'm counting on you. Can it really be cured? Then it's my turn. I have a friend. Fu Sidu. I'm counting on you." Almost every one of the 20 test subjects present had physical problems. Even the experienced old wolf, who was very good at self-protection. He was a little lame. And the problems of these test subjects also made Zhu Shurjiu see how crazy the Black Soldier organization was in human experiments. Zhu Shurjiu's response to them was only one sentence. "As long as the Black Soldier organization can cure it, I can cure it." The test subjects were not fools. But it was better to have hope than no hope. Zhu Shizhou's promise was not heavy, and even sounded a bit perfunctory and casual. But they all felt the hope they hadn't felt for a long time. A drowning person would reach out to grab even a straw floating on the water. Not to mention that what was floating on the water was not a straw at all. Maybe he could really cure it? Everyone thought so. One of the test subjects even said, "If you really cure me, then my life is yours." Looking at the nearly crazy test subjects, Zhu Shizhou was in a trance. This group of guys no longer care about resisting the Black Soldier Organization. Their purpose of following him was not to resist the Black Soldier Organization at all, but to heal their own bodies. Zhu Shizhou only saw the joy of finally being able to survive in their eyes, not the idea of finally being able to resist. Not to mention that they no longer have this concept in their hearts to save the world. Maybe everyone was full of ambition at the beginning, but now their only wish is to survive. Except one person. At the end of a group of excited experimental subjects, a teenager looked around, looking extremely embarrassed and guilty. Zhu Shizhou gave him the number 30. This number can basically represent seniority. This teenager looks very young and has not experienced many inhumane experiments. Others have physical problems, but his body is very healthy. This is not because the organization has given him any preferential treatment, but he was recently captured by the organization. So when all the experimental subjects were extremely excited, he seemed a little out of place. "Old wolf. What's wrong with him?" Zhu Shizhou asked Old Wolf. The Old Wolf glanced at the boy and answered casually, "Oh, that kid. That kid is from a country called Conservation Bureau. I heard that it is also a small organization that resists the black soldiers. It is not well known." Zhu Shizhou was stunned and asked with a strange expression, "Is it the National Special Resources Conservation Bureau?" The Old Wolf was also stunned and answered, "Yes, it seems to be this name. Because the kid is simple-minded and has just been arrested. It is absolutely impossible for him to be in cahoots with the black soldiers. So, Captain, are you related to that resistance organization?" Zhu Shizhou regained his calm expression. "Not really related. Just someone who has seen them." Chapter 498 Misha appears. Zhu Shizhou did not expect that he would meet his old enemy here. At that time, on the cruise ship at sea, Zhu Shizhou had encountered the recruitment of the National Concessionary Resources Conservation Bureau. The person who recruited him was called Xuan. At that time, he thought Xuan and his people were worth using. But later the cruise ship bombing incident occurred, which caused Zhu Shizhou to hate Xuan and others from that time on. Unexpectedly, he would meet prisoners from the same organization as Xuan here. With emotion, Zhu Shizhou had already walked in front of the boy. "Boy, what's your name?" At this moment, the boy felt a strong sense of oppression from the man in front of him, as fierce as a volcanic eruption, and as majestic as Mount Tai. But the moment Zhu Shizhou's voice fell, the sense of oppression disappeared immediately, as if the sense of oppression he felt was just an illusion. The boy raised his head and looked at Zhu Shizhou, secretly sweating in his heart. At that moment just now, he almost thought that the man in front of him was going to attack him. "My name is Zhang Xiai, from the National Conservation Bureau. Listen, kid. Everyone here is here because they defied the Black Soldier Organization. No one cares where you come from. Be brief when introducing yourself. Understand?" "I understand." Zhang Xiai looked at Zhu Shizhou timidly, and he actually saw the same aura as his leader in the man in front of him. Obviously, judging from his eyebrows, this man should not be much older than him. Zhu Shizhou asked, "When were you arrested?" "Almost half a month." Zhang Xiai answered honestly. "Half a month. Do you know Xuan?" "Xuan?" Zhang Xiai didn't expect to hear this name from a black soldier. He was immediately excited. "He is the captain of the 11th Special Operations Team of our bureau." "Do you know the captain?" Zhu Shizhou suddenly laughed. "I just had a grudge against him." Zhang Xi's face froze instantly. "Do you know that Xuan and others once blew up a ship?" Zhang Xiai was stunned. "Once? Wasn't that a month ago?" This time it was Zhu Shizhou's turn to be in a trance. Yes. It felt like a long time had passed. So long that Zhu Shizhou almost forgot it. But in fact, in the eyes of others, it was just something that happened a month ago. Yes, Xuan blew up a ship a month ago. And I was on that ship. Zhang Xiai was numb. This was a life and death grudge. Just when Zhang Xiai was about to say something, Zhu Shizhou patted Zhang Xiai on the shoulder and said, "But don't worry. I have a grudge against Xuan. But that doesn't mean I have a grudge against you." As long as you listen to me, I won't make things difficult for you. Zhang Xiai wiped his sweat and said, Is that so? Then I will definitely listen to you. That's good. But in order for me not to be tricked by you again, you should stay by my side from now on. Okay. Zhu Shizhou smiled, then turned back to the front of the team, and Zhang Xiai followed him. In fact, Zhu Shizhou didn't let Zhang Xiai follow him entirely because of his grudge against Xuan, but more because among all the people present, only Zhang Xi's beliefs had not been tortured and corrupted by the Black Soldier Organization. The other test subjects claimed that they were mortal enemies with the Black Soldier Organization, but in fact, they were just trying to heal their bodies that were destroyed by the Black Soldier Organization. Old Wolf did not select the people he really wanted. Zhu Shizhou did not dare to believe all these test subjects who were only for him. He would not be surprised if they were lured back by the Black Soldier Organization. Zhang Xiai, on the other hand, had only been captured for half a month, and his hatred for the Black Soldier Organization was at its peak. Captain, can I ask what we are going to do now? Zhang Xiai asked with a little more courage. Zhu Shizhou did not even turn his head and said, Have you heard of insect people? Insect people? I seem to have heard about it from the Bureau. Is the Black Soldier Organization also researching it? Zhu Shizhou shook his head. Sure enough, the Resource Protection Bureau was really a natural plagiarist. No matter what the Black Soldier Organization was researching, they would copy it. The Black Soldier Organization once studied it, but due to repeated failures, they could not produce qualified insects. So they chose to give up. This project was originally a cooperative project between the Black Soldier Organization and the United States. After the Black Soldier Organization gave up, the United States continued to study it. After several years, the American insect technology has matured. And finally, we rebels got the core secrets of this technology. Zhu Shizhou did not avoid other experimental subjects when talking to Zhang Xiai. Some experimental subjects knew about insects, and some did not. But at this moment, they all showed shocked expressions on their faces. Captain, you mean? You have produced qualified insects? Zhang Xiai asked this question for other experimental subjects. No, it's not you. It's us. Zhu Shizhou stopped, took off the glove on his left hand, and looked at the 20 experimental subjects. Since you chose to follow me, you have no way out. You and I will rise and fall together. We are doing something big enough to save humanity. After saying that, Zhu Shizhou raised his left hand, pulled down the mask, and then put his thumb to his mouth, biting hard on the tip of his thumb with his teeth. The thumb was bitten open, and blood coagulated into blood beads and dripped from the wound. Zhu Shizhou raised his left hand and let the blood beads drip from the wound to the ground. Come out, Misha, Zhu Shizhou said softly. The next moment, a gust of wind swept in. A black shadow broke the ground not far away from the site, and came with mud and dust. The powerful kinetic energy of the black shadow almost tore a sonic boom in the air. In an instant, before everyone could react, the black shadow had already stopped beside Zhu Shizhou. Alien Zerg? All the test subjects were already facing a great enemy before they could see the true face of the black shadow. They raised their guns in a panic and were shocked that their sixth sense did not work at all. Don't be nervous, everyone. Zhu Shizhou spoke to comfort the test subjects, and then looked at the girl who had gone from extremely active to extremely quiet and stood beside him. In the shocked eyes of everyone, Zhu Shizhou touched Misha's head and said, Let me introduce you to everyone. This is the qualified product that we rebels have developed after years of research under the stocking of the Black Soldier Organization. Come on, Misha. Say hello to everyone. The test subjects looked at the insect girl who had a human form and looked like a little human girl, but had antennae on her head, and her hands were the same as the legs of the alien Zerg. Their minds went blank, and some of the test subjects even suspected that they were dreaming. But what made them feel more like they were dreaming was that the insect girl stumbled and spoke. You family. I'm Misha. TF? Everyone was stunned. Although Misha's pronunciation was not standard and sounded unclear, her opening words shocked everyone. The rebels actually developed insects that were intelligent and could speak. Chapter 499, this is the first time. And hopefully the last time. The Bugman spoke? Zhang Xiai stared at Misha and spoke in shock. Is this the strength and confidence of the rebels? They have actually developed a Bugman that can speak. And judging from the speed of the bug girl when she appeared, the speed of the bug girl's movement is almost the same as that of the alien insects. This kind of shock is difficult for the experimental subjects, who don't understand the Bugman, to feel. But Zhang Xiai knows very well that their organization has always been paying attention to the movements of the Black Soldier organization. When the Black Soldier organization was researching the Bugman, they certainly followed suit and researched the Bugman. But no matter how they researched, let alone qualified Bugmen, they didn't even research unqualified products. Therefore, after spending a lot of money, the Bureau finally gave up the research. However, when he looked at Zhu Shizhou, he found that Zhu Shizhou was also shocked. Captain, what's wrong? Zhu Shizhou put away his shocked expression and looked calm. Nothing. Zhang Xiai rubbed his eyes and muttered. Am I dazzled? What he didn't know was that Zhu Shizhou was really shocked. It was because Misha speaking was beyond his expectation. He asked Misha to say hello to everyone, but actually wanted Misha to wave her hand or something, which was enough to prove that Misha had the wisdom to understand human language. In his impression, Misha could only babbling and using onomatopoeia and body movements to express her meaning in the submarine. If she wanted to express it accurately, she needed to write it down. But how long have they been apart? And Misha has learned to speak? Ahem. You all saw it, right? This is the qualified insect man that we rebels have spent a lot of effort to research. Just considering this technology, we are already ahead of the Black Soldier organization. Zhu Shizhou looked around, and the test subjects all looked happy. Haha. I originally thought that the captain was deceiving us, but now it seems that there is no need to worry. This is actually one of the reasons why Zhu Shizhou took out Misha to show him. The test subjects said that they believed in him, but who knew if they would betray him? Since these experimental subjects only care about whether their bodies can be cured, he will show a wave of strength that is enough to cure their bodies. Now there are only two paths left for the experimental subjects. One is to follow him to secretly organize a revolution, and the other is to choose to betray him and report to the Black Soldier organization. These two paths are almost easy for these experimental subjects to choose, because one side is the hope to save them, and the other side is the cold-blooded culprit in their impression. As long as there is no problem with their brains, they will make the right choice. But there are also calm people among the experimental subjects, such as Zhang Xiai. Lao Lang is also. Zhang Xiai is because of his shallow qualifications, and Lao Lang is because of too much experience. Does this technology have hidden dangers? Zhang Xiai asked. Lao Lang is also very concerned about this issue, because just by seeing Zhu Shizhou showing the insect girl, he can already guess Zhu Shizhou's purpose. In order to counter the Black Soldier organization, there must be a strong force under his hands, and this insect man technology can quickly train them into a force to counter the Black Soldier organization. As for being transformed into insect people, Lao Lang thinks it will not be worse than their current situation. Facing Zhang Xi's question, Zhu Shizhou pretended to be mysterious and said, It's not convenient for you to know too much now. I need to see your value. In fact, Zhu Shizhou has not figured out how to compile this technology reasonably. Zhang Xiai still didn't understand, and touched his head and said, What value do we have? We can't resist the Black Soldiers? And now we are doing experiments here all day long. After hearing Zhang Xi's words, the other experimental subjects expressed dissatisfaction for a while. Valuable. We are very valuable. Our lives are our value. As long as I can survive, I am willing to do anything. Yes, even if I am transformed into a monster like a Bugman. As long as I can keep my sanity, it's completely fine. Okay. Then I want to briefly explain my requirements. I want you to choose a location in the alien insect forest as soon as possible and build an underground research institute underground. This is not only convenient for me to continue my research on Bugmen, but also convenient for me to carry out subsequent treatment of your bodies. Do you understand? After hearing this, everyone was immediately shocked. If the secret construction of the underground space was just for the research of Bugmen, they might not be so concerned. But when it comes to treating them, they are not sleepy. Understood? Old Wolf responded first, and the other experimental subjects followed suit. Build an underground space in the insect forest, and then travel back and forth between the insect forest and Fu Sidu, using every opportunity to get in touch with Misha, so that Fu Sidu can indirectly cooperate with him to improve the insect research and create a real insect potion. This is Zhu Shizhou's general plan. If something unexpected happens during this period, then it can be solved by replaying the game. In general, there are risks, But the process of transporting Misha back to Eliminazon made Zhu Shizhou understand that it is not only the perfect plan that can be completed. It took Zhu Shizhou only one class to select people, select sites, build a prototype of the Underground Research Institute, and hide Misha again. Misha's existence is equivalent to guaranteeing the survival of Zhu Shizhou and the experimental subjects. She escorted Zhu Shizhou and other experimental subjects throughout the class. Compared with the number of Zerg in Papua New Guinea, the hundreds of Zerg in the Zerg forest seemed to be playing house. When Zhu Shizhou and the experimental subjects arrived at the exit of the Zerg forest, Instructor Mo was already waiting. "Where are the other 10 experimental subjects?" Zhu Shizhou asked. The drone followed the other 10 experimental subjects. And Instructor Mo must know what happened to those experimental subjects. Dead. Just 2 simple words. Old Wolf was listening at the side. And he was struck by lightning. Old Huang. Instructor Mo didn't know Old Huang. And he wouldn't care about the words of a mere experimental subject. He looked at Zhu Shizhou and nodded with satisfaction. "Your body is very clean. It seems that you are already familiar with fighting with alien insects. You have been trained a lot in Papua New Guinea. Last time, Zhu Shizhou needed all kinds of fancy operations to avoid the attack of alien insects, making his body dirty. But now there is no dust on his body." Zhu Shizhou looked at the old wolf, who was dazed and full of grief, and said, "This is your choice." Old Wolf burst into tears and said, "I didn't expect it to be like this. But even if I didn't do that, they shouldn't survive. So, is my choice right or wrong? Who said they can't survive?" Zhu Shizhou asked back. "Do you think I will kill them to ensure that there is no chance of failure? Isn't it? My original plan was to ask you to give a list, and then exchange the experimental subjects who are unwilling to obey me with the experimental subjects of another classmate of mine, in exchange for more obedient experimental subjects. My classmate is absent from class now, so the experimental subjects who are screened out should be idle, and everyone can survive to the maximum extent." Lao Lang's body swayed. His lips under the mask trembled slightly, and he looked at Zhu Shizhou without saying a word. Instructor Mo was confused, but he also had his own understanding. Of course, he saw the scene of the dispute in the team before the drone exploded. He didn't think much about it, and just thought that it was Lao Lang who proposed the experimental subject division, who was unwilling to obey him, which led to the death of those experimental subjects. There is nothing to say to an experimental subject. "It's time to leave," Instructor Mo reminded. Zhu Shizhou ignored Instructor Mo and looked at Lao Lang. "Do you want to say this?" Lao Lang's eyes were red. "What's the point of saying this now? They are already dead." "That's true for you, but not necessarily for me," Zhu Shizhou said. "Could it be that there is a technology to bring the dead back to life?" "No, that technology does not exist." Lao Lang was instantly disheartened. Zhu Shizhou got Lao Lang's answer. He calmly raised the gun in his hand slightly. "This is the first time you acted on your own, and I hope it will be the last time. What I need is absolute obedience." He would only rewind for Lao Lang this time. Lao Lang did not understand, but Instructor Mo shouted Zhu Shizhou. The white laser blasted his head. Chapter 500 Extreme Control. Use imperfection to achieve perfection. Number 1. Wait a moment. Zhu Shizhou called out to Lao Lang, who was about to mess with Lao Huang. "What's wrong, Captain?" Lao Lang stopped and looked at Zhu Shizhou with a puzzled look. Zhu Shizhou had just given him 2 tasks. One was to find an opportunity to destroy the drone, and the other was to screen out the list of rebels. Lao Lang already had a basic idea about these 2 tasks. It was not his style to take risks alone. He planned to let Lao Huang cooperate with him. If the destruction of drones was too obvious, the harm would be too great. So it was best to let others do it. And the screening of the list was also prone to problems. So it was best for him and Lao Huang to screen together. In addition, from what Zhu Shizhou said, it seemed that the eliminated experimental subjects could not be kept. Who knew what Zhu Shizhou was going to do? So he had to find a way to keep the other experimental subjects alive. Now he had a prototype of this method in his mind, and he was going to discuss it with Lao Huang to jointly save all the experimental subjects. But now, Zhu Shizhou stopped him. "I see you have an idea?" Lao Lang nodded yes. Lao Lang acted very well, without any sense of guilt, and did not tell Zhu Shizhou that he wanted to save other experimental subjects. "Let me guess. Do you want to cooperate with another person to divide the experimental subjects present into 2 groups, and then let another person lead the remaining experimental subjects away to save them?" Lao Lang was shocked. How could it be? Lao Lang wanted to refute. But Zhu Shizhou said the next moment, if I'm not mistaken. You are targeting number 2. Lao Huang. Old Wolf was really shocked this time. He never thought that Zhu Shizhou seemed to have the ability to see through people's minds. He saw through his thoughts at once, and even saw who he was going to find to complete the task with him. What kind of monster is this? Zhu Shizhou said. When arranging the team, you stood in the first place, and Lao Huang stood beside you. To a certain extent, it can reflect that Lao Huang has a good relationship with you. After I assigned you the task just now, you also looked in the direction of Lao Huang. It was too obvious that you were going to cooperate with Lao Huang. But the task I assigned you just now was just to destroy the drone and give me a list. The former only needs to leave the surveillance range of the drone and then shoot it to pieces. The latter only needs you to give me a list. I didn't ask you to do anything else. How could you need a second person to cooperate? So according to my inference, the reason you asked the second person to cooperate with you was that you wanted the second person, Lao Huang, to work with you to find a way to save all the experimental subjects. The current conditions at hand can only allow you to come up with a way to split the team. That is, let Lao Huang take the other experimental subjects out of the team, so that the other experimental subjects can have a glimmer of hope. Lao Lang trembled all over. He felt like he was stripped naked and standing in front of this man. This ability to see into people's hearts was too terrifying. Seeing my own schemes being dissected layer by layer. The pressure brought by it was incomparably heavy. Captain. But, have you ever thought about the consequences of doing this? Zhu Shizhou looked at Lao Lang with some sadness. It's easy for Lao Huang to agree to your random idea. But after he agrees, can he really lead other test subjects out of the alien insect forest? Maybe you want to say that Lao Huang can refuse. But you don't consider that Lao Huang's personality is different from yours. He really wants to rebel. As long as there is a chance of rebellion, he will not let it go. So in order to prevent the secret from being leaked, Lao Huang will only make one choice, which is to personally lead the test subjects to die in the mouth of the alien insects. Yes, Zhu Shizhou noticed something unusual. Every test subject present has the strength of a black soldier. The only difference between them and the black soldiers is that they have not undergone emotional erasure. Lao Huang only brought 10 test subjects. This force seems to be weaker than their team of 20 people. But in fact, because of the small number of people, it is more difficult for the alien insects to target Lao Huang and his team. Other teams in the alien insect forest are more attractive than Lao Huang and his team. Doesn't Lao Lang know this? Obviously, he knows. The reason why he was able to come up with the idea of letting Lao Huang lead the team to leave was because he saw through this point and believed that Lao Huang had the strength to pass through the alien insect forest. Even if there were casualties along the way, they would not be too many. So, how did Lao Huang die last time? The answer is that he took the initiative to die. Like Lao Lang, Lao Huang also believed that if he wanted to rebel, he must eliminate all unstable factors. But unlike Lao Lang, Lao Huang's idea was more resolute and decisive, and he chose a dead end. He did not consider walking out of the alien insect forest with a test subject who might betray him. Lao Lang's trust in him led to his own death. After explaining the possible results to Lao Lang, Zhu Shizhou glanced at Lao Lang with empty eyes. So, what are you going to do? Captain, I was wrong. Lao Lang simply and frankly lowered his head. If he had some thoughts before, he really didn't dare to say anything now, because he was worried that he would still be seen through by this man if he had any more thoughts. And everything Zhu Shizhou said only represented one of the possibilities. In Lao Lang's eyes, this future was really possible. Lao Lang almost didn't dare to think about it. If it was really himself who caused Lao Huang's death, what would he do? Zhu Shizhou said. I know. You are just worried about whether other experimental subjects can survive. Lao Lang was silent. He no longer had the ability to think. Everything was seen through by Zhu Shizhou. Do you think I will kill all the other test subjects? Isn't it? Of course not. Zhu Shizhou told Lao Lang his original plan. And Lao Lang finally looked up at Zhu Shizhou with a complicated look in his eyes. Lao Lang really didn't expect that Zhu Shizhou, the black soldier, really had a way to keep all the test subjects alive. Captain, since I am a rebel, I am naturally different from the black soldier. But, Zhu Shizhou said lightly. His eyes suddenly became sharp. The only thing I ask is that you must obey me absolutely. Any form of self-assertion is not allowed. No matter how ridiculous my order is, you must execute it. Unconditional and 100% perfect execution. Lao Lang stared at Zhu Shizhou blankly. He saw an extreme control desire beyond imagination in this man. This control desire comes from the confidence that he can do anything with ease. Even when talking about the rebellious organization, Lao Lang has never seen any wavering in Zhu Shizhou's eyes. To be honest, if Zhu Shizhou has the strength to support his extreme control desire, then it will be much easier for them, the experimental subjects, and they only need to execute orders without thinking. Yes. Lao Lang was finally convinced and bowed his head. Then Lao Lang gave a list. Zhu Shizhou nodded after listening. Number 18. Number 22. Number 28. These 3 people are removed. Lao Lang was stunned. Okay. In this way, the last remaining list has 1 more Lao Huang compared to the 20 people last time. Why did Zhu Shizhou let Lao Lang act last time? First, it was to verify the correctness of Lao Lang's choice. If Lao Huang and others can really survive under Lao Lang's arrangement, then there is no problem in continuing according to Lao Lang's choice. Second, it is to get a more accurate list. It is not safe for Lao Lang to give the list alone. And the joint choice of Lao Lang and Lao Huang can indeed make the list more accurate. Zhu Shizhou is using the imperfection of the last week to achieve perfection in this week. And he can also use this to continue to create psychological pressure on Lao Lang and make Lao Lang more obedient to him. Do you think we rebels have no preparation? In fact, according to our investigation, we already have a list. And we ask you to give the list. First to confirm your loyalty. And second to let you give your surrender. Lao Lang swallowed his saliva, feeling that he was being controlled by Zhu Shizhou. Zhu Shizhou patted Lao Lang on the shoulder. Now you have wasted one of the 2 surrenders. And next, hand in the second surrender. He wants Lao Lang to destroy the drone himself. Only if Lao Lang does it himself can he use Lao Lang's prestige as a senior among the experimental subjects to make it easier for the experimental subjects to follow suit and surrender. Chapter 501. Forbidden Techniques. Secret Techniques. It is allowed within the rules for students to exchange experimental subjects with each other. Zhu Shizhou was allowed to participate in the competition himself. So exchanging experimental subjects with other students was just a small matter. However, Zhu Shizhou also considered the possibility of not allowing the exchange of experimental subjects. If that were the case, he would at most spend some time to bring Lao Lang and the others out of the alien insect forest, and then go back to bring other experimental subjects out of the alien insect forest. But this is the worst choice, and he will die many times again. However, even if it is the worst choice, it is still a backup plan. Fortunately, this backup plan was not used. Su Chan is indeed a useful tool man. After he confirmed that Lao Lang's method did not work in the previous round, he decisively met Su Chan, who had recovered his emotions in this round, and not only asked her to agree to exchange experimental subjects, but also came up with a list of experimental subjects that could be used. Of course, with Su Chan's temper, he was finally kicked out of the room. After communicating with Lao Lang, Zhu Shizhou submitted an application to Instructor Mo. And after Instructor Mo asked for Su Chan's consent, Zhu Shizhou and Su Chan successfully exchanged some experimental subjects. The fact that Su Chan could give a list also shows that she always had a scale in her heart. And when commanding the experimental subjects, she did not forget to observe and analyze the psychological state of the experimental subjects. Zhu Shizhou looked at the 9 new experimental subjects and found that they were all worried. Why? You don't want to be transferred here? Zhu Shizhou asked. No. It's not. The experimental subjects all lowered their heads, unwilling to look at Zhu Shizhou. At this time, Lao Lang whispered, I know why they have such expressions. They have been comfortable under the command of that female devil for a long time. Now they are transferred here, and start to worry about their own safety. Female devil? The commander of their original team. Understood. It was Su Chan. He had actually heard that Su Chan performed very well in the command class. But he didn't expect her to be called a female devil. Zhu Shizhou didn't care about such small details. Later, he took everyone to meet Misha and saw the superficial loyalty of all the experimental subjects. He also completed a series of operations in the previous week more quickly and effectively, and led everyone out of the alien insect forest. Everything seemed normal except that the drone didn't take pictures of Zhu Shizhou the whole time. At the exit of the Zerd forest, Instructor Mo watched Zhu Shizhou and the other test subjects hand in their guns and asked, The drone lost your footage midway. What happened? This time, there was no scene of Lao Lang and Lao Huang arguing. So Instructor Mo was curious about why the drone suddenly lost its connection. And the subsequent drones did not find Zhu Shurjiu and his team. The Zerg destroyed the drone. Zhu Shurjiu answered casually. The Zerg will not consciously destroy a machine that poses no threat to them. That was a coincidence born unconsciously. The Zerg was about to attack our team and accidentally smashed the drone. Although we shot and killed the Zerg immediately, the fact that the drone was smashed has become a fact. Instructor Mo frowned and looked at Zhu Shurjiu for a while. Although he felt something was wrong, he still accepted this statement. He stopped paying attention to this question and said, "You will be busy next. You chose 40 courses. In order to ensure the credits, you have returned to the training base now, and you need to run around in 40 courses every day." However, what he didn't expect was that Zhu Shurjiu smiled and said, "No need." Huh? Instructor Mo was stunned. Zhu Shurjiu asked, "I heard that every course can apply for a skip-level assessment." Instructor Mo's breathing stopped for a moment. What do you mean?" Zhu Shurjiu smiled calmly and said, "Some courses are no longer necessary." Instructor Mo was shocked and looked at Zhu Shurjiu's leaving figure for a long time without saying a word. Since Zhu Shurjiu has already started the plan to study the secrets of the insect people, he will no longer be unknown. If the experiment is successful, he and Fu Sidu really develop a new generation of drugs to strengthen the human body. Then his physical fitness will soar to a new limit, and any course of the Black Soldier will no longer be a difficult task for him. Then it is conceivable that a strange situation will occur when the Black Soldier organization conducts a second physical examination on him and finds that his physical fitness has soared overnight. In this case, he has no excuses anyway, and must have used some means. Therefore, Zhu Shurjiu needs a reasonable means to hide the eyes of the Black Soldier organization. So he chose to apply for a higher level course assessment. A total of 40 courses. In the following days, he will break the cognition of the Black Soldier organization again and again, and gradually apply for all 40 courses to be assessed again. All this will happen without strengthening the body. When he finishes all 40 courses, his body will not show any abnormal improvement, and the Black Soldier organization will not find anything even if it tests him many times. Only then will he use medicine to strengthen his body, and push his body to the peak of humanity in one fell swoop when everything is calm. Zhu Shurjiu plans to complete this whole process in 1 month. Don't ask him why he can brush 40 courses in a row more than a demon. Just ask that he benefited a lot from the Papua New Guinea incident. After finishing the command class, Zhu Shurjiu did not go anywhere. After returning to the dormitory, he began to plan the arrangements for the next month. At night, after planning everything, he received a contact message from Fu Sidu. "The potion is ready. When can you come to get it?" "So fast?" Zhu Shurjiu was surprised. He originally thought that it would take 10 days or half a month. How come it's only been a few days? The logistics department itself has the qualifications to develop potions. I just found an excuse to develop a Black Soldier potion to remove the effect of emotion erasure. Zhu Shurjiu really wanted to call it awesome at this time. But Fu Sidu said the next moment, "In fact, the organization has always had this technology. But when making the Black Soldier potion, the effect of emotion erasure was specially added. I can't say it's innovative." Sure enough, the anti-Black Soldier suppression potion is not exclusive to those rebel organizations outside. In fact, the Black Soldier organization can also remove emotion erasure by itself. Zhu Shurjiu asked, "Does everyone in the logistics department know this technology?" Fu Sidu said calmly, "No. I cracked it. In theory, this is a forbidden technique of the organization." Sure enough, it's awesome. You were talking about the Black Soldier potion? It shouldn't be the secondary potion that our students inject. Right? No. I mean the one that ordinary Black Soldiers use. Is the Black Soldier potion R&D technology also open to students in your logistics department? Zhu Shurjiu was really surprised. However, Fu Sidu replied, "No. The organization didn't open it to ordinary students. I developed it myself through experimental data analysis and deduction. Theoretically, this is a secret technique. How come this guy is more of a rebel than him?" For a moment, Zhu Shurjiu even felt that he didn't need to persuade Fu Sidu to rebel. Fu Sidu dug a hole for himself. Chapter 502 Fu Sidu begins to test. Night. In Fu Sidu's room. Is this the Black Soldier potion without the side effect of emotion erasure? Zhu Shurjiu took the potion with an automatic injection device in his hand and looked at it curiously. Fu Sidu, who was sitting on the sofa, pushed his glasses. First of all, this is indeed the Black Soldier potion. Secondly, I don't think emotion erasure is a side effect. So this potion is more accurately described as a Black Soldier potion with some missing functions. Zhu Shurjiu pointed the potion at the sun and looked at it. The red potion showed a different kind of clarity under the warm yellow light. He said, I think it should be prefixed with Fu Sidu's personal research and development version. The full name can be called Fu Sidu's personal research and development version of the partially missing Black Soldier potion. Zhu Shurjiu glanced at Fu Sidu, who was pretending to be stupid. You know what I mean? Fu Sidu's glasses reflected light strangely. But he remained silent. Seeing that Fu Sidu had no intention of quibbling, Zhu Shurjiu smiled and said, Are you actually using me as a guinea pig? Fu Sidu said, You said you wanted to remove the potion that wipes out emotions. That's right. But I don't think I ever asked you to study the Black Soldier potion. What he asked Fu Sidu to study was just the anti-Black Soldier suppression potion. In fact, I studied the Black Soldier potion just for fun. Fu Sidu began to quibble. Since you want to remove the emotional blockade, then I have to start with the efficacy of the Black Soldier potion to study why it can block or even wipe out the emotions of people themselves. However, studying the potion that removes the emotional blockade is a taboo for the organization. Even if I develop the potion, I can't take it out of the laboratory at all. Fu Sidu looked at the potion in Zhu Shurjiu's hand. So I chose another way, which is to add a compound that can inhibit the efficacy of the secondary Black Soldier potion. Theoretically, as long as you inject this potion one day before injecting the secondary Black Soldier potion, the emotional obliteration effect of the secondary Black Soldier potion will no longer exist. Zhu Shurjiu then looked at the potion in his hand, sat up straight and asked, Did the organization not find out? First of all, I think I did it quite covertly. Secondly, my potion will not be officially listed in the Black Soldier organization. It will be sold through the Point Mall. Moreover, the efficacy has been processed, and the efficacy is almost the same as that of the secondary Black Soldier potion. So the organization will not spend energy to study my potion. Point Mall? Fu Sidu said. Everyone behind. The students in the service department have the right to develop medicines. After the medicines are developed, there are two channels for selling them. One is to sell them to students in the Points Mall of the training base, and the other is to officially sell them to the organization and sell them to Black Soldiers. Compared with the latter, the former can only be regarded as a private transaction between students. The review and inspection are quite simple, and the organization will only intervene to strictly inspect the medicines if there are problems after the medicines are sold. In addition, I actually made two medicines, one of which is the original solution of the Black Soldier medicine, and the other is a secondary Black Soldier medicine that is mixed with physiological saline and has an emotional closure effect. After I developed these two medicines in the experimental subjects, I sent the secondary Black Soldier medicine for inspection and put it on the shelf. And the original solution was hidden by me. The one in your hand is the original solution. At this time, Zhu Shurjiu had already opened the Point Mall on his mobile phone and saw the secondary Black Soldier potion sold in the mall, which was made by Fu Sidu. To be honest, Zhu Shurjiu had always focused on big things and forgot that the training base also had a point system. He only had a vague impression that the mall could use points to redeem things. When he was communicating with Instructor Mo, he learned that ordinary students could only receive 30 experimental subjects a month. What should they do if they ran out? Instructor Mo's answer was to use points to buy experimental subjects. From low-level experimental subjects to high-level experimental subjects, both men and women can buy them in the mall. After the Papua New Guinea incident, Zhu Shurjiu's point account had 30,000 more points, enough to buy any item he wanted in the mall. Zhu Shurjiu had never visited the mall properly, and for a while, he found that there were all kinds of things in the mall. Machine parts, circuit boards, handmade tools, laboratory glassware, chemical drug experimental subjects. There are so many types that people are dazzled. Fortunately, you can filter products by selecting sellers. When Zhu Shurjiu enters Fu Sidu's name in the search box, the interface that pops up is a variety of potions. Secondary Black Soldier potion, priced at 5,000 points. One in stock. Rapid Cell Repair potion, priced at 2,000 points. Two in stock. Muscle Enhancement compound, priced at 1,000 points. One in stock. Whole Body Cell Active Stimulant, priced at 500 points. Three in stock. Suspended Death potion, priced at 200 points. 9 in stock. Various potions with different effects appeared in front of Zhu Shurjiu, all made by Fu Sidu. The point system is a material circulation and financial system invented by the logistics department for the training base. Therefore, from the day it was recognized, the point system has a high degree of freedom. As long as you can pass the basic test, you can put all kinds of things on the point mall with your real name, which can be regarded as a disguised motivation for students to invent and create. Zhu Shurjiu browsed the point mall and finally understood why Fu Sidu agreed so straightforwardly at the time. It turned out that he had a way. Zhu Shurjiu asked, "If it is really that simple, then wouldn't every student in the logistics department be able to secretly make medicine from the laboratory and bring it out like you did?" "In theory." Fu Sidu pushed his glasses. "But you need to understand that we are just students." Zhu Shurjiu was stunned. At graduation, every student needs to undergo a strict inspection when officially becoming a black soldier, including physical will, belief, background, and interpersonal relationships. Unqualified products will be sent back for reproduction. No matter what you do to your body, you can't hide it from the organization. So no matter what kind of potion the students make, even if they secretly develop black soldier potions, as long as they can be used, there is no problem at all. The logistics department will not restrict the students' research talents in this regard. The reason why Fu Sidu was able to bring out the original solution of the black soldier potion is because he was researching only the black soldier potion, and it also hid the effect of removing emotional closure. Zhu Shurjiu understood the fundamental reason why Fu Sidu took the potion out of the laboratory and played with the potion in his hand. In other words, the potion you gave me can only solve the emotional closure problem of the secondary black soldier potion? Fu Sidu pushed his glasses and stared at Zhu Shurjiu. "Isn't it enough?" Zhu Shurjiu and Fu Sidu looked at each other for a long time, his eyes full of meaning. "Do you think it's enough?" "You and Luo Suyi lifted the emotional blockage before graduation, which was enough for you to pursue Luo Suyi." Fu Sidu also looked at Zhu Shurjiu with deep meaning and repeated the question. "Isn't it enough?" The room fell into silence. Zhu Shurjiu narrowed his glasses. "What if I don't have such confidence? I still can't pursue Luo Suyi before becoming a black soldier. What should I do?" Fu Sidu's glasses reflected strangely. "I think the possibility is very small. But you seem to be particularly concerned about the issue of emotional erasure after becoming a black soldier. Zhu Shurjiu, are you really trying to lift the emotional erasure because you are pursuing Luo Suyi? Or is it because of other reasons?" Zhu Shurjiu didn't expect Fu Sidu to be so perceptive. Fu Sidu was so cooperative in the hospital. Why is there a hidden meaning in every word now? Did this guy notice something? The two looked at each other in silence for a long time, and even the air almost froze. Zhu Shurjiu said, "What if I really have other reasons?" Fu Sidu pushed his glasses and said, "It depends on your reasons, whether it is worth my cooperation." Chapter 503 9 Truths and 1 Lie. To win over Fu Sidu. I see. So the replacement of the headquarters is actually involved in such a deep inside story. After listening to Zhu Shurjiu's story, Fu Sidu finally understood what happened. To sum it up, Commander Su sent you into the Black Soldier Organization in order to reform the Black Soldier Organization and get the organization on the right track. And the head of the headquarters discovered your and Commander Su's intentions. And she, a stubborn conservative, chose to obstruct, but was suspended after you and Commander Su jointly designed it. Is that right? Yes. Yes. Zhu Shurjiu nodded repeatedly. That's weird. Zhu Shurjiu confessed part of it to Fu Sidu, but the other part was completely false. And the 9 truths and 1 lie were the most fatal. Fu Sidu had basically been told everything that happened on the night of the rebellion. But Su Feng was involved. So all the actions were at best reforms, rather than rebellion. It all depends on how Fu Sidu understands it. Zhu Shurjiu's words came from the head of the command center. This is what the woman saw and understood. If there is no such thing as a rollback, it is quite logical and decent. So, what about the evidence? Do you need evidence? Are you sure you want to see the evidence? Do you know what the consequences will be after you see the evidence? Zhu Shurjiu asked 3 questions in a row. Fu Sidu said, "Of course. I know very well. Before seeing the evidence, I can still think you are joking. But after seeing the evidence, there is no turning back. Which means that I will either be silenced or join you. Then why are you asking for evidence so casually?" Fu Sidu said as a matter of course. "The reason is very simple. Because it was Commander Su Zhu Shurjiu was defeated by Fu Sidu's reason. And he looked around Fu Sidu's room. I didn't notice before. You guy. Are you a fan of Commander Su? The bookshelf is full of Commander Su's works. Zhu Shurjiu walked to the bookshelf and scanned the books on the bookshelf. Alien Insect Theory. Author Su Feng. Alien Insect Social Group Studies. Author Su Feng. Alien Insect Annihilation War Guide. Author Su Feng. Fu Sidu also came to Zhu Shurjiu's side. These are all books written by Commander Su during his student period. But he didn't publish any books after he graduated. Learning from successful people can help me enter the path of success faster. So if what you said is true, then following Commander Su will make it easier for me to succeed. But it is also easier to be doomed. Isn't it? I am very confident in myself. And I also have confidence in Commander Su. It's a pity that you met me, Zhu Shurjiu said silently in his heart. He really couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't make a wrong decision and cause others who followed him to be implicated. But he still had to keep going. And he couldn't stop once he had started. I can't give you the evidence of contact with Commander Su, Zhu Shurjiu said first. But before Fu Sidu could say anything, Zhu Shurjiu added, but I can give you this. He took out his mobile phone and started playing an audio. I used to be Su Feng's girlfriend. The opening thunder struck. Fu Sidu also seemed to be shocked by the woman's voice coming out of the audio. That's right. What Zhu Shurjiu took out was the conversation between the head of the command and him in the ward. At that time, Zhu Shurjiu suddenly saw the head of the command in the ward and was worried that the woman would harm him. So he turned on the recording, hoping to record some words from the head of the command threatening him, so that he could really hammer the head of the command to death. However, the woman unexpectedly told a shocking past, which really scared Zhu Shurjiu. As the recording played, the room gradually became the only one echoing. And Zhu Shurjiu, who had heard the gossip again, smacked his lips and sighed. He chose to take out this audio as evidence for two reasons. First, the words that the head of the command confided to him proved from the side that he had a connection with Su Feng, which just confirmed the lie he spread, that he joined forces with Su Feng to harm the head of the command. Second, it eliminated Fu Sidu's admiration for Su Feng, due to the positive propaganda of the Black Soldier organization. Fu Sidu had no idea that Su Feng was ruthless and unscrupulous by nature. Therefore, in order to eliminate Fu Sidu's admiration for Su Feng, a cold and hard knife was needed to tear apart the beautiful appearance for Fu Sidu to see. At the end of the recording, the exhortation "don't become the next Su Feng" was naturally left. There is no more real evidence than this. This woman is. Although Fu Sidu had guessed it, he still couldn't believe this big melon. The head of the headquarters. No. She is already the former head of the headquarters. Fu Sidu nodded. This can barely be considered as evidence. What do you mean by barely? Believe it if you want to. Forget it if you don't. This is the top secret original soundtrack. Except for you and me, the head of the headquarters. No fourth person has heard this conversation. Zhu Shurjiu automatically ignored the two black soldiers guarding the head of the headquarters at the scene. Anyway, no matter how he made up the scene at that time, Fu Sidu could not disprove it. The reason why I reluctantly believe it is that my sudden questioning of you should not be within your expectation. So you would not have prepared a coping statement so coincidentally, or even let someone pretend to be the head of the headquarters to fabricate the right and wrong of Commander Su. But at the same time, this evidence is indeed not sufficient. I have taken the bait, Zhu Shurjiu thought, while biting his teeth with embarrassment. Forget it. Since you want to confirm it so much, then I can only make an exception and tell you. Fu Sidu was hugged by Zhu Shurjiu, and he felt inexplicably that he seemed to have boarded a pirate ship. Zhu Shurjiu's voice came faintly. Do you know where I disappeared some time ago? Next, Zhu Shurjiu told Fu Sidu that he was selected as a black soldier, and brought out the lie that deceived Su Chan, the Insect Man research plan in Papua New Guinea. He was rescued by Su Feng and returned to the organization to secretly transport the Insect Man to the island for research. He told Fu Sidu all these half-truths, true and false. Fu Sidu can no longer tell. But he knows that if all this is true, then the Black Soldier organization, no, the whole world will set off a huge storm. Insect Man, really successfully researched? Fu Sidu already had an idea. Zhu Shurjiu took the opportunity to tempt him. Do you want to participate in this research? I can help you make a case. Wait. I have a question. Fu Sidu was still relatively calm. If you are really doing this research, then the emotional recovery potion should be easy for you. Why did you come to me? Zhu Shizhou almost didn't expect this, but he became accustomed to lying so many times. And he said almost without blinking, "Of course, it is to test your ability." Test? Fu Sida thought about it, and accepted this explanation. It would be strange if there was no threshold. This test determines what position you will play in the research in the future. Whether you are an ordinary researcher, or a research team leader. Or even worse, you can only be a research assistant. The last one was a bit insulting. But Fu Sida didn't dare to refute it. Because after he joined the organization, he knew that there are always people who are better than you. There are many old students in the training base alone. And their research ability is even stronger than some formal white-clothed students in the logistics department. Zhu Shizhou patted Fu Sida on the shoulder and said, "Also, I want to remind you that the fact that you made the potion for me must not be exposed. Otherwise we will have to use force to destroy you." He simply threatened without disguising it. "As for our assessment of you, we need to wait until we have tested the actual effect of this potion before we can get the result." Zhu Shizhou was about to put the potion in his pocket. But Fu Sida suddenly stopped Zhu Shizhou and said, "Wait a minute. What's wrong?" "I thought about it, and decided that it would be better to keep this potion because..." Zhu Shizhou smiled and said, "No need to change it. If you really want to use another potion for us as a product for your ability test, then develop another one. By the way, we will arrange experimental subjects to test all the potions you develop. So don't cheat us like you cheated the logistics department." After saying that, Zhu Shizhou took the potion and left. Fu Sida was speechless, facing the wide-open door. No. What he actually wanted to say was that it would cost some points to make this potion. And it would be best to recycle it and replace the potion based on this potion. Zhu Shizhou left too fast. Chapter 504 Physical Strengthening. That night, after seeing Zhu Shizhou off and preparing to go to sleep, Fu Sida habitually opened the Points Mall and glanced at the products he had put on the shelves in the mall. Then Fu Sida frowned. The column for the secondary Black Soldier potion on the shelves was empty. This showed that someone had bought the secondary Black Soldier potion that he had just made not long ago. The situation was very unusual, because the price of the secondary Black Soldier potion was 5,000 points. And it was not easy for the trainees in the training base to accumulate points. Even if they had the capital to buy the secondary Black Soldier potion, they would not act so quickly. When faced with large transactions, they would generally weigh it, or consult the seller before making a purchase. But Fu Sida did not receive any contact. Moreover, he was only a low-end seller in the Points Mall, and there were more than one seller selling inferior Black Soldier potion. Who would buy his potion first? Fu Sida immediately thought of Zhu Shizhou, who had just left. Really quick, Fu Sida muttered, thinking that Zhu Shizhou and the others had already started testing the potion's efficacy. But he didn't know which experimental subject was being tested. Fu Sida fell asleep with doubts. The experimental subject was Zhu Shizhou. Zhu Shizhou's warning to Fu Sida that all the potions produced will be arranged for experimental subjects to be tested. The experimental subject here actually refers to himself. Only by experiencing the effect of the potion in person can one more realistically understand the actual efficacy. Otherwise, he really couldn't understand it clearly and objectively based on the descriptions of other experimental subjects. This is also the biggest difference between him and other researchers. In many experiments, researchers can only judge the physiological conditions of mice through data and testing instruments. But he can do it himself. No matter how many times. No matter how fierce the drug effect is. He can adjust it according to the actual situation. After buying Fu Sida's secondary Black Soldier potion in the Point Mall, less than 10 minutes later, a courier personally delivered the potion to Zhu Shizhou's door for him to sign for it. The courier was still wearing a student uniform, with a yellow vest over the uniform. "Are you also a student?" Zhu Shizhou took the box of potions from the courier and asked a question. The courier replied, "Yes. After all, we are not as good as you star students. We ordinary students have limited ways to earn points, and most of them can only do odd jobs. For example, delivering various express deliveries within the training base. A single express delivery of less than 10 kilograms can earn 10 points. The courier naturally recognized Zhu Shizhou. To be honest, he was actually a new student in the same batch as Zhu Shizhou, belonging to the support department. But because of his poor physical fitness, he was at the bottom of the new students. So he wanted to save some points to buy some body-strengthening potions from the mall. So he did odd jobs in the training base every day. If Zhu Shizhou didn't buy anything, he really didn't know that students could earn points by doing odd jobs. How long would it take for them to save enough money for a secondary black soldier potion? He spent it all at once. After signing for the express delivery, Zhu Shurjiu locked the door and opened the box in his hand. A potion that was lighter in color than the original black soldier potion lay quietly in the box, allowing Zhu Shurjiu to pick it up. The only difference between it and the original black soldier potion that Fu Sidu personally handed to him was the color. It was mixed with physiological saline, so the color was lighter. Since it was confirmed that Fu Sidu would give him another potion, he would test the efficacy of the potion that Fu Sidu had developed to remove the emotional blockade tonight. Don't let Fu Sidu's exaggeration be ridiculous. But it would be funny if it didn't work. The needle slowly pierced the tough skin, and the icy cold potion was slowly pushed into the body with the operation of the automatic injection device. At first, it was a tingling pain, and then the tingling pain quickly spread throughout the body. The pain level gradually increased. Zhu Shurjiu groaned, but his face remained unchanged. He had felt pain that was more painful than this pain countless times. Not to mention this level of pain. Even if he was injected with the real black soldier potion, he would hold on without expression. The emotions gradually faded, and the restless emotions felt like being poured with a basin of cold water. He quickly calmed down, and reason began to occupy the high ground of his heart, suppressing all emotions to the bottom. Zhu Shurjiu's expression began to become stiff, gradually turning into a Sima face. Long time no see. Emotional closure. He even wanted to push his glasses like Fu Sidu to show his wisdom. But unfortunately, he didn't have glasses. After confirming that the medicine had been injected and the body had absorbed it completely, Zhu Shurjiu took out the black soldier potion solution according to the original plan. This solution not only has the efficacy of the official black soldier potion, but also has the effect of inhibiting emotional closure. Still the same operation. Zhu Shurjiu slowly injected the solution into the body. If Fu Si knew about his operation, he would definitely call him crazy, because the body of a normal student can't bear the continuous injection of 2 potions. Fu Si considered that the average student's ability to absorb potions after a month has been strengthened to a certain level, so he gave the potion to Zhu Shurjiu. He also emphasized that the potion should be used 1 day before the injection of the secondary black soldier potion, giving the body a day of buffer time. But who would have thought that Zhu Shurjiu would not wait for a day? He directly injected 2 potions into the body in a half-hour interval. So Zhu Shurjiu's body had not recovered from the pain caused by the secondary black soldier potion. And then he ushered in a stronger pain. This pain, is it because of the continuous injection of the secondary black soldier potion and the black soldier potion concentrate? It hurts a little more than I thought. He gritted his teeth, and his body instinctively trembled because of the severe pain. About an hour later, the trembling stopped, and suddenly a burst of comfort surged through the body, followed by heavy fatigue. 2 doses of potion in a row are so powerful. Fu Sidu is really good. He has really figured it out. Zhu Shurjiu collapsed on the bed and laughed. Fu Sidu's potion took effect, and the emotional blocking effect of the secondary black soldier potion was indeed suppressed. His emotions are now at normal levels. After resting for a while on the bed, Zhu Shurjiu got up again. He couldn't waste the strengthening effect of the 2 potions. In order to absorb the effects of the 2 potions more perfectly, he had to drain his body and exercise like crazy. Then a wheezing sound was heard in the room. The essence of extreme exercise is to destroy your own body, and then rely on the powerful recovery ability of the black soldier potion to repair the destroyed body, so as to form a tougher and stronger body. In other words, under the effect of the black soldier potion, the more extreme the exercise, the closer the body can approach the physiological limit of humans, and there is no need to worry about sequelae. After the injection of the black soldier potion, even a pig has unlimited potential. Tonight, Zhu Shurjiu's physical fitness will usher in a big improvement. Chapter 505, Continuously Applying for Skip-Level Assessments. Zhao Tian is an ordinary student. Before entering the Black Soldier organization, he was a talented athlete. But when he was selected by the Black Soldier organization as an ordinary student, he found out that his talent was not a talent at all, and the talents of any student around him were better than his. Although he passed the assessment and successfully became a new batch of students at the training base. After a month of course training, his original physical advantage became a shortcoming that dragged his feet over time. Although he worked hard to exercise and squeeze his body in his spare time, it is really hard to say what the potential of the body is. The effect of his exercise is far less than that of his classmates in the same period and department. and because he couldn't keep up with the pace of his classmates no matter how hard he tried. He thought about it, and finally chose a shortcut to save points to buy potions. There are a lot of potions in the Point Mall that can quickly improve physical fitness. As long as you save enough points and buy such a potion, you can take a shortcut to catch up with the classmates who have left him behind. The way for ordinary students to earn points is nothing more than doing some odd jobs, such as the delivery job he is doing now. For a single delivery of no more than 10 kilograms, he can earn 10 points for each delivery. What makes Zhao Tian a little concerned is that tonight's customer is quite special. The customer is Zhu Shizhou, the most shining rising star genius of the same period of students. After delivering a courier to Zhu Shizhou, he originally thought that his brief contact with Zhu Shizhou would end here, but he did not expect that 2 or 3 hours later, he received another order with a familiar address. What's going on with that genius? Zhao Tian was a little surprised, because this address was still Zhu Shizhou's address. Out of curiosity, Zhao Tian brought the goods to the door again. This time the goods were a little heavier than the last time. Zhao Tian knocked on the door. "Come in." Zhu Shizhou's weak voice came from the room. Zhao Tian tried to push the door, but unexpectedly found that the door was not locked. "The goods have arrived. Please sign for them." "Damn. What's going on?" As soon as Zhao Tian opened the door, he was hit by a wave of heat. The temperature in the room was at least 5 degrees higher than the temperature outside. People who didn't know would think that the room was air-conditioned. In fact, what Zhao Tian saw was a shocking picture. The heat wave in the room immediately condensed into fog when it came into contact with the cold air after the door was opened, causing the whole room to be filled with mist. This was also the reason why Zhao Tian was surprised when he opened the door. He almost thought he had gone to the wrong place. However, they were not mistaken. This was indeed Zhu Shizhou's room. The humanoid creature lying on the ground and panting in the mist was Zhu Shizhou himself. "Hurry, open the package. Give me an injection, nutritional supplement." Zhu Shizhou panted and asked Zhao Tian for help. Zhao Tian hurriedly opened the package and found that the item he was delivering was a nutritional supplement. A total of 30. The situation was critical now. Zhao Tian took out one at random, rushed to Zhu Shizhou's side and squatted down, and immediately gave Zhu Shizhou an injection. 5 minutes later, Zhu Shizhou finally breathed a sigh of relief, and rolled over on the ground as if he had been reborn. "Excuse me. I overtrained." Zhu Shizhou smiled at Zhao Tian. Zhao Tian was shocked and swallowed his saliva. "You said, this is exercise?" He looked around at the mist that had almost dissipated, and then looked at the wet floor of the room. His mind was blank. Is this the genius way of exercise? It's really crazy. If I hadn't prepared nutritional supplements in advance, I wouldn't be so embarrassed, Zhu Shizhou said. After all, I am still inexperienced. This is the first time I have squeezed my body to the extreme. In fact, it was not the first time. There was once on the cruise ship. At that time, he trained himself to be skinny. But this time he really didn't expect it. Perhaps because the secondary Black Soldier Potion and the original Black Soldier Potion were injected at about the same time. The effect of the drug was strong and went away quickly. While exercising, his body was full of energy one moment, and suddenly collapsed like a mountain collapsing the next moment, so that he could only lie on the ground with difficulty, and urgently ordered 30 nutritional potions. Lying on the ground with his body overwhelmed, he even needed the courier to help him inject the potion. Zhao Tian said sincerely, "To be honest, I used to complain about my unsatisfactory talent, but now it seems that it may be because I didn't work hard enough." Zhu Shizhou thought about it and smiled. "Maybe you didn't find the right method." Method? Zhao Tian was a little moved when he heard this. Could it be that this genius has some secret? Search Fu Sidu in the Point Mall. Zhao Tian curiously followed Zhu Shizhou's instructions and searched in the Point's Mall. What's wrong with him? I don't see that he sells many potions, and the number of transactions is not too many. I usually buy the potions I use from him. To be honest, the quality of his potions is better than that of other sellers. And I heard that he is currently researching a new potion that strengthens the human body without side effects, which may surpass the strengthening effect of the Black Soldier Potion. Zhao Tian was stunned after hearing this. Are you serious? The potency exceeds that of the Black Soldier Potion? To be honest, Zhao Tian couldn't believe it. But the person who said this was Zhu Shizhou. Don't tell anyone, because this research is still being carried out in secret. But Fu Sidu is a genius that even I recognize. If you want to buy potions in the future, You can buy them from him. Zhao Tian quickly said that he had made a note of it. Zhu Shizhou did not emphasize it anymore, because if he said too much, it would be suspected of advertising. Although he was indeed advertising for Fu Sidu. This trick is called confusing the audience. It is very likely that it will be difficult to hide the fact that he bought from Fu Sidu or conducted secret transactions from him from the organization. So the best way is to make Fu Sidu's store bigger and stronger. With more people buying, it will be easier for him to fish in troubled waters. In addition, if he really develops a super enhanced potion in the future, it may be a way to sell the potion through Fu Sidu's channels. Now it can be regarded as a brand, so that Fu Sidu can form a brand effect and pave the way for the promotion of the potion in the future. But these are too illusory, and letting Zhao Tian pay attention to Fu Sidu's store is just a casual move. After sending the courier away, Zhu Shizhou injected himself with another nutritional potion. I'm alive. Keep going. Another round of panting. This night, Zhu Shizhou pushed his body to the limit again and again, and madly showed off 30 nutritional potions. This kind of almost crazy extreme training method is not something that many official black soldiers can do. Only Zhu Shizhou, who is not short of points, can use this method to quickly enhance physical fitness without restraint. When the morning sun shone in Zhu Shizhou's room, Zhu Shizhou finally stopped exercising. Although he was mentally exhausted, his whole body was full of explosive power. Even if he clenched his fist casually, he could feel the huge force gushing out of the fist. Well, it's almost done. Zhu Shizhou nodded. He didn't waste time tidying up the room that seemed to have been rained on. He went to the bathroom to take a shower, tidied up his clothes a little, and went out. From today on, he will start to apply for the course skipping assessment continuously. Chapter 506, Barehanded Combat Elimination. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Zhu Shizhou appeared in the public canteen of the training base. While eating breakfast, he announced that he would apply for a skip-level course assessment. It was posted on the forum, without any deliberate publicity. Just a post. But it seems that more people are paying attention to him than he thought. Soon his post became the first on the popularity list like a rocket. And the replies to the post also covered nearly 1,000 posts in just 10 minutes. Even in this canteen, there were many discussions quietly rising. 10 minutes later, when Zhu Shizhou finished his breakfast and took the plate to the automatic dishwasher, a student came up boldly. Zhu Shizhou, you said you want to skip the level assessment. Is that true? It's true. Zhu Shizhou answered calmly. Another female student stepped forward and said to Zhu Shizhou with a red face, come on. Zhu Shizhou smiled like a spring breeze. Well, thank you for your encouragement. I will definitely pass the assessment. Don't worry. The female student immediately hid behind her companion shyly. Zhu Shizhou ignored the gazes of others and walked out of the cafeteria with a calm and relaxed stride. Everyone looked at Zhu Shizhou's back and inexplicably felt an incomparable aura of confidence from his back, as if nothing could stump him. The so-called leapfrog assessment seemed to be just an obstacle that could be crossed at will in his eyes. His first stop was the extreme training course of the Emergency Mobile Department. When his figure appeared at the training ground of the extreme training course, the other students on the course had not arrived. But Instructor Zhao of the extreme training course had already come to Zhu Shizhou. Instructor Zhao grinned. Good boy. I've heard about it. Are you sure you want to apply for the cross-level assessment of the extreme training course? I know your sixth sense seems to have reached the top level in the organization, but your physical fitness seems to be far from the standard. Zhu Shizhou also smiled at Instructor Zhao. The purpose of the extreme training course is to give the human body a magical sense of the sixth sense. Since I already have the sixth sense, and it seems to be quite high, I should be able to pass the cross-level assessment smoothly. That may not be the case. How can you know if it is not the case if you don't try it? Instructor Zhao smiled sincerely this time. You look like someone I've met. You both have the same level of confidence. Who? Zhu Shizhou originally thought that Instructor Zhao would say Su Feng's name, but he didn't expect Instructor Zhao to say the strongest in the human race. The immortal. Zhu Shizhou was slightly surprised, but didn't ask. The strongest in the human race comes from the Emergency Mobile Department, so it's not surprising that Instructor Zhao has seen it with his own eyes. As for the confidence that Instructor Zhao mentioned, although Zhu Shizhou had never seen the strongest human being, he really couldn't imagine anyone who would be more confident than him, who could go back to the previous level. Instructor Zhao looked at Zhu Shizhou with appreciation and saw the indifference in the young man's eyes. It was a kind of indifference of a goshawk, and this kind of look would never appear on a sparrow. Zhu Shizhou stood beside Instructor Zhao and waited for a few minutes. And the students of the extreme training class were roughly all there. Instructor Zhao stood in front of the neatly arranged students, scanned the whole place and said, "Today, we don't have class." The students were all stunned. And Zhu Shizhou was also stunned, and couldn't help looking at Instructor Zhao. I don't know if you have heard about Zhu Shizhou, a student of the same period as you, applying for a skip-level assessment. It doesn't matter if you haven't heard about it. Now you already know it. In this class today, I will show you the process of Zhu Shizhou participating in the skip-level assessment. If anyone wants to follow suit, you can also stand up and apply to me now. No one stood up, and the scene was silent. This is normal, because their physical fitness is still at the level of students. And no matter how talented they are, it is impossible to train to the human limit in a month to open the sixth sense. The miracle of opening the sixth sense in advance has only happened to Zhu Shizhou. They are not Zhu Shizhou. No one. Then everyone come with me. Instructor Zhao took everyone away, and the group walked towards the south side of the training base. The south side of the training base is a mountain forest. Like the alien insect forest, it is also an ecological mountain forest site that is surrounded and enclosed, which is not much different from the wild in nature. There were already quite a few people waiting in front of the forest. Zhu Shizhou looked closely and saw that all of them were wearing black uniforms, and the leader was also an instructor. Instructor Mao, I brought the people here. Thank you for your hard work. Is this the legendary genius, the famous Zhu Shizhou? The man called Instructor Mao looked at Zhu Shizhou. There was a hideous scar on his face that almost split his face in half, which added a bit of vicious aura to the man. I don't deserve to be so famous, Zhu Shizhou answered, but did not deny genius, because this is his personality. Instructor Zhao, are you sure you want him to participate in my assessment at this stage? Isn't it too difficult for him? Instructor Zhao smiled and said, his sixth sense has reached the level of an elite black soldier. Do you still find it difficult? And this is his own request. His understanding of himself should be more accurate than my judgment. Instructor Mao turned to look at Zhu Shizhou. So you know very well that you are applying for a graduation-level leapfrog assessment now? Zhu Shizhou nodded. I know very well. As soon as this was said, the students were in an uproar. Even if they were not going to apply for a leapfrog assessment, they knew what a leapfrog assessment was. This thing is divided into 3 levels. The first is the midterm leapfrog assessment. The second is the final leapfrog assessment. And the third is the graduation-level leapfrog assessment. These 3 levels correspond to the 3 stages of the student's learning progress. As the name suggests, you can know the strength of each level. If Zhu Shizhou chooses the midterm or final level skipping assessment and passes it, then Zhu Shizhou does not need to attend classes until the course progresses to the midterm or final stage. The graduation level skipping assessment is even simpler. If you can pass it, then the course is equivalent to graduation, and you don't need to spend time on classes. Before this, everyone imagined that Zhu Shizhou would not be so crazy even if he was a genius. The biggest estimate of Zhu Shizhou was just the final level skipping assessment. But unexpectedly it was the graduation level skipping assessment. Is this guy crazy? Doesn't he know that failing the level skipping assessment is equivalent to failing the course? Can he be the same as us? What's the big deal about failing a course? Not to mention that he can easily pass the makeup exam. The level of danger of the graduation level leapfrog exam is not the level of our normal courses. That can really kill people. I remember that Zhu Shizhou's physical strength is not yet at the level of graduation on the spot. Right? Of course. In my opinion, his only advantage is his sixth sense. Instructor Mao didn't waste time and said to Zhu Shizhou, go. Change into your uniform. The others are waiting. Zhu Shizhou stepped forward and passed by the others. The group of guys wearing black soldier uniforms with bare hands are not formal black soldiers. They are old students who took the same graduation exam with him. Some of these senior students have taken the exam more than once, while some are only taking the graduation exam for the first time. But Zhu Shizhou knows that every one of them has reached the threshold of being a black soldier in terms of physical fitness. And now, he is going to compete with him. Zhu Shizhou quickly changed his clothes and stood at the end of the team in a black soldier uniform. Instructor Mao stood in front of everyone and said seriously, the graduation assessment of the extreme training course has never changed. You have experienced so much. From dodging bullets in the glass house at the beginning, to dodging snipers for 1 kilometer later, to extreme wilderness survival. You have experienced so much. It can be said that everyone present here has the qualifications to challenge the graduation assessment. Of course. Except for one student present. This refers to Zhu Sergio, who has only experienced dodging bullets in the glass house, and has not experienced dodging snipers, extreme wilderness survival, and other content. Instructor Mao did not specifically point out Zhu Sergio's name. He continued, "There are still some students among you who have reached the graduation level, but have not been able to graduate. You will all be put into this forest for barehanded actual combat elimination. The rules are as follows. Chapter 507, Multi-Person Tracking. The Forest Elimination in the Extreme Training Course. Zhu Sergio had learned about it before coming here. The channel of understanding was naturally through asking the seniors of the Emergency Mobile Department. So it was easy to know the content, rules, and some precautions. It is said that the content of this assessment has not changed for many years. And this year is the same. It still refers to the rules of the past few years. The rules are as follows. The 48 students participating in the assessment will be put into the forest uniformly. Without guns, knives, sticks. All weapons are prohibited. And they will participate in this assessment with bare hands. After entering the forest, the students have 10 minutes of free movement time, and they are not allowed to attack each other during this time. Each student has 10 survival points plus 3 medical points. Students can compete for survival points with each other, assuming that a fight occurs between student A and student B. After the battle, the loser can choose to hand over 1 survival point to end the battle. After the battle, both sides have a 20-minute battle cooling period. That is, student A and student B cannot fight each other for 20 minutes. But both sides still retain the right to fight with student C and other students. Suppose student A meets student B, and A knows that he is no match for the opponent and wants to retain his fighting power. Then he can hand over his survival points to save himself without fighting. Suppose another situation is that student A is defeated by student B, but is unwilling to hand over his survival points. Then student B can choose to leave, or continue to fight with student A, or even beat student A to death. After beating student A to death, student B will automatically obtain all of student A's survival points. If the survival points are exhausted, the student will be eliminated. There are only 3 medical points. If student A is accidentally injured in the battle, he can choose to consume 1 medical point to treat his body. After using the medical points, student A automatically enters a safe state. Other students are not allowed to fight with student A. Student A can move to a safe place to wait for the treatment of the white-clothed people in the logistics department. Each 1 medical point can only represent 1 hour of treatment time. In other words, it is impossible to use 1 medical point forever. But within 1 hour of using the medical points, students can choose to end the medical treatment at any time. The standard for the end of this assessment is that only 10 students are left. These 10 students will be able to graduate from this course. The rest of the unqualified students will be retained. The punishment for those who skip the assessment is to fail the course. In short, if you fail this time, if you want to participate in the next graduation assessment, you can only wait for the Black Soldier organization to accumulate enough students to arrange the course graduation assessment again. The entire assessment is unlimited. There is no ready-made water and food throughout the whole process. In theory, as long as one student chooses to hide in secret and hides well enough so that others cannot find him for 3 days and 3 nights, then this assessment will continue. The rules are explained. I declare that the assessment starts now. Everyone enter the forest. Instructor Mao shouted in front of everyone. As soon as the voice fell, many students rushed into the forest like lightning, as if they were followed by some flood and beast. What a fast move! Zhu Sergio sighed and followed. The other freshmen who were brought by Instructor Zhao to observe were taken into a tent, which had a real-time drone live broadcast. As for Zhu Sergio, he soon noticed something was wrong after entering the forest. He was followed by someone. Behind him, there were 5 students following him. Even if he entered the forest and started to run for 1 kilometer, the 5 students behind him followed him like a thorn in his side. In the forest, he stopped, and the 5 students behind him also stood still. He turned around and looked at the 5 guys, asking, "Why are you following me? Hey, did you notice?" Guess why the others ran into the forest as fast as possible after the instructor announced the start of the assessment? One of the students said. Zhu Sergio didn't care before, and thought that those students who moved quickly wanted to race against time to enter the forest as soon as possible and move to a convenient hiding place. Now it seems that this is not the case. The reason why those students ran into the forest like they were escaping was because they were at risk of being besieged. Indeed, the rules only said that after entering the forest, the students could move freely for 10 minutes. And during this period, the students were not allowed to attack each other. Zhu Shizhou did not answer. And another student explained on his own. The rules do not prohibit us students from cooperating with each other. And the assessment does not only allow the person with the highest survival points to graduate, which means that our students have a safe, fast and risk-free way to gain points. Zhu Shizhou smiled and raised his eyebrows slightly. Is this what you call cooperation? The student laughed. That's right. As long as we work together, we can beat any student who fights alone. And we can take turns to get the survival points of an unlucky guy. In other words, they will randomly select a poor guy, beat him up, and force him to hand over his points. Beat him up? Isn't there a 20-minute cool-off period? The student who spoke first laughed and said, the 20-minute cool-off period only occurs between the two parties who transfer points. Zhu Shizhou understood. That is, if he did nothing, he would face a beating by 5 students. And if he only chose to give 1 point to one of the students, then he would just not be able to fight that student within 20 minutes. And he would still have to face a beating by 4 students in the end. But at the same time, the more points he handed over, the fewer enemies he would face. What if I give you 5 people 1 survival point each? The 5 students saw the hope of cooperation from the prey and laughed. That would be equivalent to a cooling off period for the 5 of us and you. We won't stand there and waste 20 minutes. We have other prey. Zhu Shizhou said again. Isn't there another choice? What? That is, I hand over 4 points. Then one of the 5 of you will not get any points. And he will fight me one-on-one. I can keep at least 6 points in the end. The other students wondered. Are you so confident? This means that Zhu Shizhou believes that he has the fighting power to defeat any one of the 5 of them one-on-one. You have to know that they are all old students. No matter how talented Zhu Shizhou is, they are not really worried. Because they have heard that Zhu Shizhou has not even trained his body to the limit. It's nothing more than a waste of energy. Zhu Shizhou replied. The 5 students looked at each other, then nodded. That's fine. How about this? You hand over 4 points to 4 of us, and we will let you go and find the next target. Zhu Shizhou was so angry that he laughed. These guys really bargained with him. He sneered. Sorry. I don't choose any of them. Chapter 508. It's simply amazing. The 5 students all started to move their bodies. It seems that you won't cry until you see the coffin. Well, I just want to feel what it feels like to see a famous genius defeated by me. Zhu Shizhou stood still, folded his arms, and watched these guys pretending to be cool. In fact, his calm and relaxed look is really pretending to be cool in the eyes of outsiders. The students in the tent all think that Zhu Shizhou is a bit arrogant. Does he really want to fight these 5 bastards? Isn't this a bit? No matter how strong Zhu Shizhou is, his physical fitness should not be better than these guys. Right? Alas, you shouldn't be so stubborn at this time. I think you should hand over the points. Find a place to hide, and then take the points back later. You can do that. But can you guarantee that these guys won't continue to persecute Zhu Shizhou for the second time? In the final analysis, it's the rules. Why don't the rules prohibit students from cooperating? Instructor Zhao shouted suddenly. Shut up. The students were all silent. Forget it. It's useless to worry too much. Just watch Zhu Shizhou's operation. It would be funny if Zhu Shizhou was beaten up right at the beginning. Time passed little by little, and the 5 students had warmed up. But Zhu Shizhou on the opposite side never moved. What? Aren't you ready to warm up? Time is almost up. A student said like a cat playing with a mouse. Zhu Shizhou took out his phone and checked the time. Yes, it is true that the 10 minutes are almost up. The students looked strange, and they didn't know where Zhu Shizhou's confidence came from. But at the end of the 10 minutes, the 5 students rushed out like wolves and tigers. Zhu Shizhou could even hear a strong sound of breaking through the air. The 5 students rushed to Zhu Shizhou with strong kinetic energy. However, at this moment, Zhu Shizhou shouted loudly, "Use 1 medical point." The 5 students staggered. The student who was about to hit Zhu Shizhou stopped his forward momentum and forced himself to turn a corner, causing his foot to sprain. The fist that had already hit Zhu Shizhou rubbed Zhu Shizhou's cheek and fell into the air. Zhu Shizhou was still motionless, standing there with his hands on his chest, looking at the 5 students who were staggering, with a mocking smile on his face. Are you crazy? You can use medical points as you wish. One medical point can last for 1 hour. During this 1 hour, no student can fight with me. I really want to know what the consequences will be if a fight occurs. Can you tell me? The 5 students did not speak. Will you be eliminated on the spot? The rules do not mention it. And I do not understand it either. But seeing that you dare not even wipe me, the punishment should be quite severe. Damn. You win. A student who fell to the ground because of a sprained ankle stood up, cursed fiercely, and then called his companions. Let's go! Let's aim for the next prey. I don't believe that everyone has the same courage as this guy. Zhu Shizhou used up one of the 3 medical points without blinking an eye. This is indeed not something that everyone can do. Who can guarantee that they will not get hurt in the subsequent battles? Every medical point is precious. And even those old students who have participated in more than one graduation assessment dare not use it indiscriminately. Wait! Zhu Shizhou quickened his pace and followed. They did not expect that this guy would not run away now, but follow them. And they were stunned for a moment. However, the next moment, something even more shocking happened to them. Bang! Zhu Shizhou, who followed, took advantage of the moment when a student who sprained his ankle just turned his head and slapped the student in the face. Fuck. You fucking. Zhu Shizhou smiled and said, What's wrong? Did I fight with you with that slap just now? The student froze. No. Right? It was a joke. My slap hit your face by accident. Right? The student's eyes were filled with anger, but he quickly suppressed it. Yes. It was a joke. Your slap just happened to hit my face. Not a fight. Zhu Shizhou didn't know the consequences of a fight, but he knew that the violators would be eliminated. If a fight broke out during a time when the rules clearly did not allow a fight, both sides would be eliminated. There was no reason to talk about it. The organization would not care who started the fight first. He didn't know Zhu Shizhou was so bold. This had never happened before. He was slapped but insisted that there was no fight. This kind of frustration made him so angry that he exploded. Zhu Shizhou said, This slap is the price you paid for targeting me without authorization. You guys finished the strategy game for the Extreme Train graduation assessment. And you don't feel ashamed? Uh-huh. No wonder you haven't graduated yet. There are still people like you among the students. I have learned a lot. This remark was like a cannon, which made them feel confused. If you have the guts, just keep using medical points. Zhu Shizhou said sarcastically. Do you mean don't run away after school? Primary school students? You understand threats. But who said I'm going to run away? If you are willing to waste time with me, it doesn't matter. Let's see if I dare to waste your 3 hours at the beginning. At this time, the 5 students in the field and the students who were watching Zhu Shizhou's assessment in the tent outside the field were all stunned. They only had one thought in their minds. Zhu Shizhou is indeed crazy. How dare he do that? Even if he broke the jar, he would not be so decisive. Right? You? The student who was slapped felt aggrieved again. The other 4 students were not slapped. So although they were angry, they were not that angry. They quickly pulled the student and said, Wei Gu. Forget it. Wei Gu. Let's go find the next prey. It's not worth wasting time with this lunatic. Wei Gu was persuaded a few times, and finally glared at Zhu Shizhou with hatred, ready to turn around and leave. But once again, what no one expected was that Zhu Shizhou still followed him. What the hell? This time, even Wei Gu was confused. We let you go, but you still insisted on coming up. What are you waiting for? The 5 students even distanced themselves to prevent Zhu Shizhou from slapping them again. But fortunately, this situation did not happen. Zhu Shizhou said faintly, 1 hour. Are you in a hurry? I'm not in a hurry anyway. By the way, let me observe how the prey you are targeting is. Oh, I don't mind sharing my methods of dealing with you. Do you mind? Do they mind? This question almost made them want to vomit blood. They could even imagine that every time they set their sights on a prey, Zhu Shizhou would run to the prey and persuade it to use medical points. The prey might not choose to do so at first, and would try to struggle. But if it really reached the point of being at the end of its rope, the prey would really do so. Fuck. We admit defeat. The 5 students really didn't want to have anything to do with Zhu Shizhou this time. After looking at each other, they all made a choice to sprint at full speed and speed up. The only way to get rid of Zhu Shizhou was to use their physical fitness to crush Zhu Shizhou and force him to get rid of him. Zhu Shizhou finally didn't waste his energy to catch up and watch them leave. The students watching in the tent were all dumbfounded. They were speechless because of Zhu Shurjiu's operation. Chapter 509. The actions of past students in the assessment. Zhu Shurjiu couldn't keep up with the old students, who had gone far away, and there was no need for him to rush to catch up. Although Zhu Shurjiu didn't advocate the actions of these old students, it did allow Zhu Shurjiu to see another way to pass the assessment and the types of prey these old students were targeting. The prey of the old students were the rookies, who were inexperienced and taking the assessment for the first time. It was obvious that he was such a soft persimmon. However, he was not the only soft persimmon. Those old students also said that they had other prey. The reason why Zhu Shurjiu wanted to catch up just now was because the prey these old students were targeting must be soft persimmons like him. In other words, it was easier to get survival points. Zhu Shurjiu wanted to follow these old students and pick up leaks. There is an advantage of using medical points. That is, you can end the treatment at any time. In this hour, if he can meet a student who is injured but refuses to use medical points, then he can get survival points more easily. The traces are obvious enough. Even the reconnaissance skills developed in Papua New Guinea are enough to find them by following the traces. Zhu Shurjiu trotted in the direction where the old student left, squatting down from time to check the traces on the ground. The traces were quite obvious, which made it easy for him to track them. Soon, about 7 or 8 minutes later, Zhu Shurjiu saw a student sitting under a tree with his arms folded at the foot of a small hill. The student's face and body were covered with dust, and some bloodstains could be clearly seen on the dead branches and leaves on the ground. In addition, the student's left hand holding his right hand made it clear at first glance that the student had experienced a battle and his arm was injured. Zhu Shurjiu saw the student, and the student naturally saw Zhu Shurjiu as well. The student's face first showed a trace of nervousness, but after seeing who was coming, he relaxed instead. But no matter how relaxed he was, he still stood up and took a posture to meet the enemy. "Are you injured?" Zhu Shurjiu asked. The student said indifferently, "Don't try to get close to me. I know you want to get my points. If you want my points, just tell me and we'll have a fight. If you think I'm injured, you can get points from me. Then you're totally wrong. Don't get me wrong. I just came here to track down those 5 people. I want to know if you and I encountered the same group of people." The student was stunned when he heard this. "You also encountered those 5 old students." He looked at Zhu Shurjiu, and Zhu Shurjiu was very clean, without any signs of fighting. "Are you kidding me?" The student's face suddenly sank. He didn't believe that those bastards would be lenient when they saw Zhu Shurjiu and let go of this long-renowned genius. Zhu Shurjiu replied, "You can check your phone now. I used the medical points immediately. The relevant information of this assessment will be displayed on the phone, and each person will have a radar map, which will show the remaining number of people and the special status of the 48 students who participated in the assessment. The radar map generally does not mark the location of the students, but there is a situation where the student's location will be displayed on the map by flashing green dots after the student uses the medical points. And everyone can see it, so that everyone knows that the student is receiving treatment. Once the treatment is over, the green mark will disappear again. For example, Zhu Shurjiu used medical points, and he is now displayed as a flashing green dot on the radar map. Really? The student looked at his phone and breathed a sigh of relief, but his body did not relax, because it was obvious that Zhu Shurjiu was not injured now, which meant that Zhu Shurjiu could rush up anytime and anywhere to finish the medical treatment and then kill him. Zhu Shurjiu asked, "Don't you use medical points?" Rather than killing this student on the spot, he preferred to understand the rules of the entire assessment first, because at the beginning, he encountered a group of old students who cooperated to besiege him, and there might be other tricks in this assessment. The student sighed. "This is also my first time to participate in the graduation assessment of the extreme training course. I don't know much, but I can tell you clearly that medical points are very precious, because this assessment may last for a long time and there will be many battles. Can you imagine the consequences of everyone being exhausted and on the verge of their physical limit, but without medical points?" Zhu Shurjiu nodded. "I roughly understand. In the later stage, 1 medical point can save a person from the state of being on the verge of the limit and restore him to full condition. Yes. In comparison, survival points are not as precious as medical points now. Anyway, you are not eliminated on the spot. It must be said that the cooperation and alliance of those old students is something. They accurately grasp the psychology of others. And even just a small team of 5 people did not force the prey into a desperate situation. With a retreat, many prey will naturally consider compromise. Zhu Shurjiu was still thinking. And the student said to himself, the 5-member team we encountered is not an isolated case. In other words, there are other veteran students who have formed a 5-member team? Yes. You came to participate in the assessment halfway, so you don't know. But we heard about it before participating in the assessment and learned about the process of the previous assessments from many sources. Among the 48 students participating in the assessment this time, there are a total of 18 senior students who have participated in the assessment many times. And the remaining 30 students are participating in the assessment for the first time. Among them, 15 senior students formed a newcomer hunting team of 5 people, and the remaining 3 senior students acted as individual units. The newcomer hunting team, as the name suggests, knows the purpose of establishing this team. Zhu Shurjiu twitched his lips. Hasn't the organization established rules to restrict this kind of opportunistic method? The students shook their heads. Really not. The top 10 winners will be selected. How will these senior students allocate their places? That's another set of rules. The purpose of the senior students forming teams is to eliminate all the new students. After this goal is achieved, their teams will be quickly disbanded and enter the normal process. Fuck. Isn't that just using the new students as a tool to score points? Don't you have any countermeasures? How to deal with it? Form a team to fight? The student sneered. The final result will only be that all the old students will unite to eliminate the new students, forming an alternative competition. This has happened before. And the result is the same. They have more experience than us. They know how to coordinate tactics. And they have a tacit understanding of not attacking each other. But our new students are too scattered. Do you understand? Just like now when Zhu Shurjiu met this student. Neither of them could trust each other. But if senior students meet each other, I'm afraid they will happily say hello and share information. And continue to hunt new students. Those senior students, they all came this way. Don't look at some senior students who have participated in 2 or 3 sessions and have not passed the assessment. In fact, those who have participated in 2 or 3 sessions are the hardest bones. It means that they did not join the ranks of the joint team in the previous few times, and were eliminated by the compromised students and repeated several sessions. But this time, I'm afraid all 18 senior students have formed a joint team. Zhu Shurjiu talked with this student for a while, and roughly understood the specific situation. He couldn't help but sigh that this group of opportunistic people really have a way. In this way, it seems that the chances of winning for new students are really small. But aren't there cases where new students graduate on their first try? Of course there are. For example, there are many who pass the level by using hard power. And there are also many who pass the level by being Voldemort. Zhu Shurjiu couldn't help but ask. I can understand passing the level by using hard power. But passing the level by being Voldemort, what is this operation? There was once a genius student who mastered the ability to fake his own death. That is, he entered a hibernation state like a polar bear, and his heart rate, thinking activity, and pheromone levels all dropped to the limit. That guy found a pit and buried himself in it, and then lay there until the senior students couldn't find him. In the end, the senior students had no choice but to manually eliminate other senior students and forcibly created 9 winners. And that genius student just slept from beginning to end and automatically passed the graduation assessment. Chapter 510. You are weaker than I thought. Zhu Shurjiu was stunned. Is this possible? Why not? Extreme training courses are designed to train students to their physical limits, so that they can control their bodies to the greatest extent. The student who has mastered the ability to fake his own death can perfectly control his body. It fits the original intention of the graduation assessment, so the organization will naturally not prohibit it. Of course, not everyone can fake their own death, but that God has used this trick to create a new way of playing. That is, it doesn't matter if you are not strong enough. As long as you hide it well enough, it will be enough to make those senior students unable to help but eliminate each other. This is the Voldemort way of playing. Zhu Shurjiu finally understood why he said that this assessment would take a long time. Because there will definitely be students who choose the Voldemort way of playing, which will extend the time. The longer the time, the more precious the medical points in the later stage. No wonder the student in front of him didn't use the medical points even though he was injured, and was even willing to pay 5 survival points in exchange for the senior student's release. It's just a test of fighting each other. But these people are playing it up. Zhu Shurjiu sighed. And then he saw that the student had been glancing at him nonchalantly. And he immediately understood what the student meant. Zhu Shurjiu asked with interest. Do you want to get points from me? The student said with a fake smile. You are in medical status now. How dare I attack you? If you attack an opponent in medical status, you will be eliminated on the spot. Are you waiting for me to end the medical status? Haha. You think too much. I didn't think too much. The student did think so. From the beginning to the end, the student was just stalling for time in order to adjust his injured body to the best condition. And if Zhu Shurjiu really chose to end the medical status and fight him, he would definitely fight Zhu Shurjiu with all his strength. Like those senior students, he also thought that Zhu Shurjiu was probably the softest persimmon in this assessment. He also emphasized the importance of medical points. Although what he said was all true, his fundamental purpose was to tell Zhu Shurjiu not to use medical points easily. Zhu Shurjiu couldn't escape since he entered his field of vision. After all, he was only injured in his arm, and his legs were not injured. If Zhu Shurjiu wanted to escape, he would definitely catch up. The main point is that he is a bully. However, Zhu Shurjiu did not escape. Well, I understand almost everything I want to know. Since you want to fight me so much, let's start. Zhu Shurjiu directly operated on his mobile phone and ended the medical status. Ha! You are really brave. You are a genius. Are you so confident? Zhu Shurjiu said with a smile. If I don't have something, can I come to take the test? What's your name? I don't fight nameless people with my fists. Bai Rong. The student was ready and looked serious. Zhu Shurjiu moved his body a little. He worked hard to strengthen his body last night. And he also wanted to test his combat effectiveness. His experience has always been better than his physical fitness. It can be said that his physical fitness is holding him back. As long as he is given a strong body, he can perfectly play his combat experience. And there will be no so-called adaptation period at all. The injured student in front of him could be used as a sample for his test. Zhu Shurjiu's eyes condensed. Both sides rushed towards each other almost at the same time. Let's start. Can Zhu Shurjiu really defeat his opponent? Although the opponent was injured, he at least trained his body to the level of graduation. No matter what, Zhu Shurjiu should not be able to reach that level. Right? More than that? Someone said. The opponent's arm was only slightly injured. In fact, how can the students who can graduate from the extreme training course be so fragile? The real graduates have the ruthlessness to lift the bones and pierce the enemy even if their hands are broken. That's right. That guy hugged his arm and pretended to be injured from beginning to end just to show weakness to the enemy. Zhu Shurjiu didn't know the actual situation. But didn't those who open the god's perspective know it? They saw with their own eyes that the 5 senior students immediately set their sights on a prey after shaking off Zhu Shurjiu. But the battle between the prey and the senior students did not last long. The prey finally offered 5 survival points. After leaving, the senior student pointed behind him and told the prey, if you want to make a small profit, then pay attention to the next person who comes to you. He will be a weaker persimmon than you. After that, the senior students left, and the prey was left alone to struggle. This prey was naturally Bai Rong. Bai Rong finally decided to pretend to be injured and his arm was inconvenient to move. In order to create an atmosphere, he even found a stone to cut his palm and spilled some blood on the ground. The purpose was to attract Zhu Shurjiu to take the bait. Under the gaze of the students, Zhu Shurjiu soon fought with Bai Rong. After only 2 moves, the two showed similar surprised expressions. Zhu Shurjiu thought that this guy seemed to be weaker than he thought. But Bai Rong thought that this guy seemed to be stronger than he thought. Bai Rong's punches and kicks were fast and fierce. And the sound of breaking the wind was whistling. And the wind pressure and the after images of the punches and kicks came toward Zhu Shurjiu like an overwhelming force. But how could Zhu Shurjiu not know the fighting routines of the black soldiers? You must know that as an elite black soldier, Jing Thorn, she is good at hand-to-hand combat. Zhu Shurjiu had learned what he should learn in Papua New Guinea a long time ago. Whether it was gunmanship or hand-to-hand combat, his experience was about to overflow the experience column. More importantly, he could see Bai Rong's punches and kicks clearly. The reason why he often lost to the black soldiers in the past was only one reason. That is, the speed of the black soldiers was so fast that he could hardly see clearly. But now, I don't know whether it's because Bai Rong's physical fitness is not as good as the black soldier, or because Bai Rong is injured. Anyway, Zhu Shurjiu can see it clearly. Dynamic vision was indeed greatly enhanced last night. And the more Byron fought with Zhu Shizhou, the more frightened he became. Although Zhu Shizhou was always blocking, his blocking was extremely accurate, and he could always block his attack moves. When his fist hit Zhu Shizhou's arm used for blocking, it felt like a punch hitting a rubber wall. Although it was not very hard, it was very resilient. Between the interlaced fist shadows, Zhu Shizhou dodged Byron's punch on the injured arm, felt the opponent's momentary stagnation, and immediately turned around and kicked. The legs and feet turned into whip kicks and slammed into Byron's waist, kicking Byron's internal organs and almost vomiting blood. You are pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. Byron just felt it was too much nonsense. If anyone told him that Zhu Shizhou's physical fitness was very poor, he would definitely spit and drown that person. Zhu Shizhou's physical fitness was actually comparable to his. Although he was a genius. Was there such a genius? What kind of magic potion did Zhu Shizhou use? If Zhu Shizhou could hear Byron's inner voice, he would definitely answer it was the Black Soldier Potion. The Black Soldier Potion that perfectly exerted its efficacy without any side effects and did not weaken the potion level. And it was the Black Soldier Potion and the secondary Black Soldier Potion used together, under the dual effects of the medicine. After a whole night of crazy training, his body miraculously grew to a level that even he himself could not figure out. Byron and the students and instructors outside the field originally thought that the minor injury on his body should not affect his fight with Zhu Shizhou. But who could have imagined that it was precisely because of this minor injury that his equally matched opponent caught the flaw in the first place? I didn't expect you to be so much weaker than I thought. Zhu Shizhou told the truth. But it almost made Byron vomit blood. But this seemingly naked sarcasm was actually the truth. He had originally prepared to return to the game many times to defeat the opponent. But who could have thought that he overestimated the opponent? Could it be that because the opponent was already injured, the injury caused the opponent's combat effectiveness to decline? This is probably the reason. Zhu Shizhou thought he had found a reasonable explanation. But he didn't know that his eyes now were not very lethal, but extremely insulting. Byron seemed to see from Zhu Shizhou's eyes that's it. As the saying goes, people have different physiques. Byron roared in extreme anger. Stop! I'm willing to give a little survival point to end the fight. Zhu Shizhou stopped a punch on Byron's face, and the wind from the fist whistled on his face, making it difficult for Byron to open his eyes. You admit defeat? Zhu Shizhou asked. Byron said aggrievedly. I might have the strength to fight you in a state of complete victory, but I can't do it now. Having a clear understanding of oneself is also the purpose of the extreme training course. There is an old saying that a man who knows the times is a hero. I don't want to waste meaningless energy fighting you. Not only did he not get the soft persimmon, he was also kicked by the persimmon. Since Byron could compromise with senior students, he could naturally compromise with Zhu Shizhou. Anyway, he would not be eliminated immediately if he gave one survival point. He was originally the soft persimmon second only to Zhu Shizhou in the eyes of senior students. So now, he was scared and felt that it would be better for him to be Voldemort. However, Zhu Shizhou looked at him and said, Did you use all your strength? Byron hesitated for a moment. No. I actually have another forbidden technique. But I originally planned to save it for later use. Forbidden techniques are very harmful to the body. Once a forbidden technique is used, it means that I must use one medical point to heal the body. Is that so? I am not going to accept your survival points. But I do have a proposal. Do you want to hear it? What? Zhu Shizhou put away his fist and said, The problem with the assessment lies in the senior students. So I plan to use magic to defeat magic and form a rivalry with the senior students. Do you think it's worth it? Chapter 511, Assemble the Team. Will it be possible to compete with senior students? If someone else said this, Byron would definitely reject it outright. But the person who said this was Zhu Shizhou, who was born in the command center and came to participate in the graduation assessment of the Emergency Mobile Department's Extreme Training course. Zhu Shizhou himself has the qualities of a commander. It's possible. But there is a disadvantage. Byron said. This is equivalent to letting all of us put our hopes on you. Except for the 18 senior students. We have 30 new students. This number seems a lot. But there are only 10 winners. How are you going to deal with this problem in the end? How to deal with it? Zhu Shizhou smiled. You may have misunderstood something. My goal is not to defeat the senior students, but to create a fair and good environment for this assessment. So if we really eliminate all the senior students in the end, then we will proceed according to the normal process. That is to say, there is still a chance to become Voldemort. Byron thought about it for a while, and had to admit that Zhu Shizhou's idea might be the most beneficial to him, who was ranked last in terms of strength. If this could succeed, the 18 most powerful seniors could be eliminated. Then he only needed to leave the team and continue his plan of becoming Voldemort. When almost all the students were eliminated, he could stand up and use his forbidden skills. You know, his forbidden skills have always been prepared for those senior students. How could they be defeated by using the forbidden skills against these new students? Byron really saw the hope of winning the assessment. Okay, I agree. Byron nodded vigorously. Zhu Shizhou smiled. In fact, this plan is the most beneficial to him. From Byron, he knew the severity of the situation. Although he had played a trick on the senior students by using medical points before, if the senior students really showed up in groups, then he really had to be Voldemort to win this assessment. So he needed to create an environment where he could fight the students one-on-one. As long as he could fight one-on-one, even the elite black soldier Zhu Shizhou could defeat him. And to create such an environment, he needed to eliminate those senior students in groups. Give full play to the role of all the new students. Use this mountain forest as a battlefield. And defeat the senior students who only knew how to form a team but not how to command one by one. Now he has his first team member. With the first team member, the second team member will not be a problem. Byron took Zhu Shizhou to a big tree. After walking around the tree, he casually turned over the ground and found a loose piece of soil. After lifting the soil, he could see a passage underground that could only be crawled on his knees. This is a Voldemort-specific passage that a classmate who is close to me dug out in advance. I agreed with him that if I really encounter any unsolvable danger, I can use this passage. My classmate will most likely hide in it. Zhu Shizhou glanced at the passage below, squatted down, and looked into the passage. It was pitch black, and he could not see the end. He stood up and glanced at Byron again. You go in first. Byron pouted, but did not say anything else. He got in at once, and turned on the searchlight on his helmet. Zhu Shizhou followed Byron into the underground passage, and closed the ground again. The two crawled in the passage for a long time. The passage gradually became wider from the initial narrowness. After climbing dozens of steps, it suddenly became clear. Finally, the two crawled out of the passage, and a simple cave of 10 square meters appeared in front of them. In this simple cave, there is also a mud bed, mud table and mud chair. In the corner, there is a pile of wild grass and fruits. It is obvious that the owner of this cave is preparing to fight a long-term Voldemort war in this cave. Huh? Is he not here? Byron exclaimed and was about to move forward. But at this moment, a sound of breaking wind suddenly came from above their heads. Above your head. Zhu Shizhou was not as careless as Byron. He was worried that Byron had set a trap for him. So he had been concentrating all the time. He heard the sound of breaking air at the first time, and reacted in time. He rolled to the side, without even raising his head. While rolling, he tried his best to glance behind him, and saw that where he was originally standing, a student in a black soldier uniform fell heavily, making a loud bang. If he hadn't dodged in time, his head might have been smashed into his chest by this black soldier. Very strong. He originally thought that the companion who Byron mentioned, who was close to him, would be at the same level as Byron. But the strength shown by this attacker just now was much better than Byron. After Zhu Shizhou rolled over, he was about to rush towards the attacker. And the attacker also happened to launch a new round of attack on Zhu Shizhou at this time. Byron hurriedly shouted, "Wait! Lao Yang! He is with me!" As soon as these words came out, the attacker Lao Yang immediately passed by Zhu Shizhou. And Zhu Shizhou did not attack Lao Yang. Byron, are you serious? I trusted you. So I told you the location of my cave. But you turned around and sold me out? How long has the assessment started now? Byron was a little embarrassed, and didn't know what to say. Zhu Shizhou explained beside him. I forced him to come. Then, he told Lao Yang everything he had encountered before, including that he was going to lead everyone to fight against the seniors. Byron also said, Lao Yang, you are the top student in our class, and your strength is actually enough to pass the graduation assessment. But with those 18 senior students here, your chances of winning are slim. That's why you chose to be Voldemort. Right? After Byron's explanation, Zhu Shizhou also understood how a student with such strong strength could be willing to be a Voldemort. It turned out that he was forced by those senior students. Old Yang looked at Zhu Shizhou deeply. Even if that's the case, You shouldn't have brought anyone here. And you want to defeat the senior students? What a fantasy. Zhu Shizhou smiled. Is this why you regard Bai Rong as a reserve food? Old Yang's body stiffened slightly. What do you mean? You don't really trust Bai Rong that much. Do you? You were lying in ambush above before Bai Rong and I showed up. Which means you are wary of Bai Rong, and you are quite cautious. Why would you tell Bai Rong about this cave when you are so cautious? Bai Rong was also shocked after hearing this, and took a step back slightly. This cave is not only your hiding place, but also a trap for you to seize Bai Rong's survival points. If Bai Rong really comes in alone, he will be trapped in your jar. Bai Rong shook his head quickly. Impossible. Each survival point has a 20-minute cooldown period. What if he doesn't want to persuade you to hand over your survival points, but wants to kill you? Zhu Shizhou said sinisterly, making Bai Rong tremble all over. You saw it too, didn't you? How cruel he was when he attacked me just now. Do you really think he won't kill people? Bai Rong didn't say anything, but he really didn't believe that Lao Yang would kill him because of the graduation assessment. In fact, as long as he can survive until the next session, talents of Lao Yang's strength will definitely be absorbed by senior students. And Lao Yang may be able to pass the graduation assessment the second time. In Bai Rong's opinion, Lao Yang doesn't need to take such a big risk. Lao Yang also looked unhappy. Enough. I admit that you are good at talking. Don't try to sow discord between me and Bai Rong. Since you are trusted by Bai Rong, I will reluctantly trust you. Tell me, what are you going to do? Zhu Shizhou looked at Lao Yang deeply. This guy reacted quickly, and was very smart. Lao Yang realized at the first time that if Zhu Shizhou succeeded in sowing discord, he would definitely not be able to defeat the combination of Bai Rong and Zhu Shizhou. So in order to avoid this situation, he ignored Zhu Shizhou's provocation and immediately chose to form an alliance with Zhu Shizhou and others. However, no one knows whether this alliance is a well-thought-out one, whether what Zhu Shizhou said before is true, and whether Lao Yang will cooperate wholeheartedly. Zhu Shizhou said, Let's get out of here first. I need you to lead us to find other students. With the help of Lao Yang, Zhu Shizhou's team grew like a snowball. In less than half an hour, the team had gathered more than 20 students. Among them, more than 10 of them voluntarily formed an alliance, and the remaining few voluntarily joined the team after being beaten. But whether they were sincere or not, at least they stood in front of Zhu Shizhou. At this time, the students and instructors outside the field twitched their mouths. Should I say he is worthy of it? The more I look at it, the more it looks like the graduation test of the command class. Except that the enemy is not alien insects, but humans. Seeing that Instructor Mao has not spoken, Instructor Zhao couldn't help asking, is this really okay? Instructor Mao smiled and said, This is pretty good. To be honest, I've been annoyed by those idiots who form teams, but I've never found a way to get rid of them. After all, the rules allow it. Isn't it a good opportunity now? It seems that the idiot team has also noticed Zhu Shizhou's big move. Can Zhu Shizhou win? I don't know about that. It depends on how Lao Mo teaches. Oh, I almost forgot. This kid doesn't seem to have taken a few command classes yet. Hey, this is interesting. Instructor Zhao, don't play it too hard. Zhu Shizhou. He looked at Zhu Shizhou, and his heart was still more inclined to Zhu Shizhou's side. Chapter 512. After all, I have died once. Oh no! Those newcomers are forming an alliance. Humph. So what if they form an alliance? It's not like this hasn't happened before. We can easily defeat these newcomers if we want. When Zhu Shizhou assembled the newcomer team, the seniors had already noticed it. The senior team that had previously tracked and attacked Zhu Shizhou was also in heated discussions. It's not like this hasn't happened before. The newcomers wanted to take the opportunity to form an alliance to resist the senior team because they were dissatisfied with the seniors controlling the entire assessment. But when this happened in the past, the seniors would also form a team and easily defeat the newcomer team. The alliance of the newcomers is meaningless. No. This time is completely different from before. What's different? This time, Zhu Shizhou is leading the newcomer team. The weirdest of the weird. A newcomer in the command center led a group of students from the emergency mobile department to resist them. This is the first time I have seen it. Besides, Zhu Shizhou is a student of the command center. He is also famous. Zhu Shizhou is a genius. Haha. I don't believe that guy can use those newcomers to defeat us no matter how talented he is. But for the sake of safety, let's notify others immediately. We have to form an alliance. After making a simple and clear decision, the senior team set off and began to look for other senior teams. However, not long after they set off, they met someone they never expected. In the forest, Byron looked at the 5 people in front of him with a frown. It was these 5 senior students who took away 5 survival points from him before. Now the 20-minute cooling time has passed, and he can fight with these 5 senior students again. But this is a bad thing for him. Haha. What a coincidence. Byron laughed awkwardly at the 5 senior students in front of him. And at the same time, he moved his fingers in his pockets slightly, asking Zhu Sergio for help. That's right. What a coincidence. One of the students rubbed his face and sneered. I asked you to ambush Zhu Sergio before. Did you succeed? Byron smiled. If you succeeded, would you still be here talking nonsense with you? I can tell you that Zhu Sergio has gathered a large number of students and started a carpet search nearby. You can't escape. Carpet search also requires corresponding strength. Otherwise, you are just giving away points. The 5 senior students cooperated very well. After one of the leading seniors roared, the other 4 senior students also burst out and rushed towards Byron as fast as lightning. Byron reacted quickly. He was always paying attention to the situation on the opposite side. Seeing that they all burst out, he immediately turned around and ran. What a joke. This is the joint efforts of 5 senior students. If you don't run, are you waiting to be harvested? Can't let him go. The 5 senior students made the same decision. If they let him go, their position would be exposed. And what awaited them was a siege by students who far outnumbered them. The premise for them not to take the new students seriously was that they encountered a small number of new students. Letting them fight 1 versus 2 might still be within their capabilities. But 1 versus 3, or even 1 versus 4, that would be a bit of a stretch. And from what they had seen, the new team that Zhu Sergio had assembled before seemed to have more than 20 people. So it was not advisable to fight a large force with a small number of people. So if they want to maintain their victory, they can't let Byron go. Otherwise, if Byron really calls the others over, they can only run away like a lost dog. However, they really didn't expect that Zhu Sergio would make such a decisive decision. How long has Zhu Sergio gathered all the new students? He released them for a carpet search? It's as if that guy has no concept of failure in his head. He is so bold. Don't run. Kid, you have no hope. Don't worry. We won't harvest all your points if we catch you. We just want you to be our double agent. The senior leader waved his hand and asked the other 4 senior students to chase him from the side, while trying to seduce Byron with words. Zhu Sergio's gathering of everyone has a fatal flaw. This is also the most critical problem we have found in the past when fighting against the alliance of new students. Although Byron was running away at all costs, he couldn't help but turn back and asked curiously, what flaw? That is, the people under him cannot trust him wholeheartedly. So it is impossible for all of them to be his pawns willingly. As long as one of you students is eliminated under his exploitation, your people will be scattered, because no one knows whether the next person to be exploited and eliminated will be themselves. After hearing this, Byron cursed loudly. I fucking hear you fart here. What? The others were stunned. This is right. They felt that what he said made sense. Since you all know this flaw, when you catch me, you will definitely eliminate me in order to defeat Zhu Sergio's alliance. You also said that you want to use me as a double agent. Are you kidding me? Haha. You found me. The leader didn't want to keep Byron here with just a few words. He said this just to alienate Byron. If Byron really escaped from them, their theory would spread among the new students. And as long as one student was eliminated, their theory would become a crack that broke the unity and forcibly broke the cohesion of the new alliance. You are right. We will eliminate you here this time. Give up struggling and stay. While the leader was talking, the other 4 senior students had accelerated from both sides and surpassed Byron, faintly surrounding Byron. Byron stopped, slightly panting, and took out his mobile phone to check. Fuck. He was caught up at such a short distance? It's not even the scheduled location yet. Zhu Sergio, you are a pit. He looked at the 4 senior students who were constantly approaching him, and his expression changed and he shouted, Don't come over. If you come over again, I will use medical points. Medical points have a combat protection period of 1 hour. Damn it. The team leader cursed inwardly. Byron only had 5 survival points left and was facing the crisis of elimination. Everyone knew that this guy would definitely use medical points when he was forced into a corner. However, they did have a solution. That was to remove Bai Rong's limb joints before he used his medical points, and then carry Bai Rong to avoid the treatment of the white-clothed men. After Bai Rong's medical points were exhausted, they could naturally harvest Bai Rong's survival points. Of course, there was an even simpler way, which was to kill Bai Rong before he used his medical points. But few people were willing to do the latter. They were still considering the former. But I didn't expect Bai Rong to react so quickly and think of the medical points at once. This must be what Zhu Shizhou, that bastard, taught him. The scene was deadlocked for a while. Let's retreat. The team leader quickly made a decision. The other 4 team members looked at the team leader in surprise. Retreat now? Go up and catch Bai Rong first, and use up his 1 medical point. After that, we will retreat immediately. Bai Rong was helpless. Did he really have to use the medical points? At this time, he recalled what Zhu Shizhou said when he sent everyone out to conduct a carpet search of the nearby mountains and forests. Remember, if you encounter a team of seniors during the search, try your best to escape, and then lead the seniors here. Even if you can't lead them here, it doesn't matter. You must ask me for help in time, and I will bring people to arrive in time. Bai Rong was surrounded after only escaping a short distance, and did not lead people to the designated location at all. But he asked for help as soon as possible. But no matter how you think about it, it is impossible for Zhu Shizhou to arrive in time like a prophet. Right? Bai Rong opened his mouth and was about to use his medical points. However, the next moment, you want to retreat? Where are you going to retreat to? A word with a chuckle startled the hairs of the senior students present. Everyone looked over and saw a figure walking out from behind a tree. It was Zhu Shizhou's figure. Then, there were figures interlaced in the mountains and forests, and the figures of more than a dozen new students from all directions also walked out of the forest, staring at the 5 senior students with a covetous look. Fuck. You really came? Bai Rong was confused. He didn't expect Zhu Shizhou to be so fast. Zhu Shizhou rubbed his eyebrows and said, well, believe me, everything is under my control. After all, he had died once. Chapter 513, What does it mean to have everything under control? The team leader looked at Zhu Shizhou, who suddenly appeared and sneered. Is that so? Zhu Shizhou raised his eyebrows. Did you find anything unusual? Bai Rong decisively fled after meeting us, and let us surround him from the side. His movement path was straight in one direction, which means that he subconsciously wanted to lead us to a specific location. I think that should be where you set the trap. The calm words of the team leader made Bai Rong stunned for a moment, because Bai Rong did not expect that he would reveal a flaw. But now it seems that this is the trap you set? Even Bai Rong, a chess piece who obeys your orders, was deceived by you. The team leader could see that Bai Rong was about to use medical points before, which means that Bai Rong also felt that his lure failed. But the lure plan was still successful, and Zhu Shizhou ambushed them with a large group of people. This means that the ambush location Zhu Shizhou told Bai Rong was false, and the real ambush location was here. The leader pointed this out in order to try to sow discord in the end. But Zhu Shizhou was not panicked at all, and clapped his hands. I didn't expect that there are still smart people among you. You are indeed a senior student who likes to be clever. Bai Rong suddenly realized. So, you wanted to retreat before because? The leader replied. Yes, because I realized this. And I also realized that if I continued to delay, Zhu Shizhou would arrive with his men. But I didn't expect him to come so quickly. There is no other explanation except that he was prepared. It was precisely because of this worry that he wanted to retreat after consuming Bai Rong's medical points. So, I want to know what you are going to do now, Zhu Shizhou said lightly. Facing our encirclement, you have 2 choices. One is to use medical points to break out of our encirclement, and the other is to force a breakthrough and be captured by us. I choose the second. The leader sneered, then waved his hand, and the other 4 senior students cooperated tacitly and rushed towards Bai Rong together. Bai Rong was shocked and shouted, fuck. You should capture the king first. Capture Zhu Shizhou first. Why capture me? Do it. Zhu Shizhou gave an order, and the other students, who had formed an encirclement, immediately set off. Dust flew, and the encirclement shrank inward, in order to ensure that they could be captured. Zhu Shizhou had already assigned tasks to other students to ensure that they could fight 4 to 1. The number of new students faced by the senior students except the leader alone reached 16. The team leader was facing the siege of Zhu Shizhou and Lao Yang. Damn. Are you guys mistaken? The team leader cursed without turning his head. I asked you to create a breakthrough. Why did you go to siege by Rome? The other 4 senior students were also quite confused, because they all had the same idea to capture by Rome, and then use their teammates as bait to resist the enemy's siege. And then, they would take by Rome away. It was because they all thought of the same thing in a very despicable way that they would find by Rome at the first time without any prior agreement. Unexpectedly, it was precisely because of their dirty thoughts that no senior students were there to contain the enemy's siege, but instead caused them to miss the best opportunity to break through the encirclement. The encirclement had shrunk to the limit, and the new students had also found their own targets. Alpaca, I've been annoyed with you for a long time. You stole my points before? I won't be surnamed Wong if I don't beat you to shit and piss today. Damn. You were also robbed? I don't think you have any injuries on your body. You won't surrender at the first opportunity. Right? There is an old saying in Xia that a man who knows the current situation is a hero. Anyway, don't worry about it. Beat him up. In fact, before Zhu Shizhou called for new students, Bai Rong was not the only one robbed by this 5-man gang. Many students who had similar experiences as Bai Rong had 5 points robbed shortly after the assessment began. They finally had the opportunity to take revenge, and they immediately fought with the senior students. The leader was not distracted and sneered at Lao Yang. Boy, we were very optimistic about you. If you did what happened today, we would never consider accepting you in the future. You should think it through. Lao Yang's expression suddenly changed. You mean if I choose to fight you today, but fail the graduation test this time, I will be excluded by your senior students and become a lone wolf who cannot pass the test? The leader sneered. That's right. Are you sure you have thought it through? Lao Yang said to Zhu Shizhou with a complicated expression. I admit now that you are really good. The leader was stunned. Lao Yang said, Is this also a plot to sow discord? It's useless. What you are saying to me now has been predicted by Zhu Shizhou. Before Zhu Shizhou led people to ambush here, he told everyone that senior students were extremely cunning and would definitely say something that shook people's hearts, including what Lao Yang heard now. The plot to sow discord is worthless once it is revealed. It doesn't matter whether the team leader has the intention to sow discord. What is important is that the team leader's reaction is accurately grasped by Zhu Shizhou, which makes the team leader look like a clown now, including Zhu Shizhou's magical ambush here. All the predictions seem to confirm what Zhu Shizhou said before. Everything is under my control. The team leader saw that the plan did not work and leaned slightly to the side. He wants to escape. Lao Yang, you go block his way and support me. Zhu Shizhou did not give Lao Yang time to refuse, and rushed up when the team leader just made a move. Lao Yang was naturally happy that he didn't have to fight. It was better to watch the battle and do nothing than to fight to the death with a senior student. Besides, the senior student might have his own trump card, and he didn't want to take the risk. Come on! The leader immediately changed his action of preparing to escape, and rushed towards Zhu Shizhou instead. Facing the siege of 2 people, the leader had no confidence. But now only Zhu Shizhou came to deal with him, and he immediately felt that the chances of winning were much greater. Deal with Zhu Shizhou first, then deal with Lao Yang. The leader judged the order of the 2 people, with a sneer on his mouth, watching Zhu Shizhou's fists and feet. His body slightly half-crouched, and his palm turned into a knife and stabbed Zhu Shizhou's chest like lightning. There is a vital part of the human chest called the sternum. It is an important part of the human body's respiratory function. If the sternum is broken by a heavy blow, it will cause difficulty in breathing and suffocation. If the sternum is inserted into the lungs, it will cause the alveoli to rupture and cause death. The leader did not want to attack the vital part, but Zhu Shizhou's ambush on him still angered him. Zhu Shizhou did not dodge or evade, and seemed to have no reaction at all, allowing the leader's hand knife to reach his chest. The leader seemed to have seen the scene where the boy collapsed to the ground because of his heavy blow. But the next moment, fuck. Alpaca, what did you put on your chest? The leader's finger suddenly stabbed Zhu Shizhou's chest, but the expected scene did not appear. Instead, his fingers showed an unnatural bend, and the index finger, middle finger and ring finger were broken in the opposite direction. And they were broken. Zhu Shizhou sneered. And at this time a punch had hit the leader's face. The leader was knocked back several steps by this punch. Just as the leader tried to stop his retreat, a punch hit him from behind his head. The leader cursed angrily. Damn it! You have no martial ethics. The attacker was Lao Yang. before Zhu Shizhou asked Lao Yang to hold the fort. And Lao Yang did hold the fort. But he did not really hold the fort throughout the whole process. Zhu Shizhou told Lao Yang that he would create opportunities, and asked Lao Yang to seize the opportunity to sneak attack the leader. The leader was hit on the back of the head by Lao Yang's full force. Even though he was a senior student, he couldn't withstand the blow and fell to the ground. Zhu Shizhou then pulled out a stone tablet from his arms, looked at the fingerprints on the stone tablet, rubbed his chest, and threw the stone tablet on the ground. What does everything is under control mean? This is it. Chapter 514, The Spy in the Dark. Zhu Shizhou understood one thing through countless replays. That is, not everyone is worth his life to crush and defeat head-on. In other words, he only needs to use the right method to deal with it. No matter how insidious and undirected the method is, as long as it works. Just like now. He used an extremely simple method to defeat this senior student, who he should have used several replays to defeat. Put a stone slab on the chest in advance, and then let Lao Yang sneak attack. It's a pity that such a simple trick is not suitable for all opponents. If it was Jingji who was here just now, then when Jingji's fingertips touched his chest, she would be able to react with the speed of an elite black soldier to realize that the touch was wrong, and then turn the hand knife into a palm or fist. And then this palm or fist would break his ribs. Facing the elite black soldier, Zhu Shizhou didn't dare to use such a trick. But facing a mere senior student was enough. It's so simple. Little did he know that Lao Yang, who had successfully carried out the sneak attack, couldn't believe it. He didn't expect that he could knock down a senior student so easily and violently. He originally thought that he would have to fight for a while. But everything that happened in front of him had already been predicted by Zhu Shizhou. Zhu Shizhou said nonchalantly, "As long as targeted arrangements are made, no matter what happens, there will be the most appropriate response. You stay here to guard him, and I will go to support other students. You should be able to keep an unconscious student. Right?" Lao Yang twitched his eyebrows twice. "Please don't doubt my strength." "That's good. I'll go." Zhu Shizhou nodded and rushed directly to one of the senior students, who was fighting with 4 students. This shows how strong the senior student is. He can fight 4 students alone without losing. He is quite capable. But no matter how strong they are, Zhu Shizhou who came to support them couldn't hold back. "Stop! I surrender! I surrender! Let's talk it out." The besieged senior student couldn't hold back a little and begged for mercy. However, Zhu Shizhou ignored him and joined the fight. He soon found a flaw and hit the senior student's ribs with a punch like an antelope hanging horns. The senior student's face turned blue immediately. Then the other student seized this fleeting opportunity and knocked the senior student to the ground and controlled him. "Keep an eye on him. We will deal with him together later," Zhu Shizhou hurriedly told several students, and then rushed to another fighting field. Amidst a round of curses, the other 3 senior students also fell under the joint attack of the crowd. Some new students also broke out in a cold sweat at this time, because they had no idea about the strength of the senior students before. And now after the battle, they found that the strength of the senior students was so strong, thanks to Zhu Shizhou. This was also Zhu Shizhou's purpose, to let these students experience the strength of the senior students firsthand, so that they can realize how easy it is to win the victory behind him. A few minutes later, 5 senior students knelt side by side in front of a group of new students, each with 2 students behind them to supervise them at all times. Zhu Shizhou stood in front of them and sneered. "What? Aren't you going to use the medical points yet?" The leader who had already woken up felt humiliated, but he was not dissatisfied. He said calmly, "If you have the guts, just kill us or beat us up severely. It's impossible to let us waste medical points when we are slightly injured." The other senior students were not as tough as the leader, and they shouted quickly, "Wait! We are willing! Don't listen to his nonsense. We are willing to use medical points." The leader closed his eyes and cursed at his heart. Stubborn teammates. He saw that Zhu Shizhou did not let people beat them up severely as soon as they were subdued. He must have something to ask them to do. Maybe he wanted them to help deal with other senior teams. Or maybe he wanted to get information about the senior teams from them. But in any case, Zhu Shizhou must have something to ask for. So he wanted to give himself a chance for an equal transaction, rather than succumbing to coercion. In his mind, as long as the 5 of them were in agreement, and all looked like they would rather die than obey, Zhu Shizhou would most likely propose a deal. No matter what Zhu Shizhou wanted, he would have the capital to talk to Zhu Shizhou. Unfortunately, the other 4 idiots didn't understand, and now they are begging for mercy. Ah, forget it. Just tell me what you want to do. The team leader finally admitted that they were defeated and asked more calmly. You are quite patient. Zhu Shizhou smiled. If I can't be patient, I can't lead this team. Zhu Shizhou looked at the team leader, who was kneeling on the ground but not humble, and said, I can trade with you. As long as you do what I arrange for you, I will let you go. What's the matter? So far, I have gathered 25 new students, and I don't know where the other 5 are hiding. They probably chose Voldemort's tactics. As long as you find those 5 new students, I will let you go. The team leader was a little surprised. Are you sure? Yes, I am sure. No. What are you looking for? Isn't this a waste of time and effort? If you want to recruit them, then I advise you that Voldemort is the most untrustworthy in this kind of assessment. They will abandon you at any time just to save themselves. Although the team leader saw that Zhu Shizhou wanted to trade with them, he didn't expect that the content of Zhu Shizhou's trade was this. And he didn't want to do it for a while. We have to find the remaining Voldemorts to release them. How long will it take? Zhu Shizhou smiled and said, If Voldemort wants to win easily, then those of us who really work hard should give them a place. I won't allow this to happen. If Voldemort is unwilling to act with us, then I will eliminate them as soon as possible. The most important reason is that he doesn't want to waste time. If Voldemort drags this assessment for several days, it will be a harm to the whole world. He wants to make a quick decision. Lao Yang slapped the leader from behind and said, Just say whether you will do it or not. The leader was hit on the back of his head, then turned his head and glared at Lao Yang, glaring at Lao Yang fiercely. Then he turned around and looked at Zhu Shizhou. Do it. I will do it. Zhu Shizhou believed that if senior students wanted to eliminate new students, they had to find the position of new students. It is said that almost every new student in the past could not escape the clutches of senior students, which shows that senior students are good at finding new students. The team leader and 5 other senior students led Zhu Shizhou through the forest, thinking to themselves, Isn't this guy worried that he will deliberately lure them to other senior student teams? Lao Yang had already quietly slipped to Zhu Shizhou's side. Aren't you worried that he will play tricks to lure the enemy in? Zhu Shizhou patted Lao Yang on the shoulder. I know what's going on. Don't worry. Everything is under my control. It was the same sentence again. Lao Yang tried to see through Zhu Shizhou, but Zhu Shizhou's eyes were full of confidence and determination, as if everything was already a foregone conclusion in his eyes. The team leader did not play tricks, and led everyone to a road that Zhu Shizhou, Lao Yang, and Bai Rong felt a little familiar with. Lao Yang was stunned on the spot. The leader led everyone to a big tree, lifted a piece of soil, and revealed the underground passage below. If I'm right, there should be a Voldemort in here. Old Yang was confused on the spot. Wait, this is the hole I dug. How did you know? The moment he finished speaking, Old Yang stared at Bai Rong again. Bai Rong was shocked and waved his hands quickly. I didn't spread it everywhere. I didn't tell anyone except Zhu Shizhou. What's going on? The leader was a little surprised. You made this hole. It's really a coincidence. Don't look at me like that. You think you know it before the game. Don't we understand it? In fact, most of our senior students know the hiding places that you new students secretly made in advance. As soon as this was said, several other new students also turned green. Since this is your hiding place, let's move to another place. If we keep searching one by one, we will eventually find the real hiding place of Voldemort. The leader, regardless of the mood of the new students, led them to search for other hiding places. Little did he know that his leading behavior had been seen by a pair of eyes in the dark. The one who secretly spied on Zhu Shizhou and his group was a senior student with excellent reconnaissance ability. Although he was a student of the emergency mobile department, he also took the reconnaissance course. His skills of secretly spying were superb. At least Zhu Shizhou and his group could not find him. That bastard. Surrendered to the enemy? Is he going to help those newcomers deal with us? The senior reconnaissance student quietly slipped away, ran 10 kilometers quickly in the mountains and forests, and returned to the base of the senior team. As soon as he returned to the base, he shouted loudly, Report to the captain. Lao Luo surrendered to the enemy. Before he finished speaking, a gust of wind swept in front of the senior reconnaissance student. A tall figure looked down at the senior student from a high position, with a strong sense of oppression, and the wild pheromones pressed down on the senior reconnaissance student fiercely, making him unable to help but bend his knees slightly and almost kneeled down. Lao Luo surrendered to the enemy. The tall figure stretched out his palm and gently pressed his thick palm on the student's head and said in a calm voice, "I don't need such a simple report. You speak properly." The senior reconnaissance student was sweating coldly. He knew that the man in front of him was extremely violent. Unlike other senior students, he would really kill people if he disagreed with him. "Yes." The senior reconnaissance student nodded tremblingly. "I saw Lao Luo leading a group of newcomers." Chapter 515 Overlord. Zhu Shizhou's deal with Lao Luo was to let Lao Luo find Voldemort. And then, they would be free, without even having to use their medical points. Lao Luo personally led Zhu Shizhou and his team. But in the eyes of other people who didn't know the truth, he became a spy leading the enemy. Soon, the 5 new students were found in their respective hiding places. And without exception, they were all confused when they were found. What's going on? We're exposed now? Why are there so many people? How did the senior students mix with them? I don't know. I was woken up when I was sleeping soundly. How did we get exposed? Facing the confused new students, Zhu Shizhou just smiled and said, "We decided to gather the strength of the new students to fight against the senior students. What do you think?" Some Voldemort sneered disdainfully. "It's fine if you find us. But you also want us to join you? Forget it. If I really want to fight with senior students, I won't choose to be Voldemort." Haha. It seems that we have to find an absolutely safe and confidential place later. After saying this, Voldemort wanted to leave. But Zhu Shizhou, who was smiling, just waved his hand. And other students rushed up. And one of them punched Voldemort and stunned him directly. "Fuck. I'm fighting with senior students outside. But you just want to win easily? How can it be so easy?" "That's right. Take my punch. You still want to be Voldemort? If you don't agree, I will beat you up so hard that you can only beg for mercy." Voldemort was furious, and then came to Zhu Shizhou with a bruised face, and shouted, "I am willing to serve you like a dog." Seeing this, the other Voldemorts also quickly expressed their submission. Just kidding. There are so many new students. If they don't surrender, they will be forced to use medical points to get out, and their hiding place has been exposed. There is no way to continue to be Voldemort. After weighing the pros and cons, they think it is better to follow Zhu Shizhou's arrangement first. Of course, if they really want to do something unfavorable, they can find a chance to get out afterwards. 5 Voldemorts were recruited, and Lao Luo, who led the way, looked at Zhu Shizhou and said, "It's time for you to keep your promise and let us go." Zhu Shizhou nodded. "Of course it should be like this." Lao Yang looked unkind. Bai Rong also had a gloomy look in his eyes. He approached Zhu Shizhou and said, "Let them go now. Isn't this the same as letting the tiger go back to the mountain? Do you want to?" His meaning was very simple. What was the deal with these senior students? It was just a matter of a word whether to fulfill the agreement or not. However, Zhu Shizhou shook his head and said with a loyal and honest look, "This is not good. Only by establishing trust in others can people believe in his promise. If everyone sees that he can fulfill his promise even to the enemy, won't they believe in his promise even more? On the contrary, if he really chooses to break the agreement, not only will it damage his own credit, but he will also not be able to eliminate Lao Luo and his men. At best, he will only reduce Lao Luo and his men's medical points by 1 point. So choosing to break the agreement is not worth the loss. And letting Lao Luo and his men go back may have other wonderful uses." Lao Luo and his men were quite unbelievable. In fact, to be honest, they were unwilling to believe the deal promised by Zhu Shizhou. And they did not expect Zhu Shizhou to keep his promise. The reason why they chose to agree to the deal was just a helpless move at the time. After all, what if Zhu Shizhou really kept his promise? Several senior students, were captured by all the new students. But they did not consume any survival points. The medical points were still the same. It can be said that they were quite lucky. "Lao Luo, what should we do now?" someone in the team asked. And it was the senior student who was slapped by Zhu Shizhou before. Lao Luo had made a decision and replied, "Humph. What should we do?" "What do you mean?" Lao Luo laughed with confidence. "Ha ha ha. Didn't Zhu Shizhou want to unite the new students to fight against the senior students? Then we will satisfy him. I don't know if the senior students can stop the group of chickens and pottery dogs." What a joke. If the new students really work together, why do every new student choose to fight alone? Don't forget that these senior students used to be new students. At first, they were full of confidence, thinking that they would pass the graduation assessment and become a glorious black soldier. However, they failed many times in the graduation assessment and finally chose to compromise with the senior students and turn the graduation assessment into a one-man show for them. The most excessive one was that they even voted on the winner of the graduation assessment. However, this kind of clique-forming behavior was still too much after all. The organization decided to invalidate the graduation assessment of the class that voted on the winner and restart it. After that, the collusion of the senior students was slightly restrained. But in any case, the rules did not prohibit the students from cooperating with each other. So senior students could still form teams and camps to fight against the new students. Lao Luo immediately decided, "Let's go and find the overlord." "What? Is it necessary to trouble the overlord for such a small matter? Idiot! Who dares to do anything without the overlord's nod?" The senior students who were talking to Lao Luo looked anxious, for no other reason than that even these senior students were deeply afraid of the overlord from the bottom of their hearts. It is said that the overlord had the ability to become a black soldier long ago, and had wasted 2 or 3 years in the graduation assessment. He was in control of the overall situation in every graduation assessment. But in the end, he voluntarily gave up his position to other students. In terms of military strength, the overlord was definitely the top combat power in the graduation assessment, and he was probably in the upper middle among the black soldiers. And the overlord had killed people in the graduation assessment. Just this point alone, other students who participated in the assessment could not do it. After all, the assessment was just an assessment, and no one was so cruel. But that overlord was as cold as the black soldier, as if he could kill anyone who hindered him. Lao Luo was worried that Zhu Shizhou would make things impossible to end. So he decided to inform Overlord first, and then let Overlord gather all the seniors together to eliminate the new students. Lao Luo knew that Overlord also had a stronghold in this forest. So Lao Luo quickly led his teammates to find a simple mountain stronghold surrounded by fences. Yes, a mountain stronghold, standing brightly on a small earth slope, with a wooden tower in the center of the mountain stronghold. This is the stronghold of Overlord for every class. But no one came to attack. Ba Wang met Lao Luo and his group. Lao Luo had just entered the mountain stronghold when a tall figure came to him with a strong wind. When he looked up, he saw a face that was intimidating without anger. Ba Wang was 1.95 meters tall, with muscular body and a face full of flesh. The black soldier uniform he wore was tightly stretched by his muscles, as if it would be torn apart by his muscles at the next moment. Ba Wang looked down at Lao Luo, his tone full of teasing. "Lao Luo, I heard that you were mixed up with the new students. What's going on?" Hearing Ba Wang's question, Lao Luo's heart suddenly tightened. Then he leaned forward and said, "Zhu Shizhou has gathered all the new students. If we don't respond early, I'm afraid our team of senior students will be defeated one by one." "Huh? Are you teaching me how to do things?" Ba Wang gently put his hand on Lao Luo's head, and the dull voice continued to come like a dragon. "I asked you how you mixed with the new students, but you answered irrelevantly. Can you speak properly?" Lao Luo was stiff all over, knowing that he couldn't avoid this question, and stammered to recount the whole thing. Ba Wang said calmly, "In other words, in the end, Zhu Shizhou didn't ask for your survival points, nor did he force you to use medical points. He really kept his promise and released you?" Lao Luo was shocked. Yes, Zhu Shizhou really kept his promise. They were still confused at the time, but now they suddenly felt that they had fallen into a trap. Lao Luo hesitated and didn't dare to answer. At this time, another person walked out of the village behind Ba Wang. "I think the matter is clear. Lao Luo, you said this on purpose. In fact, you have become a tool of Zhu Shizhou and have been used by him." Lao Luo glared at the person who spoke, but his anger died down the next moment. The person who spoke was the second person under Ba Wang, also a veteran, who had been held back for several years with Ba Wang. He had the ability to pass the assessment, but was unwilling to do so. To show his loyalty, Lao Luo immediately raised his head and looked at Ba Wang. "I can guarantee that we did not betray, and I came here because I wanted to tell Ba Wang so that we could also concentrate the strength of senior students to deal with Zhu Shizhou." Ba Wang smiled. "A plot to sow discord. Zhu Shizhou first acted in a big way to attract the attention of those of us who were secretly watching, and then released you intact, just to disintegrate our unity from the inside." Lao Luo breathed a sigh of relief. Ba Wang is still reasonable. But? Ba Wang suddenly made a turn, staring at Lao Luo with a very oppressive look. Who can guarantee 100% that you did not defect? Ah, this. Lao Luo was dumbfounded. As long as there is any suspicion about you, we can't trust you. Zhu Shizhou probably expected this, so he let you go so confidently. Ba Wang saw it much more clearly than Lao Luo. This genius is interesting. Lao Luo, since you said you didn't betray, then I need your military order. Your team continues to fight against Zhu Shizhou, and at least eliminate one person before returning here. Only then can we fully trust you. Chapter 516. As if they had colluded. Lao Luo was driven out of the village, with a confused look on his face. After being driven out of the village, he realized belatedly that their team seemed to have become a tool for the struggle between Zhu Shizhou and Ba Wang. They failed to stand in line and were isolated. After Lao Luo walked out of the village, he looked back and saw that the village was already full of people, including Ba Wang. There were a total of 13 senior students. All the senior students except the 5 of them were here for the entire graduation assessment. Ba Wang did not sit still and wait for death. Before he came to the door, he had already gathered other senior students with his appeal. Lao Luo and his teammates walked away for a distance. Then he gritted his teeth and said to his companions, "The Overlord is using us to test Zhu Shizhou." The companions also sighed. Zhu Shizhou is really powerful. So this makes the Overlord wary? If it were in the past, the Overlord would have led his men to kill him. Lao Luo was helpless, because Zhu Shizhou is powerful. Although we are telling the truth, it is true that Zhu Shizhou ambushed us in an unpredictable way. And if it is true, it proves that Zhu Shizhou's scheming ability is terrifying. And it is normal for the Overlord to worry about falling into a trap. What should we do now? What should we do? Let's go and sneak attack Zhu Shizhou's team. No matter how powerful Zhu Shizhou is, he will definitely not guess that we will be so stubborn after being released. What's more, Zhu Shizhou may not be able to ambush us like last time. Think about it. We don't even know who we want to deal with. Can Zhu Shizhou successfully ambush us? Impossible. At this time, the students outside the field were confused by the situation formed by both sides. Instructor Mao and Instructor Zhao also looked at the screen in silence. A student raised his hand and asked, "Does the graduation assessment of the extreme training course usually have such a command course color?" Instructor Mao. Instructor Zhao helped answer. "Don't talk nonsense. Generally speaking, it is a one-on-one fight. But Zhu Shizhou is a command class after all, and he doesn't follow the usual path. He turned the situation into a game of camp confrontation. It's not that this kind of thing has never happened before. Right. Instructor Mao?" Instructor Mao sighed. Zhu Shizhou is really a bit of a freak. It's not that there haven't been new students trying to form an alliance in the past. But who has the ability to lead the team to capture a team of senior students? An alliance that is easily broken up is meaningless. But now, the team led by Zhu Shizhou has tasted the first chance of victory. And its prestige has greatly increased. And any order has begun to have persuasiveness. Including now, Zhu Shizhou had the team ambush in a place again. And he also found Bai Rong on purpose. As soon as he opened his mouth, he said something that made Bai Rong dumbfounded. "Old Bai, if my guess is correct, that team of senior students will kill back." Bai Rong was a little unconvinced. "Old Zhu, do you think they are fools?" He has upgraded his name for Zhu Shizhou to Old Zhu. Zhu Shizhou said seriously. "Do you believe me?" "I do. How can I not believe it?" Last time, Zhu Shizhou had a brilliant plan and calculated that he would encounter a team of senior students. And he successfully ambushed the other party. It didn't seem like luck at all. This time, Zhu Shizhou told him that the other party would kill back. So he naturally believed it. "Well, I'll send you as a scout this time. If I'm right, you'll still run into them. Your mission is the same as last time. To lure them here. Can you do it?" Bai Rong's mouth twitched twice. At this juncture, the news of their new students gathering must not be hidden from the senior students. Maybe the senior students will secretly try to gather the team to counterattack. Why let him be a scout? Ahem, a bit difficult. What if I don't run into them? Zhu Shizhou pointed in a direction casually. If you rush in that direction, you will definitely run into them. If you don't run into them, just come back in 10 minutes. Bai Rong rolled his eyes. Come back? If he really doesn't run into them, then he can sneak away. Although he won a battle, he still didn't have enough confidence in the team. He made up his mind to trust Zhu Shizhou again. If Zhu Shizhou didn't have such a brilliant plan, he would definitely abandon everyone and find a new hidden place to be Voldemort. Bai Rong left. Old Yan came up to him and said, "Can we really meet? You are not lying to Bai Rong, are you?" Zhu Shizhou said calmly. "Don't worry. Everything is under my control." Bai Rong walked towards the direction of Zhu Shizhou's finger for 5 minutes without thinking, shaking his head in his heart. "Are you kidding me? Even if Zhu Shizhou is very smart, he can't be so smart, right?" However, just as he was complaining, a group of familiar people appeared in front of Bai Rong. This group of people was the team of senior students led by Lao Luo. Not only was Bai Rong stunned when he saw Lao Luo, but Lao Luo and his friends were also stunned when they saw Bai Rong. A familiar scene. A familiar plot. Lao Luo had just uttered a word when he saw Bai Rong on the opposite side running away. Fuck. Chase him. Lao Luo did not expect that their luck would be so good. They had just taken on the mission of Overlord and met Bai Rong, their enemy. It was because of Bai Rong that they were ambushed by Zhu Shizhou last time. Now is undoubtedly a godsend opportunity. So, a familiar plot happened. Lao Luo thought that they had reacted quickly this time. After all, they had chased Bai Rong once. So they chased Bai Rong more quickly this time. And even cooperated tacitly to capture Bai Rong. "Let me go! Don't force me to use medical points. Then use it." Lao Luo and others didn't care. Bai Rong was angry. This time he still didn't lead Lao Luo and others to the designated location. Lao Luo happily dislocated Bai Rong's limbs, and then carried Bai Rong up. How simple is it to crack the medical points? Just carry you to avoid the medical team. After all, just carrying you does not count as fighting with you. In other words, you, whose limbs have been removed by us, are no longer able to fight with us. Bai Rong was still struggling. But soon Bai Rong stopped struggling. Lao Luo thought Bai Rong had given up treatment. But unexpectedly Bai Rong said faintly, "Is that so?" Lao Luo and others immediately felt something was wrong. Looking up, a familiar scene appeared in the forest. There were figures in the forest. Just like last time. One person walked out. Who else could it be but Zhu Shizhou? Zhu Shizhou said to Lao Luo with a smile. "What do you think? Are you still going to struggle? We are not in the way. But your finger injury is probably going to relapse again." Lao Luo looked down at the finger that was bent because of the attack on Zhu Shizhou's chest. But he did emergency treatment on his own. The wound was slightly painful. Lao Yang sighed at this time. "I am really convinced this time. How did you calculate it?" Lao Luo and others wanted to cry without tears. They also wanted to figure out this question. How come their actions looked like they had colluded with Zhu Shizhou? And they were ambushed by Zhu Shizhou by coincidence? Chapter 517, Lao Luo's Thoughts. The fact that the Overlord was able to tell them in advance that they were captured by Zhu Shizhou and others shows that the Overlord is capable of monitoring them. Although Lao Luo resisted in his heart, he also understood that the Overlord would not do nothing after sending them out. Simply put, their every move might still be under the surveillance of the Overlord. So now they were ambushed and captured again by Zhu Shizhou without any effort. The whole process was ridiculously easy. What would the people who secretly monitored them say to the Overlord? Lao Luo looked at Zhu Shizhou speechlessly. Zhu Shizhou still had a pleasant face. "What do you say this time?" Lao Luo, "Just be gentle." Lao Luo still tried to resist. But the result was still the same. They were captured. Moreover, Lao Luo discovered that Zhu Shizhou seemed to be getting used to his fighting style. When fighting him, he could easily avoid his killing moves and then make certain counterattacks. This terrible fighting talent frightened him. You know, the last time Zhu Shizhou fought him, he had to use the stone slab. No one knew that Zhu Shizhou died again. Of course, Zhu Shizhou died by suicide the 2 times before and after. He no longer needed to use the stone slab when facing Lao Luo, because Lao Luo was much more restrained in fighting him this time, fearing that he would be attacked by Zhu Shizhou again if he exerted force. So Zhu Shizhou asked Lao Yang to come up to help Lao Luo after fighting with Lao Luo for a while, and subdued Lao Luo together. And Lao Luo lost the opportunity to fight Zhu Shizhou alone, and was pinned to the ground without interest, his eyes dull. Last time it was a transaction. I let you go. This time, I will still give you a chance to trade. I will not force you to use medical points. Return Bai Rong's points to him, and you can leave. Really? Really? It's self-evident which is more important, medical points or survival points. Lao Luo and the others thought about it. Zhu Shizhou kept his promise last time. So they chose to trust Zhu Shizhou this time. Under Zhu Shizhou's supervision, the 5 people returned one of their survival points to Bai Rong. This means that during the 20-minute cooling period, they will not be allowed to fight with Bai Rong. Bai Rong's dislocated limbs were reattached. And he looked at Zhu Shizhou with a face full of emotion and guilt. He didn't expect that he was thinking about escaping before. But Zhu Shizhou actually took back his survival points this time. After one wave, Bai Rong's survival points were restored to 10 points. Zhu Shizhou still kept his promise this time. After chatting with Lao Luo and others for a few words, he really let Lao Luo and others go. Lao Yang looked at Zhu Shizhou again. This is a good opportunity. What do you think? If the medical points of this group of people are consumed last time and this time, then their medical points will only be 1 point. Such a good opportunity. Why let them go again? Zhu Shizhou watched Lao Luo and others leave. His expression became serious. There is a person with a little brain on the opposite side. So I have to weaken the strength of the senior students team. Lao Yang didn't understand. If that's the case, shouldn't they be eliminated? Zhu Shizhou patted Lao Yang on the shoulder. You don't understand. The biggest weakening of the senior team is that while they are weak, our strength has increased. Lao Yang suddenly opened his eyes wide. You want to turn them against them? Zhu Shizhou smiled and said. Is it not possible? No. This is not very realistic. Right? Zhu Shizhou showed a mysterious smile on his face. Guess why I was able to calculate Lao Luo's position twice and successfully ambush them? Lao Yang was shocked again and made a bold guess. Could it be that Lao Luo is already your man and he cooperated with you both times? Zhu Shizhou laughed. See, even you who watched my whole operation think so. Why worry that the other side will not be suspicious of Lao Luo? Lao Yang. Awesome. To be honest, Lao Luo and others were at a loss. They failed to sneak attack, but were released by Zhu Shizhou again. Moreover, Zhu Shizhou only asked them to return Bai Rong's survival points. Even they themselves felt that this was abnormal. Quite abnormal. Lao Luo probably understood Zhu Shizhou's idea, and he was probably trying to sow discord. But even if they saw through it, what would it matter? Overlord saw through it. But didn't he still let them sneak attack Zhu Shizhou's team to surrender? Lao Luo looked around and saw that his companions all showed confused expressions. He barely calmed down and said, Don't panic. It doesn't matter if we fail this time. We can find another opportunity. But can we really find an opportunity? Zhu Shizhou has ambushed us twice in a row. If we didn't know you well, Lao Luo, I'm afraid we would think. Thought what? Lao Luo glared at the companion who spoke. Thought you were an undercover. He didn't dare to say this, for fear of being beaten. Lao Luo finally realized the horror of Zhu Shizhou now, and sighed. That kid is really weird. At this time, a student stood up and said, I have an idea. What do you think? What? I think that since we have been defeated repeatedly, but one will not waste time and wait for us to really eliminate one person before attacking Zhu Shizhou. So we might as well take it easy and try to drag out the time as long as possible. When Bawang can't bear to attack Zhu Shizhou, we will take advantage of the situation and eliminate one person as a military order. It is better than fighting alone. It is equivalent to using Bawang's hand to complete the military order task. Lao Luo thought carefully. Well, this is also a way. But what if Bawang thinks that we are deliberately slacking off? Isn't this slacking off? The student who made the suggestion had a monkey face with a pointed chin and a rather cunning idea. Then act more realistically and pretend to lose. Repeated pretending to lose can make the overlord lose his patience and take action. It's better for the overlord to think we are incompetent than to think we are betraying him. Lao Luo worriedly said. Well, this is a solution. But I don't know how Zhu Shizhou ambushed us the last 2 times. What if our pretended defeat becomes a real defeat, and we are captured by Zhu Shizhou again? The monkey face's eyes flashed. Then talk to Zhu Shizhou and the others. Let's make a deal. Haven't they always wanted to fight the senior team, but couldn't find the right time? Why don't we tell Zhu Shizhou that as long as he cooperates with us, he can lure out the overlord, in exchange for our safety? Well, this is a solution. But Zhu Shizhou may not be stupid enough to believe our words. Right? Monkey Face smiled and said, This is simple. We just need to sell Zhu Shizhou some valuable information. After Zhu Shizhou verifies the authenticity of the information, he will naturally believe us. Lao Luo said calmly. Well, this is a solution. Come here. I have something to tell you. Monkey Face approached as if to seek credit. But he was greeted with a slap on his face. Lao Luo shouted angrily. This is called betrayal. What the hell are you thinking about? Monkey Face was stunned by the slap. He realized it later. Yes. If he really traded the information of senior students, it would be a betrayal. Wait. We can sell some false information to Zhu Shizhou. How can we gain his trust if the information cannot be verified? Lao Luo continued to shout angrily. Monkey Face scratched his head and said nothing. I am really blinded by your greed. Lao Luo cursed angrily. But Monkey Face's idea made him keep a note in his heart. This is his third time to participate in the graduation examination. He really doesn't want to waste time in the graduation examination. If Zhu Shizhou can really defeat Ba Wang and his men, then surrendering to Zhu Shizhou is not unacceptable. Chapter 518, Ba Wang's Plan. Lao Luo's failure has attracted Ba Wang's attention. It really didn't work. Ba Wang sneered. The second-in-command beside Ba Wang heard the report of the scouts they sent out and sneered. If it was just a coincidence that Lao Luo and his team were captured the first time, then this time they encountered the same situation with a previous experience. Either Zhu Shizhou is too amazing, or Lao Luo has betrayed Ba Wang. Which one do you think it is? Ba Wang said indifferently. Lao Luo has betrayed. There is no doubt about it. Yes. Lao Luo has only been sent out for a short time. He was captured by Zhu Shizhou again? And it was the same trick. Even a pig can't fall into the same trap so easily. Not to mention that Lao Luo and his team are senior students. Ba Wang was completely disappointed with Lao Luo. In this case, we can't count on Lao Luo. Zhu Shizhou can make Lao Luo betray us. Which shows that Zhu Shizhou has something. We have to hurry up. The second-in-command was puzzled. Why are you in such a hurry? Since Lao Luo betrayed us, he will definitely leak our information to Zhu Shizhou. I have heard that Zhu Shizhou, that monster, once led a group of experimental subjects to kill through the alien insect forest in the command class. We can't underestimate his ability to deal with it. The leakage of our information means that Zhu Shizhou can make targeted arrangements. But in any case, he needs time to think about tactics. The second-in-command looked at the Overlord with admiration. The Overlord's decision was quite decisive and crisp. He also understood what the Overlord meant. They couldn't give Zhu Shizhou time to prepare. The faster the better. They had to fight a blitzkrieg and make Zhu Shizhou defenseless. Okay. Let's prepare now. Do you need me to take the reconnaissance team to scout? No. Think about it from another perspective. Why did Zhu Shizhou not take action? Besides the large-scale carpet search at the beginning, he never dispersed the team members afterwards? The second-in-command could no longer keep up with Ba Wang's thinking. Why? Ba Wang looked extremely rough. But he was actually very careful. He could find a lot of explanations for everything. It's very simple. Zhu Shizhou started with a carpet search because he was sure that we didn't notice their gathering in time. After that, Zhu Shizhou captured Lao Luo and his team. I'm afraid that was when he reached a cooperation with Lao Luo and his team. Zhu Shizhou learned from Lao Luo how powerful we were and judged that they could only face us if they gathered together. The attack on us. No. He still thinks this is not enough. So he persuaded Lao Luo and the others. In other words, Zhu Shizhou also thinks that their team is not as strong as ours. So what if there are 30 newcomers? We will attack them all at once. And they will not be able to resist. After the analysis, Ba Wang looked at the second-in-command coldly. Or do you think that the 13 of us are not as good as the 30 of Zhu Shizhou? After Ba Wang's analysis, the second-in-command also thought that the chances of winning were quite high. But he was still a little hesitant. But Zhu Shizhou has Lao Luo and the others to help him. Didn't Lao Luo and the others betray us? Then why don't we use their tricks against them? Lao Luo and his group were called back to the village. This was actually within Lao Luo's expectations. But he didn't expect Ba Wang to be so anxious. He guessed that Ba Wang couldn't help but want to attack Zhu Shizhou. You didn't complete the mission. Ba Wang sat on a chair condescendingly, looking down at Lao Luo and his group with their heads down. Yes. Lao Luo didn't know how to explain it. Should he say that Zhu Shizhou divinely predicted the ambush location and caught them all for the second time? This sounded like a ridiculous and fake reason. But it was the fact. Alas. Forget it. I thought you were at risk of betraying us. But now it seems that I misunderstood you. You are just simply incompetent. Lao Luo looked up at Ba Wang in surprise. They were not angry at being called incompetent, but were a little surprised. because they were not considered betrayers after all. Overlord frowned and said with disdain, "What are you looking at? If you betrayed us, you wouldn't be captured so easily the second time. Just like you colluded with Zhu Shizhou. I don't think you are so stupid. So I still believe you for the time being. You are just incompetent." Lao Luo nodded frantically. Yes. Yes. We are incompetent. No. It's Zhu Shizhou who is too amazing. Just like a prophet. Always able to ambush in the right place in advance. Overlord waved his hand. Don't say so much. Anyway, I have seen through Zhu Shizhou's little tricks. It's nothing more than wanting to use you to stir up our military morale. So, I came up with a brilliant idea. What idea? In fact, Lao Luo cursed in his heart. What idea? It's better to attack Zhu Shizhou now. You pretend to betray us. Convey a wrong information to Zhu Shizhou. And lead Zhu Shizhou into the trap we prepared. Lao Luo was surprised to hear this. Will Zhu Shizhou believe that I betrayed you? Bao grinned. Why do you think Zhu Shizhou let you go the first 2 times he captured you? He wanted you to betray us. Lao Luo thought about it carefully, and couldn't help but admire. Bao, you are really a discerning person. Before Lao Luo could flatter him enough, Bao waved his hand. Let's briefly tell you the plan. The false information I want to give you is that all of us have gathered together, and are ready to attack them. Lao Luo was shocked and thought that this is good. He felt that Zhu Shizhou's mob should not be able to withstand the full-scale attack of Bao and his men. In this way, if I am right, Zhu Shizhou will try to disperse our forces, and then defeat us one by one. How to disperse? Lao Luo asked subconsciously. He will pass on information to us through you, and let you act as an undercover agent to persuade us to disperse our forces. Lao Luo felt that his brain was not enough. But he quickly realized that if Zhu Shizhou really believed his betrayal, it was indeed possible that he would try to achieve his goal through him. And the Overlord wanted him to pretend to betray, and let Zhu Shizhou fall into the trap he had arranged. If Zhu Shizhou believed that we really dispersed our forces, then he would also disperse our forces, using one team as bait and the other team as the main force. And let the main force attack and defeat our dispersed forces one by one. Right or not? Lao Luo followed the Overlord's thoughts and thought, yes. Ha ha ha. But in fact, I will let everyone regroup after the division. At that time, as long as you cooperate with us and lead Zhu Shizhou and his main force into our ambush site, we can use their own method to treat them and eliminate their main force. The whole plan was to pretend to divide the troops. And then Lao Luo, as an undercover, would lure Zhu Shizhou and his men into a trap. Lao Luo couldn't help but admit that this plan sounded perfect. And he agreed without thinking any more. After discussing the details with the Overlord, Lao Luo led his men away again. The second-in-command watched Lao Luo disappear from his sight, and couldn't help but say, do we really have to divide the troops according to the plan? The Overlord rolled his eyes at the second-in-command. Divide the troops? We already know that Lao Luo is a traitor. So Lao Luo will definitely reveal our plan in full. That means, if I'm right, Zhu Shizhou should also use the same trick. The reason why they haven't taken action against us yet is because their goal is also to make us divide the troops, and then defeat us one by one. The Overlord sneered. At that time, we only need to pretend to divide our forces. And when Lao Luo tells us everything, Zhu Shizhou will naturally not care about the so-called ambush site, but will take advantage of the victory and attack our bait troops after we pretend to divide our forces. The ambush site we told Lao Luo is fake, but we can prepare a real ambush site. The second-in-command's eyes lit up. In this way, we can catch them all in one fell swoop. Idiot! The Overlord scolded. Don't forget that Lao Luo is already their man. What should we do then? Our goal is to use Lao Luo to deceive them, and make them fall into our trap. In addition, we must prevent Lao Luo and his men from helping Zhu Shizhou attack us. So we have to make a feint first to make Lao Luo lose his trust in Zhu Shizhou. Chapter 519, Calculated to Death. Zhu Shizhou didn't know that Bao had entered the stage of fighting wits and courage with the air. And he didn't know that Bao mistakenly thought that Lao Luo had betrayed him. So when he saw Lao Luo, he was also confused. The other students were also quite confused when they saw Lao Luo. Were the lessons they learned the last 2 times not enough? Or had this guy given up resistance? Lao Yang was also confused. You still dare to show up? Lao Luo hurriedly said. Misunderstanding. Don't do anything first. Listen carefully. I'm here to surrender. What? As soon as this was said, everyone was in an uproar. Lao Yang said bluntly, "Do you think we are so stupid? Just say you surrender, and we will believe you." Lao Luo pulled the corners of his mouth and forced a smile. It was indeed not that easy. However, according to Bao Wang's guess, Zhu Shizhou should also have the intention to surrender him now. Bao Wang guessed that Zhu Shizhou must want to surrender him by arresting him and releasing him twice before. When Lao Luo looked at Zhu Shizhou, he was relieved immediately, because Zhu Shizhou's eyes were different from other mocking eyes. Zhu Shizhou's eyes were full of kind concern, just like seeing a criminal who had returned to the right path. I had heard that Zhu Shizhou was kind-hearted and behaved like a saint in the assessment of joining the organization. Now he was raising the flag to rebel against senior students. Lao Luo thought that Zhu Shizhou should believe his words. I believe it. As expected, Zhu Shizhou stood up amid a large group of mocking voices. And the mocking voices gradually stopped. What? Zhu Shizhou. Old Yang. There is no need to say more. I had expected that there would be people among the senior students who dared to resist. Zhu Shizhou said righteously. They didn't resist in the past because they didn't have the opportunity to resist. Now that I am here to rise up, those who know the time should turn back like him. If we ridicule him now because of suspicion, they will never have the opportunity to resist. This made everyone quiet down. And Lao Yang sighed. I understand the reason. But Lao Yang didn't say anything else. And Lao Luo finally let go of his hanging heart. Zhu Shizhou smiled. Tell me, why did you betray? What do you want to tell us? Seeing that he got to the point, Lao Luo tearfully told the reason why their senior students huddled together. There is a leader among our senior students named Bao Wang. He is reluctant to graduate and has been staying in every graduation assessment. He is very powerful and controls all senior students, requiring them to follow his instructions. I had no choice but to lead people to snatch the survival points of new students before. Zhu Shizhou looked at Lao Yang. Is it true? Lao Yang nodded. It is true. We have heard about it. But we have only heard a few words and are not very clear. Zhu Shizhou turned his head. Okay. You continue. Lao Luo wiped away the non-existent tears. Every senior student must act according to his instructions. Otherwise he will forcibly eliminate or even kill the students who do not obey his orders. Once there was a student who did not want to be Bao Wang's person. So he planned to resist in a graduation assessment, but was broken his neck by Bao Wang himself. Everyone was in an uproar. Obviously, they did not expect that someone could be so cruel just because of a mere graduation assessment. Since then, all of us senior students have submitted. As a result, you can see now that the assessment of the extreme training course has become a one-man show for Bao Wang, and we can only follow his rules. Old Yang couldn't help asking, what is he after? Why does he prevent others from graduating when he himself doesn't graduate? Old Luo said, you don't understand Bao Wang. His original intention is for our good. He thinks he is saving those who are ready to become black soldiers and die on the battlefield. He would rather not graduate himself, but stop other students and let them repeat the grade for review like himself. Zhu Shizhou smiled. After listening to you for so long, it turns out that you are just a coward. Old Luo shook his head. So far, everything he said was true. 9 truths and 1 lie will have the best effect. Lao Luo saw that it was almost done and said, but the reason why I came here now is because I want to get rid of the control of the Overlord. Zhu Shizhou, you are the most evil genius in history. I have only heard of your name, but I think it should be a piece of cake to fight against the Overlord. So I chose to betray the Overlord. I see. Zhu Shizhou nodded, not knowing whether he believed it or not. Lao Yang seemed to want to say something, but was stopped by Zhu Shizhou. Lao Luo took out the prepared words in accordance with the discussion with the Overlord. The Overlord is ready to gather all his strength and attack you. After saying that, he quietly looked at Zhu Shizhou, but saw that Zhu Shizhou had no reaction. According to the Overlord's speculation, Zhu Shizhou would definitely not fight the Overlord head-on, but would try to use him as an undercover to disperse the Overlord's forces. Of course, Lao Luo didn't know that the premise of Bao Wang's establishment of this condition was that Bao Wang believed that Lao Luo had betrayed. When Lao Luo had betrayed and told Zhu Shizhou all his plans, Zhu Shizhou would choose to take advantage of the situation. This is Bao Wang's logical chain. Therefore, Bao Wang also misjudged Zhu Shizhou's reaction. He would never have thought that Zhu Shizhou actually nodded at this moment. Okay, I'm also preparing to fight Bao Wang and his men. In this case, Instead of waiting for them to come, we might as well take the initiative to attack. Lao Luo was a little confused. Wait, are you going to take everyone to fight Bao Wang and his men? Zhu Shizhou asked back. What else? Lao Luo, isn't this a bit unwise? I have a suggestion. Why don't we use a strategy and send me undercover? He was still thinking about Bao Wang's plan. No need to be so fancy. We can just take the initiative. I am sure I can lead people to defeat Bao Wang and his group. You are sure? Bao Wang and his group have 13 people. After arriving at the scene, plus the 5 of them, there are 18 people. 18 people against 30 people. Even 1 against 2 is more than enough. The ability of senior students is more than just 1 against 2. Lao Luo was about to speak, and suddenly heard Zhu Shizhou said, They are only 13 people. But we have 5 senior students, plus 30 new students. I think this configuration should be enough. What do you think? Hearing this, Lao Luo sweated instantly. Yes, in his haste, he actually forgot that he was pretending to surrender, and Zhu Shizhou counted them as combat power. So he wanted to fight Bao Wang head-on. Good luck. Lao Luo wiped the sweat off his forehead. If Zhu Shizhou knew that he didn't consider them as combat power, then Zhu Shizhou would react. Lao Luo thought again. It's not that Bao Wang and his men didn't have the ability to fight Zhu Shizhou head-on, but they wanted to catch them all at once. So they set a trap. In this case, if he took all of Zhu Shizhou and his men with him, wouldn't it be a one-time solution without spending so much effort? What Lao Luo could think of, the other 4 senior students also thought of. They looked at each other, and then quickly said, I think there is a chance of winning. Let's do it. It's easier to fight hard. Zhu Shizhou nodded with satisfaction. Then let's go! At this time, Lao Yang immediately pulled Zhu Shizhou over. Are you serious? Zhu Shizhou smiled and patted Lao Yang's shoulder. I said, everything is under control. Do you think that when you get to the Overlord will still believe him? Lao Yang was shocked. You mean? At this time, Zhu Shizhou had figured everything out, and said lightly, this guy pretended to betray. But he didn't actually betray the Overlord. But the Overlord thought he had betrayed us. So he gave him a mission to carry out. Why do you think he attacked us again after we released him? I'm afraid it was because my alienation plan worked. The Overlord had begun to doubt him. So I asked him to prove his loyalty. But he failed to prove it, and was easily captured by me. And letting him go again was still my alienation plan. Now the Overlord sent him to pretend to surrender. But my decision, just now, was obviously not what he and the Overlord expected. What do you think the Overlord will think after he gets to him? What would you think? Old Yang couldn't help but follow Zhu Shizhou's train of thought. Lao Luo didn't follow Bao Wang's instructions twice in a row. At that time, in Bao Wang's eyes, will Lao Luo have any other explanation besides betrayal? Old Yang took a breath of cold air. He didn't expect that there was such a deep calculation behind this. This guy's heart is really dirty. The conspiracy of Lao Luo and others is as cute as a little lamb in this guy's eyes. But Lao Yang still has a doubt this. Then when the fight comes, won't Lao Luo and others attack us together with Bao Wang and others? Zhu Shizhou smiled. Bao Wang is so domineering. If Lao Luo knows that he is already a traitor in Bao Wang's eyes, then his only chance is this graduation assessment. Do you think Lao Luo will take the risk to help Bao Wang defeat us? Or will he bite his teeth and help us defeat Bao Wang in one go? Old Yang was stunned and pondered. But Zhu Shizhou had already left and walked to Lao Luo and others to have a pleasant conversation with them. The cold Bao Wang, the gentle genius. If they choose Bao Wang will not only continue to doubt them, but will also continue to persecute them in the future assessments. If they choose Zhu Shizhou will bring them a huge force, and is likely to defeat Bao Wang and others. It seems that the outcome of who to choose has been determined. Lao Luo and his men were calculated to death. Chapter 520. Battle breaks out. Lao Luo did feel the long-lost warmth from Zhu Shizhou, which he had never felt under the tyrant. As a senior student ruled by the tyrant, Lao Luo was always trembling with fear. Whenever the graduation test came, the first thing he thought about was not how to win the test, but how to satisfy the tyrant. However, Zhu Shizhou's performance was very different from that of the tyrant. It could be said that they were two extremes, which easily made Lao Luo feel the gap between the tyrant and Zhu Shizhou. Lao Luo wanted to tell Zhu Shizhou the truth several times, but whenever he opened his mouth, the terrifying face of the tyrant appeared in his head, which made him lose 3 points of courage and finally gave up. Don't blame me, Zhu Shizhou. As long as you surrender to the tyrant, you will probably graduate in the next test. Lao Luo thought silently, with the only trace of guilt in his heart. Soon, under Lao Luo's guidance, a mountain village appeared in front of Zhu Shizhou and others. Is Ba Wang in there? Zhu Shizhou looked up at the village. Inside the village, Ba Wang and his people looked gloomy after hearing the news. This guy is not even acting. He betrayed so easily. What benefits did Zhu Shizhou give him? Hee. Benefits? It's nothing more than a promise to let him graduate. When the fight breaks out, he's the first one I'm going to kill. Don't fight with me. Fuck. Let's kill him together. In the village, except for Ba Wang, a group of people looked angry. It was unknown how much of it was acting, and how much was really angry. In short, it seemed that they were all pointing their guns at the outside world. Although the overlord looked unhappy, he was able to remain calm. He asked the second-in-command standing beside him. Yuan, what do you think? It's very strange. It shouldn't be like this. Yuan didn't expect that the situation would develop to the point where the two sides would face each other head-on. The overlord nodded. I'm also very surprised. In my guess, if Zhu Shizhou and his men really thought they had the strength to fight us, they would have attacked us long ago. It was precisely because of this that the overlord misjudged that if they chose to take the initiative to attack, Zhu Shizhou would definitely find ways to plot to make them split up and defeat them one by one. But now Zhu Shizhou really acted like a reckless man and directly led his men to attack us. This was a bit weird no matter how you looked at it. In any case, Lao Luo must have betrayed us. The second-in-command, Yuan, did not think much and said lightly, Ba Wang, what do you say? Do you want to retreat or fight? They are already at the door. Ba Wang slowly stood up from the chair. The wooden armrest had been crushed by a single hand. The muscles all over his body gradually tightened. The thunderous heartbeat rumbled, and the power descended on everyone. All the members felt the illusion of being stared at by a tiger, and their hearts could not help but tighten. There is no word retreat in my dictionary. Ba Wang moved his body slightly, and said in a low voice, Since someone wants to challenge me, let's give it a try. I have heard of that so-called genius for a long time, and I want to compete with him in person. Everyone, get ready for battle. The second-in-command, Yuan, shouted, and the air in the village became murderous for a while. Outside the village, Lao Yang and the others felt nervous, including Zhu Shizhou. Everyone tensed up and looked at the village with a vigilant look. Did you feel it? Lao Yang asked Zhu Shizhou in a low voice. Well, I can feel that a tiger is about to be released from the cage, Zhu Shizhou said lightly. Although he didn't feel anything, it didn't stop him from making up stories. So strong. Lao Yang took a deep breath and exhaled the heaviness in his heart with a breath of turbid air. But seeing Zhu Shizhou's calm expression, he not only admired him, but he could see that Zhu Shizhou was really calm and didn't look like he was forcing himself. It is said that Zhu Shizhou, the genius, has a super sharp sixth sense, but he didn't expect that in the face of such a powerful pheromone. Zhu Shizhou was still calm. Lao Yang was ashamed of himself, because he usually claimed to be the top master in the class. But under the huge pheromones emitted in the village, he couldn't help but sweat, which shows how strong the people in the village are. You can smell the pheromones before you see them. The masters in the village must be strong opponents. Now everyone's sixth sense is fully activated. Lao Luo can naturally feel the pheromones surging in the village. He is also worried that his rash actions will disrupt the overlord's plan. So he wondered whether he should take the initiative to enter the village to negotiate with overlord and explain his idea of bringing Zhu Shizhou and others here. But Lao Luo didn't have a chance to speak. Lao Yang shouted, "Here they come. Everyone pay attention." The next moment, there was a blast in the village ahead. This was not the sound of an explosion, but the sound of the huts in the village being blown apart and scattered. Wood chips flew all over the sky, and figures rushed out at full speed like tanks. Without any intention of hiding, the village was crushed into ruins in an instant. And a group of senior students, who were as fierce as wolves and tigers, appeared in front of the new students. There was almost no time for greeting and preparation. Lao Luo was about to step forward and betray Zhu Shizhou on the spot. But he never thought that the second-in-command had already rushed up with two tall senior students. Lao Luo, betrayers will eventually die. Do you want to die? We will help you. Lao Luo was shocked. The second-in-command had already rushed to Lao Luo and others and punched Lao Luo. The fist was like a cannonball, and was heading straight for Lao Luo's face, while the other two senior students forcibly entangled Lao Luo's teammates to ensure that the battle was not interrupted. Wait! Lao Yuan. Lao Luo wanted to explain. Zhu Shizhou's voice suddenly roared Lao Luo. Don't pretend anymore. They have seen through it. Go all out. Lao Luo. Caught off guard. Lao Luo failed to completely dodge the fist that hit his face. But his chin was still slightly scratched, and the trigeminal nerve was hit hard by the concussion. Lao Luo had no chance to explain in his dizziness. The second-in-command also heard Zhu Shizhou's roar, and put aside the last bit of doubt in his heart. You really betrayed me. Die! Lao Luo was stunned by 2 or 3 punches, and saw the anger in Lao Yuan's eyes. And he barely reacted. He was tricked. This situation did not allow him to think carefully. Damn it. Stop! Our enemy is Zhu Shizhou. Is there something wrong with your brain? Zhu Shizhou shouted Lao Luo. They won't believe it. You don't have to pretend. Plan A is invalid. Use Plan B immediately. Lao Luo was really speechless now. B. Fuck. I told you to stop. Stupid pig. As he spoke, another punch hit his shoulder, which made Lao Luo completely angry. Fuck. Do you really think I can't beat you? The outburst. Lao Luo also figured out one thing. Ba Wang no longer believed him. The second-in-command's attack must have been signaled by Ba Wang. But why did he attack directly without asking? There is only one reason. That is, Ba Wang had long believed that he had betrayed. So he didn't want to give him a chance, and sent people to attack and suppress him at the first time. Lao Yang witnessed Lao Luo falling into Zhu Shizhou's trap and unable to break free, and his heart was solemn for a moment. And when he turned his head to look at Zhu Shizhou, his heart was filled with shock. Ba Wang and Zhu Shizhou were one-on-one, and every punch and kick were killer moves. But Zhu Shizhou's body movements were as graceful as a startled swan. Whenever a punch or kick came to him, he could dodge it lightly, which was thrilling but not without beauty. As if he was performing a martial arts scene with Ba Wang and the two of them, with a strong wind on the sea, but no waves. Not only that, Zhu Shizhou was able to look around and constantly give instructions to other teammates who were fighting with senior students. Chapter 521 Overlord. Zhu Shizhou is really strong. Zhu Shizhou, don't be distracted. I'll help you. Lao Yang saw the situation clearly, and thought it would be better to join hands with Zhu Shizhou to kill Overlord. So he rushed towards Zhu Shizhou. However, Zhu Shizhou suddenly said, Lao Yang, be careful behind you. Lao Yang didn't even look back. He half-crouched, and a backspin kick turned into a sharp sword piercing backwards. The next moment, it was like kicking a piece of iron, and an unbearable pain came from his legs. Behind him, there was a sturdy man with his hands crossed in front of his chest. The kick just now by Lao Yang hit his arms that he used to block. Lao Yang only kicked once, and immediately judged that the man in front of him was not inferior to him. Yang Zicheng? I know you. You are the top student of your class, and the one that the boss asked us to take special care of. The muscular man put down his crossed arms, ignored Lao Yang's vigilance, rubbed his arms and said, I don't know if you have heard of me. I am Lin Ruffeng. Yang Zicheng's pupils shrank slightly, and he took a step back. The strongest student of the last emergency mobile department? Hee. It's just a false name. Aren't you also the strongest student of this emergency mobile department? In the final analysis, our strength is just the level of students. In fact, we haven't reached the level of black soldiers. This title sounds like a joke. Yang Zicheng thought to himself that it was bad. 2 senior students appeared on the left and right sides of Lin Ruffeng. Give up resistance? You have no hope. Lao Luo and the others are being held back by Lao Yuan and the other 3. And you are being attacked by the 3 of us. My strength ranks among the top 3 among the senior students. How long do you think you can hold on? Yang Zicheng sneered. You underestimate me too much. After saying that, he stepped hard, and the hard mud cracked with his foot. Yang Zicheng's figure disappeared instantly. Lin Ruffeng smiled and said, Do you think we haven't done our homework before? The speed you are most proud of is just above average in front of us. Although I don't know what Ba Wang is playing with Zhu Shizhou. We will go to support Ba Wang after we finish here. Even if Zhu Shizhou can dodge, he can't last more than 2 moves. Then you can try it. Ba Wang told others in person that Zhu Shizhou was left to him. In his imagination, Zhu Shizhou should be stronger than normal students, and perhaps even stronger than Lao Yang. This is already an extremely overestimation of Zhu Shizhou. Because in his concept, a student who has not exercised his body to the limit can reach this level. It is already a miracle. So Ba Wang's previous judgment for this battle is 3 moves. Within 3 moves, he will take down Zhu Shizhou. Everyone knows that Zhu Shizhou comes from the command center. His most difficult part is his command ability. So Overlord wants to defeat Zhu Shizhou with all his strength and speed. So after he led the team out of the mountain stronghold, he went straight to their respective targets without a word of nonsense, and targeted Zhu Shizhou himself, fighting him one-on-one. He defeated Zhu Shizhou in 3 moves, without giving Zhu Shizhou the opportunity to deploy the team. However, he never expected that after more than a dozen moves, Zhu Shizhou could still distract himself and command the team members. And he could also easily dodge his violent attacks. His fists were like cannonballs, and the wind from each punch was enough to break a piece of wood. The power infused by his tense muscles all over his body prompted his fists to swing forward, compressing the air to form an invisible short-range air cannon that kept exploding in the air. But Zhu Shizhou was already swaying left and right, always able to predict his moves in advance. Even when he predicted Zhu Shizhou's prediction, Zhu Shizhou could also predict his prediction in turn, and thus predictively perform multiple prediction dodges. When 3 moves were over, the Overlord was shocked. After 10 moves, the Overlord was already facing a formidable enemy. After 20 moves, the Overlord raised his estimate of Zhu Shizhou's strength to the same level as himself. He could naturally see that the reason why Zhu Shizhou only dodged and did not attack was because Zhu Shizhou's physical fitness was not enough to support a counterattack. In other words, even if Zhu Shizhou attacked, he could not break the Overlord's defense. However, Zhu Shizhou was able to dodge his attack. How did you do it? The Overlord threw a punch in the air, deliberately buying a flaw for Zhu Shizhou. But Zhu Shizhou had no intention of counterattacking, which finally made the Overlord convinced of his thoughts, and jumped back to distance himself from the opponent. Overlord panted slightly. The full-speed Pegasus fist, he had just used up some of his physical strength, and his arms were slightly sore. Zhu Shizhou stood still. What are you asking? Dodge? Overlord nodded with a serious expression. Battle experience and 6th sense. Zhu Shizhou replied. To be honest, I can't see your fists clearly. If I fight you with my eyes alone, I'm afraid you will kill me in the first move. Just relying on battle experience and 6th sense. Overlord was a little unconvinced. Zhu Shizhou smiled and said, You are much weaker than I thought. Not far away. Bai Rong, who was fighting happily with other senior students, frowned slightly. Zhu Shizhou had said something similar to him. Overlord's eyes were also filled with anger, and the pheromones on his body were no longer suppressed, gushing out like a volcanic eruption. But Zhu Shizhou was not shaken at all. He could not feel the pheromones, so he would not be affected. You have never fought with the black soldiers, right? Zhu Shizhou asked. Overlord roared and rushed forward again, with each move more fierce. His fist landed in the air, and the wind from the fist made Zhu Shizhou's cheek hurt. But Zhu Shizhou did not stop talking. I heard that you have been voluntarily repeating the grade, and eliminated yourself several times in the graduation assessment. You think you have experienced many battles, but in fact you are just a frog sitting in a well and looking at the sky. And you can't pick out the well you dug. Shut up. See if you can still talk after I tear your mouth apart. Haha. Did I poke your sore spot? Am I wrong? Your so-called fighting is just a fight with a group of students who are weaker than you. But you have never fought with the real. You have fought with the black soldiers. And you have fallen into depravity and stayed at the student stage. Your combat experience is limited to this. Fighting with trash. You can only gain victory experience from trash. Your body is very strong, even surpassing many black soldiers. But so what? In fact, your combat skills are full of loopholes and are not worthy of your body, no matter how good the hardware is. What's the use of rubbish software? Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Ba Wang seemed to be really poked in the sore spot, and his offensive became more and more fierce. But he couldn't touch even half of Zhu Shizhou's clothes. Why don't you graduate? Maybe it's because of this? You think that with your extremely bad skills, you will die as soon as you graduate. So you choose to stagnate here, and drag other students to form an alliance with you and control the assessment. Overlord roared, You know shit. I don't. But as long as I defeat you, I think I should understand. Defeat me? You can only dodge. And you can't even break my defense. And you are so arrogant. How can you win? Zhu Shizhou turned his head and looked at Lao Yang, who was already at a disadvantage and struggling to hold on under the siege of 3 senior students. Lao Yang. Take 3 steps back and squat. Lao Yang was already concentrating on the battle. As long as there was a slight flaw in his movements, he would be defeated. But when he suddenly heard Zhu Shizhou's voice, he was distracted for a moment. His body moved first. When Lin Rufeng's fists and kicks were about to hit him, he took 3 steps back and squatted slightly. After doing this series of actions, Lao Yang realized that he had broken through the encirclement of 3 senior students without knowing when. Lin Rufeng and the other 2 were also shocked. A senior student said with shame, "It's my fault. I was about to kick his lower body, but you were about to attack him when he retreated. So I pulled my leg back." Another senior student said, "No. I saw you about to attack his lower body, so I didn't pursue you." Damn it! The 3 of them reacted instantly. And it was all Zhu Shizhou's fault. Zhu Shizhou's eyesight was strong enough to see through the flaws in their siege, and he gave instructions to Lao Yang in time. Although Lao Yang was stunned, he did not miss the opportunity to counterattack. The situation that was originally struggling to hold on suddenly became clear, and he was back to being targeted by the 3 people. Lao Yang once again fought with the 3 people on equal terms. Lin Rufeng was shocked and shouted quickly, "Ba Wang, stop playing. If you play again, we will be ruined." Ba Wang was immediately very frustrated. "Play? Play a hammer. Damn it. Zhu Shizhou is really strong." Chapter 522, Overlord bursts out with all his strength. Useless. Outside the forest. In the tent, everyone looked at the battle in the forest stupidly. From the perspective of God, no one knew what Overlord was thinking. Lao Luo did not betray, but was mistaken for betrayal and attacked by Overlord and others. That's fine. But since they suspected that Lao Luo and others had betrayed, why didn't they take Lao Luo and others down when Lao Luo came to them? Instead of doing some conspiracy? It would be fine if they did some conspiracy. But they didn't succeed and Lao Luo and others came to them. And they fought hard with Zhu Shizhou and others. With such poor fighting power, where did you get the confidence to fight Zhu Shizhou and others? All the students couldn't figure out what Overlord was thinking. They just felt, "I can do it if I do it." However, this awkward and weird atmosphere did not last too long. And Instructor Mao spoke up to answer everyone's questions. "You misunderstood Ba Wang. It's not that Ba Wang is too useless or weak, but Zhu Shizhou is too strong." Instructor Zhao also breathed a sigh of relief. "Yes, I originally thought that Zhu Shizhou would be defeated after seeing Ba Wang. But as expected, Zhu Shizhou is indeed a genius. Not only his brain, but his fighting talent is also top-notch." All the students looked at Instructor Zhao and said nothing. Instructor Zhao smiled and glanced at everyone. "Do you think I'm kidding?" Instructor Mao sneered. "From your god's perspective, you only see Ba Wang being fooled. But I can guarantee that if you go on stage, you will definitely not be able to survive a single move under Ba Wang's hands." As soon as this was said, all the students became noisy. Some students were not convinced and said, "If you say we will lose, we will not object. But if you say we can't survive, isn't that a bit too much? We have been through hundreds of battles. How come we can't even survive one move? That is to say, I see that this Overlord's skills are really poor. And Zhu Shizhou seems to be able to dodge easily. If we can't even survive one move, then how big is the gap between us and Zhu Shizhou?" The students talked one after another, and even the silent students had expressions of disapproval on their faces. Instructor Mao randomly pointed at the loudest student and said, "You, come up." The student stuttered. "What's wrong? Don't you want to know the strength of Ba Wang? You can't really feel it from a bird's eye view. I'll show you a practical demonstration." Instructor Zhao was a little surprised. "Instructor Mao, this is unnecessary." "Right? What if the student's self-esteem is hurt?" "Ha ha ha." Instructor Mao laughed. "Instructor Zhao, you haven't considered it carefully. You said that if Zhu Shizhou defeats Ba Wang and his men this time, then when your students take the graduation assessment, they face Ba Wang with rash thoughts. What will be the result?" The students' hearts skipped a beat. "Yes, I hadn't thought of it before. But if Zhu Shizhou defeats Ba Wang, then they will face Ba Wang." Everyone felt cold in their hearts. Some students even secretly prayed that Zhu Shizhou would hit the Overlord harder and kill him, so that they would not encounter this boss during the graduation assessment. Thinking of this, the students who were previously pointed out by Instructor Mao stood up. "Then let me feel Ba Wang's strength." Instructor Mao grinned. turned his head and glanced at the screen, saying, "Now Ba Wang and Zhu Shizhou are only 2 steps apart. You can stand a little closer." The student swallowed his saliva and stood 2 steps away from Instructor Mao. Instructor Mao said again, "When Zhu Shizhou fought with Ba Wang attacked first. So now I attack first. Do you have any objection?" The student nodded. "No objection." Instructor Mao finally said, "I'll give you 5 seconds to prepare. Start the countdown. 5, 4, 3. This is too contemptuous." All the students thought the same. However, when Instructor Mao finished the countdown, Instructor Mao moved. It seemed like a blink of an eye. A huge fist stopped at the tip of the student's nose. The student was stunned. At this moment, his hand had not been raised yet, and the fist went pressed on his face, not giving him any chance to react at all. What the hell? The students couldn't help but shout, "What the hell?" The drone footage didn't show how fierce the Overlord's attack was, but Instructor Mao demonstrated a punch himself, which almost made their jaws drop. Fast. Too fast. Their dynamic vision couldn't catch Instructor Mao's fist at all. Instructor Mao gently touched the bridge of the student's nose with his fist, and the student's face was already pale. "I said you couldn't even hold out for one move. Do you have any objections now?" "No. No objections." The other students were also silent. And finally there was a trace of seriousness in their eyes to examine the battle on the screen. After letting the students return to the queue, Instructor Mao sneered. "To put it bluntly, what Overlord relies on is his fist. His strength. You think Zhu Shizhou is easy. But in fact, if Zhu Shizhou can't stop Overlord's fist, then the idiot will become Zhu Shizhou." From a god's perspective, they thought Ba Wang was stupid. But that was purely because Ba Wang's fist was not as big as Zhu Shizhou's. But if Zhu Shizhou lost to Ba Wang, then Zhu Shizhou's initiative to come to the door would be a death. In fact, except for Zhu Shizhou, the others had already begun to show signs of defeat under the attacks of senior students. If Zhu Shizhou had not opened his mouth to instruct others, the other students would have been defeated long ago. Instructor Mao explained the details to the students, and the students suddenly realized it. The victory or defeat of this contest between senior students and new students seemed to be a competition of power. But in fact the victory or defeat was all between Ba Wang and Zhu Shizhou. You guys continue to watch. Since Zhu Shizhou can easily instruct others in the battle, this fight should have a result. Instructor Mao's final conclusion was obviously not optimistic about Ba Wang. At this time, the students looked at Zhu Shizhou, who was dodging at the limit on the screen, and their eyes were like looking at a god. In the mountains and forests, Zhu Shizhou was still instructing Lao Yang in the battle. "Now, attack him from below. Throw your left fist. Hit his eyes. Move 2 steps to the right and roll to dodge. Go around behind him and kick him from below. Be careful on the right." Zhu Shizhou kept talking, and Lin Rufeng and the other 2 wanted to tear his mouth apart. However, Zhu Shizhou's instructions were quite accurate, and under his instructions, the situation was reversed little by Lao Yang. Lao Lin was hit in the side by a punch just now, and one of his ribs was broken, greatly reducing his combat effectiveness. Lao Yang had no other injuries, except for a few bruises on his body caused by the embarrassing beatings at the beginning. Instead, he became more and more excited. The cooperation between Lin Rufeng and the other 2 was not very tacit, which led to some flaws when they attacked Lao Yang. But after all, Lin Rufeng and the other 2 were all senior students. No one could see this kind of flaw normally, and they didn't think anyone could really use it to turn defeat into victory against the 3 of them. But how could Zhu Shizhou appear? As Lin Rufeng and the other 2 fought, they felt that their teammates were stupid teammates. Sometimes they had good opportunities, but didn't make a move. When they wanted to make a move, their teammates would block their attack routes from time to time. All 3 of them had similar feelings. Of course, this was not because of the betrayal of their teammates, but because Zhu Shizhou's guidance was really high level, which enabled Lao Yang to use the flaws to break their siege. Lin Rufeng was hit in the same side rib by Lao Yang's punch again, and couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Ba Wang!" Lin Rufeng roared. Ba Wang knew what he meant. If he couldn't solve Zhu Shizhou, the outcome of this battle was doomed. The muscles of the Overlord swelled up and veins popped out. His body became red and hot due to the high-speed muscle movement, and his hands were even faster. The afterimages were flying wildly in front of Zhu Shizhou, and anyone could see that at this moment, the Overlord had entered a state of releasing and exploding his body regardless of the sequelae. The scene was windy, under the full-scale explosion of the Overlord's pheromones. Everyone's body was trembling. Except Zhu Shurjiu. Useless. The Overlord screamed with red eyes. Ah. Die. Useless. 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 Is this all your strength? Overlord? Is this the strength you have accumulated after repeating a great countless times? You can't even touch the corner of my clothes. And you still have the qualifications to stand here and shout? Lin Ruffing yelled. Ba Wang. What are you doing? Ba Wang. Kill him. Kill Zhu Shurjiu. Zhu Shurjiu yelled. Lao Yang. Exchange injuries. Kill that guy. Lao Yang also burst out with all his strength. Rushed to the roaring Lin Ruffing. And punched him in the chest. But Lin Ruffing barely avoided the vital part. The two senior students beside him tried to attack Wei to save Zhao. And their punches and kicks to attack Lao Yang were not ambiguous at all. But Lao Yang did not avoid them. And just punched his fist under Lin Ruffing's chest. The whole fist sank into Lin Ruffing's abdomen. The next moment, Lin Ruffing's body flew backwards, like a scarecrow swept by the wind. Lin Ruffing, with blood gushing out of his mouth, couldn't even say a complete sentence and lost consciousness for a short time. His internal organs had ruptured. Zhu Shurjiu saw this scene, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Win! Chapter 523, Overlord's Defeat. Kick with the left side. Block with the right arm. Now! Attack! Straight punch. Right hook. Knee strike. Kick! Accompanied by Zhu Shurjiu's instructions. Lao Yang gradually turned defeat into victory and defeated Lin Ruffing, the strongest of the three. The remaining two senior students were just a piece of cake and were quickly defeated by Lao Yang. According to Lao Yang's method, the three people all fell into a coma and were at the mercy of others. Although Overlord had tried very hard and exerted the strongest strength of his life, he still couldn't do anything to Zhu Shurjiu. Zhu Shurjiu, I'll help you, Lao Yang shouted. Overlord's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He couldn't even do anything to Zhu Shurjiu. If Lao Yang came again, he would definitely lose. However, what he didn't expect was that Zhu Shurjiu shouted, No need. Don't worry. I can deal with this guy. You go help Lao Luo. Everyone was speechless. All the dignity of the Overlord was shattered and trampled on. And Zhu Shurjiu no longer took him seriously. Zhu Shurjiu responded disdainfully. It's useless to shout louder. If you have the guts, kill me now. Otherwise don't shout. The Overlord was already angry enough. And now, he was even more angry. But in the end, it was just impotent rage. Under Zhu Shurjiu's teasing, he could only be played like a clown. At this moment, not to mention that the new students, who didn't know much about the Overlord, felt that the Overlord was not worthy of his name. Even the senior students, who had been immersed in the power of the Overlord for a long time, began to think that the Overlord had been too comfortable for too long, resulting in problems with his strength. Some senior students with ulterior motives were even ready to make a move. Just like Lao Luo, who was rebellious. This battle was undoubtedly the closest to failure for Ba Wang. Lao Yang didn't know what the senior students were thinking. He didn't have the idea of rescuing these senior students. He just wanted to graduate smoothly. Otherwise, if he didn't pass the assessment this time, it would be his turn to face Ba Wang next time. Because of this, although Lao Yang was slightly injured in the battle with Lin Ruffing and the other two, he fought even more fiercely. The wind direction on the field began to reverse. The advantage of the senior students disappeared after Lao Yang defeated Lin Ruffing and the other two. Lao Luo wanted to say that he didn't betray Ba Wang at all. But he would be a fool to say that now. So he didn't refuse Lao Yang's help at all. After Lin Ruffing, the three-man team led by the second-in-command among the senior students also lost. All of a sudden, Lao Luo's 5 people plus Lao Yang. Zhu Shurjiu's side had a total of 6 combat forces successfully released. Zhu Shurjiu shouted again. Support the others. I'll hold Ba Wang here. Ba Wang continued to be incompetent and furious. Only 10 minutes later, all the senior students except Ba Wang were controlled. The word humiliation was written on their faces. None of them was willing to use medical points to save themselves. Some of the more arrogant ones simply shouted, Kill me if you dare. But the new students couldn't do it. So they could only control the others for the time being. How to control? It's very simple. That is to dig a hole in the ground. And then remove the joints of these senior students' limbs and bury them in the ground, leaving only their heads exposed. If it were an ordinary person, he might have suffocated because the soil pressed against his chest cavity due to the contraction of his chest and abdomen when breathing. But the students in the extreme training class had trained their bodies to the point where they could breathe without contracting their chests, and simply let their lungs breathe. So they could barely survive. But they survived? But they were all unable to move. The only one who was not controlled, the Overlord, was exhausted, and his full speed and full strength attack had no effect at all, which caused great damage to his body and mind. After the entire battle, he had only one evaluation of Zhu Shizhou, monster. This guy was a complete monster. Although his movements were so slow, he was able to dodge his attacks, which meant that Zhu Shizhou's dodge skills had reached perfection. At least the level was so high that he could not understand it at all. Is it necessary to continue? Following Zhu Shizhou's teasing question, the Overlord suddenly jumped back and pulled away from Zhu Shizhou. The Overlord panted violently, trying to stabilize his breathing, while Zhu Shizhou was only panting slightly. This means that Zhu Shizhou's dodge energy consumption is much lower than his. Ba Wang knew that he was completely defeated this time, but he was unwilling to admit defeat. Come on. All your combat power has been released. It's time to defeat me. Right? Ba Wang sneered. Zhu Shizhou nodded. It's indeed time to enter this process. But if I want to get survival points from you, it seems that there is only one way to kill you. Ba Wang was silent. Just sneered. Zhu Shizhou was right. Now all senior students have 3 medical points. They could have used these medical points to get out of trouble. But they were all old hands, and no one was willing to do so. What they are betting on is that these new students dare not kill them, or even seriously injure them. Because once they are seriously injured, they will use medical points to heal themselves. And then, they can naturally get rid of the battle and leave freely. This time, Zhu Shizhou and his team did win. But what about next time? Assuming that Zhu Shizhou forced everyone to use a little medical points this time, both sides will have 2 more chances to fight until the medical points are exhausted. And senior students can make targeted arrangements again and again. At least next time, they will not be so stupid as to come out in full force to face Zhu Shizhou and his team. From this point of view, the chances of winning for the new students are actually not great. Zhu Shizhou looked at Ba Wang. I won't kill anyone here. Although Ba Wang was exhausted, his eyes were filled with unruly sarcasm. If you only have this level of awareness, you will never be able to beat us. Really? It sounds very imposing. But in the end you are just a coward. Ba Wang knew what Zhu Shizhou wanted to say. He just wanted to say that in order to avoid the fate of becoming a black soldier, he chose to stay in the graduation assessment and repeat the class after class. Looking at Zhu Shizhou's contemptuous eyes, Ba Wang said coldly, You don't understand anything. Ha ha ha. I don't understand. I don't know what other reasons can explain your cowardice. Haven't other people thought about it this way? These senior students who are not as strong as you still have the courage to graduate. But they are blocked by you. What do you think they think? Zhu Shizhou stabbed Lao Luo with a look. Lao Luo. What do you think? Lao Luo was stunned. He was embarrassed as a traitor, and wished no one would notice him. But now, he was called by Zhu Shizhou to speak. Yes. It's like this. Lao Luo also nodded. Facing Zhu Shizhou's ridicule, Ba Wang remained silent. But the second-in-command buried in the ground shouted. Zhu Shizhou. You don't know anything. Ba Wang is just a gatekeeper, screening students who are strong enough to become black soldiers. A Yuan? Ba Wang suddenly spoke up and looked at the second-in-command with dissatisfaction. A Yuan shouted. Am I wrong? Ba Wang. As long as we can persuade Zhu Shizhou, we still haven't lost. Zhu Shizhou looked at a Yuan. What do you mean? Regardless of Ba Wang's obstruction, a Yuan told the whole story. Ba Wang and I are students of the same period. 4 years ago, Ba Wang and I took the graduation test together. Chapter 524. There is no retreat in the dictionary of black soldiers. The story of Ba Wang is very simple. 4 years ago, Ba Wang's strength was not the best in that period. In fact, his strength was only ranked in the middle of that period. On the contrary, Ba Wang had a close friend who joined the organization with Ba Wang, trained together with Ba Wang, and had a very good relationship with him. That close friend's strength was among the best in the class at that time. So in the graduation assessment 4 years ago, the close friend passed the assessment, but Ba Wang was eliminated. After graduation, the close friend quickly became a black soldier, and from time to time sent letters to Ba Wang to describe the various tasks he had experienced. Ba Wang continued to work hard to train. wanting to graduate in the second assessment to keep up with his close friend. He just wanted to continue to be his teammate after graduation. However, one day, Ba Wang lost contact with his close friend. The day agreed to contact each other came. But the close friend seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth, and he could not contact him at all. After asking around, he found out that his best friend died in a mission, and his best friend died only 3 months before graduation. After hearing the news of his best friend's death, Overlord was so grief-stricken that he used the secondary black soldier potion to block his emotions. But every time his emotions recovered, he would face another heartbreaking sadness. He couldn't believe that his best friend died so easily. After all, he knew his best friend's strength very well. And in Overlord's eyes at the time, he was already very powerful. In an unbelievable mood, Overlord began to investigate, trying to find out the inside story of his best friend's death. The result was naturally that there was no inside story. After the investigation, he learned a more surprising fact. His best friend died relatively late. Of the other 9 students who died at the same time as his best friend, 6 died in the first 2 months. His best friend died in the 3rd month, and the remaining 3 students died in the 4th, 5th, and 6th months respectively. In other words, the longest-lived student of that period only lived for half a year after graduation. This phenomenon is not an isolated case, nor is it special. It is considered normal in the entire organization, especially since they are from the Emergency Mobile Department, which is a department with a high mortality rate. So there is nothing to blame. But it is this normality that makes Ba Wang angry. This means that the students who graduated from the organization are defective products that are far from meeting the qualified standards. From that day on, Ba Wang's goal was no longer to graduate smoothly. He became a wall blocking other students from graduating. Only when the strength reaches the standard recognized by the Overlord, the students are allowed to graduate. Otherwise, they can only repeat the year under the control of the Overlord, since the Overlord's strength was the best among all the heroes. This system has become a tradition. Even if the Overlord doesn't say it, we all follow the fate of being controlled. A Yuan said everything. Even Lao Luo, who had already betrayed, was stunned, and the other new students didn't say a word. No one could have imagined that there was such a reason behind this. A Yuan sneered. Do you know that since the implementation of this system, the survival rate of students 1 year after graduation has increased from 15 to 70? It is precisely because of this increase in survival rate that they think the Overlord's decision is correct. As the old students gradually graduated, the only ones who knew the reason behind Ba Wang's rule were Ba Wang and his second-in-command A Yuan, who had been following Ba Wang. In the eyes of others, Ba Wang was just a hateful dictator who prevented them from graduating. Zhu Shizhou murmured after listening. So that's how it is. Ba Wang's expression also eased. You know everything? I'm doing this for everyone's good. Do you think you are strong enough? Ridiculous. In my eyes, you are not qualified at all. Ba Wang's words shocked everyone. And some new students couldn't help but back off after hearing the truth behind it. Before Ba Wang reformed the system, only 15% of the graduates could survive for a full year. All because they graduated in a hurry because of their lack of strength. The existence of Ba Wang is equivalent to a filter, rejecting all new students with insufficient strength, forcibly honing them, and making them senior students. But becoming senior students is not enough. They also need to win among other senior students, so that they can graduate smoothly. Do you think we really only have 18 senior students? A Yuan added. We have a large number of senior students, who know they have no chance of graduating, and have voluntarily given up the opportunity to take the graduation assessment. I would like to know, if you new students are eliminated, how many of you would be willing to take the next assessment? Do you know your own strength? A Yuan looked around with sharp eyes. Although he was just a captive, many new students had already begun to dodge his gaze. Seeing this, Yuan laughed sarcastically. See, this is the new student you want to take through the exam. Defective? All of them are fucking defective. With this quality, I'm afraid they will die as soon as they graduate. Zhu Shizhou also looked at the other new students, and saw that most of them avoided his sight, and there was visible hesitation on their faces. He suddenly laughed. So, I did something wrong? Yuan also laughed, but his laugh was very sarcastic. You are wrong. You are just claiming to be righteous. Your behavior is just accelerating their death. The Overlord finally stopped just listening at this time. He said, the organization did not stop my rule over the graduation assessment. This to a certain extent shows that the organization also recognizes my approach and agrees with my philosophy. There are many newcomers who actually cannot meet the qualified standards. Zhu Shizhou suddenly interrupted. Including me? The overlord was speechless. If I lose to you today, then can I only wait for the next graduation assessment? Your behavior is just a deserter's behavior that denies all possibilities. Zhu Shizhou said lightly. Doesn't the organization know about the high mortality rate of graduates? Didn't they think about adjusting the qualification standards before you acted on your own? No. The organization knew. But they still did it. Why do you think it was? The answer is simple. Because the current situation facing the world does not allow the organization to slowly select the so-called qualified products in your mouth. What about the high mortality rate of Zerg? Aren't there still 15 students who can survive? Graduation examinations have always been held irregularly. Only when the organization thinks that the number of people is enough will a graduation examination be held. Your ruling behavior will only lead to fewer and fewer students applying for the examination. Less and less frequency of graduation examinations. And more students who repeat the grade. Bawang, you are too arrogant. You think that doing this can save the lives of the students. But you have never thought that your behavior has caused the slow death of the world. Bawang said with red eyes. Do you want me to watch a large number of students die? Zhu Shizhou said. I just want to say that everyone should have the right to choose. Do you think those black soldiers who died in the mouth of alien insects will regret their early graduation? Bawang asked back. Do you think they won't regret it? They should regret it. If I died in the mouth of alien insects, I would regret it too. Zhu Shizhou gave an answer that surprised Bawang. But in the next sentence, Zhu Shizhou took another turn. But this is not a matter of regret or not. But even if we regret it, we can only do it. Zhu Shizhou looked around and saw those eyes that had escaped before. You are afraid of death. And I am afraid of it too. But we have no way out. Everything we have done may be in vain. I may be so arrogant now and think I am ready. But in fact, I will die at the hands of the Zerg right after graduation. But what can we do? We have no way out. Death is the fate of the black soldiers. We become students just to become black soldiers? Once we become black soldiers, we are destined to die at the hands of the Zerg. We have no right to retreat. We can't tell ourselves that because I'm not ready. I can't die yet. Facing the sudden appearance of alien insects. Is the world ready? Do we still have time to prepare slowly? Zhu Shizhou suddenly looked at Lao Yang. Lao Yang, after listening to what Bawang said, do you still want to graduate now? Lao Yang was in a trance for a moment. Then smiled and said, yes. I want to be a black soldier. Why do you want to be a black soldier? To kill alien insects. Why do you want to kill alien insects? Because the alien insects are eating away at our homes. Zhu Shizhou asked Bawang. Is this reason enough? We want to graduate. We want to kill alien insects. We want to risk our lives to stop the world from being eaten away. Preparing slowly in the back is what the people protected by our Black Soldier organization should do. We have only one responsibility. And we will take over when it's our turn. That's all. Bawang was silent. Zhu Shizhou leaned over and looked at a Yuan who was also silent. According to your theory, the strong ones should graduate and face the alien insects. And the weak ones should hide in the base and survive. The fittest will survive. Huh? How can there be such a reason in the world? The people in the forest were silent for a long time. Until the overlord looked at Zhu Shizhou with complicated eyes. Zhu Shizhou, I admit that I am not as strong as you. If it were you, what would you do? Zhu Shizhou smiled. I will only set one rule for the graduation assessment of the extreme training course. And Voldemort is prohibited from existing. In the dictionary of the Black Soldiers, there is no option of surviving to the end and winning. Chapter 525 Graduation Assessment Version Update. Zhu Shizhou had thought about it from the beginning. And he must pass the graduation assessment beautifully. After knowing that he had become a household name genius star, he knew that his every move would be recorded. And it is very likely to be released to the public in the form of a documentary again. So he led the new students to rebel against the senior students. But in essence, it was not to resist the violent rule of the overlord. He was not interested in the overlord's ideas. And even less interested in the dilemma faced by the new students. In fact, no one thought that everything he did was for himself. The overlord did not expect that he would become a wonderful background board. Zhu Shizhou's image looked extremely great and glorious against the overlord. After Zhu Shizhou said something that was extremely in line with the ideas of the Black Soldier organization. Instructor Mao outside the field finally couldn't help but applaud. Good. You are indeed a genius. Instructor Zhao also laughed out loud. Zhu Shizhou is right. How can you be called a black soldier if you are hesitant? What is a black soldier? With this concept, Zhu Shizhou can now be called a black soldier. Many students of the same period even began to admire and worship Zhu Shizhou. Just like a poor student seeing a god, the level of the two is no longer at the same stage. To be honest, they all felt a little ashamed in their hearts. Because when Ba Wang explained his concept, some of them still felt that Ba Wang's approach was not wrong. And they also felt that they had misunderstood Ba Wang. So after listening to Zhu Shizhou's words, many students bowed their heads. The next thing was very simple. In the forest, Ba Wang and his senior students were convinced. But Zhu Shizhou did not force them to admit defeat, but started to hold a ring match on the spot. Yes, a ring match that was open and above board, with no room for escape. The gameplay of the Extreme Training Course graduation assessment has been updated under the guidance of Zhu Shizhou. Everything is based on strength. If you are not as skilled as others, you will have to give up your survival points. If you run out of survival points, you will be eliminated. It's that simple. The duration of the entire Extreme Training Course graduation assessment was greatly shortened by Zhu Shizhou, eliminating the possibility of Voldemort or weak people hiding, and putting all the battles on the surface, including those seniors who were dug out of the ground again and installed their limbs to participate in the competition. This is also one of Zhu Shizhou's goals. He doesn't want to spend 3 or 4 days like the previous graduation assessments. Now the graduation assessment can be passed in one morning. The ring was initially set in an open space, and without Zhu Shizhou and others saying anything, some students began to find opponents for each other. The new students are all classmates of the same period, so they know everyone's strength well, and they naturally know who is weaker than themselves. Just like the law of the jungle in nature, being defeated here is not someone else's fault. But no matter who picks who, no one is so stubborn as to choose Zhu Shizhou and Ba Wang as opponents. Everyone saw the previous battle between the two, and no one thought they could be compared with Ba Wang. Zhu Shizhou's strength is still mysterious, and no one knows how high Zhu Shizhou's real level is, but it is much higher than them. So, under the supervision of Ba Wang and Zhu Shizhou, the battle stopped after about 2 hours. 15 students except Ba Wang and Zhu Shizhou were left on the field to watch each other. Some of the remaining students withdrew voluntarily, and some were forcibly eliminated. They all withdrew from the graduation assessment. 13 senior students, plus 2 new students. The 2 new students are Lao Yang and Bai Rong. Lao Yang looked at the injured Bai Rong and was a little surprised. I didn't expect you to stay until the end. Bai Rong smiled bitterly. Don't think I stayed until the end. In fact, I only fought 2 games. I used forbidden techniques that hurt my body and frightened other students who wanted to fight me. If I have to fight again, I'm afraid I will have to use medical points. Use medical points? Zhu Shizhou watched from the side and complained in his heart. Wouldn't that extend the time again? So he took this opportunity to say, Bai Rong, I suggest you quit. Bai Rong's face froze. Zhu Shizhou advised, even if you have the forbidden technique of body explosion, everyone who is left on the field now is as strong as you after the explosion, which means that your explosion strength can only be compared with their normal strength. You can explode now. But what about after graduation? Do you have to use the forbidden technique in every battle? Who can come to treat you then? Bai Rong was already at the end of his strength, and his body was heavy and his mind was hit by Zhu Shizhou. So he wavered. You are right. Bai Rong was persuaded and applied to withdraw from the assessment with a wry smile. Then, there were only 14 students left. Zhu Shizhou thought about it, turned his head, and looked at Xiang Bawang. Bawang, you know the strength of your senior students best. If you were asked to rank their strength from high to low, how would you rank them? Bawang looked at Zhu Shizhou. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that Zhu Shizhou's purpose in doing this didn't seem so noble. Now he seemed to want to end the battle quickly. If I were to rank them, it would be a Yuan, Lao Lin, Lao Shi, Lao Luo, Monkey, Xiao Wang. Ba Wang cooperated very well and gave a list. After listening to the list, Zhu Shizhou asked the remaining senior students to line up in this order like a referee. Lao Yang, the only new student besides Zhu Shizhou, also took this opportunity to look at these senior students and judge their strength. Lao Yang, you challenge from the end. Is it okay? After sorting, Zhu Shizhou asked Lao Yang. No problem. Lao Yang nodded. Including you and Ba Wang. There are still 16 people left. And there are only 10 winners. Which means that if I want to squeeze into the top 10, I have to defeat at least 6 people. Just as Lao Yang was calculating, Ba Wang suddenly shook his head and said, forget it. I won't graduate. Everyone was stunned and looked at Ba Wang. What does Ba Wang mean by this? Has he not given up that idea? Will he continue to rule the graduation examination in the future? Ba Wang said calmly. There is no order without rules. Even if we can form a competition format this time, it is difficult to guarantee that it will be the same in the future. Maybe someone else will come up with a new rule. So in order to ensure that Zhu Shizhou's rules can be implemented smoothly, I will continue to be the supervisor of the rules. So, I quit. Ba Wang. Zhu Shizhou was moved. Ba Wang smiled at Zhu Shizhou with relief. In terms of pattern, I am not as good as you. But at least there are things I can do. Others can call me a devil or a coward. I will never graduate in this life. The old me died on the day my best friend died. After that, Ba Wang applied to withdraw from the graduation examination. Everyone was sad, including Zhu Shizhou. But he was relieved in his heart. God knows how many times he died in the previous battles with the Overlord. If the Overlord suddenly regretted or wanted to play against him once, he would be crazy. But fighting with the Overlord was not without any benefits. At least Zhu Shizhou felt that his combat experience had increased sharply. After the Overlord left, Zhu Shizhou was the only person in charge. Zhu Shizhou turned around and faced everyone with a solemn expression, with no intention of fighting again. Then let's continue now. Lao Yang, start with you to choose your opponent. During the conversation, Zhu Shizhou acquiesced to his role as a referee, and the others miraculously did not object. In their minds, Zhu Shizhou was at the same level as the Overlord, and had automatically occupied a place. They all thought that they could only compete for the remaining 9 places. Chapter 526 Successfully Fooled. Handover Compound Number 199. The graduation test of the extreme training course ended under the attention of the public. Lao Yang finally graduated successfully. But he graduated with a seriously injured body. He defeated 5 senior students with the weakest strength in a row. Even if he was the top student in the same period, he couldn't hold on. There were 8 senior students graduating with Lao Yang, plus Zhu Shizhou. After successfully passing the graduation test, Zhu Shizhou immediately announced the news in his previous post on the forum. As expected, the post exploded again, and the students were discussing it under the post. Some students who knew how difficult the graduation test was were shocked. I didn't expect to pass it. What kind of monster is Zhu Shizhou? What's unexpected? Zhu Shizhou is the most evil genius in our class. Students in the same class as Zhu Shizhou felt it was natural. Ignorant boy. The more ignorant you are, the less you know how difficult this is. You have to know that the student competing with Zhu Shizhou is a senior student who has been held back several times. And this is the extreme training course where you can't play any tricks. This is a stage where you have to fight head-on. It's really hard to imagine how he passed it. Yes, and if you don't know what this concept is, just imagine the gap between you and the black soldiers. The end of the extreme training course graduation assessment is equivalent to if Zhu Shizhou only chose this course. Then he can graduate now and become a black soldier. Once this concept was thrown out, other newbies who didn't know what was going on realized how difficult it was for Zhu Shizhou to pass the graduation assessment. Don't just imagine Zhu Shizhou's level. Just compare their own level with that of the black soldiers. This means that Zhu Shizhou has the strength of a formal black soldier. This is enough to shock a large number of students. The online discussion is still going on. Zhu Shizhou, who returned to the dormitory at noon, did not go to the cafeteria, but asked Fu Sidu to bring him a meal. Fu Sidu came to Zhu Shizhou's dormitory with a plastic bag, put the plastic bag on the table, and asked casually, "Why don't you go to the cafeteria to eat?" Zhu Shizhou opened the plastic bag on the table and replied lightly, "You asked knowingly. If I go to the cafeteria now, I'm afraid it will cause a sensation again. I don't want to be stared at by a group of people while eating." The plastic bag contains his lunch, plus a potion. That's right. Asking Fu Sidu to send him food is not the main purpose. The main purpose is to let Fu Sidu give him the pirated black soldier potion that he has developed. The reason why it is called pirated is that this version of the black soldier potion has not been tested by the organization, but was secretly developed by Fu Sidu. The organization allows students to study the secondary black soldier potion, and it will not attract any attention. However, if a student studies the Black Soldier Potion without authorization, the organization will punish him severely if he finds out. So this Black Soldier Potion was developed by Fusidu at home, using homemade experimental equipment. Fusidu said, "Since there is no professional testing equipment and no clinical trials, I don't know the efficacy and side effects of this potion. But what is certain is that this Black Soldier Potion has removed the emotion-killing effect." Zhu Shurjiu rolled his eyes. "In other words, you have always had the conditions to secretly develop potions, right? Then the secondary Black Soldier Potion that was given to me before was borrowed from the organization's laboratory." Fusidu pushed his glasses. "Not ashamed at all. That's because I haven't joined you before. So all my actions can't be done in private. Otherwise it's easy to be suspected of having ulterior motives. The implication is that now he chooses to join them. So he boldly uses the homemade experimental equipment at home." Zhu Shurjiu didn't want to force Fusidu too much, but asked with concern, "Will it not be discovered by the organization?" "Nonsense. Of course, there is a risk of being discovered. If someone is interested, it is easy to find out the problem. So you need to help cover it up in this regard. Don't tell me you don't have the ability to solve risks." "Of course. Just kidding. No. But risk warning can still be done. If something happens to Fusidu, he will go back and inform Fusidu one day in advance, which can also be regarded as the ability of the chess club." Zhu Shurjiu put the Black Soldier Potion in his arms and started to eat. Fusidu had many questions to ask. "By the way, after you left, the secondary Black Soldier Potion I put in the Point Mall was bought. Do you know what happened?" "You guessed right. We did it in order to test the efficacy of the potion. We found a test subject and tested it secretly. We have to say that the efficacy is very good, and we are very satisfied. Do you want to give me an answer after you conduct the experiment this time?" Fusidu was referring to the Black Soldier Potion that Zhu Shurjiu had just put into his arms. The last time Zhu Shurjiu deceived Fusidu, he had to use the potion to test Fusidu's ability to determine what position Fusidu would occupy in the future insect research plan. Whether he would be a research assistant, a researcher, or a project leader. All of this needed to be decided after testing. Zhu Shurjiu touched the Black Soldier Potion in his arms and said, "Of course we have to test it." "Well, wait a minute." After that, Zhu Shurjiu took out the Black Soldier Potion from his arms, and then injected the potion into the blood vessels in his arm in front of Fusidu. "Fusidu?" This scene made Fusidu stunned for a moment. "What are you doing? Didn't you say you wanted to test it?" Zhu Shurjiu replied with pain. "This is the test." As soon as the voice fell, a sharp pain spread from his arm. Zhu Shurjiu, who was only wearing a white vest, could clearly see that his arm muscles swelled in an instant. And then his body surface turned slightly red, and his veins bulged. Soon after, fine blood beads oozed out of the red body surface, dyeing his vest blood red in just 1 minute. Your body can't support the Black Soldier Potion." Seeing this, Fusidu quickly realized that this was not the normal effect of the Black Soldier Potion, and immediately spoke out to make a judgment. Zhu Shurjiu certainly knew. He unconsciously exerted force on the hand holding the chopsticks, feeling his heartbeat jumping like thunder, and the blood roaring wildly in the blood vessels and surging forward. Zhu Shurjiu broke a pair of chopsticks, and the broken with thorns pierced his tiger's mouth, but only left a white mark. Zhu Shurjiu knew that generally speaking, the Black Soldier Potion was a potion that students could inject after they had been trained for a long time at the training base, and injected multiple times with secondary Black Soldier Potion. The body absorbed all the effects of the secondary Black Soldier Potion and trained the body to near the physical limit. In other words, the effect of the Black Soldier Potion was not something that ordinary students could bear. Even some students who were about to graduate had to consider whether they could bear the effect. But now, the person who injected the potion was Zhu Shurjiu, who had not injected several secondary Black Soldier Potions, and his body did not even meet the qualified standards for enduring Black Soldier Potions. How could this not make Fusidu confused? Fusidu wondered for a moment if Zhu Shurjiu was crazy. Zhu Shurjiu gritted his teeth and endured it. After personally experiencing the effect of the Black Soldier Potion, he had a rough idea in his mind. Fusidu did remove the effect of emotional obliteration, and the effect was still very strong. The reason why he injected the potion so crazily and recklessly was that on the one hand, he wanted to test the effect of the potion himself, and on the other hand, he wanted to test whether he could withstand the injection of all the potions now. Since injecting compound number 199, Zhu Shurjiu always felt that something had changed in his body. So what if he could really withstand the Black Soldier potion? The conclusion is that it is not possible now. Zhu Shurjiu went back to the game. He died from the injection of the Black Soldier potion. He could still endure the first half. But in the second half, when he realized that he was about to lose consciousness, he decisively committed suicide. Although it is possible that the body can still withstand the destruction of the Black Soldier potion after falling into a coma, Zhu Shurjiu dare not and cannot gamble. The injection of the potion must be done with great caution. If there is an organization to monitor in real time, it would be fine. But now, he is injecting the pirated Black Soldier potion of Fu Sidu. And there is no Bai Yi to look after him. If something goes wrong, and he becomes a vegetable, then he is finished. So Zhu Shurjiu cannot let himself fall into a state of consciousness coma. The second injection of the Black Soldier potion. Zhu Shurjiu injected 3/4, but it still didn't work. And his consciousness would still be blackouts. He once again committed suicide in time before his consciousness was blackout. Zhu Shurjiu injected half of the third injection. This time he was able to bear it. And his emotions were still full. As expected, he felt a surging power in his body. And he could feel that his body still had a lot of potential to be developed. After confirming this, Zhu Shurjiu committed suicide again. Do you have to give me an answer after the experiment this time? The same question was placed in front of Zhu Shurjiu. But Zhu Shurjiu already had the answer. Fu Sidu watched Zhu Shurjiu take the medicine out of his arms. Zhu Shurjiu smiled and said, "Wait a minute. I'm going to the toilet." After saying that, Zhu Shurjiu took the medicine and went to the toilet, leaving the food on the table. Fu Sidu was full of doubts. But after 2 minutes, Zhu Shurjiu came out of the toilet. But the medicine in his hand disappeared. And he didn't know what he did with the medicine. Zhu Shurjiu sat down again and continued to eat the unfinished meal. Fu Sidu? Zhu Shurjiu finished his meal quickly before explaining. "Don't worry. I've just sent it for inspection. And the results will be out in half an hour." Fu Sidu pushed his glasses. "In the toilet just now?" "Yes. The toilet is one of the communication channels between me and our club. It is absolutely safe and secret. Even if the organization arranges people to conduct surprise inspections, they will definitely not find any problems," Zhu Shurjiu assured confidently. Fu Sidu was speechless, but also a little solemn. Zhu Shurjiu dared to boast that even the organization could not find any problems, which shows how secretive and magical this communication channel is. After all, no one would have thought that there would be secrets hidden in a toilet. Right? Oh, by the way, you don't know the structure of our chess club yet? Now I can tell you in detail. Then, taking advantage of these 10 minutes, Zhu Shurjiu brought out the words he had used to fool Suchan. Fu Sidu listened to it, but he said nothing. He was more concerned about the test results of the chess club. When the 10 minutes were up, Zhu Shurjiu saw that it was almost done. So he got up again and went to the toilet. After entering the toilet, Zhu Shurjiu picked up the medicine that was casually placed on the sink, and then deliberately lingered for a while, practiced his expression in front of the mirror, and after confirming that there were no flaws, he walked out of the toilet again. Zhu Shurjiu came to Fu Sidu with a serious face. "Well, very good. You really eliminated the emotional erasure effect. As for the effect of strengthening the body, further testing is required, but the former alone is enough to prove your strength. The laboratory instructor is very satisfied with you. You can be mainly responsible for the research of some small projects." Fu Sidu looked at the potion in Zhu Shurjiu's hand, and it seemed that the amount did not change. "You are just taking samples for testing? Aren't you worried that the sampling test will deviate from the actual test? Don't worry about this. Please trust the judgment of the laboratory instructor in our club. If he says you are fine, you are fine." Zhu Shurjiu put away the Black Soldier potion, and then took out another potion from his arms. "Since the company has recognized your ability, I can safely hand this potion over to you." Fu Sidu hesitated. "This is compound number 199. After all, you have never seen the insect man with your own eyes. And you suspected the existence of the insect man before, right? This is the evidence. Take it back and study it." After hearing this, Fu Sidu took the potion cautiously. Zhu Shurjiu warned, "Pay attention. This is still a test. I can tell you in advance that if this compound is injected too much, it can transform humans into insects. So don't leak it. And for confidentiality, we will only give you this one medicine. What do I need to do?" What about the experimental data? What research direction? Fusidu asked. Zhu Shurjiu was a little embarrassed. There are experimental data. But you are a newcomer after all. You know, the experimental direction is very simple. You can try to eliminate the side effects of this compound and transform it into a compound that truly strengthens the human body. Fusidu put the compound into his arms expressionlessly. In other words, this is to let him start research from scratch without any experimental data. But he didn't complain, but nodded. I understand. But I hope I can have the authority to conduct clinical tests. Just like before. You can help me test the actual effect of the experimental samples I have studied. Zhu Shurjiu smiled. That's no problem. Chapter 527 The Hand of Evil. If it were someone else, facing Zhu Shurjiu's request, they would probably think that Zhu Shurjiu's brain was out of whack. No research assistance. No experimental equipment. No experimental data. No funds. In short, Zhu Shurjiu just gave him a compound and insisted that he research something. This is simply a hellish request. But Fusidu didn't complain. Because their enemy is the Black Soldier organization. No matter how careful it is not too much. But since Commander Su is standing behind them, and Zhu Shurjiu has a special way to avoid risks in advance, Fusidu has no complaints. Fusidu took the potion and left. And Zhu Shurjiu started to buy secondary Black Soldier potions in the Point Mall again. He bought 4 potions and 100 nutritional supplements in a row, and cleared all his remaining points. This is all to cover up the traces of using the Black Soldier potion. Others would only think that I used a large amount of secondary Black Soldier potions to increase my strength in a short period of time. They would not think that I used Black Soldier potions. It's a pity. Fusidu is weak. Otherwise, I would have asked him to develop a large batch of secondary Black Soldier potions for me to use. After buying potions in the Point Mall, Zhu Shurjiu took out the Black Soldier potion given by Fusidu from his arms, and looked at it carefully. But the point is not to improve strength, but to improve strength while removing emotional blockage. Zhu Shurjiu actually didn't care about the effect of the Black Soldier potion given to him by Fusidu to improve his strength. What he cared about was hiding the fact that he had removed his emotional blockage. He didn't ask Fusidu to research the Black Soldier potion at first. It was Fusidu who went off track and incorporated the effect of lifting the emotional blockage into the Black Soldier potion. But this might be Fusidu's way to protect himself. If he only researches the anti-Black Soldier potion, he will be labeled a traitor if he is discovered. But if he only researches and is discovered by the organization, he can still have an excuse. Fusidu doesn't completely believe me. In short, no matter what the reason is, if he wants to lift the emotional blockage after injecting the secondary Black Soldier potion, he has to inject the Black Soldier potion in doses. The secondary Black Soldier potion was quickly delivered by the courier. This time the courier said nothing and asked Zhu Shurjiu to confirm that he had received it before leaving. If I use up all these potions, my physical fitness should be able to reach the standard of a formal Black Soldier. Right? Zhu Shurjiu roughly calculated that Su Feng had injected him with a secondary Black Soldier potion before he joined the organization, and used a secondary Black Soldier potion again when he joined the organization. He used 2 tubes of compound 199 in Papua New Guinea. Last night, he injected another secondary Black Soldier potion and a Fusidu version of the Black Soldier potion. In addition, the effect of the secondary Black Soldier potion in the first month of the organization is almost over, and it is almost time to arrange the second injection of the secondary Black Soldier potion. Finally, he now has 4 more secondary Black Soldier potions and 1 formal Black Soldier potion on hand. After such a complete set, he can basically train his body to the normal Black Soldier level. At that time, his body will usher in a wave of great improvement, and it is even possible to awaken the 6th sense. However, Zhu Shurjiu did not perform the self-destructive Great Wall-style body strengthening. The effect of the medicine he injected last night has not been fully absorbed by the body. If he wants the body to fully absorb the effect of the medicine in a short time, he has to spare no effort to exercise crazily in his spare time. So next, Zhu Shurjiu did not go out of the house, and focused on exercising at home. He skipped all the classes. Zhu Shurjiu stayed at home for the whole afternoon and evening. When his body energy was exhausted, he took a nutritional supplement. After finishing, he waited for his body to recover and squeezed his body again. After squeezing the last bit of energy in his body to the limit, he continued to take nutritional supplements. In this way, Zhu Shurjiu kept torturing himself. When the time came to the next day, his strength ushered in another wave of improvement. Now I can completely beat yesterday's me. In the bathroom, Zhu Shizhou clenched his fists, then swung his fists twice in the air, carefully experiencing and mastering the newly trained strength. This kind of strength did not grow explosively in one go, but was cultivated bit by bit, so there was no discomfort at all. However, without other reference points, he still could not judge how strong he was, so his reference point could only be himself yesterday. After taking a shower, Zhu Shizhou went out again and visited Su Chan, who was still autistic. Are you going to skip classes today? If you skip classes again, your points will be deducted. Zhu Shizhou kindly reminded Su Chan. After a long while, Su Chan's voice came vaguely from the room. It's okay. I have asked for leave. If Zhu Shizhou's hearing had not been strengthened again along with his body, he really couldn't hear what Su Chan was saying. Asking for leave is the exclusive privilege of good students. The key is whether the instructor approves it after the leave. This is the instructor's authority. Under normal circumstances, the instructor will definitely not approve the leave of ordinary students. Then the absence is really absent. But if the instructor approves it, then the absence is a normal leave, and no credits will be deducted. Although Su Chan's limelight is overshadowed by him in the same department, she is still a genius in the eyes of ordinary people. If she asks for leave, Instructor Mo will most likely approve it, just like the result of his application to personally command the experimental subject. Instructor Mo is also a person who treats people according to their tastes. Okay, you know it well. By the way, after discussion in the club, it was decided to raise your rank to the Red Cannon level in one go. Zhu Shizhou told Su Chan the good news. But for Su Chan now, this news may not be good news. After connecting with Su Chan, Zhu Shizhou left. In the dim room, Su Chan huddled in the quilt, staring at the door, fearing that Zhu Shizhou would rush in with the dormitory manager like last time. But at the same time, a recording was playing in a loop on her phone. Are you going to skip class again today? If you continue to skip class, well, you'll know what's going on. Are you going to skip class again today? Zhu Shizhou's short voice of more than 20 seconds just now was recorded by her. After playing it in a loop for a while, Su Chan closed her eyes while listening. The curtains in the whole room were drawn tightly, and the only light source was her phone. Su Chan herself had a flushed face. Her eyes were closed, one hand holding the phone, and the other hand was curled up in the quilt and moving. She closed her eyes tightly, bit her red lips slightly, and listened to Zhu Shizhou's voice playing in a loop. After a long time, Su Chan's whole body trembled suddenly, and she uttered a low moan and took a deep breath. Hoo. Hee hee. Hee hee. She then laughed foolishly. If anyone saw this scene, she would probably commit suicide on the spot. But now she was alone, and it was not the first time she had done this. She enjoyed the afterglow alone, and after a while, she got off the bed and went to the bathroom to wash her hands. After washing her hands, Su Chan climbed back into bed and began to browse the forums about Zhu Shizhou like a fanatical fan, laughing obscenely from time to time. But as she browsed, she thought of how she had repeatedly sought Zhu Shizhou but failed to get him when she was emotionally closed, and the guilt and shame in her heart arose again. As soon as the conversation between her and Zhu Shizhou emerged in her mind, Su Chan could no longer think. She lay on the bed, covering her face, and murmured, I really want to die. The way to eliminate this sense of guilt is very simple. That is, to forget it in happiness. Only 10 minutes later, Su Chan put her sinful hand into the bed again. The good thing about the strengthened body is that it recovers quickly. Chapter 528 Written Exam. Full marks. After leaving Su Chan, Zhu Shizhou announced online that he would take 2 graduation exams. However, since he had already caused a stir by taking the graduation exam of the extreme training course yesterday, the stir caused by his announcement of taking the graduation exam today was relatively small, but it still occupied the top spot on the forum. It can be said that since he announced that he would take the exam for a higher level, his every move has touched people's hearts. Basically, every student would open the forum to take a look at Zhu Shizhou's latest movements. This time, Zhu Shizhou took the graduation exam for 2 liberal arts, which means that there is no need for actual combat, only written exams. The Black Soldier courses are varied and have everything. It just depends on whether you want to learn and whether you have selected courses. As the first person in history to choose all courses, Zhu Shizhou naturally chose many courses that ordinary students think are unnecessary. For example, the Wild Survival Encyclopedia course of the Reconnaissance Department and the Business Elite Mastery of the Logistics Department are the two courses that Zhu Shizhou chose for the graduation examination today. Unlike the Extreme Training course yesterday, these two courses only require sitting in the classroom to answer questions. Zhu Shizhou also considered that it would be quite difficult for him to graduate in the practical course with his current strength. So he interspersed a lot of liberal arts courses in the early stage of the entire graduation examination month, just to better cope with the practical course after he has trained his strength. Zhu Shizhou first came to the classroom of the Wild Survival Encyclopedia course of the Reconnaissance Department. Among the students of the same period, only 2 or 3 students chose the Wild Survival Encyclopedia, and Luo Suyi was not among them. It was a pity that he didn't meet Luo Suyi. Zhu Shizhou had originally wanted to exchange a few words with Luo Suyi to keep in touch. The instructor of the Wilderness Survival Encyclopedia course was Instructor Sun, a woman with short, neat shoulder-length hair and a black eye patch on one eye. It was probably caused by the battle with the alien insects. Even the organization couldn't heal her injured eye. Instructor Sun saw Zhu Shizhou coming and smiled. "You're here? I've been waiting for you for a long time." There were 2 or 3 students sitting in the empty classroom. When they saw Zhu Shizhou enter the door, they stared at him with resentment. They had naturally heard that Zhu Shizhou was going to take the graduation test. At this time, they had no other mood but to complain, because except for the first time Zhu Shizhou came to participate in this course, they didn't see Zhu Shizhou in class at other times. Now he is suddenly going to graduate? Zhu Shizhou is too amazing. This will make them, the students who study hard, look like waste. Zhu Shizhou ignored the gazes of other students, smiled at Instructor Sun, and sat down at random. "Bring out the test paper and pen." Instructor Sun raised his eyebrows. "Don't you need to prepare more?" Zhu Shizhou shook his head. "The textbooks distributed on the first day of class already cover all the test points. The graduation exam is also based on the textbooks. As long as you memorize the textbooks, you will definitely pass the exam with full marks. It's no big deal." Is this human talk? The students sitting next to him look even more resentful. Yes, all liberal arts courses actually distribute all the textbooks to students when they attend the first class. Several books are distributed at a time. Instructor Sun also made it clear in the first class that if you have the ability, you can memorize all the content on the first day and apply for graduation on the spot. The students thought it was a joke, so they just followed the routine. According to the current learning progress, they will finish all the textbooks in 3 months and then take the graduation test. In other words, Zhu Shizhou took 1 month to finish the course that they took 4 months to finish. And his learning speed was 4 times faster than theirs. You know, everyone has been strengthened by a wave of potions, and everyone is a genius in learning. But Zhu Shizhou is so evil that they can't believe it. What's more, did Zhu Shizhou really study for a month? Even if they don't know what Zhu Shizhou does in his spare time, they probably know that Zhu Shizhou was attacked by rebels and stayed in the hospital for more than half a month. If Zhu Shizhou is not so crazy that he has to memorize books even though he is sick, then Zhu Shizhou's study time may be shorter. Not to mention that he is busy studying other courses. In this way, it is good for Zhu Shizhou to squeeze out 1 week a month to study. And this guy is still studying on his own. It's really terrifying. Some students calculated silently in their hearts and sighed. "Okay, everyone, stop talking. There's no class today. You 3 will be the examiners. You will be responsible for supervising Zhu Shizhou's graduation examination with me. If Zhu Shizhou can pass the graduation examination, you will also be witnessing history." Instructor Sun's words made the 3 students depressed. Instructor Sun's eyes. Zhu Shizhou's graduation examination was destined to become a colorful chapter in the history of the organization. And they were just witnesses of history. A blank background board, a thick stack of test papers and draft papers were placed on the table, with 5 or 6 pens on the side. "Start answering. You have a total of 5 hours to take the test. You are not allowed to go to the toilet, talk, or make any suspicious movements during the test." After emphasizing the precautions, Instructor Sun was about to announce the start of the test. Zhu Shizhou raised his hand. "Huh? What's the matter? I want to be graded and given a score on the spot after the test. If it were an ordinary student, Instructor Sun would definitely swear and reject it. But it was Zhu Shizhou who said this. As the saying goes, The decision is up to the instructor. And geniuses have privileges. Okay. After hearing the answer he wanted, Zhu Shurjiu began to write quickly and began to answer. In fact, the other student's speculation was wrong. Zhu Shurjiu's study time was not just a little bit. If you really count, his study time is much more than theirs. During the extreme training course, Zhu Shurjiu didn't know how many times he died at the hands of the overlord. During the process of replaying, he had already begun to pave the way for the subsequent liberal arts graduation examination. However, those replays were not enough to support Zhu Shurjiu to complete this graduation examination. So Zhu Shurjiu asked Instructor Sun to correct his test paper on the spot before starting the exam, so that he could predict in advance which questions he needed to pay attention to and redo. The 3 students of the same period were eager to see him. But Zhu Shurjiu did not make any small movements and completed the test paper in an orderly manner. He did not stop writing throughout the whole process, which seemed extremely smooth. However, only Zhu Shurjiu himself knew that he had skipped many questions that he did not know how to answer, some of which were left blank, and some were filled in with a random answer. Of all the questions, only 70% were completed carefully and with confidence, and the other 30% were written randomly. After finishing the test paper, Zhu Shurjiu's contempt was slightly relieved. It turned out that the graduation examination was not something he could touch now. Fortunately, he was a cheater. After the test paper was handed in, Instructor Sun began to correct it, while Zhu Shurjiu stood aside obediently. Instructor Sun was more and more surprised as he corrected it. It was not because Zhu Shurjiu was too talented, but because the answers to these questions were simply terrible, with many mistakes and omissions. Wrong here, wrong here, wrong here, wrong, wrong, wrong. After correcting the test paper, Instructor Sun was speechless. After all this time, we were full of expectations. But this is it? It's so bad after not seeing you for a month? Instructor Sun said speechlessly. Zhu Shurjiu pretended to be shocked. How could I have made so many mistakes? I don't believe it. Instructor Sun, can you explain my mistakes to me? Instructor Sun sneered. Do you think I made random corrections? After sneering, Instructor Sun really began to explain Zhu Shurjiu's mistakes, but only explained 1/3 of them because it was a waste of time. Study hard. Don't always aim too high. If you fail the graduation test this time, I won't count you as failing, but I'll just deduct some credits. Ouch. What are you doing? Restart. After 3 rollbacks, Instructor Sun held a stack of test papers in her hand with a complicated expression. During the whole process of marking, she didn't say a word. She wanted to teach Zhu Shurjiu a lesson after finding the mistakes. But she didn't find any mistakes at all. Every answer seemed to match the question perfectly, and she had nothing to point out. Instructor, how did Zhu Shurjiu answer the questions? Zhu Shurjiu watched Instructor Sun finish marking the questions, and then calmly left the classroom, while other students came up boldly. Instructor Sun sighed and uttered 2 words. Full marks. Chapter 529, Requesting for Experimental Data. The same old trick was used again. When Zhu Shurjiu walked out of the logistics department, he passed the graduation examination of Business Elite Mastery with full marks. Just like passing the written examination of Wild Survival Encyclopedia of the Reconnaissance Department with full marks. Zhu Shurjiu cheated by using the ability of rewinding. However, in the eyes of other students, Zhu Shurjiu wrote very quickly during the examination, and there was almost no pause or thinking time for each question. Even if the instructor was in his place, he would not think that he could do better than him. However, these slight abnormalities did not make people doubt Zhu Shurjiu. The reason why geniuses are called geniuses is that they have qualifications and abilities beyond ordinary people. Everyone thinks that Zhu Shurjiu has memorized the textbooks. So he answered so smoothly. The full marks of the 2 subjects were successively posted on the forum by students who witnessed Zhu Shurjiu's examinations, and countless students were amazed by this. Too exaggerated? Doesn't he have any shortcomings? Is he going to clear all the graduation exams in one go? I originally thought Zhu Shurjiu was just skipping a grade. But now, 3 consecutive exams are all graduation exams. Am I crazy or is Zhu Shurjiu crazy? The forum is full of posts like this, and almost no one can understand how Zhu Shurjiu did it. They also heard that Zhu Shurjiu basically didn't go to class, which means that this guy taught all his courses by himself. How could someone be so terrifying? Even Su Feng was not as exaggerated as Zhu Shurjiu back then. Zhu Shizhou returned to his room and continued to exercise, while checking his phone. Seeing that someone on the forum had already started comparing him to Su Feng, he smiled slightly. It seems that my image has already taken shape. Yes. He deliberately showed his talent without any concealment, just to let others compare his talent with Su Feng back then. The legend of Su Feng is everywhere in the training base now. Countless students are looking forward to the existence of a genius like Su Feng. Others can only see Su Feng's glorious image. Even people like Fu Sida have a room full of research materials on Su Feng. What if there is a more dazzling all-rounder than Su Feng back then? Like Su Feng. He is from the command center, and his talent level crushes Su Feng. His own conditions will be perfect to the extreme in the eyes of outsiders. Once he graduates from all courses, he will be able to surpass Su Feng and become the existence second only to Su Feng, and be entrusted with important tasks. This is the way Zhu Shizhou builds momentum for himself. In addition to building momentum for himself, Zhu Shizhou is so high profile in order to let someone with a heart obediently walk into the castle in the air he has built, and in turn lay the foundation for him. Fu Sidu, according to your personality, you should have started to imagine it. Right? Fu Sidu put down his phone. He was almost certain that the research of the chess club was quite perfect, and it seemed that Zhu Shizhou had been made into an all-round genius. If he guessed correctly, Zhu Shizhou's genius should have been transformed by medicine. However, this way of creating geniuses should not be popularized. Otherwise it would have been brought to the surface to compete with the organization. In other words, does the chess club actually want me to popularize the medicine? Or does the medicine they developed have some defects, so they want me to improve it? Fu Sidu was taking samples while thinking. He was studying compound number 199. Without experimental subjects and clinical experimental data, his research could only proceed from theory. Perhaps the chess club would not open the real core data to him. Wait. Fu Sidu frowned slightly. Zhu Shizhou asked him to study the drug to remove the emotional blockade in order to test his research ability, not to pursue Luo Sui. Did Zhu Shizhou involve Luo Sui just to create a cover? No. Maybe. Luo Sui, hypermia. Fu Sidu hesitated for a moment, but still chose to contact Luo Sui. Half an hour later, he met Luo Sui under the dormitory building of the reconnaissance department, and Luo Sui herself frowned slightly and looked at Fu Sidu with a scrutinizing look. Fu Sidu pushed his glasses, and seeing Luo Sui's scrutinizing look, he became more certain of his guess. The experimental research data of the chess club is with you, right? Fu Sidu asked directly without any concealment. Luo Sui then relaxed her frown. Sure enough. You already know. Just as Zhu Shizhou told me. You came to me after all. Fu Sidu raised his eyelids slightly. You expected me to come to you? It wasn't me who expected it. It was Zhu Shizhou. He told me that sooner or later you would come to me for experimental data, because your theoretical research could not proceed. I had to judge the extent of your experiment, and then give you the corresponding experimental data. Fu Sidu understood that Zhu Shizhou had guessed that he would come to me, because he guessed that Luo Sui was regarded as a human hard drive. So he greeted Luo Sui in advance. He felt more and more that the control of the chess club was everywhere, and his every move seemed to be unable to escape the prediction of the chess club. But why didn't Zhu Shizhou give him the experimental data directly? He didn't even hint that the experimental data was with Luo Sui. Fu Sidu thought for a while, and then twitched his eyebrows. Zhu Shizhou, that bastard, used Luo Sui and also used him. It was his own guess and his own decision to come to Luo Sui. If the matter was exposed, the chess club would only hold him and Luo Sui responsible. Zhu Shizhou never asked him to come to Fu Sidu, so that the guilt could be reduced to the lightest. Fu Sidu shook his head. It was really a good calculation. In this case, he had to study carefully. Not only did he have to avoid the suspicion of the Black Soldier organization, but he also had to avoid the sight of the chess club. Forget it. It's better to be cautious. I am now studying the composition of compound 199. My room lacks a precision directional chemical comprehensive tester, because it is a secret research. I cannot borrow the organization's laboratory. I need a comprehensive test report of compound 199. I also need... Fu Sidu informed Luo Sui of the experimental data he needed at the moment. Luo Sui closed her eyes and searched for it, and indeed found the relevant data in her mind. It's just that, because Zhu Shizhou was dictating the experimental data to her ear at that time. When she used hyperthymesia to recall this memory, she could clearly hear Zhu Shizhou's warmth, as if there was a Zhu Shizhou standing next to her at this moment. whispering to her. Every time she recalled it, she could feel everything at that time as if she was there in person. Luo Sui gritted her teeth and forced the strange feeling out of her mind. Pay attention. I only have text materials here. You need to draw the relevant data based on the experimental data. You need to find a way to calculate some pure image data yourself. Fu Sidu nodded. He had expected this a long time ago. But it was not a difficult task. He just lacked the experimental data of high-end experimental steps. He had other ordinary experimental instruments in his room. And what he wanted now was a complete and comprehensive test report that could only be obtained with high-end experimental instruments, which could solve many problems. Chapter 530. I'll take you as a side dish. After Luo Sui reminded Fu Sidu, she repeated what Zhu Shizhou said at that time. This is the advantage of using Luo Sui hard drive. Although Zhu Shizhou forcibly wrote down the experimental data, it does not mean that he can retrieve the corresponding information from his memory at will. The experimental data he remembered was quite chaotic, and there was no order at all. It was like putting all the information into a document. But Luo Sui could retrieve it at will, which was equivalent to adding a directory to the information by himself. And he could retrieve relevant content according to keywords. Fu Sidu's memory was pretty good. Luo Sui only repeated it 3 times. And he remembered it almost. I remember it roughly. I will come to you if I need it later. Luo Sui nodded and watched Fu Sidu leave. She knew what Zhu Shizhou and Fu Sidu were doing. When Zhu Shizhou confronted her, he said that he would recruit Fu Sidu as well. She didn't expect that the action would be so fast. However, this matter still needs to be reported to Zhu Shizhou. After all, Zhu Shizhou did not tell her in advance that Fu Sidu would come to her house now, which means that this matter was not within Zhu Shizhou's expectations. After Luo Sui returned to the room, she blushed and called Zhu Shizhou. Hello? A strange sound came from Zhu Shizhou, accompanied by heavy panting, and reached Luo Sui's ears through the receiver. Hello? What are you doing? Luo Sui asked curiously. Zhu Shizhou answered while panting. Who? I'm exercising. Luo Sui felt her face getting hot when she heard the panting. How about I call you later? No. I just need to take a break. Just tell me if you have anything to say. There was a rustling sound on the other end of the phone. It should be Zhu Shizhou who stopped exercising temporarily. Luo Sui told Zhu Shizhou that Fu Sidu came to ask for the experimental data. Is that so? It's much faster than I thought. Well, it doesn't matter. You did the right thing. Just give him whatever data he wants. But be careful not to record it in text form or store the experimental data in the computer. I understand. Luo Sui naturally knew this. If it could be recorded on the computer, what use would Zhu Shizhou have for her? Zhu Shizhou fell in love with her because she could remember things in human flesh and there would be no possibility of leakage. But if there was a written record, it would be easy to expose it to the Black Soldier organization, not to mention recording it on the computer. There is no privacy on the internet in the Black Soldier training base. After finishing this, Luo Sui was about to hang up the phone. But Zhu Shizhou suddenly stopped Luo Sui on the other end and said, Wait a minute. Hang up. Luo Sui asked. What's wrong? Nothing. I just want to ask you. Zhu Shizhou hesitated for a long time. Forget it. It's too much to ask. What's wrong? Luo Sui asked. Forget it. Nothing. Hang up. Luo Sui looked at the hung-up phone and was a little speechless. This guy. Doesn't he know that he deserves a beating if he says something halfway? Zhu Shizhou still couldn't say what he wanted, because it was really hard to say. He deserved a beating if he said something halfway. But if he said it out loud, it would probably be even more annoying. And it would easily damage his friendship with Luo Sui. While Fu Sidu went to Luo Sui to ask for experimental data, Zhu Shizhou worked tirelessly and frantically. At this time, he received official information from the headquarters, which was more accurately a notification and urging. The sperm collection activity was in full swing, and he needed to go to the logistics department to collect sperm immediately. Seeing this urging message, Zhu Shizhou wanted to curse heck. After going through thousands of difficulties and dangers, he still couldn't avoid this damn sperm collection. This was the second urging. There was a warning behind this message that if he failed to collect sperm during the activity, compulsory measures would be taken in accordance with regulations. To put it simply, he would be forcibly tied up to collect sperm, and the situation might be even more out of control. The organization hopes that the students can be conscious. A large number of students have collected sperm one after another. Most of them were collected during the emotional closure period. And there was no sense of shame. There was also a small number of perverts, who deliberately waited until the emotional recovery period to go. And I don't know what kind of fetish it is. Zhu Shurjiu didn't have such a fetish. He just wanted to avoid sperm collection. Because he knows that once his sperm is extracted, his sperm cells will be widely distributed to outstanding female black soldiers of the right age. And he will have countless illegitimate children without knowing it. More importantly, his offspring will inevitably be forced to join the Black Soldier organization for key training. It is very simple to avoid sperm extraction. That is, to find a partner, regardless of whether it is a man or a woman. As long as they find a partner, and then combine with the partner, and both parties have the ability to produce offspring, they can avoid the fate of having their reproductive cells taken away. This is what Zhu Shurjiu wanted to tell Luo Si just now. But he couldn't say it when the time came. The words he said sounded like a pervert. One should not be too Suchan. As far as he knew, few students could successfully find a partner and get married in the first month of joining the organization. So almost no students could escape the fate of having their reproductive cells taken away. But the reason why he knew this escape method now was naturally that someone had succeeded. Zhu Shurjiu had little confidence in himself. He thought about it for a long time with his mobile phone. And finally sighed. Why don't you go? Just when he was about to give up, a call came to Zhu Shurjiu's mobile phone. The caller ID was Suchan. Zhu Shurjiu was surprised and doubtful. This guy actually called me on his own initiative? No. It was not unusual for Suchan to call him. What was unusual was that Suchan, who was in the emotional recovery period, called him. Hello? Zhu Shurjiu answered the phone. A calm female voice came from the other end of the phone. Have you seen the notification? Zhu Shurjiu was surprised. You recovered? Suchan replied. If you call being emotionally closed recovery, I don't mind. Zhu Shurjiu choked. She had been with the calm Suchan for a long time, which led her to think that Suchan's emotional closure was normal. But if you think about it carefully, Suchan with social phobia is the real person. Zhu Shurjiu changed the subject and asked, What's the matter? Do you want to avoid sperm collection? Suchan said lightly, which hit Zhu Shurjiu's pain point at once. Zhu Shurjiu was silent for a moment and then said, You don't want to follow me. Suchan laughed and said, You misunderstood. I wanted to ask if you have found a solution. If you don't have any solution now, I can help you find a solution. But you have to agree to one condition. Zhu Shurjiu did not refuse. He knew Suchan was very smart and said perfunctorily, You tell me the condition first. Suchan said slowly, Help me transform my social phobia personality. What? That's it? Zhu Shurjiu breathed a sigh of relief. However, what Suchan said next made Zhu Shurjiu's body stiff. I used you as a side dish during my emotional recovery period. More than once.